My name is Li Bo. I used to live a normal life on Blue Star until I fell through a manhole and ended up in this strange world. Here, everything revolves around Beastmasters. I managed to become the top student at my university, but I had one big problem. I never awakened the talent to tame beasts. Because of this, my girlfriend, Muau, broke up with me. She chose to be with her cat girl pet instead of me. It was humiliating and painful, especially since she had an S-rank talent while I had nothing. As I walked away in despair, something incredible happened. My emotional pain triggered a hidden system called the Ultimate Beast System. It gave me 5 divine-level talents, which are even better than the rarest SSS rank abilities. Now, I have a holographic eye to see beast stats, a charm that attracts female beasts, the power to turn beasts into humans, unlimited mental strength for contracts, and a massive healing space for my pets. This changed everything. I am no longer just a regular student. I have the potential to be the strongest master in the world. With the school's martial competition only a month away, I need to get my first beast immediately. I decided to head back to school to claim one of the 3 starter beasts provided to students. Even though these are common, I know that with my new eyes, I can find a creature with hidden potential that others might miss. I am determined to prove everyone wrong and make a name for myself. I went to see my counselor, Mr. Wu Gang, to tell him the big news. I had finally awakened my beast master talent. He was shocked because usually, this happens on a person's 18th birthday, and mine had passed a long time ago. I lied and told him the orphanage must have recorded my birth date wrong. To verify my claim, he decided to test the size of my internal beast space using his steel core octopus. Using my new holographic eye, I could see all the stats of his mechanical pet, including its advanced core analysis skill. As the octopus scanned my mind, the results left Mr. Wu speechless. My beast space was 1,000 cubic meters, while most new masters only start with 10. He was incredibly excited, claiming my talent was likely S rank and that I might one day command giant divine beasts or powerful dragons. However, when I asked for one of the 3 standard starter beasts, like a flame chicken, Mr. Wu had bad news. Our university is not highly ranked, and all the available starter pets were already taken by other students or people with connections. He suggested I wait and apply through a national channel, but I didn't want to leave my first partner to chance or wait too long. I asked if there was any other way to get a beast immediately. He told me about the school's training base. It is filled with companion beasts used for practice. These creatures are usually common and not very strong, but I didn't mind. I knew that with my special abilities, I could find a hidden gem among them. Mr. Wu gave me a signed certificate to let me into the base, and I headed there right away, eager to find my first partner and begin my journey. I finally arrived at the university's training base, a massive circular building as big as 10 football fields. Since I only recently awakened my talent, this was my first time entering. The place was impressive, with 20 different zones designed to mimic natural environments like lava, lakes, and forests. I could hear the sounds of battle everywhere as students trained with their partners. Using my new system, I started searching for a beast to contract. I began in the lava zone, hoping for a strong fire type. I saw a firefang pig, but its potential was too low. Then I found a volcano mud, but it was timid and looked like a pile of dirt. I moved on to other areas, scanning hundreds of creatures, but it was disappointing. The vine moongrass was only good for decoration, and the electric mouse lacked the power I needed. It seemed my counselor was right. Most of the beasts here were low-quality leftovers. The only place left to check was the ice zone. As I approached, I saw a large crowd of students watching an intense battle. In the center was Lin Fei'er, the school's other famous beauty. Unlike my ex-girlfriend, Lin Fei'er is fiery, bold, and incredibly competitive. She was using her rare red crystal dragon, a beast worth 30 million coins, to fight against ice types. She seemed desperate to get stronger because my ex-girlfriend had awakened an S-rank talent while she only got an A rank. I stayed back to avoid her. In the past, she tried to force me to be her boyfriend just to win a competition against Muau. When I refused, she had people jump me, so I tried to stay far away from her temper. Looking at the icy battlefield, I was horrified to see it littered with the bodies of fallen training beasts. It looked like a graveyard. I realized she was being completely ruthless in her training taking down every creature in sight. I wondered if there would be anything left for me to even look at. I watched Lin Feier's red crystal dragon fight a snow barbarian. My system showed me the dragon's stats, including its powerful rage skill. I considered catching the snow barbarian, but it was male, and my special talent only works on female beasts. Before I could even decide, Lin Feier's dragon knocked it out cold. She was being incredibly aggressive, and a staff member even scolded her for destroying the training beasts. She didn't care. She simply offered to have her wealthy family pay for the damages. She then ordered her dragon to attack a group of white spirit snakes. I scanned them as they fled, and most were unremarkable. However, the very last snake caught my eye. While it looked like a normal elite potential beast, my system revealed a secret. It carried the blood of a true dragon. If I contracted it, I could eventually evolve it into a majestic white spirit dragon. I knew I had to save it. The poor snake was terrified and wounded as Lin Feier's dragon used its strongest attacks to corner it. Just as the final was about to land, I sprinted into the arena and reached out my hand. Using my system, I formed an instant contract. The snake vanished into my divine space, safe and already beginning to heal. I named her Little White and promised to take care of her. The crowd went wild with gossip. No one could believe that I, the guy who supposedly had no talent and just got dumped, had pulled off such a fast contract. But my victory was short-lived because Lin Fei'er was furious. She walked right up to me, trapping me with her presence and teasing me about my decent man reputation. She brought up my past with my ex-girlfriend, making things very awkward. I've saved my first beast, but now I have to deal with the school's most dangerous beauty. What? How do you know that? Li Bo immediately lost his composure. Lin Fei'er had been secretly investigating him. She even knew about his hotel records. Just how powerful was her family? Humph. Lin Fei'er turned her head and said with mock pity, "What a shame. The girl you worked so hard to win overturned around and left you for someone else. I warned you that Muau wasn't someone you could handle, but you didn't listen. Now the whole school is laughing at you." Li Bo had expected her to bring up Muau, so he stayed calm and replied, "Xiaoxue and I have already broken up. What she does now has nothing to do with me, and certainly nothing to do with you." "Nothing to do with me?" Lin Fei'er gave a cold smile. "Fine. Then let's talk about something that does concern you. About what happened today. Let's hear your explanation. How do we solve this?" "There's no problem. I don't see anything that needs solving," Li Bo said calmly. "Heh, you interrupted my training, and that's the problem." Lin Fei'er shot back sharply. "I have a certificate from my teacher that allows me to make a contract with any training beast in this facility. Besides, this training ground doesn't belong to you alone. I haven't done anything wrong." Li Bo handed the certificate from Wu Gang to Lin Fei'er. To his surprise, she didn't even look at it. Crossing her arms, she said with disdain, "Heh, Li Bo, are you trying to use your teacher's name to pressure me? I think you still don't understand the difference between us. Let me tell you the truth. This training facility at Jiang University was fully funded by my Lin family. Forget your teacher. Even the university president has to be polite to me." "You." Li Bo clenched his teeth. Lin Fei'er had held a grudge over what happened before, and now that she had found a chance, he knew she wouldn't let it go easily. He took a deep breath and looked at her calmly. "Lin Fei'er, just say what you want." "Smart boy," Lin Fei'er said, circling him twice. "Summon your white spirit snake and fight me. Once I've had a good match, I'll let the past go. You know very well that the white spirit snake is weaker than your red armored dragon, and it's injured right now. How can it fight you?" Li Bo said angrily. "Sorry, that's your problem. You unreasonable woman." Li Bo clenched his fists. Lin Fei'er was always so overbearing, and yet he couldn't do anything about it. He sighed. "Lin Fei'er, even if you win now, it won't be a fair or satisfying victory." Hearing that, Lin Fei'er paused for a moment, then looked at him curiously. "Oh, and what do you suggest? A month from now is the Jiang University Battle Tournament. Let's have a proper match then," Li Bo said calmly. According to the rules of the Great Xia Kingdom, at the end of the first semester, every beast taming academy holds a battle tournament. New students are randomly matched for one-on-one duels to determine the champion. The champion earns the right to enter a national-level Tier 3 secret realm. "Heh, you're quite confident." Lin Fei'er laughed mockingly and said, "With your current level, I doubt you'll even last long enough to face me in the competition. Her meaning was clear. The martial contest was decided by random draw, and she was confident she would make it to the final rounds. But if Li Bo was eliminated early, he would never get the chance to fight her. That won't happen. Li Bo's voice was filled with determination. I promise you, I'll make it to the end and fight you in a fair match. You. Lin Fei'er stared at him in surprise, momentarily lost in thought. She didn't know where his confidence came from, but his serious expression didn't seem like he was bluffing. Lin Fei'er smiled charmingly. Fine, I'll give you a chance. But what? Li Bo frowned. I want to make a bet with you. A bet? A simple match is too boring. Only a wager can make it exciting. Lin Fei'er's eyes sparkled. Li Bo hesitated for a moment, then said, All right, what do you want to bet? If you win, I'll forget about what happened today, and I'll even give you 1 million. 1 million? Li Bo gasped. This woman really didn't treat money as money. Sounds good, but what if I lose? He asked. If you lose? Lin Fei'er smiled mysteriously. Then you'll have to be my boyfriend. What? Everyone around them was stunned. No one expected Lin Fei'er to make such a bold demand. To her admirers, this seemed far too generous to Li Bo. Before he realized it, Li Bo had already drawn many jealous stares from the nearby boys. But Li Bo didn't feel lucky at all. The thought of being with this sharp-tongued woman made him shiver. What's wrong? Are you scared? Lin Fei'er raised an eyebrow. Scared? Li Bo sneered, then said firmly, Let me tell you, Lin Fei'er, you won't get that chance. Heh, I hope your actions are as strong as your words when the time comes. Lin Fei'er gave Li Bo a scornful smile, then turned and left the ice arena. The venue was silent for a moment before the noise returned. Many people looked at Li Bo with sympathy. You're done for, Li Bo. Better get your cleaning tools ready. In just 1 month, how could your weak white spirit snake ever defeat Lin Fei'er's red armored dragon? If I were you, I'd just give up now. Isn't an easy life better? Amid the chatter, Li Bo only smiled calmly. Sorry, but I'm tougher than you think. After leaving school, Li Bo didn't stay around. He went to a nearby pet shop, bought a few bottles of basic nutrient solution, and took the bus home. He lived alone in the lower district of Jianghai City. The area was old and a bit run down, but the rent was cheap, so at least he had a roof over his head. After turning through several narrow alleys, Li Bo reached his small rented room. He closed the door and took a deep breath to calm himself. Then he raised his hands in a summoning gesture. A flash of yellow light appeared, and the figure of the white spirit snake emerged from a 5-star magic circle. Hiss hiss, master, I'm here. Once out of the beast's space, the white spirit snake coiled up happily and rubbed its head against Li Bo, flicking its tongue playfully against his leg. The cool touch made him laugh. That tickles, little white. After playing for a while, Li Bo carefully looked over the snake's 1-meter-long body. Hey, all your wounds are healed. Thanks to the rest inside the beast's space, the snake's injuries had completely disappeared, leaving no trace of battle. This recovery speed is even faster than a professional pet hospital. Li Bo took out 2 bottles of nutrient solution and waved them in front of Little White. Look what I've got. The snake's eyes lit up. Hiss hiss, master, I want it. Li Bo chuckled and opened the bottles, feeding the snake one by one. Soon, Little White let out a satisfied little burp. Now that you're full, it's time to plan how we'll get stronger, Li Bo said with a smile. Hearing that, the white spirit snake's eyes shone with determination as it looked eagerly at Li Bo. Li Bo opened Little White's status panel. Name: White Spirit Snake. Gender: female. Element: ice. Level: normal. Stage 2. Potential: elite. Skills: snow mist. Basic. Constrict. Basic. Detected: White Spirit Snake carries a trace of true dragon blood. It can evolve into a white spirit dragon. Accept the evolution quest. Detected: Snow Mist can evolve into Ice Mist. Intermediate. Accept the skill upgrade quest. Detected: Constrict can evolve into Deadly Constrict. Intermediate. Accept the skill upgrade quest. Wow, it can actually upgrade to intermediate skills. Seeing the information pop up on the panel, Li Bo was both surprised and thrilled. He was very familiar with the power levels of different skills. Snow Mist was a basic ice-type skill, commonly found among ice-type beasts. It created a hazy mist to confuse opponents, and its range increased as the beast's level rose. The intermediate version, ice mist, was far stronger. Not only was visibility much lower, making it harder for enemies to see, but it could also slow or freeze them, offering much better control. As for Constrict and Deadly Constrict, both were normal-type skills, but the difference was clear. The basic Constrict had a physical strength of about 10 pounds, while Deadly Constrict started at 100 pounds of force, a truly powerful move. Intermediate skills were usually only learned by elite-level beasts. Normal-level beasts typically had only basic skills, unless they were exceptionally gifted, in which case they might learn intermediate ones, but only at higher stages. That was why Li Bo had been so surprised when Lin Feier's Red Armored Dragon could learn the intermediate buff skill, Rage. Little White is only at normal stage 2 and can already learn intermediate skills. If an elite potential White Spirit Snake is already this strong, imagine what it'll be like after evolving into a White Spirit Dragon. Li Bo rubbed his hands excitedly. Accept all quests. All quests accepted successfully. Quest 1. Evolve into White Spirit Dragon. Quest requirement. Lead the White Spirit Snake to defeat wild beasts with dragon in their names and collect 7 crystal cores to trigger the evolution into White Spirit Dragon. Crystal Core Collection Progress 0/7. Task 2. Upgrade the skill Snow Mist. Task requirement. Work with the White Spirit Snake to make and sell 100 servings of Ice Slush. After that, the skill will upgrade to intermediate level, Ice Mist. Ice Slush Sales Progress 0/100. Task 3. Upgrade the skill Entwine. Task requirement. The White Spirit Snake must transform into a scarf and wrap around the host's neck for 12 hours. Scarf Wrapping Progress 0/12. What on earth is all this? Seeing the list of tasks that popped up from the system, Li Bo broke into a cold sweat. First, this Ancestral Return task. It requires defeating a pet beast with dragon in its name. Doesn't that mean a dragon-type beast? Dragon-type beasts are so rare. If I could just run into one in the wild, I wouldn't even need this Ancestral Return. And collecting 7 crystal cores? What is this? Gathering dragon balls to summon a dragon. Li Bo sighed and looked at Xiaobai. With your current strength, if we meet a dragon-type beast, we'll probably just get beaten up. Xiaobai looked at Li Bo with determination. Hiss. Hiss. Even if it's a dragon, I'm not afraid. Xiaobai, be sensible. We can't just rush in blindly. A pet beast with dragon in its name. Li Bo rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The system didn't say it had to be a real dragon-type beast, did it? Dragon. Wait, lobsters are called longxia. That's got dragon in the name too. Li Bo clapped his hands excitedly. That's it. Lobsters. Steelhead lobsters. Thinking of that pet beast, a smile spread across Li Bo's face. He knew the steelhead lobster well. It was a dual-type beast of steel and water. Its main habitat was Sunset Beach in Zhanghai City. Sunset Beach was a tourist spot, and the entrance fee cost several hundred, but that wasn't Li Bo's biggest problem right now. Xiaobai's level was still too low. If they ran into a group of steelhead lobsters, they wouldn't stand a chance. I should first upgrade Xiaobai's 2 skills to intermediate level before hunting steelhead lobsters. Li Bo made up his mind and decided to focus on the 2 upgrade tasks first. Making Ice Slush isn't hard, and it fits the skill's nature well. I just need to figure out how to sell it. He rubbed his chin again, then looked at the Entwine upgrade task. Turning into a scarf. Hopefully it won't choke me. Li Bo pulled at the corner of his mouth. Forget it. Out of the 3 tasks, this one seems the easiest. He carefully explained the task to Xiaobai and told her that doing it would make her skills stronger. A few minutes later, Xiaobai still looked confused. Hiss, if Xiaobai becomes a beast girl, she won't accidentally hurt her master. All right, then first, I need to turn you into a human form. Li Bo began to use his special power. He slowly placed his hand on Xiaobai's head and focused on turning her into a beast girl. A flash of white light appeared, and something amazing happened. Master, a soft voice sounded. Li Bo looked down and saw a silver-haired girl standing before him. Xiaobai raised her head, revealing a delicate face and deep light blue eyes. Li Bo quickly took out a large t-shirt from the cabinet and handed it to Xiaobai. Xiaobai, put this on first. Clothes? Xiaobai blinked at him. But master, I don't know how to wear it. Maybe I don't need to? I don't feel cold. You may not feel cold, but I'll feel awkward. Without another word, Li Bo quickly helped her put on the shirt. After she was dressed, Li Bo stepped back and looked her over with satisfaction. Not bad. It fits quite well. Li Bo was about 1.85 meters tall, and Xiaobai around 1.75. The oversized t-shirt worked perfectly as a simple dress for her. Xiaobai pouted a little, clearly not used to wearing clothes, feeling it was a bit restrictive. Master, isn't this something girls usually wear? Why do you have so many? Aren't we supposed to be poor? Li Bo scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I save where I can and spend where I should. Anyway, don't worry about that. Xiaobai, just pick one you like, Li Bo said with a smile. I like clean colors. I'll take this white one. Xiaobai chose a pair of pure white tights, then looked a little embarrassed and said to Li Bo, Master, could you help me put them on? All right. You can't even dress yourself. How could you manage these? Li Bo asked Xiaobai to sit on a nearby stool. Be good, stretch out your legs. Perfect. The size fits you just right, Li Bo said with a smile. Master, you seem very skilled at this. You must have helped other girls before, Xiaobai said in a slightly jealous tone. Well, what can I say? I just like helping others, Li Bo replied awkwardly. Humph. Xiaobai is not happy. She pouted. Then what can I do to make you smile again? Li Bo asked with a laugh. Haha, of course. Li Bo tried to hide his embarrassment with laughter. The next morning, Li Bo woke up to the sound of his alarm. It's time. He quickly got up to check Xiaobai's status. As soon as he opened the panel, a message popped up. Coiling skill progress. December 12th. Skill upgrade successful. Congratulations. White Spirit Snake's coiling, beginner, has upgraded to Death Coil, intermediate. Death Coil, normal type skill. The White Spirit Snake wraps around its opponent, restricting movement. Power increases as the snake grows. White Spirit Snake level up. Current level, normal stage 3. Great. My pet's level increased along with the skill. Seeing Xiaobai become stronger, Li Bo smiled with satisfaction. Now, if he could upgrade the Snow Mist skill one more level, he could safely go to Sunset Beach to hunt lobsters. Touching his chin, Li Bo thought, sell 100 servings of smoothies. With Xiaobai's current Snow Mist skill, making smoothies wouldn't be a problem. He just needed to figure out how to sell them quickly. After thinking it over, setting up a stall seems best. Yes, right at the university gate. There were plenty of students at Jiang University. Maybe some would come and support his business. First, we need a cart to sell smoothies. Li Bo said it, and immediately got to work. He picked up a hammer and some wooden boards and started building downstairs. Having grown up in an orphanage, he had learned many life skills, so basic carpentry was no problem for him. After about an hour, a simple ice cream cart frame was finished. Li Bo stroked his chin, satisfied with his work. Just a bit of decoration and it'll be perfect. Next, I need to figure out how to make delicious smoothies. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Bo decided to go back to his room to wake up Xiaobai. But as he turned around, he saw a silver-haired girl standing at the door, tears in her eyes, staring at him. Xiaobai. Li Bo quickly went over, confused by her tears. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Wah. Xiaobai threw her arms around him tightly, as if afraid he would disappear. I thought, you didn't want me anymore. She buried her face in his shoulder, sobbing, leaving Li Bo unsure what to do. Seeing how upset she was, he swallowed his words and gently patted her head to comfort her. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I won't leave you alone again. Wah. Xiaobai cried even harder and said seriously, my world only has you. Please don't leave me. Silly girl. Of course I won't. Li Bo gently wiped away her tears. Look, your eyes are all red, and your hair's a mess. Let's go back, and I'll help you fix it. Hearing that, Xiaobai finally stopped crying and nodded sweetly. Li Bo took her to the market to buy some decorations and fruit, and also got her a few new outfits. Back home, Li Bo patiently taught Xiaobai how to bathe like a human. After drying her hair, Xiaobai happily sniffed it and said, it smells so nice. Just like you. We used the same shampoo, so of course it smells the same, Li Bo said with a smile. Hee. Then next time, can you help me again? Well, I guess that's fine. Yay. Xiaobai likes you the most. Xiaobai happily gave Li Bo a quick kiss on the cheek, leaving him completely surprised. Huh. Xiaobai, how did you learn that? I never taught you. Hee. Xiaobai grinned playfully. It's not just humans who use kisses to show affection. I see. I was being narrow-minded. Haha. By the way, Master, is the training finished now? Do I still need to sleep next to you tonight? Li Bo twitched his lips. Not for now, Xiaobai. With your current strength, you might accidentally squeeze me too tightly. All right then. What's that vehicle downstairs for? Is it for your shaved ice mission, Master? Xiaobai kept asking questions like a curious child. Ever since becoming Li Bo's contracted beast, she had become much more talkative and always wanted to chat with her master. Xiaobai, you're so smart. I'll be counting on you for this next task. Li Bo said, patting her head. No problem. I'm great at making ice. Xiaobai puffed out her chest proudly, full of confidence. Good. But now, I need you to return to your battle form. Okay, Xiaobai replied, then quickly transformed back into her true form, a white spirit snake, coiling gently around Li Bo's neck and shoulders. Hiss hiss, Master, I'm ready. Let's begin. Li Bo smiled. I've never made shaved ice before, so I'll have to experiment a bit. Hiss hiss, it's fine, Master. I know how. You do? Li Bo asked in surprise. Yes, it's a skill written in my genes. It shouldn't be a problem, but I'll need you to prepare the fruit for me first. Of course, Li Bo said happily. He quickly picked up a fruit knife and began slicing skillfully, washing strawberries, cutting bananas, peeling mangoes. Soon, all the fruits were neatly arranged on the table. Hiss hiss, now it's my turn. Xiaobai darted onto the table, flicked her tail, and with a light smack, flattened a peeled banana into smooth, creamy paste. That strength could rival the iron pod panda next door who pounds rice cakes. Li Bo joked. Then Little White Snake flicked out her tongue, releasing a cool mist. Frost-like crystals formed on the surface of the strawberries, and with a gentle rub, Li Bo cleaned them easily. Nice. No need to soak them in salt water to remove bugs. When it came to the mango, Little White Snake flicked her tail, swiftly removing the pit. Then, holding it with her fangs, she spun it around, and a burst of cold air turned into an icy blade that neatly cut the fruit into perfect cubes. Wow. Amazing. Li Bo's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Little White to have such a skill. Hiss hiss. Watch me, Master. Then Little White sprayed a burst of snow mist into the air, and the room instantly became colder. She quickly wrapped her tail around all the fruits and tossed them into the swirling mist. A tiny whirlwind formed, mixing the red strawberries, yellow mangoes, and white bananas into a soft, colorful swirl. Soon, a small mountain of shaved ice appeared, giving off a misty, magical glow. All done. Seeing how quickly Little White finished the dessert, Li Bo couldn't help but praise her. Excellent work, Little White. With skills like yours, you could run an ice cream factory. Hiss hiss. Master, try my shaved ice. Li Bo scooped up a spoonful and tasted it. His eyes lit up. Delicious. The tangy strawberry ice hit his tongue first, followed by the smooth mango, and finally the creamy banana flavor slid down his throat. Hiss. Really, Master? Of course. You could start selling this right away. We're going to make a fortune. A smile appeared on Li Bo's face. To offer more variety, Li Bo made several different flavors of shaved ice. Looking at the cart piled high with colorful desserts, he felt cheerful. Over 100 servings. This should be enough to sell. Hiss hiss. I want to help you sell them too, Master. Little White looked at him eagerly. Oh, you want to change back into your beast girl form? Li Bo asked. Little White nodded seriously. Li Bo smiled, placed his hand on her head, and a soft light flashed. Little White transformed once again into a tall, graceful girl. In this world, beast folk were not unusual, so Li Bo wasn't worried about attracting attention when taking her outside. Hee hee. Master, I can't wait any longer. Let's go? All right. The school training will end soon. We'll catch the crowd after class and make some good money. Before long, Li Bo pushed his cart to an open area not far from the university gate. On the shaved ice cart hung a simple banner. Handmade shaved ice, real ingredients, no pre-made mix. Students were already walking out of the school gate one after another. Li Bo quickly started calling out loudly, shaved ice. 10 yuan a cup. Unfortunately, the students hurried past without paying him any attention. Xiaobai stood timidly beside him and said softly, Master, maybe my shaved ice doesn't look very appealing? How could that be? Li Bo quickly comforted her. Other places sell theirs for around 20 yuan. We only charge 10, and ours looks and tastes just as good. That's a great deal. All right then. Xiaobai still looked a bit guilty. Another group of students passed by. A few glanced at the cart after hearing Li Bo's call, but they soon walked away without stopping. Li Bo felt disappointed but didn't show it. He knew his small cart couldn't compare to a professional shop. Even though everything was made cleanly, a street stall still gave people the impression of being less hygienic. Half an hour passed, and Li Bo hadn't sold a single cup. He was starting to feel anxious. Every now and then, Xiaobai had to out a puff of cold mist to keep the shaved ice from melting. Master, I think someone just took a cup of shaved ice. Xiaobai said uncertainly. Really? That's great. Our first customer. Li Bo turned quickly toward where Xiaobai was looking, but there was no one there. Xiaobai, did you see it wrong? But there's definitely one cup missing from the table. Xiaobai said innocently. Hearing that, Li Bo immediately checked the cart and found that one spot was indeed empty. Oh no. Someone stole it. Li Bo cursed under his breath. After standing there all day without selling a single cup, now one had been stolen. He quickly looked around, trying to find any sign of ice cream in the hands of a passerby. But now, besides him and Xiaobai, are there any other people nearby? Master, are we seeing ghosts? Xiaobai nervously clutched Li Bo's clothes. Li Bo couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Xiaobai had been through life and death battles, yet he was afraid of something as vague as ghosts. Li Bo shook his head and said, Xiaobai, there are no ghosts in this world. Ghost? Li Bo suddenly remembered something and looked surprised, realizing, it's not a person. It must be a pet beast doing this. He quickly looked up and squinted at the sky. Sure enough, about 5 or 6 meters above his head, a cup filled with ice cream was floating there. Strangely, the ice cream inside the cup was gradually disappearing, as if it was vanishing into the air. It seems like a dark element pet beast is behind this, Li Bo whispered to Xiaobai. Dark element pet beast? Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, then showed an angry expression. Master, let me deal with it. Without hesitation, Xiaobai spat out a cloud of white snow mist and suddenly lunged toward the floating cup in the air. The creature seemed to be enjoying the delicious ice cream, completely ignoring the snow mist approaching. The snow mist hovered over the creature, outlining its shape clearly. The creature was very unique, looking like an irregular cloud. A cloud? Dark element. Li Bo quickly thought of the name of a cloud-shaped pet beast in his mind. Suddenly, an idea struck him like an electric shock. Could it be? At this moment, the ice cream in the cup was completely taken by the mysterious pet beast, which then threw the cup away, causing it to fall freely. Such poor manners, Xiaobai scolded angrily. The pet beast didn't seem to care about Xiaobai at all. It slowly shook its snow-covered body, and its true form gradually appeared. Wow! Phantom Cloud. It really is. Li Bo immediately recognized the creature, and his eyes lit up with excitement. The Phantom Cloud is a very rare and unique pet beast. In over 3,000 years of beast taming history, only a few beast tamers have contracted a Phantom Cloud. Therefore, there has been very little research on this rare pet beast. According to an extracurricular document that Li Bo read, humans have developed less than 1/10 of the potential of the illusory dark cloud. Unexpectedly, such a rare pet beast was encountered today by Li Bo here. The illusory dark cloud's body is a transparent gray-purple cloud, about 1 meter long. Its surface has energy fluctuations, making it look very strange. Li Bo immediately opened the detailed information about the illusory dark cloud. Name: Illusory dark cloud. Gender: female. Attribute: dark. Level: ordinary level 3. Potential: leader level. Skill: shadow ball. Intermediate. Status: full. Evolution sequence: 2 lines. Description: the illusory dark cloud likes to hide in high-altitude clouds. It has a natural talent, illusory color mimicry, that allows it to blend into the surroundings and remain undetected. Mysterious and powerful. Oh my, it actually has leader-level potential, and it has 2 evolution paths. Li Bo's eyes eagerly fixed on the panel. Illusory color mimicry. That means this creature just used this skill to hide in the sky. Powerful and mysterious. Hearing this, Li Bo's heart started pounding with excitement. The system's description shows how talented the illusory dark cloud is. SSS, Master, what should I do? Should I jump up and catch it? Xiaobai looked at the illusory dark cloud with a thief-like gaze, staring intensely. Li Bo shook his head. Xiaobai, you can't fly yet. This creature is floating in the air all the time. You can't catch it. It seemed the illusory dark cloud understood their conversation and stuck out its tongue at them. Xiaobai was so angry his face turned green. At this moment, the illusory dark cloud happily burped, mumbling something like thanks for the treat. To Xiaobai, this sounded like an insult. Then the illusory dark cloud lazily turned its head away, ignoring Xiaobai, and floated leisurely into the air. Master, is there really no way to catch it? Xiaobai stomped his feet angrily. There is a way to deal with this little illusory dark cloud. Li Bo deliberately raised his voice. Sure enough, the illusory dark cloud understood Li Bo's words. It stopped and turned around, quietly glancing at Li Bo, with an expression of obvious mockery on its face. But when it saw the faint glow emanating from Li Bo's palm, the cloud's smile suddenly froze. Hee, you fell for it, didn't you? Li Bo smiled confidently, and his right palm suddenly shone with a yellow light. Contract! In the blink of an eye, the illusory dark cloud was in Li Bo's beast space, able to communicate with him freely. Illusory dark cloud, buzzing. All right, I guess I was directly contracted by you. Oh, Li Bo chuckled. You don't seem very happy. Buzzing. I was careless. Buzzing. Beastmaster, you need to treat me better. Of course. Let me give you a name. What should I call you? Li Bo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Buzzing. No need to think. Call me Purple Cloud. That's what my parents called me. Purple Cloud. That's a good name, Li Bo smiled. By the way, Purple Cloud, are your parents nearby? Do you want to tell them you were taken by me? Buzzing. No need. They abandoned me a long time ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't be wandering around stealing your ice treats. Buzzing. Beastmaster, you won't abandon me in the future, right? Li Bo paused, then said seriously and firmly, you won't wander anymore, because I will never leave you, no matter what. Buzzing, I hope you mean it. Master, what are you whispering about with the little thief? Xiaobai pouted and stared at Li Bo. She didn't seem very happy about contracting the illusory dark cloud. Li Bo covered his face and said, Xiaobai, you can't call him a thief anymore. Purple Cloud is our partner now, and you two need to get along well. Humph. A thief is a thief. It stole our ice treats, and it must not be forgiven. Xiaobai crossed her arms, and her blue eyes rolled around. Master, call me back to the beast space. I want to get along well with Purple Cloud. Li Bo twitched his mouth. He knew Xiaobai's little thoughts well. If he let her return to the beast space now, the two would definitely fight. Xiaobai, didn't you say you wanted to sell me smoothies? You haven't finished that task yet. Xiaobai glanced at the many smoothies on the stand and looked a bit sad. All right. Then Xiaobai blew out a puff of cold mist, lowering the temperature of the smoothies again. See? Without you, the smoothies would melt. I can't leave you, Xiaobai. Li Bo praised her enthusiastically, making Xiaobai smile happily. She linked her arm with Li Bo's and pressed her face close to his. Xiaobai can't leave her owner either. Buzzing, beast tamer, she's so cheesy. Omega de Omega. Li Bo was unfazed. Isn't it normal for a pet beast to be close to its beast tamer? Buzzing, I don't want to do that anymore. Just as Xiaobai and Li Bo were being affectionate, a sharp female voice suddenly came from nearby. Miss Schoolflower, you don't want to be with me, but you're going to flirt with a snake? Li Bo immediately became alert. Lin Fei'er, he turned to see Lin Fei'er walking toward him in high heels about 10 centimeters tall. Master, Xiaobai nervously clutched Li Bo's sleeve. Li Bo knew she still had some fears about Lin Fei'er, so he protected her behind him. It's okay, Xiaobai. Don't be afraid of her. Lin Fei'er had a commanding presence, looking down from above. She scrutinized Li Bo's small stand with a proud look, then turned her gaze to Xiaobai with disdain. Li Bo, I really don't understand you. You're about to have a martial arts competition, but you don't train and instead come here to sell smoothies with this snake. Did I kick your brain out last time? What I do doesn't seem to have much to do with you. Lin Fei'er, Li Bo said calmly. Lin Fei'er smirked. Oh, can I buy a smoothie from you? You're welcome to buy whatever you want. Hearing this, Lin Fei'er paused for a moment. Li Bo, if you're short on money, just ask me directly. You don't have to work so hard. At this point, Lin Fei'er's tone was less harsh and more sincere than usual. But Li Bo ignored her and simply asked, how many smoothies would you like, and what flavor? Just a strawberry smoothie. How much? Lin Fei'er said lazily. 10 yuan each. 10 yuan? Lin Fei'er snorted coldly, then casually took out a 1,000 beast coin and held it between, handing it to Li Bo. This is 1,000. No change needed. Just as Li Bo was about to take it, Lin Fei'er loosened her fingers, and the beast coin floated down to the ground. Seeing this, Xiaobai excitedly stepped forward. You're too rude. I'm talking to your owner, and it's not your turn to interrupt. You broken snake, Lin Fei'er said fiercely, glaring at Xiaobai. Xiaobai's eyes flashed with anger. I'll kill you, woman. Lin Fei'er remained fearless, lifting her head and saying, if you have the guts, come at me. I can beat you once, and I can beat you many times. The tension grew thick between them. Li Bo quickly stepped in front of Xiaobai. Forget it, Xiaobai. Why not do some business instead? Li Bo crouched down, picked up the 1,000 yuan bill, dusted it off, and put it away. Who would argue with money? He handed a strawberry smoothie to Lin Fei'er with a smile. Thank you for your visit. After the deal was done, a system task window popped up in Li Bo's mind. Progress of selling smoothies. 1/100. Please keep it up. Host. Seeing that Li Bo remained calm, Lin Fei'er looked at him with some admiration. You really know how to bend and stretch. I hope when you lose to me in the martial arts match, you'll stay so calm. Li Bo looked into Lin Fei'er's eyes. Are you so sure you can defeat me? Of course. I can see it clearly. Your pet beast is just a pretty vase. It won't make any splash. Li Bo, you can't escape from my hand. Who are you calling a vase pet beast? Xiaobai's face turned green with anger. He wished he could pin Lin Fei'er to the ground and give her a good beating right now. Let's see if you're really a vase pet beast or not. Lin Fei'er casually sniffed the smoothie in her hand. You made this, didn't you? It's terrible. With a slap, she threw the smoothie on the ground without tasting it. Then, in front of Li Bo and Xiaobai, she turned and walked away, even stomping on the strawberry smoothie. You! Li Bo clenched his fists. Even with his good temper, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. How could there be such a rude and domineering woman like Lin Fei'er in the world? Wah, Little White. Hearing the sobs, Li Bo quickly turned around and saw Little White kneeling on the ground, staring blankly at the crushed ice treat under Lin Fei'er's foot, tears spilling from his eyes. Seeing this scene, Li Bo felt a pang in his heart. He hurriedly picked up Little White, who was crying. It's okay, Little White. That woman doesn't know your worth. Don't take her words to heart. Master, I must step on Lin Fei'er hard. I will. Wah. Little White gritted his teeth as he spoke. Hey, do you guys still sell the ice treats? At this moment, a stranger's voice came from nearby. Hearing the mention of business, Little White quickly wiped his tears and forced a smile to greet the customer. Hello? What kind of ice treat do you want? It was a boy wearing glasses. He hesitated for a moment, then pointed at the ice treat on the ground. Can I have this one? Hearing this, Little White looked at Li Bo with a strange expression. Friend, this one is dirty because someone stepped on it. Maybe you should choose a different one, Li Bo explained. Did Lin Fei'er step on it? The boy with glasses looked excited. Li Bo nodded, feeling puzzled. All right, I want this one. 10 yuan, right? I'll pay. In front of both of them, the boy carefully picked up the ice treat from the ground, paid quickly, and then left, leaving Li Bo and Little White standing in the wind, feeling confused. Master, what kind of hobby is this? I think it's a bit strange. Little White looked at Li Bo with confusion. Don't talk about yourself. Even I think it's strange. Li Bo opened his mouth wide. Then a quick idea flashed through his mind. Wow, I know how to sell the ice treats now. He hurriedly opened his backpack, took out paper and a banner, and started writing. Little White stared blankly. Master, what are you doing? Soon, the sign on his car that read, Handmade Ice Treats, was replaced. Instead, a big phrase appeared. School Beauty Foot Ice Treats. Ice treat sales progress. 100 out of 100. Congratulations. The White Spirit Snake's Snow Mist upgrade skill is complete. Snow Mist, Beginner. Ice Fog, Intermediate. Ice Fog, a wide-range attack where the White Spirit Snake summons thick fog to cover the opponent, blocking their view. It always slows the target and has a chance to freeze them. The White Spirit Snake has been upgraded. Current level, Normal Stage 4. Congratulations. Little White, you've leveled up again, Li Bo said happily. In just 2 days, Little White reached level 4 and learned 2 intermediate skills. Such speed is probably unmatched. I didn't expect my move to be so effective. After changing the signature move, the number of people buying ice smoothies has increased so much that we can't keep up. Hee, that's because LSP is popular. No one can resist 10 yuan for a school beauty ice smoothie. But if we promote using Lin Fei'er like that, will she get back at us? Little White asked worriedly. Get back at us? Li Bo chuckled. She's not the only school beauty. I didn't say it was her who made the ice smoothies. We just used the name School Beauty, and it's all in people's imagination. You're so clever, Master. Little White looked at Li Bo with shining eyes. Hee. It's mainly because the ice smoothies Little White makes are so tasty. Without that, the hype wouldn't work. Little White blushed. Master, everything you say is right. But, Master, what's wrong, Little White? Li Bo asked curiously. Do you think I look as pretty as Lin Fei'er? Little White hesitated. Hearing this, Li Bo couldn't help but smile wryly. Little White, why compare yourself to her? You're different from her. How am I different? Little White raised her head stubbornly. I'm now a human girl, and you can tell who is more beautiful at a glance. Could it be that you think I, as a pet beast, am not worthy to compare with Lin Fei'er? Ah, Li Bo was caught off guard by her words. His pet beast did have a little fragile heart. He quickly comforted her. That's not true, Little White. When it comes to beauty, you're not any worse than Lin Fei'er. But we shouldn't judge people just by looks. Take Lin Fei'er, for example. What's the use of being pretty if she's got a wicked heart that makes people dislike her? Unlike my Little White, who is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted and capable. Master, you make me feel shy when you say that. Xiaobai lowered her head. Li Bo's sweet words made the innocent white snake girl feel overwhelmed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Oi, oi, that's so embarrassing. Ziyun's voice echoed in Li Bo's mind. Buzz, buzz, beast tamer. Have you forgotten you also have a little pet left in the beast space? Almost forgot about you. Let's talk about it when we get home. Li Bo smiled and quickly set up the ice dessert, then returned to his room. A yellow magic circle flashed, and Li Bo summoned Xiao Yun. He said to Xiao Bai, from now on, you're all friends. Let's get to know each other. Humph. Even though you stole my ice dessert, I'll let it go this time because of the master. But from now on, you have to call me sister. Xiao Bai looked proud and a little stubborn. Buzz, buzz. I'm not happy. Beast tamer. Hurry up and turn me into a human. I want to face this snake directly. Do you want to change into a human form too? Li Bo paused for a moment. With his previous experience, he used the money from his street stall to buy a set of clothes for Ziyun in advance. Then, Li Bo gently touched Ziyun's floating body with his right hand. Thinking in his mind, Ziyun quickly transformed into a human-like form. Ziyun was about the same height as Xiao Bai, with a playful and attractive face. Her purple hair flowed like a waterfall, and her purple eyes were clear like crystals, shining with lively light. Of course, Ziyun's figure was perfect, with a large bust, smooth legs, and no flaws at all. Ziyun, put this on. Li Bo had prepared a vintage, style long dress for Ziyun. It made her look even more youthful and charming, especially with her delicate figure. Ziyun crossed her arms and glared at Xiao Bai angrily. Why do I have to call you sister? I don't agree. Because I'm higher level than you, and I've been with the master longer. Level doesn't matter. When you're out in the world, it's all about strength. Whoever is stronger is the boss. Ziyun clenched her fists and waved them. So, you want to fight? Xiao Bai said confidently. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson if you insist. Let's see who's better. Hey. Stop it. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tense, Li Bo quickly stepped in to stop the two. You're not supposed to fight when you come out. Little White, since you're the older sister, you should give a little to Ziyun. Li Bo gently held Little White's hand and advised her. Little White didn't speak. She just pouted. He then looked at Ziyun. And Ziyun, if you want to enjoy delicious smoothies often, you should try to make Little White happy. Ziyun was touched. Thinking about the tasty smoothie, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Suddenly, she changed her attitude completely, happily holding the other hand of Little White. Oh, Sister White, I was just joking. Please forgive my little stubbornness. Since I call you sister, you should make smoothies for me often. When Ziyun acted cute, Li Bo and Little White both smiled at the same time. You're really a foodie, Little White sister. Sister, brother, from now on, I'll call you Li Bo brother, Ziyun said to Li Bo. Of course, Li Bo nodded. Wow, turning into a beast girl feels so good. I can wear all kinds of pretty clothes, Ziyun sighed happily. Suddenly, she looked at Little White's white short-sleeved shirt. Seeing the prominent curves in front, Ziyun reached out to grab them. Little White sister, your bun seems bigger than mine. Seeing this, Little White immediately blushed with embarrassment. Having lived with Li Bo these days, Little White had developed some human notions of modesty. When faced with Ziyun's playful claws, she reflexively protected herself. No, Ziyun, let me squeeze. Little White sister, I can squeeze yours too. Seeing this, Li Bo couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. But finally, the two played happily together, and Li Bo felt relieved. He quietly watched the playful pets and began to seriously think about their future plans. As for Little White's evolution, it would have to wait until the ancestral return task was completed. The system mentioned a white spirit dragon, but Li Bo had never heard of it. However, that was not surprising. There are countless pets in the world, and new ones are discovered every year. Although the beast tamer history spans thousands of years, humans are still learning and researching about pets. White currently has potential as an elite, which means he can evolve the white spirit snake into a slightly larger form, the ice pattern python. Although most white spirit snakes are raised as household pets, they are not useless. The elite-level ice pattern python also has some notable qualities as a battle pet. For example, most ice pattern pythons are trained to learn a mid-level skill called Death Gaze. Death Gaze can cause fear in opponents, making them unable to move, which helps compensate for the slow speed of the snow mist. In regular battles, a quick combo of snow mist Death Gaze wrapping often surprises opponents. However, since the ice pattern python's limit is only at the elite level, it can meet the fighting needs of a second-tier beast tamer, but when the beast tamer advances to the third tier or higher, it becomes less useful. I wonder what level the white spirit dragon, after reverting to its ancestors, can evolve to? Thinking of this, Li Bo couldn't help but feel excited. Now that Ziyun has joined, he decided to set out early tomorrow to Sunset Beach to hunt for steelhead lobsters. Which direction should Ziyun develop in? Li Bo opened Ziyun's information panel and looked at the two evolution paths, lost in thought. Name: Illusory Dark Cloud. Gender: female. Attribute: dark. Level: ordinary. Stage 3. Potential: leader level. Skill: Shadow Ball. Intermediate. Status: happy. Evolution paths: 2. Path 1. Pure Dark Attribute Cultivation Route. Illusory Dark Cloud. Dark Mist Shadow Cloud. Eternal Night Dark Cloud. Purple Dark Domain. Path 2. Dark Water Attribute Cultivation Route. Illusory Dark Cloud. Abyssal Dark Cloud. Yama Purple Cloud. Purple Wave Sea of Clouds. Purple Dark Domain. Purple Wave Sea of Clouds. All are leader level. It's really hard to choose. The two forms before Illusory Dark Cloud are currently the only two evolution paths developed by humans. Although Li Bo has never seen their true appearances, he has learned some basic information about these two pets from snippets in books. Undoubtedly, both Purple Dark Domain and Purple Wave Sea of Clouds are extremely powerful pets. The Purple Darkness realm is entirely cultivated based on the dark attribute of the Illusion Shadow Cloud, containing extremely pure and powerful dark energy. It can create a mysterious dark domain during battle, allowing the user to defeat enemies invisibly. Because of its mysterious nature, the Purple Darkness realm is often used to train assassins. Its skills and features are still a secret and not fully understood. However, I heard that on the Beast Continent, there is a Beast Master who possesses the Purple Darkness realm and is a top-level assassin. This assassin has achieved many impressive victories by defeating powerful beasts beyond their level. Many countries have offered large bounties to catch this assassin, but they are still at large because incidents involving the Purple Darkness realm continue to happen. As for the Azure Mist Cloud Sea, it is a strong attack-type beast that combines water element powers. Its attributes are more balanced compared to the extreme nature of the Purple Darkness realm, making it easier to develop. Most Illusion Shadow Cloud Beast Masters choose this path for training. Although both types of beasts have appeared in the world, there are no official records on how to evolve them. The Illusion Shadow Cloud is very rare, and the Beast Masters who own it prefer to keep their methods secret. No one would openly share the evolution techniques. Without official evolution methods, even if someone manages to contract with an illusion shadow cloud, it would be a waste because they cannot evolve it properly. Fortunately, Li Bo has a system. Li Bo tentatively opened Sequence 1 to see how to cultivate the dark attribute, but suddenly a system prompt appeared. Warning: once the evolution sequence is chosen, the beast cultivation tasks will follow this sequence completely and cannot be changed midway. Beast masters should choose carefully. Then a second prompt appeared. Host, do you want to select Illusion Shadow Cloud Evolution Sequence 1, Dark Attribute, Purple Darkness Realm Cultivation Route? Li Bo was surprised. Is this the only option? After hesitating for a moment, Li Bo clicked Cancel. He just wanted to check the evolution plan for the Purple Cloud and didn't want to make a hasty decision. Purple Cloud is only at the 3rd stage now, and it only has one companion skill. I should wait longer and see which route is more suitable and safer. Li Bo stroked his chin and fell into thought. But system, didn't you say that humans have only explored less than 1/10 of the Illusion Shadow Cloud's potential? The 2 sequences you mentioned are both recorded by the human race's official records. There should be other evolution sequences as well. Return to the host. All potential and evolution sequences of the pet beasts are determined by the system based on their current traits. Based on the current traits of Phantom Cloud, these 2 leader-level evolution sequences are the best options. Current traits. Li Bo was a bit confused. So, it means that as the pet beast grows to a certain stage, its potential and evolution sequence might change. That's correct, host. The system will update the potential and evolution sequence based on the pet beast's traits at any time. Got it. Li Bo finally understood. It seems that not rushing to choose the evolution sequence for Purple Cloud was the right decision. If Purple Cloud's traits change someday, a higher-level evolution sequence might appear. Forget it. I don't want to think too much. First, I need to complete Xiao Bai's ancestral return task. Li Bo looked at Xiao Bai and Purple Cloud. It's getting late. Let's rest early. Tomorrow, we need to hurry to Sunset Beach. Okay, Master. Okay, Li Bo Ji. The 2 pet beasts said in unison. Seeing that they remained still, Li Bo spoke again. Why don't you transform back into pet beasts? I'll summon you back to the Beast Master space, where you can rest properly. Master, Xiao Bai isn't tired today. Can I continue sleeping with you? Xiao Bai hesitated and asked. Li Bo Ji, I'm afraid of the dark. I don't want to go to the Beast Master space. Purple Cloud also quickly shook her head. Hearing their words, Li Bo's face darkened. You 2 are going too far. Xiao Bai, you've been working all day, and you're already exhausted. If you don't rest well, how can you fight tomorrow? And you, Purple Cloud, your excuse is too unreasonable. As a dark attribute pet beast, it's not believable that you're afraid of the dark. It's okay. Master, I promise I'll fight in the best condition tomorrow. Xiao Bai patted his chest confidently. Li Bo Ji, no matter what, I must sleep with you tonight. Yesterday, Xiao Bai kept me company, so today it's my turn. Purple Cloud said happily. Hey, Purple Cloud, you can't say that. That sounds a bit strange. Is that okay? Big Brother Li Bo, are you okay, Master? 2 pet beasts, one on each side, tugged at Li Bo's hands, acting cute. Li Bo gently sighed and said, forget it. I really can't do anything about you 2. Great. Then, Xiao Bai skillfully rummaged through Li Bo's cabinet, took out a white silk cloth. Master, today, I'm still wearing this. Seeing this scene, Ziyun's mouth opened wide in surprise. Wow, you guys really like to play. That's so wild. Can I join you? No way. Li Bo felt a bit speechless. He explained to the innocent-looking Xiao Bai, the task is already done. We don't need to do it today. The task? You guys are still doing it. Ziyun's mouth was already in an O shape. Oh my. Has it become this extreme? I like it so much. Go away. Ziyun, stop causing trouble. Hurry up and take a shower and go to bed. Late at night, Xiao Bai and Ziyun's breathing rhythmically sounded beside Li Bo. Li Bo looked at the low ceiling and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. This bed is too small. This room is too small. Living alone for so many years, Li Bo never felt it was hard. Now, Xiao Bai and Ziyun are like family, keeping him company. Watching the 2 peacefully asleep, Li Bo felt a wave of guilt for the first time. With his current conditions, he couldn't provide them with a better life. Although pet beasts wouldn't dislike their master, the desire to earn money started to grow in Li Bo's heart. He vowed to contract more pet beasts in the future and never let them squeeze into such a small room again. The next morning, Li Bo got on a bus heading early to Sunset Beach. Li Bo lives in Jianghai City, a coastal city in the eastern part of the Great Xia Kingdom. Its administrative area covers nearly 10 million square kilometers, almost the size of a large country on Blue Star in his previous world. Sunset Beach is located on the easternmost coast of Jianghai. Vast coastline, stunning sunsets, and unique marine pet beasts all make Sunset Beach a top-rated 5A scenic area. Besides tourists, many pet beast trainers like Li Bo come here for the Sunset Beach pet beasts. Li Bo arrived at the scenic area around noon. "Hello? One ticket, please." Li Bo went straight to the ticket booth and spoke to the staff. The person at the window was an older woman with a mole at the corner of her mouth. She looked at Li Bo casually, saw no one else around, and said, 500 yuan. 500. Li Bo was surprised. Then he asked, "I'm a student. Can I get a discount?" "Student?" The woman raised an eyebrow in disdain. "You weren't even born yet." "Huh? Aren't students supposed to get half-price tickets?" "That was before. Now, because there are so many visitors, we've canceled the student discount to control the crowd." "What? That's against the rules. I want to complain." "Do as you like. If you don't want to buy, just leave." "Hey." Li Bo clenched his teeth but still handed over 500 yuan. "Just give me a ticket." "That's not possible now," the woman said proudly, glancing at Li Bo, then handed him the ticket. "Remember, you must leave the area before 6 o'clock. "What? Before 6? Why?" Hearing about this rule, Li Bo immediately became upset. During the daytime, the beach is crowded with visitors, and the animals usually don't appear. They only come out at night when fewer people are around, especially the shy, aggressive creatures like the armored lobsters. "No way. We do this to keep visitors safe," the woman explained. Recently, the tide at Sunset Beach has been very strong at night, and some dangerous animals drift onto the shore. There have been several incidents of sea creatures hurting people. "Sea creatures hurting people," Li Bo quickly responded. "I'm a beast tamer." "I'm not afraid of sea creatures." "Beast tamer?" the woman sneered. "I hear that kind of talk 1,000 times a day. It's useless." At 6 o'clock, staff will clear the area regularly. Whether you're a beast tamer or not, everyone must leave. If something happens, no one will be responsible. "Hurry up. We still need to buy tickets," someone called out. "Yeah. Stop wasting time." At this moment, many tourists behind Li Bo were already complaining. "Forget it. Let's go in and see," Li Bo decided. After checking his ticket, Li Bo went to the beach. He changed into his prepared beach shorts, sunglasses, and sun hat. Relaxing, he lay down on a lounge chair on the beach. Little White and Purple Cloud had already been called out by Li Bo, standing on either side to serve him. "Master, drink water." "Hee." Little White bent down and handed a coconut with a tube inserted to Li Bo. Li Bo took a sip and admired Little White's round northern hemisphere through his collar, feeling pleased and saying, "This is what life is all about." "Li Bo, brother, I'm sweating. I feel so sorry for you." Purple Cloud immediately picked up a fan and fanned Li Bo beside him. "Cool. So cool." Li Bo rested his hands behind his head, leisurely enjoying the spring scenery on the beach, while passing tourists occasionally looked at him with envy. Many beast tamers brought their pet beasts to relax on the beach, but such beautiful pets like Little White and Purple Cloud are rare and hard to find. "Master, when will the steelhead lobster appear?" Little White asked. "Once night falls and the tourists leave, the steelhead lobster will come ashore naturally," Li Bo said confidently. The steelhead lobster is a native pet beast of Sunset Beach. It stays in the sea during the day and only comes ashore at night, so Li Bo was not worried about missing them. "But, isn't the crowd supposed to be cleared out by 6 o'clock? Little White was a bit worried. 6 o'clock, and it's almost dark. This beach is so big, surely there are hiding spots," Li Bo chuckled. "Master, you mean? When the time comes, we hide and only come out after the area is cleared." Li Bo nodded and said, I guess we're not the only ones planning to do that." Purple Cloud was surprised and asked, "Li Bo, do you mean others are waiting to find the steelhead lobster after the crowd leaves?" Purple Cloud, Sunset Beach isn't just about the steelhead lobster. And judging by some people's looks, they seem to be here for powerful pet beasts. Li Bo squinted and looked at a few distinguished beast tamers in the distance. He had observed these people for a long time. Unlike other tourists, they strolled casually but kept their eyes fixed on the blue sea, not at all like they were here for fun. The most eye-catching was a tall, thin man with a long scar on his face, his expression dark and gloomy. Although Li Bo didn't know his level, based on his powerful aura, Li Bo guessed he was at least a Tier 3 beast tamer. Tier 3 beast tamer, 3 pet beasts are contracted, one of which has reached the excellence level. Ziyun recalls the beast taming knowledge taught by Li Bo. The level of beast taming is set by the Global Beast Tamer Association, which has a standard system. A first-level beast tamer, also called a beginner, only needs to contract one ordinary pet beast. To become a second-level beast tamer, you must contract 2 pet beasts, and one of them must be at the elite level. From the 3rd level onward, the levels continue similarly. The number of pet beasts reflects the strength of the beast tamer's mental power and the size of their beast space. Evolving pet beasts shows the tamer's nurturing ability. Li Bo's class teacher, Wu Gang, has a steel octopus at the excellence level, but because his beast space cannot be expanded further, he only has 2 pet beasts after many years. So, he is still a second-level beast tamer. This system of beast tamer levels largely indicates the overall combat strength of the beast tamer. A 3rd-level beast tamer is very rare in Shanghai. No one knows how they come to be. Li Bo feels a faint sense of unease, recalling the ticket seller's mention that some fierce beasts appear at high tide tonight. He wonders if these people coming to Sunset Beach are related to that. Who cares? It doesn't matter to me. I'll sleep first. Li Bo shakes his head. With their levels, these people probably look down on creatures like the steel-headed lobster, so there's no real benefit for him. As long as he completes the system task and leaves, these people can do whatever they want. Li Bo lies on his back in a lazy, relaxed pose. Before he can close his eyes, suddenly there is a commotion around him. "Ma'am, please show your ID. Who are you? Why do we have to show you? We are from the Shanghai Inspection Department. We are here on a mission to investigate a suspected murderer in the scenic area. Please cooperate." "Murderer? Ah, sir. Do I look like a murderer because I am so beautiful? Well, funny enough, the suspect we are looking for also looks beautiful." "Huh? The police. These are 2 plainclothes officers. Their voices are not loud in the noisy crowd, but because they are close to Li Bo, he hears every word of their conversation with the woman clearly. After verifying the woman's identity, the 2 plainclothes officers returned her ID card and began to check each person in turn, including Li Bo. Before Li Bo could fully enjoy the scene, a stunning figure in front of him completely blocked his view. It was a woman. Li Bo admired her, but also felt confused because, after she approached him, her figure suddenly froze, and she stopped moving. Then, something shocking happened. The woman seemed to lose her balance and fell straight toward Li Bo, who was lying down. "Wow, this can't be happening." Li Bo was stunned. Suddenly, in front of Xiao Bai and Ziyun, the woman naturally fell into Li Bo's arms and let out a soft hum. "Hey, what are you doing?" Xiao Bai was furious. "You bad woman, don't try to take advantage of my brother Li Bo," Ziyun scolded. Ziyun's resentment points 20. "Huh? What's this?" 2 strange pop-up messages suddenly appeared on the system, leaving Li Bo puzzled. But right now, he was more focused on the woman. Her body was soft and fragrant. Who cared about system bugs? Taking this chance, Li Bo also saw her face clearly. As he guessed, she had a perfect face matching her figure. But he didn't know how to describe her because her face was beautiful, yet carried a cold, mountain-like aura. What impressed Li Bo most was her bright red, moist lips, full of sensual tension and a dangerous vibe. He wasn't sure what lipstick she used, but it made him want to bite her. The woman didn't care about Xiao Bai and Ziyun scolding. She leaned sideways on Li Bo, her face close to his, and spoke in a seductive, magnetic voice. "Hold me tighter." Li Bo was stunned. Such an unreasonable request. Ziyun's resentment points 20. The woman felt speechless inside. Who was not letting go? Her master was more unruly than anyone. "Hey, don't go too far, kid," the woman whispered in Li Bo's ear, her tone carrying an invisible threat. "Hee. If you want me to do something, you should be willing to make some sacrifices." The woman looked extremely angry but tried to stay calm as she said, "I don't understand what you mean. I just accidentally fell." "You scoundrel. Help me up quickly, fell?" "I doubt it was just a coincidence." Li Bo's eyes focused on the two plainclothes patrol officers walking toward him. If I'm not mistaken, the person they're after is probably you. So, do you still want me to help you up? The woman chuckled softly and teasingly said, Little brother, if you dare say that out loud, sister wouldn't mind taking your clever little head off. Hearing this, Li Bo couldn't help but shiver. Just moments ago, he clearly felt a strong aura suddenly emanating from the woman. He wasn't sure if she was trying to intimidate him on purpose, but Li Bo was certain she was also a beast tamer, and her strength was even greater than the scar-faced man earlier. If she wanted to take his head, it would be done in seconds. Li Bo cleared his throat twice and said, I was joking. Sister, with your strength, you shouldn't bother with a little brother like me. If those officers find out, I won't be able to escape blame. The woman sneered coldly. If I get caught, I'll be the first to deal with you. From now on, consider me your beast girl. Purple Cloud resentment points 20. What? Beast girl? Li Bo gasped in surprise. It turned out that the woman had approached him because she saw he was accompanied by two beast girls and wanted to confuse the patrol officers. Absolutely not. Purple Cloud objected first. Dirty woman. Keep your filthy hands away from my brother Li Bo. Purple Cloud resentment points 20. Brother Li Bo. Please control her. Purple Cloud resentment points 10. Li Bo was at his wit's end. He also wanted to stop her, but this woman was much stronger than him. They're coming. Little brother, your sister's safety depends on you now. The woman buried her entire face next to Li Bo's head. Meanwhile, the two plainclothes patrol officers had already appeared in front of Li Bo. They said to him, Young man, we are members of the Jianghai patrol team. Are these girls your companions? Please have them show their identification. Patrol team, Li Bo said innocently. Sir, have we caused any trouble? You misunderstood, one patrol officer said. We are on a mission to catch a level S female assassin. She is very dangerous. Please cooperate with us. Level S assassin. Sounds pretty scary, Li Bo said with a serious look. Yes, the assassin's code name is Night Rose. She sneaked into Jianghai some time ago. We've been tracking her for days, but lost her near Sunset Beach. We suspect she has entered the scenic area, Night Rose. I've never seen her, Li Bo said, signaling to Xiao Bai and Zi Yun. Turn around. Let the officers see if they are looking for the right person, he said. Xiao Bai and Zi Yun turned around and stood straight. When the patrol officers saw their faces, they froze. Are they all beast girls? One officer asked in surprise. Yes, their hair color and eye features are clear signs of beast girls. And they have a fighting aura, another replied. Then we don't need to check these two. Both officers then focused their sharp gazes on the woman lying on Li Bo's body. Feeling their intense stare, Li Bo shivered inside. Meanwhile, Zi Yun's anger was at its peak. Zi Yun's resentment level 20, the woman's voice was moderate, just enough for the officers to hear. They exchanged strange looks. Li Bo grinned and said, Haha, sorry officers. This is my only hobby. The woman's face turned red. She had never been treated so shamelessly before. Embarrassment and anger swelled inside her, but she dared not act out. She gritted her teeth and muttered, You little pervert, huh? Being my beast girl is part of the training, Li Bo said mischievously. The two patrol members stared in shock at Li Bo's reckless actions. Their suspicion had completely disappeared, replaced by awkwardness they couldn't hide. Cough, cough. I think there's no need to investigate further now, one said. Yes, it's getting dark. Let's quickly check ahead, another added seriously to Li Bo, young man. The Night Rose is about 1.75 meters tall and has a rose pattern on her body. If you see her, be very careful and let us know immediately, he warned. Understood. I will report to both of you if anything happens, Li Bo replied without hesitation. Well, we won't bother you anymore, they said sincerely as they prepared to leave. Young man, you're still young. Take care of your health. Have you had enough tofu, woman? They've already gone far, and you're still not getting up. Violet Cloud was angry as she looked at the woman still lying seductively on Li Bo. Violet Cloud's resentment 10. Violet Cloud's resentment has reached 100. Congratulations. You completed the limited time hidden task, resentment accumulation. Within 3 minutes, Violet Mingyun's resentment reaches 100. Illusion Mingyun has learned the skill. Curse of Resentment, Advanced. Curse of Resentment. Converts the opponent's skill boosts into negative effects. Hidden task. Seeing the prompt pop up on the system, Li Bo was surprised. It really seemed like he had stumbled upon something rare. Curse of Resentment. Li Bo paused for a moment. This skill is extremely rare among shadow-type abilities, and only a few pets can learn it. Mastering this skill means that any buffing moves in front of Violet Cloud are useless. It's a nightmare for pets that rely on super enhancement. Hearing Violet Cloud speak, the woman looked up. Seeing the two plainclothes patrol members walking away, she tried to get up from Li Bo. But no matter how hard she tried, her body wouldn't move. Looking down, she saw Li Bo's hand still firmly on her buttocks, not letting go even a little. "Little brother, haven't you had enough of your fun?" the woman said shyly and angrily. Li Bo chuckled. "Haha, sister, you're mistaken. I was just worried the patrol might turn around suddenly. If they find out, we're done." The woman glared at him and said, "You smooth talker, since you just helped me, I won't hold it against you." "You, woman, who is really taking advantage of whom? I think you enjoyed it just now." Ziyun's face turned green with anger. If Li Bo hadn't kept urging her not to lose control, she might have already acted. "You're quite fiery, little girl." The woman glanced at Ziyun and quickly showed a surprised look. "Oh, Huan Mingyun, you're quite lucky." Hearing this, Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. He knew that not many beast tamers could control Huan Mingyun, and few had seen one in person. Now, Ziyun was in her beast girl form, and this woman recognized it immediately. He couldn't help but feel shocked. "Haha, no need to be so surprised. Huan Mingyun is rare, but I know other beast tamers who have a contract with Huan Mingyun. It's not strange that I can recognize it." As for other Huan Mingyun beast tamers, Li Bo became curious. He wondered which evolution stage this beast tamer's Huan Mingyun was at. His thoughts drifted away as he became lost in his imagination. Taking advantage of the moment, the woman used her hand to support Li Bo's chest and slowly moved away from him. But before he could fully enjoy the moment, he suddenly shivered as he saw something startling. On one of the woman's partially exposed shoulders, there was a black rose pattern carved clearly. S-level assassin. Night Rose. Recalling the warning from the two patrol officers earlier, Li Bo instinctively blurted out. The woman's figure paused briefly, then looked at Li Bo with a teasing smile. "Oh, is there a problem, little brother? You are an assassin." Li Bo narrowed his eyes. The woman tidied her black top, completely covering the rose pattern, then smiled seductively. "Such a beautiful sister. How could I be an assassin? If you're not an assassin, then why are you avoiding the authorities, little brother?" "That's too many questions. It might cause trouble." Her words were calm, but Li Bo could clearly feel the deadly aura beneath her calm tone. His face stiffened unconsciously. Knowing her identity, he worried whether she might eliminate him to keep her secret. That was his biggest concern right now. The woman raised an eyebrow. "Why are you silent now? Little brother, where did that boldness go just now? Huh? Are you afraid I might hurt you?" Hearing this, Li Bo clenched his fists, ready to have Xiao Bai and Ziyun attack if needed. "You're so nervous." "Never mind, I won't tease you anymore." Suddenly, the woman smiled. "Honestly, I'm not a killer, but a bounty hunter." "A bounty hunter?" Li Bo sneered. "Is there really a difference?" "Difference?" The woman thought for a moment and said, "The difference is, killers take lives, but I chase money." "Then why did the patrol officer say you're a killer?" "Well," the woman touched her chin. "Maybe because I have taken more lives than some killers. The association often gives me assassination jobs, and, well, my sister is quite helpless about it." Seeing her calm despite having killed so many, Li Bo shivered. Describing this Night Rose as a deadly beauty seemed very fitting. Night Rose saw his reaction and laughed even more. "Little brother, don't be so scared. I usually don't kill good people." She laughed so hard her body shook, making Li Bo feel uneasy. "Don't call me little brother. That's gross." "Oh? You don't like it?" "Little brother, your brother isn't small at all." "Haha," Li Bo's sweat dropped. "I have a name. Li Bo." "Li Bo." Night Rose touched her chin, her eyes unconsciously glancing at his groin. "That's quite fitting. By the way, Li Bo, I guess you didn't come to Sunset Beach just for a vacation," Night Rose suddenly said. Li Bo looked at her in surprise. "How do you know?" "It's obvious. It's almost evening, and you're still here. I guess you're after that thing at sea too," she said with a smile. "That thing at sea?" Li Bo froze. The warning from the ticket lady echoed in his mind, and he thought of the few high-level beast tamers at Sunset Beach. Now, This mysterious and powerful night rose was here too. Could it be that there's really some incredible treasure at sea? Seeing Li Bo's confused expression, Yume Gue said, "Well, with your weak strength, going there would just be asking for trouble. What's really going on over there at sea?" Li Bo couldn't help but ask. "It seems you really don't know about this." Yume Gue looked at Li Bo with a meaningful gaze, then turned her eyes to the rolling waves of the sea, her expression calm as she said, "There's a powerful beast that makes many people jealous." A beast? Li Bo was startled. Sure enough, the ticket seller hadn't lied. There really was an incident at Sunset Beach involving a pet beast hurting someone. But if Yume Gue describes it like that, this mysterious pet beast must be incredibly strong. The tide is coming in. Everyone, leave the scenic area quickly. Hurry up and go. While they were talking, suddenly a few staff members appeared from afar, holding loudspeakers and shouting, constantly urging visitors to leave the area. "Li Bo, little brother, just a friendly reminder. My sister advises you not to get involved in this matter. Not all bounty hunters are as kind as I am." After speaking, Yume Gue looked at the scar-faced man not far away. Li Bo rolled his eyes. "You have more lives on your hands than a murderer, and you still dare to talk about kindness." "The thing I need to do has nothing to do with the beast you're looking for," Li Bo said calmly. "Oh," Yume Gue smiled and said no more, turning to leave, leaving Li Bo with just one sentence. "I hope I won't meet you here again tonight." The night was as dark as ink. Compared to the lively daytime, Sunset Beach, shrouded in darkness, felt more mysterious. Waves crashed on the sea, and the rising tide submerged most of the beach. Li Bo stepped out from behind a huge reef, looked at the closed scenic area gate in the distance, and sighed in relief. It's so late. It seems the park patrols have finished their shift. Almost at the same time, figures began to emerge from the hidden spots among the reef clusters where Li Bo was. These people, like him, had been hiding there since the park closed. But Li Bo wasn't interested in their purpose for lurking in the park. He casually summoned 2 pets from his pet space and carefully warned, "Xiaobai, Ziyun, from now on, our only goal is to defeat the steelhead lobster that appears." Ziyun and Xiaobai nodded at the same time. At this moment, about 100 meters away in the waves, several large rocks caught the attention of some beast tamers dressed differently, who looked curiously at Li Bo. "Oh, this kid is quite interesting. He has contracted a mysterious and powerful illusion shadow cloud and an ordinary white spirit snake." A young man with a fair face said this. Although he looked young, his voice was very hoarse, and his narrow eyes shone with cleverness and scheming. "What's wrong, Bailiang? Are you interested in this kid's illusion shadow cloud? But as a third-level beast tamer, bullying a first-level kid might make you lose face." On a nearby rock, a burly man with his arms crossed said, "Haha, Huang Yen, you're mistaken," Bailiang replied with a teasing smile. "Illusion shadow cloud is strong, but there's no known way to evolve it. Forcing a contract can hurt the beast's spirit a lot. I don't like imperfect pets." "Evolution methods? I heard that in the 7 departments where Scar is, there's an S-rank hunter who evolved the illusion shadow cloud into the purple dark realm. That guy has become quite famous recently," Huang Yen said. "Oh, Scar, your 7 departments also have such talent? Why not introduce him to me?" Bailiang chuckled playfully and looked at a man with a long scar on his face. "I'm not familiar with him," Scar replied coldly, not bothering to look at Bailiang. "Ah, I see. He's S-rank now, so he probably doesn't pay much attention to us A-rank little guys," Bailiang said, his expression suddenly turning cold as he glared fiercely at Scar, radiating a deadly intent. Bailiang remained calm and sneered. "What? Scar, is the thing not here yet? Are you planning to fight me? I wouldn't mind killing you here first," Scar said calmly. "You." Bailiang was speechless for a moment, then clapped his hands and said, "All right. I heard your serrated shark has reached the peak of the 9th tier. If we really fight, my triple strike scarecrow won't be easy to deal with either. Try me if you dare," Scar replied in a deep voice, seemingly not taking Bailiang seriously. "Hee. Bailiang, be careful with your words. The scar on your face was caused by that S-rank person you mentioned." A deep, magnetic female voice spoke. Hearing this, Bailiang and Huang Yen both turned their heads, and even the usually calm scar-faced man slowly looked over. Night Rose. This woman was the Night Rose Bai Bo met during the day. Unlike her revealing outfit earlier, she was now dressed in tight black leather, with straight black hair flowing down to her waist, blending into the darkness. Her fiery figure was outlined perfectly, and her seductive lips hinted at great danger. Seeing the Night Rose, the three of them looked unhappy. Huang Yin spoke first. Night Rose, your pets are already above the leader level. Are you still trying to compete with us for the treasure blood? Bai Liang's face darkened. Night Rose, the treasure blood is crucial for our main pets to break their limits. As an S-rank assassin, it's hard to believe you're trying to compete with us. Huang Yan's expression was also complicated. This is really troublesome. Night Rose sighed. I've told you many times, I'm a bounty hunter, not a killer. Unlike you, I don't take shady jobs while holding a hunter's license and working for the Hunter Association. Hearing her sarcastic tone, Bai Liang cursed inwardly, looking very displeased. He thought, all her bounties are for deadly jobs, and she's responsible for more deaths than all three of us combined. Why is she pretending to be innocent now? So, someone has put out a bounty for the treasure blood through the Hunter Association? Scarface suddenly asked. The employer is offering a high price, Night Rose replied coldly. According to the rules, you can't take on a mission without accepting the bounty. If the association finds out you three are secretly involved in an S-rank bounty, well, I won't be responsible if something happens, she warned. Bai Liang clenched his fists. Why should S-rank hunters get to take these easy jobs? We only get low-level tasks and have to bow to the association. Who cares? We're not bound by a contract. Hunters and the association are just cooperating. What hunters do in private doesn't need to be reported. If something goes wrong, just say you didn't know. Huang Yin started cursing loudly. Night Rose coming here isn't necessarily a bad thing. I did receive news that this fierce beast is quite powerful. We might need all of us to work together to defeat it. Scar seems very calm. Bai Liang's eyes flickered. Since that's the case, let's agree. How about splitting the treasure blood equally? As soon as he said that, all three looked at Yi Meiguei. Clearly, everyone was very wary of her strength. Yi Meiguei smiled slightly. I'll take enough to meet my needs. The rest is up to you. What? Bai Liang immediately couldn't sit still. Yi Meiguei, that's a bit much. How much do you need? Who knows how much you'll take? What if we're left with nothing? Then I'll just take it all. Yi Meiguei replied casually. You. Bai Liang angrily pointed at Yi Meiguei, but she only glanced at him lightly. The dangerous look in her eyes made Bai Liang instinctively pull back his hand, looking unhappy. Let's wait until that guy shows up, Huang Yin said worriedly, looking at the sea. We're not sure if the news is accurate. Don't worry, Bai Liang said confidently with a smile. From the information I bought, after the explosion at Basya Fortress 3 days ago, many captured beasts fainted. That guy is no exception. Based on size and ocean current speed, he should arrive at Sunset Beach tonight. I don't know which crazy person blew up the biggest fortress in the west of Fuso country, causing some captured and untrained fierce beasts to be released, Huang Yin said. I think it was done by a powerful beast tamer, probably with a deadly grudge against someone. Who cares? That guy is likely to appear at high tide. Everyone, remember, elite-level fierce beasts are intelligent. Don't hold back and miss such a precious opportunity. Huang Yan's deep voice clearly reached the three of them. I just hope no one stabs us in the back, Scar said meaningfully, glancing at Bai Liang. Scar, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me, Bai Liang? Feeling the subtle insult, Bai Liang's face darkened. Just as he was about to scold Scar, he suddenly noticed Li Bo's movements from afar and became curious. This kid has been lurking for so long. Is he here to catch lobsters? Upon hearing this, Night Rose slowly turned her head and also looked at Li Bo. Master. Steel-headed lobster spotted. Suddenly, Ziyun in the sky communicated with Li Bo. To avoid alarming the prey, Ziyun used a color-changing illusion to hide in the air and search quietly. Hearing this, Li Bo quickly led Xiao Bai toward Ziyun. Sure enough, not far away, on a small reef, a steel-headed lobster was lying there, eating moss on the rock. Name, steel-headed lobster. Gender, male. Attributes, steel. Water, level. Common, stage 2. Potential, ordinary. Skill, fierce charge, basic. Finally ashore. Li Bo smiled slightly. With the faint light coming through the clouds, he also saw what the steel-headed lobster looked like. This lobster, at stage 2, was about 80 or 90 centimeters tall. It stood on two legs, with two huge black claws. Its head looked like it was wearing a helmet, and it appeared a bit dull and slow. Xiaobai, go! Li Bo gave the command, and Xiaobai charged without hesitation. Use death coil directly. Xiaobai swam quickly from below through the seawater. When it reached the lobster's legs, it suddenly launched its coil attack. Before the lobster could react, its body was shattered by a strange force. This move happened in seconds, but it was seen clearly by the onlookers from afar. Oh, coil. It can kill in one hit. This white spirit snake seems quite powerful, Bai Liang said in surprise. It looks like he just became a Tier 1 beast tamer and already contracted 2 pets. This kid is quite capable, Huang Yin replied. It's death coil, Scar's sharp eyes said coldly. What? Death coil? This white spirit snake is only an ordinary level, yet it learned an intermediate skill. Bai Liang narrowed his eyes. It seems there's something unusual about this white spirit snake. There's no point in watching such low-level battles, Night Rose said, crossing her arms, seemingly not wanting the others to focus too much on Li Bo. After quickly finishing the first steel-headed lobster, Li Bo immediately told Xiaobai to cut open its head. Xiaobai turned around and shook his head in disappointment, indicating he didn't find the crystal core. Li Bo comforted him right away, saying, It's okay, Xiaobai. This steel-headed lobster is a low-level creature, so it's normal not to have a crystal core. Next time, let's choose a bigger one for the fight. Encouraged, Xiaobai immediately cheered up again. Xiaobai, on the right, the purple cloud in the sky sent a message. Now, she had become Xiaobai's helper. Xiaobai nodded and quickly moved his tail, rushing toward the dark reef on the right. Seeing that this steel-headed lobster was nearly 1 meter tall, Li Bo quickly checked its stats. Name, steel-headed lobster, gender, female, attributes, steel, water, level, ordinary, stage 4, potential, ordinary, skills, powerful charge, basic, scissor hands, basic. Xiaobai, be careful of its scissors. Use ice mist to slow it down first, Li Bo hurriedly warned. Xiaobai stopped and looked at his opponent. Sure enough, the steel-headed lobster was preparing to attack with its claws. Xiaobai decisively sprayed out ice mist. A white fog with tiny ice crystals quickly covered the lobster. With a level of stage 4, the lobster couldn't escape the intermediate skill of ice mist. Soon, its claws were covered with a transparent layer of ice, making it unable to move. The temperature drops at night, increasing the chance of ice freezing, Li Bo said with a faint smile, watching Xiaobai defeat the lobster again. Surprisingly, this time Xiaobai found a crystal core about the size of a fingernail inside the lobster's head. Collect a pet beast crystal core with Dragon in its name 1. Progress for collecting crystal cores. 1/7. Please continue working hard, host, to complete the white spirit snake's reversion task. Seeing the system's series of prompts, Li Bo looked excited. Indeed, the crystal core of the steel-headed lobster is effective. With this progress, he could finish the reversion task tonight. Ice mist. It's another intermediate skill. Seeing this scene, Huang Yan's expression changed slightly, and even the scarred man's emotionless eyes flickered with a strange light. As a third-level beast tamer, they clearly understand the value of ordinary pets learning intermediate skills. One might understand this, since some pets are naturally talented, but having 2 is quite extraordinary. Even some elite-level pets can only learn 1 or 2 intermediate skills. The white spirit snake, with its poor bloodline, managing to use 2 intermediate skills in a row is surprising. The group can't help but wonder how this kid trained it. Such talent is not inferior to that of top beast tamers. Attack the 2 on the left with a sneak attack. Ziyun's voice rings out again. Xiaobai decisively turns around and looks at the 2 steelhead rushing toward it with fierce charges. It quickly dives into the water. When their attacks miss, Xiaobai swiftly leaps up and uses death coil repeatedly, quickly defeating both opponents. As time passes, more steelhead appear on the reef, so Ziyun no longer needs to search for them. While Xiaobai is fighting fiercely, another steelhead crab appears behind it. Name, steelhead crab. Gender, female. Attributes, steel, water, level. Common, stage 4. Potential, ordinary. Skills, water gun, basic. This one only has water gun. Ziyun, Use Shadow Ball to block Xiaobai. No problem, brother Li Bo. Ziyun's form appears in the air, then quickly releases a shadow ball about the size of a basketball towards Xiaobai's back, accurately hitting the sneak attack water gun and instantly destroying it. Xiaobai seizes the opportunity to break through and quickly defeats the enemy. Collected 1 crystal core of a pet with Dragon in its name. Progress of Crystal Core Collection Task, February 7th. Still need 5 more. Li Bo's heart beats faster. He can't wait to see Xiaobai transform into a white spirit dragon. Xiaobai? The biggest one is in front, Li Bo reminds. Since the larger the steelhead crab killed, the higher the chance of dropping a crystal core. Name, steelhead crab. Gender, male. Attributes, steel. Water, level. Common, stage 5. Potential, ordinary. Skills, water gun, basic. Steel tail, basic. Wow, it can use steel tail. Use ice mist. Ice fog combined with death coil is a very safe combo attack. Starting with a surprise attack can catch enemies off guard, and the freezing control can also prevent weaker opponents from fighting back up close. Soon, this ordinary level 5 steelhead lobster was also defeated. Collected a pet beast crystal core with Dragon in its name. 1. Pet beast crystal core collection progress, March 7th. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated a pet beast with the skill Steel Tail. Activating skill transformation simulation task. Simulating transformation of Steel Tail. Cold Blade Tail. Transformation progress, 25%. Cold Blade Tail. An intermediate skill. Li Bo paused for a moment. Last time, when cutting fruit, he noticed Xiaobai's talent for using its tail. If it can successfully learn Cold Blade Tail, its strength will improve a lot. Xiaobai, follow my instructions. Attack the steelhead lobster with the Steel Tail skill. Xiaobai nodded seriously. Under Li Bo's guidance, it launched a surprise attack on the designated steelhead lobster. Pet Crystal Core Collection Progress, April 7th. Transformation progress, 50%. Pet Crystal Core Collection Progress, May 7th. Transformation progress, 75%. Pet Crystal Core Collection Progress, 6-7. Transformation progress, 100%. Congratulations. Skill Transformation Simulation Task completed. Xiaobai the White Spirit Snake has successfully learned the skill. Cold Blade Tail. Intermediate. Cold Blade Tail. Xiaobai gathers cold energy in its tail to form a sharp ice blade for attack. Xiaobai levels up. Normal level 5. Great. Li Bo hurriedly checked Xiaobai's status panel. Name, Xiaobai. Gender, female. Attribute, ice. Level, normal 5. Potential, elite. Skills, ice fog, intermediate. Death coil, intermediate. Cold blade tail, intermediate. Status, excited. You're getting much stronger. Li Bo happily patted Xiaobai's head and looked at the progress bar, showing 6-7 for the reversion task, saying, just a little more effort, and you'll soon become a noble dragon beast. Hiss hiss. Not difficult. Master is truly impressive. Xiaobai's eyes shone brightly. Feeling her strength had improved a lot, she looked at Li Bo with even more admiration. Bai Ling's snake turned away and looked at the largest steel-headed lobster, with a determined look as if ready to win. Let's test the power of the new skill. Xiaobai go, Li Bo gave the command. Xiaobai's slender body shot out like an arrow. But in the next second, the steel-headed lobster seemed startled and hurriedly ran toward the water, disappearing from Li Bo's sight instantly. Xiaobai stood there in a daze. What's going on? Li Bo squinted his eyes. Then, an odd scene happened. All the pet beasts on the beach, including the steel-headed lobster, suddenly panicked and rushed toward the sea as if frightened. Finally, it's here. At this moment, Yimei Gue looked into the deep sea with a slight smile on her face. Boom. Suddenly, the sea surface seemed to boil like a pot about to explode, and a deep, ominous growl of a beast echoed. Li Bo frowned and looked far into the mysterious coastline. Though he couldn't see clearly, the powerful aura made his soul tremble. Such strong energy fluctuations. These killers have been waiting here all night, probably for this pet beast. As he spoke, Li Bo casually looked at Yimei Gue, standing straight in the distance. Several beast tamers on the rocks watched the sea carefully, waiting anxiously. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, The beach shook as if hit by a strong earthquake. Li Bo sensed danger and quickly hid behind a large rock, quietly observing everything. Why now, not earlier or later? Just when I was one crystal core away from the steel-headed lobster, it appears. Li Bo cursed silently. But in the next second, what he saw made his eyes widen in shock, speechless for a moment. In the misty, dark waves, the outline of a huge creature about 10 meters tall suddenly appeared. Its pair of watermelon-sized red eyes shone like two big lamps, adding a terrifying glow to the dark sea. So big, Li Bo, witnessing such a giant creature for the first time, felt his breath catch. Scarface stared intently at the massive creature, a rare smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Dragon turtle, finally showing itself. As the fierce beast slowly came ashore, Li Bo finally saw its shape. It was a huge turtle-like pet beast, with a shell made of polygonal rocks that looked like cracked farmland in summer. Its head was like a water snake, and every move it made caused the ground to shake. It's a dragon turtle. Li Bo's eyes were full of amazement. Name: dragon turtle. Gender: male. Attributes: water, rock. Level: leader level 5. Potential: leader grade. Skills: super rock armor, exceptional. High pressure water cannon, advanced. Wild wave, advanced. Crushing, advanced. Arrow rain, advanced. Hail, advanced. Description: dragon turtle, a very rare island pet beast. Although its main attribute is water, it cannot stay in water for long and needs to come ashore to breathe. It is believed to be a descendant of the ancient dragon, with many generations of breeding. Over time, it lost its dragon attributes, but the blood in its shell can help some pet beasts break through their evolution limits. So, this is for the dragon turtle's blood. Looking at the people standing on the rocks, Li Bo finally understood their purpose. He knew about some treasures that could help pet beasts break through their evolution limits, but he never expected such a thing to be inside a dragon turtle's shell. Detected leader grade fierce beast, dragon turtle. Defeating the dragon turtle allows you to inherit its skills. Host, please defeat the opponent quickly. Li Bo: no, are you kidding me? I'm just a level 2, fighting a leader grade beast? You must be joking. Seeing the new task from the system, Li Bo's face darkened, with no desire to fight. But he was also confused. This dragon turtle lives on a hidden island in the distant sea, and he had never seen its habitat in Daxia. How did these people know it would appear here? And with the dragon turtle's leader-level strength, could these people really eat it? The people on the rocks all had eager eyes. Scarface was the first to act, summoning his pet beast immediately. A blue magic circle flashed, and immediately, a fierce shark pet beast, 5 meters tall and wielding a trident, appeared on the sea surface. Name: Sawtooth Fury Shark. Gender: male. Attribute: water. Level: excellent 9th rank. Potential: excellent grade. Skills: high pressure water cannon, advanced. Water blade, advanced. Water fist, advanced. Devil biting, intermediate. Description: a fierce shark pet beast that enjoys tearing apart and eating other pets. Wow, the Sawtooth Fury Shark. As expected, that scarred face has some skill. Li Bo silently watched the figure of the Sawtooth Fury Shark. Its sharp teeth, like saw blades, shone brightly in the dark night. Li Bo looked again at the face of the scarred man, cold and indifferent. This guy has already evolved the Sawtooth Fury Shark to the 9th rank. If he doesn't break through the limit, this will be his fate forever. Consuming dragon turtle royal blood might help the Sawtooth Fury Shark take a bigger step forward. As Li Bo guessed, when the scarred man saw the dragon turtle, his eyes immediately filled with fierce fighting spirit. He signaled the Sawtooth Fury Shark to attack. The Sawtooth Fury Shark dove into the sea, only showing a dorsal fin, and quickly swam toward the dragon turtle. When it was less than 50 meters from the side of the opponent, the Sawtooth Fury Shark suddenly appeared, opening its huge mouth. Boom! A giant water column, as thick as a pillar, shot out from the shark's mouth, attacking the dragon turtle's head at a very sharp angle. Such a powerful high-pressure water cannon. The dragon turtle's weak point is its head. This guy fights without hesitation, Li Bo secretly marveled. If the dragon turtle was hit by this massive water column, even a leader-level beast might not withstand it. Just when the scarred man thought he had the upper hand, The dragon turtle simply turned back calmly, then also shot out a high-pressure water cannon to suppress the attack. Stronger high-pressure water cannon. Li Bo squinted silently. The water cannon shot by the dragon turtle was about twice as thick as the sawtooth fury shark's. With just a casual strike, it pushed back the water cannon that was about to hit the dragon turtle's head. After swallowing the incoming water cannon with its own high-pressure water cannon, the dragon turtle's powerful residual wave directly targeted the sawtooth fury shark. The scarred man hurriedly issued a fleeing order to the sawtooth fury shark, which quickly submerged into the water. Boom! The giant water cannon of the dragon turtle directly shattered a large reef where the sawtooth wild shark had just been standing. Although it avoided this attack, Scar still felt a lingering fear. The same skill used by a boss-level pet is much more powerful than one used by an ordinary pet. If the sawtooth wild shark hadn't reacted quickly, it would have been seriously injured or worse from this high-pressure water blast. He said to Bai Liang and the others, "How long are you going to watch the show? If you don't send out your main pets to fight soon, this dragon turtle will rest on the shore and then slip back into the sea, and you'll regret it." Scar. Look, you're getting impatient again. Bai Liang looked like he was just watching the fun. Are we saying we won't fight? You're just too impatient. Everyone wants the treasure blood, but you need to think. Bai Liang, I think you're getting tired of life. Scar's eyes showed killing intent. Forget it. Stop arguing. This dragon turtle is hard to deal with. If we don't work together to quickly take it down and share the blood, other strong beast tamers might come and take it all. Huang Yin advised, then clasped his hands together and shouted, "Come out." The giant armor stone man, a blue light flashed, and suddenly a huge brown pet made of stones appeared. Name, Giant Armor Stone Man. Gender, male. Attributes, rock, ground. Level, excellent 7th rank. Potential, excellent level. Skills, earthquake, advanced. Rock fist, advanced. Rock armor, advanced. Bouldering, intermediate. Description, evolved from small stones, made entirely of large stone segments, sacrificing speed for top-tier attack and defense. Oh, a stone man. Li Bo was truly amazed. Every pet that appeared today was rare. Take this stone man, for example. Its initial form, small stone, was very weak, but it had great growth potential. To upgrade and evolve small stone, it needed tons of giant rock, or an extremely resource-consuming pet. Huang Yin had evolved it into its final form, and he didn't know how much money he had spent. Huang Yin, since you've already made a move, hiding any longer is getting suspicious. Bai Liang chuckled strangely. It's our turn to perform. Triple turn scarecrow. Name, 3-turn scarecrow. Gender, male. Attribute, psychic. Level, outstanding level 8. Potential, excellent grade. Skills, advanced spirit arrow, advanced telekinesis, intermediate mysterious smile. Description, compared to the first and second turns, the 3-turn scarecrow can control opponents' emotions and subtly defeat enemies without them noticing. The scarecrow has a small body, about the same height as a normal adult, and looks very ordinary. If you had to find a difference from the field scarecrow, it would be the pair of eyes that emit a faint yellow glow. Seeing this, Huang Yin joked, "Haha, Bai Liang, the scarecrow has been around for so many years, and no one has developed a higher level. Do you really believe the dragon turtle's blood can help it break through to the 4th level? Why not try and see?" Bai Liang smiled strangely, then looked at Yi Rose. Haha. Yi Rose, as the only S-rank here, it's not right not to summon a pet beast. Yi Rose's lips curl slightly, and she calmly says, "Aren't you behind me?" Behind? Bai Liang suddenly felt a chill in his back. He slowly turned around, and suddenly saw a pair of sharp eyes staring directly at him from the darkness. It was an incredibly strange rose-shaped humanoid pet beast. Besides its head, which looked fiery and enchanting, the entire body of this pet beast was covered in black. Although it was not large, Bai Liang felt a cold, bone-chilling aura, as powerful as that of the Grim Reaper. Li Bo's eyes narrowed slightly. Night Shadow Rose. Name, Night Shadow Rose. Gender, female. Attribute, grass. Level, leader level 2. Potential, leader grade. Skills, gorgeous flower array, extraordinary. Blink, advanced. Leaf storm, advanced. Leaf blade, advanced. Giant leaf slash, advanced. Fragrant aroma, intermediate. Description: a rose blooming in the dark night. Beautiful, yet dangerous. You really managed to evolve to the leader level. That's truly impressive. Looking at the eerie night shadow rose beside him, Bai Liang said with a dry throat. As long as we get the blood of treasure, the scarecrow has a chance to reach the 4th level and break through to the leader rank. He stared directly at the dragon tortoise, his killing intent boiling. Scarecrow, use your telekinesis. As soon as he finished speaking, the scarecrow mechanically turned its head to face the dragon tortoise. Then its eyes suddenly glowed with yellow light, and it let out a faint, strange smile. In the next moment, the nearby dragon tortoise seemed to lose control and slowly floated into the air. Such strong telekinesis. It can force this 10-ton dragon tortoise to hover. Superpower pets are truly terrifying. Everyone, now's the time. Kill the dragon tortoise. Huang Yan's deep voice rang out. The giant armored stone golem was the first to attack fiercely. It raised its thick stone arms high. Then a large, round yellow boulder slowly formed. In no time, it grew as big as a house, exuding an impressive aura. Rock throw. Li Bo watched intently. At the same time, the serrated shark quickly surfaced from the water, wielding a trident wildly, and a curved, crescent-shaped water wave shot out instantly. This was a high-level skill, Waterblade. Meanwhile, Night Shadow Rose moved swiftly across the sea surface like a shadow, elegant yet powerful, like a dragonfly skimming water. Leaf Storm. Night Rose's lips parted lightly. As soon as she spoke, countless black leaves gathered in her hand. Then she suddenly stopped and swung her arm fiercely at the air. The leaves quickly converged into a massive, black tornado several tens of meters wide, sweeping with boundless wind and waves toward the airborne dragon tortoise. Is this the strength of a Tier 3 beast tamer? Li Bo secretly marveled. Each of their pets was extraordinary. Under this attack, the dragon tortoise might really be taken down. Boom. At this moment, the giant stone of the armored golem had fully formed, reaching a size comparable to the dragon tortoise. The golem threw the heavy boulder at the dragon tortoise like a shot put. At the same time, the Waterblade and Leaf Storm also targeted the floating dragon tortoise from different directions. Hehe, size doesn't matter. Under my Tier 3 Scarecrow's telekinesis control, it's just a living target. Bai Liang smiled confidently. Just as he thought he was about to succeed, woo. The dragon turtle suddenly let out a long, loud cry that echoed across the sky. Its anger was so intense that it almost seemed to overflow onto its face. Li Bo immediately felt his eardrums being hit hard and quickly covered his ears. Suddenly, a loud splash sounded. At a critical moment, the surrounding seawater around the dragon turtle began to move. It twisted and curled like a giant water dragon, quickly wrapping around the turtle's body. It's a raging wave. No wonder this turtle is so hard to deal with, Li Bo thought to himself. In a water-based environment, the power of the raging wave was fully unleashed. Huge waves surged and crashed, forming several thick, impenetrable water curtains that tightly surrounded the turtle. The attacks from Huang Yan's pets were naturally swept away and neutralized by the water curtains. Then, the dragon turtle let out a long roar, and suddenly, heavy rain started falling from the sky. It's arrow rain. These people have completely angered the turtle. The rain falling from the sky wasn't ordinary rain, but countless sharp, narrow water arrows. These water arrows were as sharp as ice spikes, each about 20 centimeters long, covering almost the entire battlefield. Seeing this, Li Bo cursed inwardly. These opponents were all well-equipped, so he wasn't afraid of the arrow rain. He was poor and had no protective gear at all. Without any weapons, he couldn't face the attack empty-handed. He quickly ran to hide under a rocky outcrop. Clang, clang, clang. The first to suffer was Huang Yan's giant armored stone golem. The arrow rain struck its huge body, making crisp, ringing sounds. Because stone is naturally weak against water, under the fierce arrow attack, the giant armored stone golem suddenly collapsed to one knee with a loud bang. Use rock armor now, Huang Yan shouted. Following the command, the stone golem gathered strength. A brown light suddenly covered its body, easing some of its pain. Rock armor can double the defense, but if the arrow rain keeps up, will be worn down eventually. This is too passive, Huang Yin clenched his fists in worry. The Scarecrow's situation wasn't much better. When using psychic skills, it was crucial not to be interrupted. Now, with the arrow rain, the Scarecrow had to temporarily give up its telekinesis and keep running to avoid the arrows. This also gave the dragon turtle a chance to escape. After a muffled sound, the turtle landed back on the ground. The jagged-toothed shark lurked underwater, hesitant to show itself. Bai Liang urgently said to Yi Rose, "Things can't go on like this. Yi Rose, with your Night Shadow Rose attribute advantage, quickly break through this guy's arrow rain. There's no need for you to tell me what to do." Yi Rose frowned slightly and nodded at Night Shadow Rose. Upon receiving the command, Night Shadow Rose quickly summoned a leaf storm, forming a large black whirlpool of leaves in the air. The arrow rain was pulled into the vortex by its strong gravity, and the air briefly cleared. "We're saved," Huang Yin sighed in relief. "It's not over yet." Scarface stared intently at the dragon tortoise. Sure enough, before they could counterattack, white, round crystals the size of apricots suddenly fell from the sky again. "This never ends. What is this?" "Hail," Bai Liang cursed angrily. "It's hail. This creature knows ice skills to counter Night Shadow Rose." Li Bo furrowed his brows. At the leader level, pet beasts' battle awareness can rival that of beast tamers. Still able to use ice skills, Night Rose's lips parted slightly. Under the powerful effect of the hail, the leaf storm of Night Shadow Rose suddenly weakened, with leaves being struck down and dispersing. The Scarecrow's defense was the worst. After being hit, it looked battered and disheveled. Use Blink to dodge the hail. Night Rose didn't dare to be careless, commanding Night Shadow Rose to dodge back and forth on the battlefield. The hail attack grew more intense and widespread. Reluctantly, Bai Liang had to rush toward the reef group where Li Bo was to seek shelter. Although everyone wore some valuable protective gear and could fight closely with their pet beasts, no one was willing to risk their life against this leader-level dragon tortoise. "I refuse to believe it. Use Rockbuster Fist." Huang Yin was furious. After so many battles, he felt so helpless hiding under a rock now. "You go too." Condensed Water Heavy Punch. Jagged Tooth Shark, Scarface ordered. "I'll cover you." Scarecrow. Mysterious Smile Spirit Arrow. Bai Liang commanded. The three-turn Scarecrow's face showed a creepy smile, and the dragon tortoise froze for a moment before being instantly controlled. Next, the Scarecrow quickly shot out a fast, clear light arrow, accurately hitting the dragon turtle. The turtle immediately showed a look of pain on its face. Li Bo saw this and was a bit surprised. Spirit Arrow. It can make a pet fall into painful memories. This Scarecrow is really a tricky pet. Its emotions are controlled by the Scarecrow. "Hurry up and attack," Bai Liang shouted. Everyone nodded at the same time. The three pets rushed forward. Yang Rose leapt into the air, quickly forming a sharp, huge black leaf that spun toward the dragon turtle. Great Leaf Slash. The giant armored rock and the sawtooth shark also arrived beside the dragon turtle, launching powerful skills, Rock Explosion Fist and Water Condensation Fist. At a critical moment, the dragon turtle suddenly let out a loud, earth-shaking cry, waking up from the Scarecrow's control. It quickly pulled its body back into its shell. Several pet attacks hit the shell, making only muffled sounds. Such strong defense. 2 heavy punches only seemed to scratch it. Scarface looked unhappy. Yang Rose's Great Leaf Slash did leave a cut on the shell, but it still can't break the dragon turtle's defense. Huang Zhu sighed. "Your attacks are not strong enough." Bai Liang's expression changed. "If nothing else works, my lightning bird might be able to handle this guy." Bai Liang, "Don't be impulsive," Huang Yin advised. "Your lightning bird has an advantage in type, but it's only an elite level. One hail attack from this guy could take it out instantly." "So there's no way," Bai Liang said unwillingly. "Both your main pet and others are struggling. Don't think about sending out more pets to sacrifice. Right now, the only one who can deal with this dragon turtle might be Yang Rose," Huang Yin said seriously. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yang Rose. Scarface also spoke. "Yang Rose. The dragon turtle is rock water type. Your Yang Rose is 4 times effective against it. If you don't make a real move now, all our efforts before will be wasted." But Yang Rose remained very calm. "You don't need to look at me like that." Yang Rose was trained as an assassin, focusing on a one-hit kill. The dragon turtle's defense is too strong. I'm not sure if I can kill it instantly. At this moment, the dragon turtle started rolling on the beach, making loud rumbling sounds. Not good. It's using crush. That's dangerous, Huang Yin shouted. In the darkness, a giant turtle shell about 10 meters high was rolling wildly on the beach. The dragon turtle was the first to attack, targeting the slow-moving giant rock creature. No matter how many times they attacked, the dragon turtle's speed never slowed down. Rock armor. Use rock armor quickly, Huang Yin ordered quickly. The giant rock creature tried its best to defend, but under the fierce impact of the dragon turtle, it was knocked flying more than 10 meters and shattered a large reef. Huang Yin watched this scene with a worried look. This guy's damage is just unreasonable. The giant rock creature is in a bad state now. Suddenly, he looked at Yimei Gui. Before you fall, Yimei Gui, let's create a chance for a decisive strike. Please don't hide your strength anymore. Hearing this, Yimei Gui showed a serious expression. I'll do my best. Huang Yin nodded and spoke to the severely injured giant rock creature. Giant rock creature, hold on a little longer. Feeling his trainer's will, the giant rock creature endured the pain and stood up from the broken stones. Dragon turtle, let's show you our strongest bond, Huang Yin shouted angrily. Use earthquake. Buzz. Suddenly, the giant rock creature burst out with a fierce fighting spirit, covered in a brown glow. Its huge hands kept pounding its chest, and it roared to the sky. Feeling that the opponent was still alive, the dragon turtle charged again toward the giant rock creature. The giant rock creature stood firm like a mountain, gathering all its strength into its hands, then suddenly slammed down on the ground. A forcibly appeared along the strong arms of the giant rock creature, and the ground actually started to shake. Wow, is it that intense? Ground-type skills are really terrifying. It was as if an earthquake had hit the beach. Li Bo almost lost his balance and nearly fell, hurriedly holding onto a reef to steady himself. Buzz, the giant rock creature roared. As it kept exerting force, the in the ground grew larger. With a loud bang, the suddenly extended toward the dragon turtle, and the huge impact forced the rolling body of the dragon turtle to be violently shaken and sent flying. Seeing the true strength of the giant armored stone man, everyone was stunned and speechless with amazement. Night Rose's eyes flashed sharply. When the moment was right, a murderous look appeared in her eyes. Magnificent flower array. With a cold shout, Night Shadow Rose suddenly disappeared in a flash. What? Magnificent flower array. An extraordinary skill. Hearing this, Bai Liang was surprised and couldn't help feeling a bit jealous. A pet beast learning an extraordinary skill means it has grasped some of the law's power, making it much stronger than high-level skills. Unexpectedly, Night Shadow Rose actually hid such a powerful strength. This is an S-rank skill. Scar looked at the scene with a complex expression, lost in thought. I want to see how powerful an extraordinary skill really is. Li Bo silently watched the battlefield. When he saw Night Shadow Rose again, he found it had already appeared in the air above the dragon tortoise. Looking carefully, a few black leaves were still flying in the air. It was Night Shadow Rose stepping on the flying leaves to rush toward the dragon tortoise. Suddenly, the Night Shadow Rose closed her eyes, gracefully spread her hands, and a strong wind blew through the air. The battlefield was filled with the scent of roses, and the air became sweeter. Then, something even more strange happened. Below the dragon tortoise, a huge blood-red rose shadow, about 10 meters wide, slowly bloomed in the dark night. Night Shadow Rose stood on the dragon tortoise. She gently tapped her foot, and the heavy turtle body seemed to lose weight, falling toward the giant rose below. Suddenly, several black vines shot out from the side of the flower, quickly wrapping around the dragon tortoise and fixing it in the rose, making it unable to move. The hurricane in the air grew fiercer, and countless blood-red petals continuously poured into the rose. Each petal was extremely sharp, radiating a deadly aura. Millions of petals gathered into several red waves, launching a powerful attack on the dragon tortoise inside. Seeing this, Li Bo gasped in shock. Is this the magnificent flower array? How long would it take to train to learn such an extraordinary skill? As the continuous cracking sounds echoed, countless narrow wounds suddenly appeared on the rocky shell, and fresh blood began to seep from its surface. Treasure blood. Dragon Turtle's Treasure Blood. Bai Liang's face was filled with excitement. After all the preparation, he finally saw the precious blood hidden within the Dragon Turtle's shell. Scar and Huang Yin also showed joy on their faces. At this rate, the Nightshade Rose would soon break through the Dragon Turtle's defense completely. The Dragon Turtle let out a deep, painful roar. Night Rose watched coldly and said, "Death will free you from pain." Something's not right. Li Bo narrowed his eyes. As a leader-level beast, the Dragon Turtle shouldn't be this passive. Was it gathering strength or preparing something? Touching his chin, Li Bo studied the Dragon Turtle's status panel. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, and his eyes widened. The Dragon Turtle is using Transcendence. Just as confusion filled his mind, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The pentagon-shaped, dry, earthen shell of the Dragon Turtle began to tremble violently, the plates pressing tightly toward the center. Soon, the shell pieces merged completely, forming a smooth, shining surface that glowed with a strong yellow light. "What is that?" Bai Liang exclaimed. "Such a long build-up. Could it be super rock armor?" Huang Yin said in shock. "What? Super rock armor? How is that different from your rock armor?" Bai Liang asked, puzzled. "Super armor transformation, a transcendent skill. This is trouble," Scar muttered, narrowing his eyes. As expected, once the Dragon Turtle completed its transformation, Nightshade Rose's attacks lost their effect. The massive shell now looked like an unbreakable stone fortress, leaving no weak points exposed. Night Rose frowned deeply and made a quick decision. "Come back, Nightshade Rose." The creature immediately stopped attacking and swiftly returned to her side. Seeing this, Bai Liang said in frustration, "Wait. Night Rose, we were doing fine. Why did you call your beast back? The floral array is useless now. A futile fight will only put Night Shadow Rose in trouble," she said calmly. "How could that be?" Bai Liang said anxiously. "Night Shadow Rose is a grass-type pet beast, for times resistant to the Dragon Tortoise. Keep fighting. Maybe you can defeat it." "It's useless," Huang Yin suddenly sighed. "What did you say?" Bai Liang stared at him with wide eyes. "Super transformation. It has 5 times the defense boost." Huang Yin said this calmly, like a bolt of lightning hitting everyone with despair. A 5-fold defense boost means the Dragon Tortoise's current defense is 6 times higher than before. Even if Night Shadow Rose has an advantage, it can't defeat it instantly. "It looks like we underestimated our opponent," Scar said. It. The bird in our hands is flying away just like that." Bai Liang looked frustrated. Night Shadow Rose, never do things I can't handle. Goodbye, everyone." After saying that, Night Shadow Rose was about to turn and leave. Their conversation didn't escape Li Bo's ears. 6 times the defense. Li Bo looked at the Dragon Tortoise and suddenly remembered something. The boost is still there. Maybe Ziyin can try. Li Bo's heart started pounding wildly. He secretly clenched his teeth and ordered Ziyun in the air. "Ziyun, use curse." At this moment, Ziyun's figure became ethereal and quickly disappeared into the air. Suddenly, around the Dragon Tortoise, continuous sounds of children crying and strange laughter appeared. Upon closer look, various ghostly shadows of different sizes were swirling around. These ghost shadows seemed to be draining the energy from the Dragon Tortoise. The shiny light on its body suddenly dimmed. "What is this?" "Ghosts." Bai Liang rubbed his eyes hard. "Ghost-type skills. That kid is causing trouble," Scar said coldly. Hearing the noise, Night Shadow Rose immediately stopped and squinted toward the distant battlefield. Li Bo, Night Shadow Rose's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes flickering as she looked at Li Bo. "What's going on? Why do I feel the super armor transformation of the Dragon Tortoise is slowly disappearing?" Huang Yin said uncertainly. "Super Kaihua skill bonus. 5 times, 4 times. 0. -1 times. -2 times. Sure enough, it works. The curse has turned the Dragon Turtle's buff into a negative effect." Li Bo suddenly feels excited. He stares at the Dragon Turtle's information on the panel, eyes wide with anticipation. "Xiaobai, go." Xiaobai nods quickly and swims swiftly toward the Dragon Turtle. -5 times. Li Bo's pupils shrink sharply. The Dragon Turtle's defenses have been reduced to the lowest point by Ziyun. It was tough before, but now it's very fragile. Must succeed. Li Bo breaks out in cold sweat. As the piercing screams echo around, the dragon turtle becomes anxious. It feels exposed and vulnerable. Its body is fragile as paper. A bad thought flashes through the dragon turtle's mind. It fears its defenses are being forcibly lowered. Escape. That's the only idea it has. It immediately decides to extend its limbs and head out of the shell, aiming to quickly return to the sea before the attackers react. But Li Bo won't miss this chance. He keeps a sharp eye on every move of the dragon turtle and commands Xiao Bai, now. Use the biggest ice fog, freeze the head. Xiao Bai's blue eyes flicker with change. A powerful cold wave erupts from its mouth, rushing toward the dragon turtle. Just as the dragon turtle's vulnerable head emerges, it hits a thick cloud of ice fog. The dragon turtle senses danger, but it's too late. Under the cold night, Xiao Bai's ice fog solidly freezes the turtle's head. Cold blade tail, Li Bo's eyes flash with killing intent. He issues his final attack. Xiao Bai bends its body on the reef, then leaps into the air, spinning 2.5 times. At the same time, Xiao Bai's tail gathers cold energy. A sharp, icy blade forms, shining brightly under the moonlight. With a perfect arc, it swings. Bang! Xiao Bai's icy tail strikes the dragon turtle's head with a loud, crisp. Under everyone's watch, the frozen head of the dragon turtle suddenly exploded, and a shining, palm-sized luminous pearl appeared in the air. Congratulations, host. Successfully defeated the leader-level fierce beast, the dragon turtle. Calculating skill inheritance rewards. Rewards are being distributed. Bai Ling Snake successfully inherits the dragon turtle's skill. Hail, advanced. Illusory Dark Cloud successfully inherits the dragon turtle's skill. Rain of Arrows, advanced. Illusory Dark Cloud upgrades. Normal level 6. Bai Ling Snake upgrades. Normal level 8. Seeing the system's messages, Li Bo's face lit up with joy. Great. It worked. Leader-level fierce beasts are truly different. Both pets leveled up 3 levels at once. Li Bo's quick series of moves happened in seconds, and Bai Liang and the others only reacted after a moment. This kid actually killed the dragon turtle. Unbelievable. Scar's words were full of admiration. Look, the crystal core dropped. Huang Yin pointed at the shining luminous pearl in the air. It's the dragon turtle's crystal core. Bai Liang eagerly stared at the scene, licking his lips excitedly. We fought the dragon turtle so hard for so long, and this kid is going to take the credit. Come out. Lightning bird. A burst of bright light appeared, and a golden bird-shaped pet suddenly materialized in the air. Name: Lightning bird. Gender: male. Attribute: flying, electric. Level: Elite 6. Potential: outstanding. Skills: Feather Spin Strike, Advanced. Thunder Strike, Intermediate. Intermediate. Seeing another pet suddenly appear in the sky, Xiao Bai immediately sensed trouble. Before landing, he quickly wrapped the dragon turtle's crystal core tightly with his tail. Seemingly sensing Bai Liang's unfriendly gaze, Li Bo immediately showed a worried expression. Xiao Bai? Come back quickly. Sure enough, Bai Liang's sharp voice drifted over with the sea breeze. You kid. Leave the dragon turtle's crystal core. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Staring at the threatening lightning bird in the sky, Li Bo clenched his teeth tightly. After hesitating for a moment, Li Bo reluctantly said to Xiao Bai, give him the crystal core. Hee. You know your place, Bai Liang said proudly. Bai Liang, right? I remember you. Li Bo secretly committed Bai Liang's appearance to memory. In front of a third-level beastmaster, he knew he had no chance to fight back now. As long as the Green Mountain remains, there will be firewood to burn. This grudge is definitely settled. But unexpectedly, after Li Bo gave the order, Little White didn't stop and instead sped up, rushing straight toward Li Kuang. Seeing this, Li Bo angrily shouted, Little White, listen to me. Drop the crystal core, master. The dragon turtle is dead because of us. Why should we give it the crystal core? Little White glared fiercely at the lightning bird in the sky, showing no fear. Hee. Since you, the white spirit snake, are looking for trouble, I'll let you taste some pain. Bai Liang sneered. Thunder. In the next second, the lightning bird suddenly flapped its wings. With a loud bang, a blue lightning bolt struck down from the sky, hitting Little White directly. Dust flew everywhere. Little White twitched and collapsed on the ground. with sparks jumping on its body. Dark scars burned into its pure white skin. "Little White," Li Bo shouted loudly, rushing desperately toward Little White in the distance. Feeling his Beastmaster's call, Little White clenched its teeth and opened its eyes. Then, it slowly moved its body toward Li Bo. "Little White, drop the crystal core. We don't want it." Li Bo ran while shouting, clutching his fists tightly, his nails almost digging into his flesh. "Bai Liang, you, if I don't avenge this, Li Bo, swear I won't be a man, master." Little White looked weakly at Li Bo, its eyes becoming very blurry. Its tail still tightly held the dragon turtle's crystal core, slowly crawling toward Li Bo. "Oh, such touching master-servant loyalty." Bai Liang looked at this scene with a teasing smile. "Lightning Bird, go and give this young one a good lesson." Thunder, another lightning bolt struck from the sky. Seeing this, Li Bo's heart trembled, almost stopping his breath. If Little White gets hit again by the lightning bird's thunder, it will surely die. "Little White's sister, I'm coming to save you." At this critical moment, Ziyun quickly appeared in the air above Little White, blocking the lightning strike. Under Li Bo's watchful gaze, lightning struck Ziyun without hesitation. Strangely, after the thunderbolt entered Ziyun's body, it seemed to dissolve like mud in the sea, with no fluctuations. Everyone present, including Li Bo, was shocked by this scene. Bai Liang looked confused and said, "Is this illusionary dark cloud absorbing the lightning? I don't believe this evil." Seeing that Ziyun was unharmed, Bai Liang's face showed some embarrassment. He gritted his teeth angrily. "Lightning Bird, use your strongest thunder attack." Lightning Bird's golden wings sparkled with continuous lightning, and powerful currents gathered. The surrounding air seemed to vibrate. Lightning Bird swung its wings forcefully, and with a loud bang, a fierce blue lightning bolt, as strong as an old tree trunk, charged wildly toward Ziyun. Seeing this powerful attack, Li Bo's face changed. "Ziyun!" The strong current instantly struck Ziyun's body. Her cloud-like form flickered intensely under the lightning, making it hard for anyone to see clearly. Only after Lightning Bird finished its full thunder attack did Ziyun's form become clear again. Surprisingly, Ziyun still looked completely unharmed, but after taking a full lightning strike, her body was covered with jumping arcs of electricity. These arcs seemed to be absorbed by Ziyun, blending naturally with her body. How is this possible? Bai Liang's face was full of disbelief. The illusionary dark cloud was so much lower in level, yet it could withstand 2 thunder attacks from Lightning Bird. He squinted at Ziyun's figure, feeling that something was very strange. "Brother Li Bo, I am so full." Suddenly, Ziyun's relaxed voice echoed in Li Bo's mind. He shivered, then exhaled in relief, feeling the tension in his heart ease a little. "Ziyun, you really scared me. Congratulations, host." The third evolution sequence of the illusionary dark cloud has been successfully activated. Please open the illusionary dark cloud panel to check. The third sequence, seeing the system prompt, Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. But right now, he wasn't thinking about the evolution. He quickly ran to the side of the 2 pets, hugging Xiao Bai and Ziyun tightly. "Master, I don't want to give it. The dragon turtle. The crystal core belongs to us." Xiao Bai, weak and exhausted, used all his strength to say this before falling into sleep. Li Bo gently stroked Xiao Bai's head with care. "If I don't give it up, even if I die today, I will keep this crystal core." After carefully removing the crystal core from Xiao Bai's tail and placing it inside himself, Li Bo summoned Xiao Bai back to his pet space to rest. "Kit, how dare you hide the crystal core?" "Haha, I think you're tired of living," Bai Liang shouted angrily. Li Bo stared coldly at the group of people nearby, watching silently. At this moment, he deeply realized the importance of strength. The weak have no right to negotiate at the table. No matter how many dragon turtles he kills, these killers only care about their own interests. If only he were stronger, Xiao Bai wouldn't have to suffer this kind of unfair treatment. Thinking of this, Li Bo clenched his fists tightly and decided to give up all caution. "Bai Liang, you better kill me today. If I manage to walk out of Sunset Beach alive, I will definitely kill you." Li Bo gritted his teeth, his eyes fierce like a wolf, showing a stubborn determination. That fierce aura was so intense it seemed like he wanted to tear someone apart alive. Bai Liang was momentarily stunned. He forced himself to stay calm and said, "Haha, I'm not afraid of you, you young punk." Bai Liang looked down from a high position. "Don't think that just because your illusion shadow cloud absorbed 2 lightning strikes from the Thunderbird, you're qualified to challenge me. Even if the gap in strength is huge, so what? I, Li Bo, am definitely not a lamb to be slaughtered." With those words, Li Bo stood up. Things had already developed to this point. If he kept trembling in fear, it would be unworthy of his dignity even in death. Feeling Li Bo's strong will, Ziyan floated in front of him, ready to fight to the death at any moment. "Good, good, good." Bai Liang clapped his hands and said, "Today, I will make you understand the huge gap between you and a third-tier beast master." Thunderbird. Spin attack. Hearing this, Huang Yin hurriedly tried to stop him. "Bai Liang, are you crazy? Using advanced skills can really be deadly. Do you want to attract the patrol team's investigation? Huh? Huang Yin, didn't you hear the fierce words this kid just said? I won't kill him, or he will kill me." White Liang's eyes were dark and cold. "This young man's potential is so strong that he might catch up to me someday. It's best to finish him here and then sell those 2 pet beasts on the black market. This is the smartest choice." After saying that, the lightning bird flapped its wings quickly, spinning rapidly in the air. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind swept around, and a huge white tornado suddenly formed in the sky, blowing Li Bo's hair wildly. Feather spin attack. Advanced flying skill. Feeling the intense air movement, Li Bo's expression grew serious. "Are you ready?" Purple Cloud. Purple Cloud remained calm and fearless. "Brother Li Bo, even if I die, I want to be with you." "Too bad. I haven't had the chance to evolve you into the 3rd level," Li Bo muttered regretfully. "Kill them." Lightning Bird. White Liang finished speaking, and the lightning bird, with a storm of wind several meters high, charged fiercely toward Li Bo. Just as Li Bo was about to close his eyes, a cold shout rang out. "Enough!" Whoosh! A huge black arc shot through the air toward the charging lightning bird. Bang! The black arc struck the hidden lightning bird in the storm, causing it to scream in pain. Its attack was completely stopped, and it veered off to crash into a large rock. Blood flowed from the wound, and the lightning bird was on the verge of death. Great Leaf Slash. Night Shadow rose. Seeing this, Li Bo's eyes widened suddenly, and he focused on the straight-standing Night Shadow rose nearby. White Liang was stunned. Seeing the lightning bird nearly die, he angrily pointed at the Night Shadow Rose and shouted, "What do you mean, Night Shadow Rose?" The Night Shadow Rose crossed her arms and said casually, "You can't kill this kid." "Can't kill?" White Liang was both angry and furious. "Why can't you kill him? Who is this kid to you?" "No reason. I said you can't kill him, so you can't." The Night Shadow Rose suddenly looked at White Liang with a cold, icy glare. White Liang couldn't help but shiver. Still, he mustered his courage and said, "Night Shadow Rose, don't think that just because you have a leader-level pet beast, you can do whatever you want. There are more S-rank assassins in this world than just you." "Oh? Are you hinting at your missing sister?" Yi Rose smirked with a sneer. "Even if she comes, she can't do anything to me. Before that, I don't mind taking care of you first." "You." Bai Liang was speechless, then looked at Scar and Huang Yin. "This kid wants to secretly take the core. Can you all accept that?" Huang Yin patted Bai Liang's shoulder heavily. "Honestly, Bai Liang, although this kid seems to be trying to get a bargain, he really did kill the dragon tortoise. Taking the core is justified." "You." Bai Liang looked at Scar again, trying to stir trouble. "And you?" "Scar. Stealing someone's prey isn't your style. I'm only interested in the treasure blood. The rest is up to you." "All right. Both of you agree that Li Bo can take the core, and one person abstains. Bai Liang, do you have anything to say?" Yi Rose asked. Bai Liang clenched his teeth, wanting to explode, but since everyone was stronger than him, he decided to hold back. He glared resentfully at Li Bo, then said unwillingly, "Guess this kid got lucky. Share the treasure blood. It'll be troublesome when the guards arrive." At this moment, Yi Rose quickly gave Li Bo a meaningful look. Still not leaving, Li Bo saw everyone start commanding their pets to draw treasure blood from the dragon tortoise's back. Under the cover of night, he took the purple cloud and rushed toward the exit of the scenic area. The park's main gate was already closed. Li Bo had no choice but to find a low fence and climb out with great effort. Looking back, seeing no one chasing him, Li Bo hurriedly left Sunset Beach, heading home. Looks like these people are probably dividing the dragon tortoise's treasure blood, Li Bo thought to himself. Clearly, he was the one who killed the dragon tortoise, but not only did he get nothing, he even lost his life here. Fortunately, I managed to protect the dragon tortoise's core, and with the 6 steel-headed lobster cores I had before, I should be able to help Little White revert to its ancestral form. Li Bo immediately checked Little White's injuries in his beast space. The creature was curled up motionless in the corner. Seeing that Little White's breathing was steady, Li Bo guessed it was probably asleep. Seeing its injuries healing slowly, Li Bo finally relaxed. A hint of sharpness flickered in Li Bo's eyes. Next time we meet, I hope you can still act so arrogantly. He silently hid his hatred in his heart and began to plan how to quickly improve his strength. As Li Bo hurried along the road, ahead he saw a tall woman standing with her back to him, as if she had been there for a long time. Li Bo stopped and squinted his eyes. Night rose. The woman was dressed in tight black leather, and under the moonlight, her silhouette looked incredibly and charming. Wasn't she going to get the dragon turtle's blood? Why was she already blocking his way? Could it be that Night Rose also had a flying-type pet beast? Li Bo wondered to himself. You're finally here. Night Rose turned around and gave Li Bo a charming smile, full of allure. Li Bo felt a chill in his heart. He wasn't naive enough to think she had any special feelings for him. This woman was unpredictable and dangerous. Why was she suddenly stopping him here? Was she after the dragon turtle's crystal core? After White Liang let him go at Sunset Beach and now appearing here alone, was she trying to hide her true intentions and steal treasures? Thinking of this, Li Bo took a step back. This scene didn't escape Night Rose's sharp eyes. A dangerous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Oh, little brother, weren't you quite bold when you were close to sister during the day? Why are you so timid now? Li Bo looked at her calmly. Just say what you want to do. Night Rose, what do I want to do? Ha. Night Rose walked over gracefully like a cat, approaching Li Bo slowly. When she stopped in front of him, she traced a circle on his chest with her hand and said in a nearly hypnotic voice, Since it's so late, what do you think sister is still here for? Li Bo lowered his gaze and saw the deep cleft between Night Rose's white peaks exposed at the zipper of her leather jacket. Li Bo gasped. Are you like this with every man? You're thinking of sister too casually. Night Rose was not angry. She leaned close to Li Bo's ear and exhaled softly. Your performance on the beach just now was very manly. I like it. Li Bo instinctively shivered and cleared his throat. Ahem. You came here, probably just to tell me these things, right? Not entirely. Yi Rose chuckled softly and slowly rolled up her sleeve. A delicate bracelet with a beautiful red gemstone caught Li Bo's eye. It's a silver water chain, made from a 1,000-year-old silver mine, embedded with pearls from deep-sea red clams, a luxury item with storage functions. Seeing this, Li Bo gasped in surprise. Storage items are not rare, but this silver water chain is unique worldwide. Rumor has it that a wealthy person bought it at a high price, but later, that person was assassinated and the item disappeared completely. Li Bo had seen the silver water chain in the news before. Today, he saw Yi Rose wearing exactly the same one. That wealthy person was probably killed by her. Noticing Li Bo's gaze, Yi Rose gently stroked the silver water chain. Oh, interested in this? If you ask me nicely, I might give it to you. I don't mind since I stole it anyway. Li Bo smiled wryly. Forget it. I can't afford that. You just don't have the courage. Yi Rose smiled charmingly. If you don't want this, I have something else for you. She then took out a clear glass bottle filled with red liquid from the silver water chain. Li Bo's pupils shrank. Could this be exactly what you think? Dragon tortoise treasure blood, Yi Rose said with a smile. Is this for me? Li Bo found it hard to believe. Yi Rose waiting for him here, just to give him such a treasure. Maybe luck was finally on his side. Perhaps heaven was blessing him for all those times he helped old ladies cross the street. How about it? Don't want it. Yi Rose's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she reached to take back the bottle. Li Bo quickly grabbed her hand. Good sister. I want it. Even though Li Bo didn't fully understand the value of the dragon tortoise treasure blood, after seeing several assassins tonight almost go crazy trying to kill the dragon tortoise, he knew how precious this blood really was. After storing the treasure blood, Li Bo looked at Yi Rose curiously. Why are you giving this to me? This is an extra gift, something you deserve, Yi Rose replied. But that reason might not be enough. Li Bo hesitated and said, with the value of the dragon tortoise's blood, the scarred men would only think it's too little. How could there be extra? It's because I forced myself to give you an extra share. Are you satisfied with that answer? Yi Rose turned around, hugging herself, and continued, just a small way to thank you for helping me hide my identity during the day. Li Bo was stunned for a moment, then softly said, thank you. Li Bo knew very well that being saved on Yi Rose Beach was already a kind of thanks. Now, she even gave him a share of the precious blood. How could he not feel grateful? You're welcome. Yi Rose seemed uncomfortable saying such words. Her shy expression was very different from her usual confident look. Seeing her face trying hard to hide her generosity, Li Bo couldn't help but laugh and feel a bit more understanding of her. This deadly assassin also had a kind side. It made him realize that judging someone based on just one side was not right. Let's go quickly. Bai Liang will be out soon. This guy is very narrow-minded, so you need to be careful. Remember, until you have real strength, don't be reckless like today. Hearing Yi Rose's repeated warnings, Li Bo nodded blankly. It seemed she realized she was talking too much. After putting the blood into Li Bo's hand, she quickly turned and walked away, trying to improve her image in his mind. Watching her figure disappear into the darkness, Li Bo suddenly spoke. Will we have a chance to meet again in the future? Yi Rose stopped and a faint smile appeared on her face. Yes. Brother, soon, Li Bo returned home. Come out. Little White. Purple Cloud, 2 pet beasts, one on each side, accompanied Li Bo. After experiencing life and death, he suddenly felt how precious this simple warmth was. Master, can I become a dragon beast? Little White stuck out its tongue and looked at Li Bo with big, round eyes. Little White, your injury isn't fully healed yet. Maybe we should wait until tomorrow. Little White stubbornly shook its head and said seriously, Master, I am too weak. I must become stronger. Looking at the determined expression in Little White's eyes, Li Bo was speechless for a moment. He thought about how much hardship Little White had endured along the way, and he believed it no longer cared about the remaining insignificant scars on its body. All right. Li Bo took out 6 crystal cores of steelhead lobsters and neatly placed them in front of Little White. He then placed the large, glowing crystal core of the turtle dragon, shining like a luminous pearl, in the center. At this moment, a system prompt appeared again in front of Li Bo. Collection progress 4, Dragon, Crystal Cores, 7/7. Congratulations, the host. You have completed the White Spirit Snake's ancestral return task. Please confirm whether to proceed with the ancestral return for the White Spirit Snake. Confirm. Li Bo immediately gave a positive reply. Okay, proceeding with the White Spirit Snake's ancestral return. Returning to ancestors, 5%. As the ancestral return began, Li Bo was surprised to see the crystal cores on the ground start to float on their own. Then, 7 crystal cores began to spin rapidly around Little White, with energy flowing from them into Little White. For a moment, Little White emitted a gentle white glow. Returning to ancestors, 52%. As the rotation speed of the crystal cores increased, the glow on Little White grew brighter. Its figure gradually became blurred until Li Bo could no longer see its shape clearly. Returning to ancestors, 78%. Returning to ancestors, 99%. Returning to ancestors, 100%. Congratulations. The White Spirit Snake has successfully returned to its ancestors. Please receive your new pet, the White Spirit Dragon. Success! Li Bo and Zi Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared intently at the glowing figure. As the white light gradually faded, the newly reborn Little White appeared before them. It was a 3-meter-long, snow-white winged dragon with a sleek, streamlined body. Although not very large, its dragon wings looked as if carved from ice, full of strength. Its entire body was covered in pure white, semi-transparent ice crystal scales. 2 delicate dragon horns grew from Little White's head, with a diamond-shaped ice pattern on its forehead. Its icy blue eyes now carried a hint of depth compared to before. Little White's 4 claws were slender, with claw tips like ice cones. Its tail forked like a swallow's tail and was covered with a thin layer of frost. With each breath, cold mist escaped from its nose and mouth, and tiny ice crystals floated around its body. Little White, Seeing how beautiful the white spirit dragon looks, Li Bo's breath almost stopped. He couldn't help but open its panel. Name: White Spirit Dragon. Gender: female. Attributes: Ice Dragon. Level: Ordinary level 8. Potential: Dominant grade. Skills: Dragon Claw, Basic. Ice Mist, Intermediate. Death Wrap, Intermediate. Cold Blade Tail, Intermediate. Cold Spike, Intermediate. Hail, Advanced. Status: Calm. White Spirit Dragon's new evolution sequence unlocked. White Spirit Dragon, Frost Condensed Ice Dragon, Dark Blue Ice Dragon, Proud Cold Ice Dragon King, Extreme Cold Sacred Dragon. Detected that White Spirit Dragon has fused with the Dragon Tortoise Crystal Core. Congratulations, host. White Spirit Dragon has successfully inherited the Dragon Tortoise's genetic trait, High Defense. White Spirit Dragon fused with the Dragon Tortoise skill, Rock Armor, and learned a new skill, Ice Armor, Advanced. Ice Armor summons solid ice to cover the body, increasing defense by 1x. The Ice Armor is a growth skill, and its effect will automatically improve as the pet evolves. Master. Little White gently rubbed Li Bo with its head. As he stroked Little White's brand new dragon horns, a genuine joy surged from Li Bo's heart. Finally, it has returned to its ancestral dragon lineage. Then he carefully checked Little White's panel information. Dragon Claw, a dragon-specific grasping skill. Although Dragon Claw is just a basic skill, combined with the fierce physique of a dragon-type pet, its explosive power is not to be underestimated. Ice Spike. White Spirit Dragon swings its wings quickly to launch narrow ice spikes at opponents. With Strong, a nightmare for high-defense pets. Li Bo was quite satisfied with the two new dragon and ice skills that Little White had mastered. However, what surprised him was that, besides inheriting the Hail skill from the Dragon Tortoise, Little White also learned a high-level skill, Ice Armor. I didn't expect that after fusing with the Dragon Tortoise Crystal Core and returning to its ancestral traits, it accidentally inherited its genes. Although the current boost is only 1x, according to the system, Ice Armor will grow stronger as Little White develops. This means that in the future, Ice Armor could become an extraordinary skill, like the Dragon Tortoise's Super Rock Armor. Is it extraordinary? The battle between the Night Shadow Rose and the Dragon Turtle still lingers in my mind. Having witnessed such a stunning scene, Li Bo couldn't help but feel curious about what extraordinary truly meant. Anyway, compared to before, Xiaobai's strength has improved tremendously. This ordinary pet beast now has 2 advanced skills and 4 intermediate skills. If people knew about this, they would think it's crazy. Most importantly, Xiaobai's potential has now reached the level of a dominant beast. Across the entire continent, dominant-level pet beasts are very rare. Only the top-tier beast tamers can contract with them. Xiaobai's next form is Frost Condensation Ice Dragon. Li Bo stroked his chin and thought carefully. The names in the evolution sequence for the White Spirit Dragon haven't appeared in any records before. This means that evolving into the Frost Condensation Ice Dragon is uncharted territory, and Li Bo will have to explore it himself. What should I do now? Li Bo was momentarily at a loss. Just as he felt helpless, the system suddenly popped up a message. Detected that the White Spirit Dragon has reached level 8. Can claim the evolution quest early. Confirm to accept the quest? Wow! As expected from the strongest beast system. Seeing this as a lifeline, Li Bo's eyes lit up, and he quickly clicked to confirm. Most pet beasts can only evolve into their next form when they reach level 9. But smart beast tamers prepare in advance for their pets' evolutions. The system displayed another message. White Spirit Dragon Evolution Quest successfully accepted. Detected that the White Spirit Dragon's evolution sequence is unique. Issuing Frost Condensation Ice Dragon Evolution Quest. Quest 1. White Spirit Dragon reaches level 9. Not completed. Quest 2. Command White Spirit Dragon to win a battle against a reverse attribute. Progress 0/1. Quest 3. Collect 3 Cold Spirit Herbs. Current progress. Progress 0/3. 3 quests. Li Bo thought carefully. Although there are 3 tasks, only one is truly difficult. Quest 1 is a mandatory requirement for evolution. Leveling up depends on natural growth. It can't be rushed. Task 2 requires winning a battle against an opponent with a different attribute. The beginner has 2 types, and there are many types that can counter her. To complete the task, just find a pet beast like a fire or rock type to defeat her. However, collecting the cold spirit grass for the 3rd time is quite difficult for Li Bo. Li Bo has read about this rare spiritual herb in a book. It needs very specific weather conditions and only grows in the cold northern regions. He is in the eastern part of the continent, in the Great Xia Kingdom. Where can he find cold spirit grass? Some black market traders might sell this rare material, but with Li Bo's current resources, how can he contact such mysterious people? What's wrong, master? Seeing Li Bo silent, Xiaobai tilted her head and looked at him with clear blue eyes. But unexpectedly, when Xiaobai's wings moved slightly, she accidentally knocked everything off the cabinet, making a loud noise. Realizing she caused trouble, Xiaobai's eyes immediately looked panicked. Sorry, master. I didn't mean to. Li Bo smiled wryly. It's not your fault, Xiaobai. It's just that this room is too small. Xiaobai is now 3 meters long, and with her wings spread, she's even bigger. The small house can only fit her original, agile, and small body like a white spirit snake. Now, Xiaobai finds it hard to move freely inside. Li Bo placed his hand on Xiaobai's head. Let's turn you back into a beast girl. Xiaobai obediently nodded. A white light flashed, and Xiaobai transformed back into her beast girl form. Li Bo was surprised to see that Xiaobai's appearance had changed noticeably after becoming a beast girl. The most obvious change was that she now had 2 pure white dragon horns on her head. Besides that, her already delicate white skin became even more snow-white and radiant, exuding a cold, noble aura. Master, do I look uglier now? Seeing Li Bo staring at her, Xiaobai looked a bit insecure and touched her face. Of course not. Li Bo smiled. Xiaobai is the most beautiful. What about me? Ziyun, standing nearby, immediately looked unhappy. Oh no, I was careless. My Ziyun. Li Bo hurriedly comforted her. Ziyun is just as beautiful. Liar. Li Bo, you like Xiaobai more. Purple Cloud turned her head to the side and pouted, looking very unhappy. Not easy to cheer up, Li Bo sighed. Compared to Little White's simple and sensitive nature, Purple Cloud seemed more prone to throwing tantrums. You are all my pets, and I love you equally, Li Bo said while petting Purple Cloud's head. But she didn't seem convinced. I don't believe it. Purple Cloud looked proud and said, unless you make me as strong as Little White's sister. So you're jealous, Li Bo chuckled helplessly. It seemed Purple Cloud felt threatened by Little White's rapid improvement and was feeling a bit jealous. However, after regressing, Little White was actually a bit stronger than Purple Cloud. Suddenly, Li Bo thought of something and quickly checked Purple Cloud's profile. Name: Illusory Dark Cloud. Gender: female. Attribute: Dark. Level: Ordinary level 6. Potential: Overlord grade. Skills: Shadow Ball. Intermediate. Curse: Advanced. Arrow Rain: Advanced. Status: Seeking Attention. Evolution Sequence: 3 paths. Sequence 1. Pure Dark Attribute Cultivation Route. Illusory Dark Cloud. Shadow Mist Cloud. Eternal Night Dark Cloud. Purple Dark Domain. Sequence 2. Dark Water Attribute Cultivation Route. Illusory Dark Cloud. Abyssal Dark Cloud. Yellow Spring. Purple Cloud. Purple Wave Sea Cloud. Sequence 3. Dark Electric Attribute Cultivation Route. Illusory Dark Cloud. Shadow Thunder Cloud. Storm Thunder Cloud. Eternal Night Thunder Cloud. End of Days Thunderbright. Indeed. An additional evolution route with electric attribute. Seeing the 3rd evolution path for Purple Cloud, Li Bo was both unsurprised and pleasantly surprised. The exciting part was that Purple Cloud now also had the potential to reach the Overlord level. As for the dual attribute of Dark Electric, it matched Li Bo's guesses quite well. He clearly remembered that on Sunset Beach, Purple Cloud had been struck twice by Lightning Bird, once taking a full lightning strike, and afterward, the system prompted an update to her evolution paths. According to the system, when a pet's traits change, their evolution paths also change. It was probably Lightning Bird's thunder that caused Purple Cloud's traits to evolve. Unbelievable. Purple Cloud can actually absorb lightning. Although I have a grudge against Bai Liang, I must thank him for activating Ziyun's 3rd evolution sequence to some extent. However, Li Bo is also glad that he didn't rush to choose the first 2 evolution paths earlier, or he would have missed the chance to make Ziyun stronger. Dark plus electric. What a rare combination, Li Bo smiles happily. Pets with both dark and electric attributes are uncommon, and Ziyun's evolution route is even more unique. Storm Thundercloud. Annihilation Thunder Prison. End of Days Thunder Glory. Li Bo can't help but look forward to it. Just these names suggest that Ziyun will become incredibly powerful after evolving. Then, Li Bo curiously opens Ziyun's Dark Electric evolution sequence, but the system doesn't pop up an evolution task like it did for Xiaobai. Could it be because Ziyun hasn't reached the level of an ordinary 8th-tier pet? Li Bo mutters to himself. But right now, he doesn't have the energy to prepare for 2 pets' evolutions at the same time. The most urgent thing now is to find a way to get the cold spirit grass needed for Xiaobai's evolution. Ziyun's level is still low, so I'll put the evolution on hold for now. Hehe. Luneng, do you think your wind speed dog has recently advanced past level 5? Do you feel confident now? I think you're getting a bit carried away. What? Are you suggesting a challenge? Don't leave after school. Hey look, it's Muau. Wow, the school beauty. I haven't seen her around lately. She seems even more beautiful than before. I heard Lin Feier's red armored dragon has evolved to the elite level. I wonder how Muao's moonlight cat is doing now. Why do you care so much? Someone like her, a goddess, has nothing to do with us. Just focus on your own game. Ugh. Just thinking about how this stunning girl was harshly kicked by Li Bo makes me feel so upset. That guy really got off easy. Suddenly, Li Bo sneezed. Who the heck is cursing me? He looked around and saw a graceful girl walking toward him. His face immediately darkened. Muau, with her high ponytail and wearing a white short skirt, walked confidently, just like before, with no makeup on her face. Her flawless face was the white moonlight in many people's hearts. She stopped in front of Li Bo and greeted him. Long time no see, Li Bo. Really? Li Bo sneered. The scene in that room is still fresh in my mind. Just like yesterday, hearing her words with a hint of sarcasm, Muau paused for a moment, then said, I heard you awakened your beast-taming talent. Sorry about what I said before. Anyway, congratulations, Li Bo, Muau, we're old friends. No need for such formalities. Li Bo smiled calmly. You don't need to apologize. It's normal for beast tamers to have relationships with their pets. Just let it go. Li Bo suddenly seemed very understanding, which surprised Muau. So you forgive me. Forgive? Huh. There's no way I can forgive you. You cheated on me, and I'll remember that forever. Muau. Seeing Li Bo's angry expression, Muau kept avoiding his gaze and quickly changed the subject. I heard you have a bet with Lin Fei'er. The martial arts competition is coming up soon. If you don't mind, I can help train you. You don't need to worry about that, Li Bo said casually. Lin Fei'er and I agreed to accept the outcome. At worst, I'll just be her boyfriend. I won't lose anything anyway. You. Muau looked upset and hurriedly said, your Bai Ling snake talent is average. How could you possibly beat her red armor dragon? Are you really planning to be Lin Feier's boyfriend? Muau clenched her teeth, feeling a bit uncomfortable about this matter. Li Bo didn't care about her look and said, so what if I am? So what if I'm not? What does that have to do with you? Just as they argued, Li Bo's homeroom teacher, Wu Gang, suddenly approached. He handed Li Bo a report, a look of happiness on his face. Congratulations. Li Bo, your beast-taming talent has been officially rated. Wu Gang's voice was quiet but drew everyone's attention. Everyone was curious about how high Li Bo's beast-taming talent, which had awakened late, could be. Muau also stood there, looking curious. Beast-taming talent rating. Li Bo opened the report, and a list of official seals and signatures appeared clearly. But the most eye-catching part was the big letter S at the top. An S rank. Li Bo wasn't very surprised. With such an incredible beast-taming talent given by the system, the school giving him only an S rank seemed a bit modest. In short, with this talent certification, he could now participate in the martial arts exam properly. Although Li Bo felt calm inside, the surrounding students suddenly erupted into lively discussions, congratulating him one after another. This also meant that Li Bo had become the second S-rank beast tamer at Jiangda, after Muau. It was also the first time in Zhanghai University's history that 2 students in the same class had S-rank talents. Muau stood outside the crowd, stunned, unable to speak for a moment about Li Bo's change. After a long silence, she curved her lips into a smile and softly said, "Congratulations," in a voice only she could hear. Li Bo's S-level talent caused a small stir. Then the school leaders reminded everyone about daily training and the upcoming martial arts competition in 3 days. Wu Gang finished recording the ranks of all students in his class, then muttered a few words like, "Keep training well," before announcing the class dismissed. After a brief moment of admiration from everyone, Li Bo also left the school. Just as he stepped out of the school gate, he saw Muau walking away in the distance again. Strange. Muau's house isn't in this direction. Li Bo was puzzled. Usually, Muau was picked up and dropped off by a special car every day, but this time, she chose to walk and headed in a completely different direction from her home. Muau looked back as she walked, making sure no one was watching, then disappeared around a corner. This made Li Bo suspicious. He quickly summoned Ziyun. "Do you need to fight, Brother Li Bo?" Ziyun asked. "No, use illusion color mimicry. Follow Muau and keep me updated on any movements," Li Bo ordered. Ziyun nodded, blending her body with the surrounding colors to hide her form and follow her. Muau entered a very hidden alley. After winding around for about 10 minutes, Ziyun, floating in the air, successfully tracked her. But Li Bo noticed that as Ziyun got closer, Muau was actually waiting in front of her for a young man. Muau stopped, and the man slowly turned around, smiling gently at her. "Congratulations, Xiao Shui. You've passed all the probation tests. You are now a D-class hunter. I have been saving for a long time, mainly to gather the key materials for the evolution of the Moonlight Cat," Muau replied quickly and clearly. "According to the prices in the hunter shop, one illusion mooncake costs 1,000 contribution points, right?" The man nodded. "That's correct. Are you sure you want to exchange?" "Yes, I am." After hearing Muau's firm answer, the man took out a yellow mooncake about the size of a palm from his storage ring. One illusion mooncake deducts 1,000 contribution points. You now only have 50 contribution points left. You should do more missions in the future. The man squinted and smiled, then handed the mooncake to Muau. "Are there any bounty missions suitable for me recently?" Muau asked. "Actually, yes." "Oh? Master Yang, please tell me more." The man crossed his arms and said seriously, "Someone is offering a big reward for the champion of the Zhanghai University martial arts competition. Xiao Shui, with your strength, you might consider taking this bounty and giving up the championship." "Martial arts competition champion?" Muau looked surprised. "There are such bounty missions?" "Hee." The man chuckled softly. "In this world, whether it's flying in the sky or running on the ground, there's nothing that can't be measured by benefits. For our Hunter Association, everything is tradable, especially a small martial arts competition champion, giving up the championship." "How can you be sure I can win?" Muau asked doubtfully. "I, Yang Fei, never make mistakes in judging people," the man joked. "Currently, the strongest two at Zhang University are you and Lin Fei'er. Although Lin Feier's Red Armor Dragon has advanced to the elite level, you've already obtained the key materials for the Moonlight Cat's evolution. Your evolution to elite is just around the corner. If there's a competition between you two, I still favor you. The sponsor will smooth out all relationships to keep you from competing directly. As long as you're willing to accept, you can succeed in reaching the final." "Still not going to do it." Before the man finished speaking, Muau immediately rejected the idea. The man was momentarily stunned. "Xiao Shui, with your background, you don't need to enter the secret realm to get high-level materials. Why not accept someone else's kindness? You can also earn contribution points. This isn't about resources, it's about principles," Muau said firmly. "I prefer to fight with all my heart. Since you have said that, I can only wish you good luck in gaining entry to the secret realm." "Thank you, Minister Yang. I have decided to focus entirely on training the Moonlight Cat. I won't be taking on any bounty missions for a while. I respect your decision." The man said this and then watched Muau leave. After Muau's figure disappeared completely, Yang Fei's gaze suddenly sharpened. He looked at the sky, then at a corner, and chuckled playfully. "Are you coming out yourself, or do I have to defeat your pet beast before you show up?" No. It's all a misunderstanding." With a sheepish laugh, Li Bo slowly stepped out from the corner, feeling puzzled about how this guy discovered him and Ziyun. He had overheard their entire conversation just now. He never expected that Muau was also a bounty hunter. But what intrigued him most was how Muau had obtained the key evolution materials for the Moonlight Cat using contribution points. Even rare items like the enchanted mooncake are available. Maybe this Yang Fei also has a way to get cold spirit grass. Don't tell me you're hiding here just to look at beautiful women. While speaking, Yang Fei looked up and down at Li Bo. Minister Yang, or should I say Brother Yang? Li Bo chuckled. Honestly, that was my ex-girlfriend just now. I accidentally came here, and I mean no harm. You smooth talker. I didn't realize Xiao Shui had dated you before. Yang Fei's face showed a hint of surprise. Then he calmed down and said, just tell me plainly. Why are you hiding here? What do you want? Li Bo didn't expect him to be so straightforward, so he didn't beat around the bush. Brother Yang, do you have cold spirit grass here? How much does it cost? I want to buy some. Buy? Yang Fei broke out in sweat, feeling a bit speechless. What do you think I am? I'm not a merchant, and I don't sell anything. But then, Yang Fei changed the subject. However, I do have cold spirit grass here. No way. Brother Yang, you really have some? Li Bo excitedly grabbed Yang Fei's arm, acting familiar. You're like a god. Yang Fei moved Li Bo's hand away. Li Bo was not angry at all and smiled, saying, Hey, Yang Gu, wasn't Muau just exchanging contribution points for materials? Does becoming a bounty hunter mean you can get rewards by taking on bounties? Oh, you know about bounty hunters? Yang Fei looked a bit surprised. Somewhat. Li Bo's mind flashed with the image of Yi Rose. He grinned and said, Hunters are just people who take money to help others solve problems. Taking money to help others, huh? You really have some talent for being a hunter, Yang Fei said with a hint of admiration. So, Yang Gu, can I become a hunter? Li Bo looked at him eagerly. Sorry, not yet. Yang Fei refused immediately. Hunter registration is by invitation only. To become a hunter, you need a recommendation from a C-level or higher hunter. That's also a kind of guarantee, Yang Fei explained. Recommendation? Li Bo stroked his chin. How does that work? Usually, it's recommended in person. But since hunters are busy, if you can't do that, showing a special recommendation token also works, Yang Fei said. A token? Li Bo fell into thought. Seeing Li Bo hesitate, Yang Fei patted his shoulder. All right, kid, I don't have time to mess around with you here. Keep what you saw today to yourself. If you reveal Yi Snow's hunter identity, next time we meet, I won't be so polite. Just as Yang Fei was about to leave, Li Bo suddenly called out. Wait a moment. Is there something else? Yang Fei squinted at him. It's just the token, right? I have one, Li Bo suddenly said. Oh, before Yang Fei could react, Li Bo took out a clear glass bottle filled with red liquid. At that moment, Yang Fei's pupils suddenly widened. This is dragon turtle blood, Night Rose. Yang Fei looked at Li Bo in surprise. You know Night Rose? Let's just say we're quite familiar. Yang Fei carefully rubbed the blood bottle of the dragon turtle, sighing. Defeating a dragon turtle is such a hard task, yet she actually did it. Truly a top-tier hunter, Li Bo just smiled silently, not revealing that he was the one who actually killed the dragon turtle. Since you have the dragon turtle's blood, you must have been at Sunset Beach that day too, Yang Fei suddenly asked. Yes. What's wrong? Li Bo didn't understand why Yang Fei was so interested in this. After returning the dragon turtle's blood to Li Bo, Yang Fei's gaze suddenly turned sharp like lightning. I'll ask you. Besides Night Rose, were there any other hunters present? Other hunters? Li Bo stroked his chin. I'm not sure if those three are even hunters. 3. Who are they? One is called Bai Liang, and the other two seem to be named Scar and Huang Yin. Exactly as I thought, Yang Fei sneered. These old factions hunters are getting more and more reckless, daring to interfere in S-rank missions. Wait, old factions? What does that mean? Li Bo asked. Never mind. Since you have Night Rose's token, becoming a hunter shouldn't be a problem. I might as well tell you, Yang Fei said. The Bounty Hunter Association has risen over these years as a global underground beast tamer organization. There are several million registered hunters and thousands of branches. That many. Li Bo was a bit surprised. Although the planet's size and population are 100 times that of Earth, a few million hunters really challenged his understanding. So, old factions refers to the earliest established branches. Li Bo suddenly understood. Exactly, Yang Fei nodded slowly. These old faction hunters have been registered the longest, know the rules of the association inside out, and are very powerful. They often take on private jobs outside the association, mostly involving violent or illegal activities. For a long time, the official organization even classified hunters as assassins. But doesn't the Hunter Association itself have many assassination missions? Li Bo was very confused. He remembered what the patrol team had said earlier, that the Night Rose could become a wanted S rank because it had killed too many people. Good question, Yang Fei explained. All bounty rewards are carefully evaluated by the association. Only when the benefits are enough and the target is worth eliminating do they officially issue a hunt for hunters. In a way, it's also about punishing evil and protecting society. But over the years, some hunters' bad actions have overshadowed the original purpose of the association. So, I was wrong about this woman, Li Bo thought to himself. Kid, after learning all this, do you still want to join the Hunter Association? Maybe someday, I'll assign you a bounty mission, Yang Fei asked jokingly. If I join the association, I can get more resources. Then, I am willing, Li Bo said firmly, eager to become stronger. Don't worry about that. When there's enough reward money, brave people will come. Without enough benefits, many beast tamers wouldn't join the Hunter Association, Yang Fei added. You saw just now how Xiao Shui used contribution points to exchange for evolution materials. The resources the association has are much richer than you think. Let's do it. Start now, Li Bo said seriously. Yang Fei smiled without speaking. Then he made a summoning gesture with both hands. A flash of blue light appeared, and a mechanical-looking octopus pet materialized. Wow, it's another steel core octopus. Li Bo was stunned. This steel core octopus looked exactly like Wu Gang's, just bigger. Yang Fei's steel core octopus was at the top level, rank 9, so it was larger. What was different was that Li Bo saw on the panel that this steel core octopus had learned a new advanced skill called chip implant. Name, Yang Fei suddenly asked. Li Bo, good. Li Bo. Now, extend one arm, Yang Fei continued. Li Bo nodded and stretched out his right arm. The steel core octopus's tentacle quickly extended and tapped his wrist. Li Bo felt a slight sting, like a mosquito bite, and then saw the octopus retract its tentacle. Congratulations, Li Bo. You now have an implant of the Hunter Association's ID chip in your body. This means you are officially a registered apprentice bounty hunter. In other words, an E-rank hunter. Chip? Li Bo looked down at his arm, which was still intact with no scars from the implant. Interesting. What does this chip do? Li Bo asked curiously. The chip is like a special communication device. Its functions include accepting bounty missions, contributing points to the shop, and contacting contacts. To activate it, you just need to send a command with your mind. Really amazing? Li Bo tried opening the contribution points shop, and a virtual interface appeared automatically in front of his eyes. It was filled with many items, pets, pet eggs, materials, medicines. Li Bo carefully looked through the shop. Suddenly, a few items caught his attention and made him excited. Cold spirit grass. There really is cold spirit grass. Li Bo was very pleased that Yang Fei didn't have water. He checked the contribution points needed for cold spirit grass, 100 points per plant. That meant he needed 300 points to successfully evolve the Frost Ice Dragon. Yang Fei seemed to guess what Li Bo was thinking and added, the points shop is just a display. If a hunter wants to exchange for items, they need to contact their contact person who will deliver the items to them. Brother Yang, are you my contact person? Li Bo grinned. Haha, not only am I your contact, but I'm also your manager, Yang Fei said seriously. Li Bo, from now on, you are a member of Hunter Association Department 4210. Welcome to the team. Wow, Department 4210. How many beast tamers are in our team? 7 in total, including you, Yang Fei said solemnly. Wow, only 7. That's so few. I thought there would be thousands of people in a department, Li Bo wondered. Yang Fei cleared his throat. Well, our department was just established recently, and we're still expanding. No wonder they accepted me so easily without checking. Turns out the entry requirements are pretty low, Li Bo thought to himself. Anyway, keep working missions and aim to reach D level as soon as possible, Yang Fei said enthusiastically. Xiao Shui reached D level in less than half a year. Do missions help you level up? Li Bo asked curiously. Haha, not exactly, all the time. Breaking through to level D requires a total contribution value of 1,000. The higher you go, the more the contribution needed increases exponentially. During this time, you really need to keep accepting bounty missions. But, besides contribution points, there is a faster way to level up, Yang Fei said with a mysterious smile. What is it? Yang Fei smiled mysteriously and said, upper-level battles. Upper-level battles. Li Bo looked confused. Yang Fei began to explain. An upper-level battle is when a lower-level hunter challenges a higher-level hunter. When hunters meet, their chips can sense each other. Hunters can use their chips to initiate an upper-level battle. If you win, your hunter rating will be exchanged. That's a simple and effective way to level up. Li Bo stroked his chin. The higher your level, the higher the level of bounty missions you can accept, and the more contribution points you get. So, I happen to have an E-level bounty here. Do you want to take it? Yang Fei raised an eyebrow at Li Bo. Yes. Of course I do, Li Bo replied. Yang Fei chuckled softly, then took a scroll from his storage ring and handed it to Li Bo. Take a look. Your first mission. Curious, Li Bo unrolled the scroll. Eliminate the Night Wolf. After reading the brief instructions on the scroll, Li Bo looked up at Yang Fei. Are you asking me to kill a pet beast? Exactly, Yang Fei explained. This night wolf has been lurking in the nightclubs and bars of Jianghai recently. It often seduces young girls and commits violent crimes, causing many murders. The bounty owner also lost his daughter because of this, and has spent a lot of money to hire us to hunt the wolf. I see. But looking at the contribution points for the bounty, Li Bo frowned. A level E mission worth 350 contribution points. Can I handle it? Don't worry, Yang Fei smiled. You can contract the illusory shadow cloud, so dealing with a night wolf is no problem. But this wolf is quite good at disguising itself and is very cunning, so the contribution points are higher than a normal E-level bounty. You'll need to be careful and find it carefully. Hearing this, Li Bo looked at Yang Fei with caution. How did you find Ziyun's trail just now? Although the illusionary mimicry can hide one's shape, it cannot conceal one's scent. As an excellent beast tamer, I should not overlook any movement in the air. The movement in the air. Li Bo was speechless. Although Yang Fei looked cheerful on the outside, he was very careful inside. He knew so much about rare pets like Ziyun, and his strength was truly hard to gauge. Just tell me what you know. Contact me when you've completed the task. Yang Fei waved goodbye to Li Bo and added one last instruction before leaving. Remember, don't reveal your hunter identity easily. In the eyes of the inspection department, people like us are a big trouble. Backstreet Bar. Neon lights shone like agate on the dance floor filled with men and women. Loud music mixed with midnight celebration, creating a stark contrast to the quiet street outside. At a corner booth near the dance floor, Li Bo sat with his legs crossed. His left arm rested on Xiao Bai's shoulder, and his right hand held a deep water bomb drink, which he drank in one gulp. This was the most secret underground bar in Jianghai, and Li Bo had to work hard to find it. Master, don't drink anymore. There's a competition tomorrow, remember? Xiao Bai hurriedly took away Li Bo's glass, looking worried. Li Bo hiccuped, but his eyes remained clear. He hugged Xiao Bai's neck and laughed. Xiao Bai, don't worry. I can handle my drinks. Li Bo looked like a carefree who often hung out in nightclubs. It was hard to connect him with a student. This was because in his previous life, he often drank for his leaders, so he wasn't very sensitive to alcohol. But, Master, aren't we here to find the night wolf? Xiao Bai reminded him, worried that Li Bo might forget their goal. Sure. Li Bo looked around cautiously. Quiet, Xiao Bai. Don't scare the wolf away before you even see it. Xiao Bai quickly covered his mouth. Sorry, Master, Li Bo smiled and said. Xiao Bai, do you really think I'm here just to enjoy myself? The booth here costs a lot, and it pains me to spend so much. But as the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. To avoid alerting our target, we need to act natural. But, is the night wolf really at the Backstreet Bar? Little White looked a bit disappointed and said, We've been to several nightclubs and bars these past few days, but we haven't seen any signs of activity. I'm afraid today we'll leave empty-handed again. This guy is unpredictable and can only be found by luck. But the reason we chose the Backstreet Bar today is because I heard there are frequent performances by beastmen here. Li Bo's eyes focused on a few dressed beast-eared girls nearby. Then he said, I think places with both humans and beastmen are the easiest to hide in. If a werewolf appears here at night, it wouldn't stand out. Beast girl performances. Little White tilted her head curiously and looked around. Various beast girls and beastmen were dancing and showing off to customers. This kind of service has become a feature of the Backstreet Bar, so no one would suspect Li Bo and Little White, no matter how close they seemed. Ladies and gentlemen, suddenly, a voice caught their full attention. In the center of the dance floor stood a man dressed in hip-hop clothes, holding a microphone and starting to host. Welcome to the Backstreet Bar. Now, let's welcome our special guest of the night, Muau Muau. As soon as the words were spoken, the bar erupted in excitement. Men shouted excitedly, "Oh, oh, Muau Muau." Li Bo's face suddenly showed surprise, and he stared intently at the scene in the center of the dance floor. Little White noticed this too. She pouted and said, "Humph. Your eyes are almost glued to her." Smelling the strong jealousy, Li Bo smiled wryly and said, "Little White, where are you thinking? I just remembered that Muau Shui's moonlight cat is also called Muau Muau. Is that so?" Little White also looked over. In the middle of the dance floor, there was a long steel pole. At the top of the pole, a cat girl was slowly sliding down, her posture very alluring. As the cheers grew louder, bang! All the spotlights in the room shone simultaneously on the cat girl. Li Bo's eyes widened instantly. The cat girl had a very hot figure, with curves in all the right places. She was wearing only a minimal and very short hot pants that almost reached her thighs. She wore black stockings that highlighted her long, slender, yet sensuous legs, making it hard not to imagine more. Name: Moonlight Cat. Gender: female. Attribute: psychic level, ordinary level 9. Potential: leader grade. Skills: quick movement, basic; clawing, basic; tiny telekinesis, basic; hypnosis, intermediate, etc. Description: a pet that grows by absorbing moonlight. During a full moon, her strength greatly increases. Wow, it's really her. Li Bo wasn't mistaken. The cat girl in the dance hall, with wavy hair and gray fluffy ears, is definitely Muau Shui's pet. Muau Muau. Master, are you sure it's the same pet? Xiaobai asked with some doubt. Absolutely. Li Bo stared directly at Muau Muau's exposed white shoulder. She has a mole on her left shoulder. That's definitely Muau Shui's moonlight cat. Wow. You even noticed the mole on her shoulder. Even Xiaobai, being innocent, couldn't help but imagine things, and her face showed displeasure. Ahem. Xiaobai, this is a long story. Let the master explain it to you when we get home. Humph. I don't like it. I won't listen to the master anymore. Xiaobai turned her head away again. Li Bo wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself how jealous his two pets are. If he told them that he had already seen the moonlight cat's body, it would definitely cause trouble. Strange. How did this cat girl end up at this nightclub? Does Muau Shui know about this? Just as Li Bo was feeling confused, Muau Muau in the dance hall seemed to notice Li Bo's presence. She looked at him and froze for a moment, as if lost in thought. But amid the loud screams in the bar, Muau Muau quickly collected herself, turned her gaze away from Li Bo, and started her performance. Muau Muau performed a pole dance. She was graceful, spinning and wrapping around the pole, showing off her feline flexibility. Every move was full of seduction and strength. With the music and alcohol boosting the mood, the men below were all parched and kept whistling at Muau Muau. Muau Muau seemed to enjoy the attention, her movements becoming more daring and filled with suggestive hints. During this process, Muau Muau looked at Li Bo several times. At first, her eyes showed a hint of suspicion, as if she was secretly watching him. But as she got more involved, she kept winking at Li Bo and blowing kisses. Xiaobai was so angry her face turned red. Humph. I knew she had a special connection with the owner. I will tell Ziyun. This time, it's really not fair to Xiaobai. Li Bo looked like he was caught in a tough spot. Look, the owner's eyes are glued on her. If the owner likes pole dancing, Xiaobai can also perform for you. What? Li Bo turned his head and looked at Xiaobai, who pouted her lips and looked very serious. There was a strange contrast that he couldn't quite explain. System detected that the white spirit dragon has a strong desire to learn dance. Activate skill, dragon dance, learning task. Task requirement. White Spirit Dragon must perform a pole dance around the Beast Tamer to understand the advanced skill, Dragon Dance. Current task progress, 0/1 Wow. This is really possible. Seeing the sudden task from the system, Li Bo opened his mouth in surprise. He couldn't believe he could learn the Dragon Dance. As a high-level Dragon-type skill, Dragon Dance is a very powerful buff skill. When successfully used, it can double the stats of the pet beast, including speed, attack, and defense. Among 20 different types, not many skills can boost all-around abilities, but the Dragon type just happens to have one. Top Dragon-type beast tamers carefully choose and train dragons that can learn Dragon Dance. In battles between experts, every little advantage counts. Skills like Dragon Dance that can turn the tide of a fight are highly sought after. However, Li Bo was a bit annoyed by this strange task of learning Dragon Dance. What does pole dancing have to do with Dragon Dance? Seeing Li Bo suddenly distracted, Xiao Bai timidly said in a soft voice, "Could it be the owner doesn't want to see Xiao Bai perform pole dancing?" No. Li Bo shook his head. Pole dancing is great. I want to learn. I must learn. While everyone else was drooling over the Moonlight Cat Girl, only Xiao Bai looked very serious, constantly recording every move of the dance. Soon, the host announced that Muau's pole dance performance was over. The next part was a different kind of Beast Girl show. But Li Bo suspiciously noticed that after Muau left the stage, she did not go backstage but instead picked up 2 glasses of red wine. She approached him gracefully. Li Bo squinted his eyes, unsure of her intentions. Muau came in front of Li Bo, speaking in a charming voice. "It seems you're not very happy to see me." "Should I be happy?" Li Bo replied coldly. "I guess you're still angry about me taking your girlfriend," she said with a charming smile, naturally sitting on Li Bo's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and handing him a glass of wine. "Here's a drink." As my apology, Li Bo remained unmoved. "I'm curious, are you okay with how bold I am in this nightclub?" "Does Muau know?" Muau blew softly into Li Bo's ear. "If you drink it, I'll tell you." Li Bo handed the glass over, gently swaying it in front of him, but didn't rush to drink. Muau raised an eyebrow. "What? Afraid it might be poisoned?" Li Bo pushed the glass aside on the table, smiling. "I have something important to do today. I can't drink anymore." "Oh." Muau looked at the small white girl beside her. "Bringing such a beautiful dragon girl to the nightclub in the middle of the night. Are you serious about your business? That's none of your concern." "Indeed, it's none of my business. But," Muau drew a circle on Li Bo's chest, "if you think she isn't very open, I can help you train her." "Who wants you to train her?" Xiao Bai said angrily. "And you, sneaking around behind your master's back. You have no sense of being a pet." "Sense? Huh?" Muau muttered as she finished her glass of red wine. "I'm working hard to level up and become stronger, defeating opponents on the battlefield again and again, winning trophies that I happily bring to Xiao Shui. As a pet, I fulfill all my duties." Muau's cheeks flushed slightly, and she was not very sober. Under the influence of alcohol, she seemed to speak to herself. "But what about Xiao Shui? Even though I am so powerful, she still contracts with other pets. Why should pets be loyal only to their beast masters, while beast masters can share their love with other pets? I can't accept this." Hearing this, Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. Has Muau already contracted with a second pet? There is no doubt that at this stage, being able to contract 2 pet beasts shows that Muau is truly a gifted girl. However, I didn't expect that Muau's love for Muau has become so extreme that she is possessive enough to think she should be the only pet beast her owner has. Perhaps her visit to this backstreet bar was a way to indulge herself and vent her frustration. "Oh no, I'm drunk." Muau's face was as red as an apple, and she spoke to Li Bo with a dreamy voice. "So, beast tamer, don't you want to get revenge on Xiao Shui? Maybe you should consider taking me home tonight." "I'm a double." Li Bo broke out in a cold sweat and gently pushed Muau away, saying, "I don't have that kind of interest." Muau huffed softly and weakly leaned toward the corridor. Just as she was imagining Li Bo would catch her in time, a strong hand suddenly supported her from the side. "This kid doesn't understand romance. Why don't you come with me? This lady is a fine young lady." It was a man wearing a black hooded cloak. Although his face was not clear, he was tall and broad-shouldered, making Muau's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Li Bo sneered slightly, wearing a hat in this heat. What are you pretending to be? Muau Muau smiled proudly. See? You all don't cherish me, but there are others who do. At this moment, her face was very flushed, and under the influence of alcohol, Muau Muau was almost about to collapse. The man bent down, ready to help her up, but at that moment, Li Bo's pupils suddenly shrank. Because he saw that inside the hooded cloak, the man had a pair of black short ears on his head. He's actually a beast man. Li Bo's heart jolted. Although it was just a quick glance, from his appearance, Li Bo was sure that those were wolf ears. Wolf ears, could it be? Li Bo quickly opened the panel of this orc. Name, Night Wolf. Gender, male. Attribute, evil. Level, elite 2nd rank. Potential, outstanding. Skills, biting, basic. Shooting, basic. Shadow Claw, basic. Howl of the Night, intermediate. Description, a fierce wolf lurking in the darkness, with bloodstains on its hands from young girls. Unlike other orcs, the night wolf is stronger in human form. Finally caught you. I've been waiting so long. Li Bo's heart started pounding quickly, and he struggled to control his excitement. The bar was crowded and noisy. Fighting here could easily cause accidents. Revealing his identity would be a big mistake, so Li Bo had to find a way to lure the wolf out of the bar. Wait a moment. Li Bo immediately grabbed Muau Muau's hand, pulled her away from the night wolf, and hugged her. She looked at Li Bo with confusion. This scene not only stunned Xiaobai, but also left Muau Muau, who was in Li Bo's arms, puzzled, because she realized that the beast tamer before her was completely different from the aloof person she saw earlier. Li Bo kept stroking the cat girl's waist and moving his hands over her body. Then he pinched her full, bouncy hips. So annoying. Muau Muau let out a soft gasp, looked at Li Bo, and her cheeks flushed with shyness, but she was also surprised and happy. Li Bo gave a teasing look at the night wolf. You dare to steal my girl? You should think about your own strength first. The night wolf didn't speak, only glaring fiercely at Li Bo, with a face so dark it seemed like it could drip water. Li Bo knew this guy was starting to take the bait. Then, right in front of the night wolf, he gave Muau Muau a firm pat on her bottom. Muau Muau froze for a moment. She blew warm air into Li Bo's ear. You're so mean. Seeing Muau Muau in Li Bo's arms, looking flustered and excited, the night wolf's eyes flashed with jealousy. He was so close to getting her, but now she was slipping away. The night wolf was very unwilling. With a cold snort, he turned and walked away. Li Bo kept watching the wolf's figure until he completely left the back alley bar. A sly smile appeared on his face. Then Li Bo suddenly stretched lazily. Oh no, it's getting late. It's time to go back. We have a match tomorrow. Master, do you really want to take her with us? Looking at the sleeping Muau Muau, Xiaobai felt sad and teary. Although Li Bo had already discussed the plan to deal with the werewolves with her, seeing her master so close to this cat girl made Xiaobai feel jealous again and again. Xiaobai, don't feel sad. The master is just pretending. Li Bo wiped Xiaobai's tears, but his eyes were fixed on the bar's door, and his expression suddenly became sharp. Ziyan, you must stay close. Don't worry. Brother Li Bo, stay alert. The fight is about to start. On the dark road leading to the lower city, Li Bo carried the very drunk Muau Muau slowly forward under the faint moonlight. Hey, I said, can you turn back into a moonlight cat? It's tiring for me to carry you like this, Li Bo said tiredly. But after a while, besides the steady sound of her breathing and sleep, there was no other response. Li Bo sighed. Muau Shua, you really are my troublemaker. On the way, Li Bo occasionally stopped, wanting to turn back, but hesitated. Clever guy. After walking for another half hour, Li Bo and Muau Muau reached a quiet alley, which was the way home. Entering the alley, Li Bo suddenly stopped and squinted ahead. In the dim light, a strong black shadow stood right in the middle of the alley. Li Bo looked at the shadow, and a smile appeared on his face. Following me for so long without showing yourself, I almost thought you were planning to run away. Hearing this, the shadow was stunned for a moment, then took off his hat, revealing a beastman face. It was the Black Knight werewolf Li Bo had met at the bar in the back street. The Black Knight werewolf grinned fiercely and said in a nearly hoarse voice, Daring to steal my girl. Kid, you're really tired of living. Your girl? Li Bo suddenly burst out laughing. Forget about that. Meow Meow already has a beast tamer, and she made her choice at the bar just now. Clearly, she doesn't like you, this ugly thing. Upon hearing this, the Black Knight werewolf's eyes instantly turned sharp and fierce. Blindly confident kid. Wait, I will cut off your head and then tear your body into pieces. Haha, no one here will save you. Save me? Funny, I want to cut off your head too. Li Bo's gaze suddenly became very sharp. Ziyun, Shadow Ball, what? The Black Knight werewolf's face suddenly turned to one of shock and fear. He quickly turned his head and saw a strange purple cloud slowly forming in the sky behind him. Before he could react, a black mist ball suddenly shot toward it. The shadow ball hit the werewolf's back instantly. The werewolf spat out blood, bent into a bow shape, and was knocked flying into the alley. How dare you attack me? Despicable beast tamer, no sense of honor in battle. The werewolf struggled to stand up, only then realizing that he was not the one stalking Li Bo, but that the other was actually following him. The hunter and prey roles had suddenly reversed. The Black Knight werewolf's eyes filled with rage. A loud howl suddenly erupted from him as he faced the sky. His human-like face rapidly changed, transforming into a fierce wolf head in an instant. At the same time, his body grew quickly, reaching 3 meters tall in the blink of an eye, transforming into a standing wild wolf covered in black fur. His crimson eyes stared directly at Li Bo. With a sudden move, the black shadow werewolf launched himself with great force, for sharp claws extending over a foot, attacking Li Bo fiercely. All of this happened in just a second. The purple cloud on the opposite side of the alley watched this scene in horror and quickly shouted, Li Bo, be careful. Die, kid. I will enjoy this moonlight cat's body after I finish with you. The werewolf's face twisted into a fierce, almost drooling expression, as if determined to win. Dream on. Just as the Black Knight werewolf was less than 3 meters from Li Bo, a sharp, powerful female voice suddenly rang out. The Black Knight werewolf immediately felt the temperature around him drop sharply. In the yellow light of the magic circle, he faintly saw a winged ice dragon rushing toward him with a roar. It was Xiao Bai's true form, the white spirit dragon. In the dark night, the werewolf thought quickly and instinctively reached out with sharp claws to catch the opponent. Unexpectedly, the other side also fearlessly extended their dragon claws. The claws were very strong, and under the werewolf's watch, a large white shadow quickly formed around the dragon claws, rushing straight toward him. Bang! The dark claws and the dragon claws collided quickly. Xiao Bai's attack was very fierce, causing the shadowy werewolf to retreat a few steps. The werewolf snarled, and, before he could think of a way to fight back, he felt himself suddenly weightless. Looking down, he saw his body had suddenly lifted into the air. Xiao Bai tightly held the wolf's paw and flapped his wings, tossing the Dark Knight werewolf into the sky. Let me go? You evil dragon! Seeing himself getting farther from the ground, the werewolf's face was full of fear. If he really fell from Xiao Bai, he wouldn't die but would be badly injured. Thinking of this, he quickly opened his mouth and howled loudly, making a sharp, piercing scream. The wolf's howl struck the soul deeply. Xiao Bai felt a terrible headache and his grip weakened slightly. Night Roar, a sonic skill that can confuse the minds of beasts. Li Bo quickly gave an order. Xiao Bai, throw him down now. Xiao Bai made a quick decision and dove toward the ground. When he was about 10 meters from the ground, he suddenly threw the Dark Knight werewolf down hard. With a loud thud, the werewolf crashed onto the ground, dust flying everywhere. After a round, the already torn clothes of the Dark Knight werewolf became even more ragged. Blood dripped from his mouth. He simply tore off the remaining cloth on his body, revealing his muscular limbs. Kid, I will kill you. The Dark Knight werewolf suddenly leapt onto the wall, quickly moving his limbs and crawling toward Li Bo. But unexpectedly, Li Bo remained still like a mountain, just watching coldly as the werewolf approached. Want to get a beauty? Suddenly, Ziyun's voice rang out. In an instant, she had already stepped in front of Li Bo. Seeing this familiar figure, the werewolf's pupils shrank sharply. Then he noticed that a dense, sharp rain was falling from the sky. The night wolf looked up at the sky in fear, instinctively raising its arms to block its head. However, the rain of purple arrows still relentlessly pierced its body, spilling blood everywhere. What kind of thing is this? The night wolf clenched its teeth tightly, feeling very confused. It was an elite-level pet beast, with stronger stamina and defense than the two other pet beasts. Why were these simple purple cloud attacks so deadly? Unaware to it, in front of high-level skills, all its struggles were useless. The arrow rain was like sharp blades, opening wounds all over the night wolf's body. Blood soaked its fur. The night wolf had to give up its attack. It took a quick step back and ran out of the arrow rain's range. Trying to escape, Li Bo sneered coldly, a murderous look flashing in his eyes. The more the night wolf thought about it, the more suspicious it became. This kid must be very confident to block it here. In the end, it realized it had been careless. These two pet beasts are too strange. Thinking this, the night wolf desperately ran toward the alley exit. Seeing the faint light at the alley's entrance, the night wolf's survival instinct was extremely strong. But it was terrified to find that the light wasn't a sign of hope, but the cold, deathly gaze of the white spirit dragon. In it with ice fog and cold thorn spikes, Little White, Li Bo coldly ordered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Little White hovered in the air at the alley entrance, suddenly flapping its wings. The icy cold wind immediately made the black shadow wolf unable to open its eyes. Within the hazy ice fog, the night wolf suddenly saw shining ice spikes rushing toward its face. Swish, swish. The wolf was caught off guard. The sharp ice spikes shot straight into its eyes, blinding it. Howling loudly, the night wolf let out a terrible, piercing scream. In an instant, it lost its sight and had no chance to fight back. It could only wait as the powerful cold spikes forcibly flipped its body and kept piercing through its flesh. The ice fog dispersed, and the night wolf was already lying motionless in a pool of blood. Li Bo's eyes flashed again with panel information. Night wolf, dead. Illusion Mysterious Cloud Upgrade, Level 7. White Spirit Dragon Upgrade, Level 9. Oh, you've leveled up again. Li Bo couldn't help but look at Xiao Bai, a happy smile spreading across his face. Just a normal 9-star level. Once you exchange for the cold spirit grass, you'll evolve into a frost ice dragon. As he spoke, Li Bo pointed at Xiao Bai and commanded, use your cold blade tail to cut off the night wolf's head. Xiao Bai nodded, and her tail quickly gathered cold energy, transforming into a shining ice blade. A white shadow flashed, and the body of the night wolf on the ground was instantly severed. Li Bo took off his coat, carefully wrapping the bloody wolf's head, and a smile appeared on his face. 350 contribution points gained. Li Bo quickly sent a message to the hunter chip. In the next second, a dialogue box with Yang Fei appeared in front of his retina. He mentally typed and sent a message. Contact person, the task is complete. Please prepare 3 cold spirit grass in advance for me. Unexpectedly, within less than a minute, Yang Fei replied, good job, kid. After tomorrow's martial arts competition, meet me at the usual place. Li Bo smiled, then calmed himself and said to Xiao Bai and the others, let's go? We're going home. But master, do we really have to bring her home? Xiao Bai looked at Muau on Li Bo's back, unhappy. Brother Li Bo, why not just leave her here? Xian crossed her arms, also seeming reluctant. Li Bo forced a smile. It's not that I like meddling, but there's been such a big commotion here. Soon, patrol teams will come to investigate. If we just leave her here and she gets taken away, it could involve us, he added, and it's late at night now. Muau is so drunk, she's barely conscious. If she encounters dangerous pets like the night wolf again, and something happens, Muau Shue will definitely tear me apart. Xiao Bai looked a bit moved. All right then, master, but I have one request. She can only sleep in the living room, Li Bo chuckled. Fine with me, Xiao Bai. Back home, Li Bo took off Muau's shoes, gently lifted her little feet, and carefully placed her on the sofa. Then he stretched and loosened his muscles. That was exhausting. Li Bo glanced at Muau, who was sleeping peacefully. The soft white indoor lights shone on her, and Li Bo finally saw her clearly for the first time. Muau had a perfect figure, with long, straight legs. Unlike the noble white of Xiao Bai, Muau's skin was a pale, moonlight-like white, as if she had never been in the sun. Although her eyes were closed, her long eyelashes and elegant eyes made it clear she was captivating and charming. Muau's delicate, upright nose had a wild look, and her chest rose and fell with her breathing. Her calm and peaceful appearance when asleep contrasted with her wild energy when awake, giving off a special sense of attraction. No wonder Muau Shui was willing to be close to her. Master. Xiaobai suddenly tugged at Li Bo's sleeve, hesitating as she spoke. What is it, Xiaobai? Li Bo asked. Isn't it true? You wanted to see me perform pole dancing? Xiaobai blushed deeply, like a ripe apple. I've memorized every move. Whenever you want to see, she said shyly. Oh, so that's what you meant, Xiaobai? Li Bo looked at her shy face and thought for a moment. Let's do it another day. Xiaobai, it's getting late. We have a competition tomorrow. Li Bo checked the time. It was already past 1 or 2 in the morning. Tomorrow was the preliminary round. With Xiaobai's skill, she wouldn't need to perform a dragon dance. Li Bo cared a lot about this competition. In the past, he might not have had a chance to win the top 3, but with Xiaobai and Ziyun's improving skills, for the first time, Li Bo started to believe he could win the championship. Most importantly, he had a rival he had to beat, Lin Fei'er. It's okay, master. Tomorrow, I can take you to school, so you can sleep an extra half hour every day. No more tiring bus rides. Xiaobai suddenly said. Xiaobai. Seeing Xiaobai's serious face, Li Bo felt warm inside. Being your beast master is a blessing from my past life. And me? Li Bo ji, you always forget about me. Ziyun pouted and threw herself into Li Bo's arms without caring. Ziyun is also very sensible. Li Bo gently stroked her hair. Hee. Ziyun giggled mischievously. Tonight, I want to sleep with Master too. That's not possible. Tonight, both of you must stay and rest in the beast-taming space. Li Bo firmly refused. Why? Xiaobai and Ziyun asked together, their faces showing reluctance. Because you both had a tough battle with an elite-level pet beast tonight. You need to rest well in the beast-taming space to recover, or how can you be ready for tomorrow's fight? Li Bo said seriously. But, Xiaobai hesitated. No buts. Xiaobai, you are now the main member of the team. Tomorrow's martial arts competition will have continuous battles until the top 8 are decided. And what if you meet Lin Fei'er in the preliminaries? You wouldn't want to lose because of poor condition to the Red Armor Dragon, right? Red Armor Dragon. Lin Fei'er, the name appeared in Xiaobai's mind, and an involuntary anger flickered in his eyes. All right, I will listen to my master, Xiaobai said firmly. Looking at Li Bo then looked at Ziyun. And you? Ziyun, I will also obey, Ziyun mumbled, knowing Li Bo was a little angry, and her voice became softer. That's more like it. Li Bo smiled and put both pets into the beast-taming space. The divine-level space had a very strong healing ability. Li Bo believed that after a good sleep, Xiaobai would be back to his peak condition. Suddenly, the living room became much quieter. Just as Li Bo was about to turn off the lights and go to his room, he saw Muau sleeping, wearing very little. Such a headache. Li Bo went back to his room, took a blanket, and covered Muau. He said to himself, after waking up, she should quickly return to Muau Shui's side. Li Bo turned his head, and suddenly a voice came from behind him. You're so gentle, it's hard for this cat to resist. What? Li Bo turned around suddenly, seeing that Muau had sat up somehow. Her eyes were clear, with no sign of drunkenness. You? Li Bo looked at her in disbelief. Hee. Got you. Muau's eyes suddenly shone with a faint green light. Hypnosis. Cunning little thing. Li Bo immediately felt something was wrong, but his eyes were already locked with Muau's. No matter how hard he tried to wake himself up, his eyelids refused to open. With a muffled sound, Li Bo collapsed onto the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at Li Bo's handsome face, Muau extended her damp tongue and seductively licked her lips. Xiao Shui, I didn't know you ate so well. Suddenly, Muau looked up at the ceiling, her eyes flashing with green light again. Then, the light on the ceiling suddenly went out with a loud click, as if the power had been cut off. The next morning, Jiang University's martial arena was packed with people. After the first round of the preliminary draw, students eagerly looked toward the arena, feeling both excited and very nervous. This was the first official match for freshmen after awakening their beast-taming talents. On the high platform in the arena, a row of advisors from different classes sat, with Principal Lu Jun in the middle, carefully watching the activity below. The martial competition clearly reflected the students' progress over the past half year. Haha. Principal Lu, Jiang University has produced quite a few talented students this year. A middle-aged man in a black suit, sitting upright beside Lu Jun, said this. He was impressive in appearance, tall and strong, and his words carried a quiet but powerful presence. Lu Jun seemed to respect this man and quickly offered a humble smile. Fortunately, we have two S-rank students. Compared to top universities in the country, we still have some gaps. But Lin Fei'er, honestly, the most impressive person in this year's martial competition is still Fei'er. Oh, Lin Fei'er, the man named, looked at Lu Jun with surprise. Are you saying that your daughter can beat the other two S-rank students and win the martial competition? Brother Lu Jun, are you trying to flatter me? Not at all. Lu Jun shook his head. Haha, we've known each other for so many years, no need for such politeness. Really? Lin Fei'er smiled. I'd like to hear your analysis. It's simple, Lu Jun said with a smile. Fei'er has been growing very fast since awakening her talent. As for the other students, there's not much to say. The only two who can compete with her this year are the S-rank Muau and Li Bo. Muau. Hearing this, Lin Fei'er narrowed his eyes. Old Mo's granddaughter is usually low-key. I wonder how strong she is now. Xiao Shui. I pay a lot of attention to this too, Lu Jun said. However, I learned from her homeroom teacher a few days ago that her Moonlight Cat hasn't evolved yet, while Fei'er's Red Armor Dragon has already become an elite. Just from this, Fei'er has a better chance. It's no wonder I've been searching everywhere for materials to help the Red Armor Dragon evolve, and I've already prepared a path for Fei'er. But this girl is proud and stubborn, always competing with the Muau family girl, and she trains herself very strictly. He hadn't sent blessings to the system's foster father in a long time, so he planned to send 365 blessings this time. Before he finished, the notification sound for adding friends kept ringing. Zhu Zhao quickly muted the sound and looked at the messages. Big Brother Tianpeng, could you please give me a friend spot? I want to discuss a cooperation. Big Boss Tianpeng, I am a young girl, light and gentle, easy to persuade. Add me as a friend to send you private photos. Big Boss, what kind of beautiful heroes are there in the territory? Do you really need a young girl? Set the friend request to automatically Li Bo. Lu Jun chuckled. You don't need to worry too much about him. He awakens space talent, which has a bright future, but for now, his combat ability isn't very strong, and he chose to contract a white spirit snake as his pet beast. That shouldn't threaten Fei'er at all. White spirit snake. Lin Fei'er looked surprised. Why would he choose such a low-level pet beast? That's a waste of such a good talent. I don't understand that kid either. Oh, it's Fei'er's turn to fight. Lu Jun and Lin Fei'er both looked at the arena. After several intense rounds, the atmosphere on the stage was very heated. Now, the big screen displayed the words, Lin Fei'er versus Huang Yu. When the host announced her name, Lin Fei'er walked onto the stage confidently, wearing high heels. Her red hair flowed over her shoulders. Her tall figure exuded confidence, and she looked down on everyone with a commanding presence. Huang Yu stood opposite her, staring intently at the beautiful girl, swallowing nervously. Hey, Lin Fei'er, is it true that if I beat you, I can become your boyfriend? As the strongest man in Class 10, Huang Yu was very confident. He believed he could show his strength in the martial arts competition, and if he could also win the beautiful girl, the sense of achievement would be immense. When faced with his opponent's challenge, Lin Fei'er simply said two calm words, trash, you. Huang Yu's face darkened. Lin Fei'er didn't even bother to look at him directly, clearly not taking him seriously. He felt humiliated instantly. Okay, let me show you my true strength. Huang Yu clenched his teeth and made a summoning gesture. Come out. Fiery monkey. A flash of yellow light appeared, and a monkey covered in blazing flames from head to toe appeared before everyone. The appearance of the fiery monkey instantly warmed up the arena. Wow, it's the fiery monkey, a dual-type pet beast with fighting and fire elements. This monkey looks pretty cool. I've only seen this pet beast on TV. I heard that a beast tamer has to withstand its flames to form a contract. Huang Yu is quite impressive. Class 10's top student is having a real showdown. This is exciting. The image of the fiery monkey was extremely impressive, immediately drawing everyone's attention to the stage. Muau and Muau stood in a corner, silently watching this scene. Xiao Shui, do you think Lin Fei'er can beat this fiery monkey? Muau smiled faintly. Easily. Oh? Xiao Shui is so confident in Lin Fei'er. She's your rival, after all. Muau said in surprise. Rival? Muau shook her head. I've never thought of her as a real opponent. That's what you say? But Xiao Shui, do you really want to see her lose to that man? Muau looked at her and asked. Li Bo, Muau Shui's expression became complicated, and her eyes drifted as if lost in thought. Suddenly, she looked at Muau. By the way, you haven't told me where you went last night. I've prepared the materials, just waiting to evolve you. Ah, Muau's eyes flickered with hesitation. Didn't I tell Xiao Shui? I went to bask in the moonlight last night. The moon was so beautiful that I stayed out longer. But, why do you smell so familiar? Muau Shui leaned over and sniffed Muau, her face full of confusion. Wow, look, Lin Feier's pet beast is here. Oh, the red armored dragon has evolved. Muau quickly pointed at Lin Fei'er on the stage and said. The bright sunlight shone straight through the curtains into Li Bo's room. On the sofa, Li Bo blinked sleepily, then suddenly sat up in surprise when he saw the clock on the wall. Oh no, it's already 10 o'clock. Today is the day of the martial competition, and he had fallen asleep on the sofa. Wait, why am I on the sofa? Could it be? A bad thought flashed through Li Bo's mind. After so many years of battling in love, he had never encountered such a strange situation. This is too much. Muau, you just took Muau Shui away, and now you're messing with me too. Thinking of this, Li Bo was so angry his teeth itched. How could you hurt the beautiful flower of our country? Muau, I won't let this go. Li Bo felt his whole body was weak and powerless. Li Bo's brother. I am heartbroken. Boo-hoo. Suddenly, in the beast space, there was a loud, heartfelt cry from Ziyun. Master, I want to peel this cat girl's skin. Xiaobai choked up and said, if only I and Ziyun had been with you last night, you wouldn't have been bullied. Did you all hear that? Li Bo's tail twitched slightly. How loud must it have been to make Xiaobai and Ziyun feel such strong malice? Impossible not to hear. Ziyun said angrily. That woman was so loud. Xiaobai and I didn't get any sleep all night. This. Li Bo scratched his head, feeling a bit guilty. Sorry, it's all my fault. I accidentally fell for Muau's trick. Master, please summon me quickly. If I don't go to school now, I might be eliminated before the competition even starts. Xiaobai suddenly said. Yes, the competition. Reminded by Xiaobai, Li Bo quickly pushed aside his distractions, dressed up, and summoned Xiaobai outside the window. Master, ride on me quickly, Xiaobai said anxiously. Li Bo nodded and jumped onto Xiaobai's back. White quickly flapped his wings and hurried toward the school. At this moment, on the fighting stage, Lin Fei'er pointed with her right finger and shouted, Come out! Crimson crystal armored dragon. A green light flashed, and a huge dragon beast, about 5 meters tall and standing on 2 legs, slowly rose beside Lin Fei'er. This is Lin Feier's elite evolved crimson armored dragon, which differs from the previous pure crystal form. Its back crystal has evolved into a fiery lava color, and the gaps between its scales can spray out high-temperature steam. Roar! The crimson crystal armored dragon let out a long roar, unleashing an overwhelming aura. It stomped heavily on the ground with one foot, causing the arena to shake like an earthquake. Seeing this fierce beast, Huang Yu's face suddenly changed. Wow, so big! Compared to the crimson armored dragon, his fiery monkey looked like a small, skinny monkey. Seeing this scene, Muau squinted her eyes and said, after evolution, the crimson crystal armored dragon gained a fire attribute. What might not be his match? Oh, are you worried about Li Bo's pet beast? Muau Shui looked at her suspiciously. No, nothing, Muau hurriedly explained. I'm just commenting on the difference between them. Muau? If you face this crimson crystal armored dragon, do you think you can win? Muau Shui suddenly asked. Hee. After evolving into an elite, I can fight, Muau said confidently. Huang Yu felt a bit nervous, but since he had already spoken, there was no way to back out. Go? Fiery monkey. Use flame jet spin kick, Huang Yu roared, and the fiery monkey instantly spat out a blazing flame toward the crimson crystal armored dragon. The crimson crystal armored dragon was not fast enough to dodge and was quickly engulfed by the flames. Taking advantage of the fire, the fiery monkey moved swiftly and charged toward its opponent. When it was less than 3 meters from the crimson crystal armored dragon, the fiery monkey spun in place and leapt into the air, swinging its right leg forcefully toward the opponent's head. Is that all you've got? Lin Fei'er looked at this scene with disdain. Suddenly, Huang Yu was surprised to find that the flames spat out by the fiery monkey began to fade. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the red crystal protruding from the back of the crimson crystal armored dragon had absorbed all the fire. Yu Huang stared at the scene in disbelief. The fiery monkey's position was exposed, and the crimson crystal armored dragon quickly locked onto it. Swish! Dragon claw. The powerful claws of the crimson crystal armored dragon swiftly grabbed the fiery monkey's right leg. Then it lifted the fiery monkey's body and spun it rapidly in the air, making a humming sound like helicopter blades. Whoosh! With a heavy force, the crimson crystal armored dragon threw the fiery monkey out of the arena into the air, smashing the display screen on the stage into pieces. Fiery monkey, Yu Huang shouted sadly. Fiery monkey is knocked out. Lin Fei'er wins. As the referee announced, the crowd murmured in surprise. So brutal. Crimson crystal armored dragon is really too strong. Expected ending. The goddess Lin Fei'er is still so cool. I love her confident look. Wow, they shattered the display screen. We can't see who will fight next, I think. It might be Li Bo. Although Lin Fei'er shattered the display, no staff dared to blame her. On the stage, while repair workers hurried to fix the damage, the referee continued with the match. Next, we have Class 13's Zhang Tingting against Class 8's Li Bo. As soon as the announcement was made, Zhang Tingting quickly stepped onto the arena. But Li Bo was nowhere to be seen. Strange? Where is Li Bo? Did he run away? He said he awakened an S-rank ability. Why is he missing? Who knows? Maybe he was scared off by Lin Feier's terrifying strength. Everyone below was talking excitedly, all eyes fixed on the empty spot where Li Bo should be. Muau frowned slightly, watching this scene. He's not the kind of cowardly person. Muau curled up nearby, eyes darting around nervously. Oh no, I overused the hypnosis. Li Bo, wake up quickly. Lin Fei'er parted her lips slightly, her gaze coldly fixed on where Li Bo should be, lost in thought. 5 minutes passed. The referee checked the time, sighed, and then picked up the microphone. Class 8's Li Bo is absent. I announced that Zhang Tingting advances directly to the final. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar echoed across the sky of the circular arena. Wait! Li Bo's voice rang out from the competition area, causing everyone to look up. In the bright sunlight, a pure white ice dragon, majestic and shining, was rushing toward the stage with its beast master riding on its back. Look! What is that? The dragon roar was deafening and kept echoing around the arena. Someone pointed at the fast-flying white dragon in the sky, their face full of amazement. A dragon-type pet beast, a white-winged dragon. What breed is this? I've never seen it before. It looks very strong. My goodness, how expensive would this be? Li Bo seems to be. On its back. What? Li Bo? His pet was a white spirit snake, right? How did it turn into a dragon? Wow. So cool. Xiao Bai dove powerfully toward the stage, drawing a long white tail line in the clear sky, graceful and splendid. Honestly, Li Bo's dramatic entrance was very impressive. The crowd instantly erupted in excitement. The beast masters watching had different expressions, some envious, some jealous, some in disbelief. Seeing the old man, Lei Jinzi immediately stood at attention and saluted. This is Old from the Summer Kingdom. Old casually waved his hand and pointed to the sofa nearby. Sit down and chat. Lei Jinzi hurriedly sat down, sitting upright with his legs apart and his hands resting on his knees. Seeing his posture, Old smiled. Relax, there are no outsiders here. Lei Jinzi simply replied yes, but his sitting position didn't change. Old could only smile helplessly. Did something happen in the game? Lei Jinzi hesitated a bit. Everything is going smoothly, but what? It's about Lin Fei'er kept watching Li Bo, puzzled. Don't talk to me. Even as principal, I've never seen such a pet beast. However, I always feel that the white dragon and the white spirit snake might be connected. Lu Jun's sharp eyes fixed on the small white figure. Lin Fei'er suddenly stopped walking, blinking her long eyelashes as she watched Li Bo fly from the sky onto the arena. Seeing Li Bo's confident look in the sunlight, Lin Feier's heart beat a little faster without her realizing. From being unknown to everyone's focus, this guy only took a month. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Feier's mouth. Now that makes sense. After Xiaobai landed, Li Bo jumped down from its back and hurried to the judge. Sorry, I'm late. Judge, one more second late, and I would have considered you forfeited. That's really rude, the judge scolded seriously. Li Bo scratched his head. Sorry, something unexpected happened yesterday. Please give me another chance. Get ready and start the match. The judge nodded, then blew the whistle. Next, Zhang Tingting from Class 13 versus Li Bo from Class 8. Li Bo stood at the edge of the arena, smiled at Zhang Tingting across from him. Sorry to keep you waiting. Boom. Xiaobai took a step forward, ready for battle. Zhang Tingting looked at Li Bo with surprise, then showed a gentle smile. Li Bo, although your white dragon seems strong, I'm not afraid of you. Come out. Raging Carp, with Zhang Tingting's call, a huge carp, 2 meters long, appeared on the stage. Name, Raging Carp, gender, male, attribute. Water, level, ordinary 8th Dan, potential, excellent, skills, water gun, basic, flail, basic, dragon leap, basic, blessing, intermediate. The Raging Carp was bright red all over, with its mouth shaped like an O, and most striking was its wide, fan-shaped tail, giving the impression that a slap could knock someone out. Oh, Raging Carp? This pet is quite interesting, Li Bo said with a calm smile. As soon as the Raging Carp appeared, Zhang Tingting immediately issued an attack command. Use water gun. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 streams of water, as thick as a baby's arm, shot out to the left and right toward Xiaobai. Li Bo nodded, and Xiaobai understood at once, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. Now, leap over the dragon gate. Zhang Tingting had already planned her strategy against Xiaobai. The moment Xiaobai took off, the giant tail of her Gyarados bent sharply, using the rebound from the ground. Whoosh. It shot up right in front of Xiaobai. Tail strike. Zhang Tingting gave her command without hesitation. Gyarados spun rapidly in midair, turning 180 degrees, and its huge tail swept towards Xiaobai above. Your moves are smooth, but unfortunately, you're facing my Xiaobai, Li Bo said calmly. Frost Blade Tail. Xiaobai's long dragon tail gathered icy energy, turning into a blade of frost that met Gyarados' attack head-on. Bang! The clash between a mid-level and a basic skill was decisive. Gyarados couldn't withstand the impact and let out a muffled cry before plummeting toward the ground. Oh, it's already learned Frost Blade Tail. This white dragon must have a strong bloodline, Lin Fei'er said in surprise from the stage. Principal Lu Jun narrowed his eyes, carefully observing Xiaobai's every move. It's not using any flying-type skills. This white dragon must be an ice and dragon dual type, without the flying attribute. Seeing her Gyarados struggling, Zhang Tingting grew tense. She hadn't expected Li Bo's white dragon to be so powerful. It had turned the tide with just one strike. I can only rely on luck now, Zhang Tingting murmured. Please, let me get a lucky boost. Gyarados' blue-green eyes began to glow faintly. So, you're finally using Blessing? Li Bo smiled. Blessing was Gyarados' special skill, allowing it to randomly evolve one of its abilities for a single use. The skill had a wide range of outcomes. It could fail and waste the Beastmaster's energy, or, with enough luck, evolve a skill once. If fortune truly favored the user, it could even evolve twice, completely turning the battle around. It was Li Bo's first time seeing this skill used in real combat, and he was curious to see which ability Gyarados would evolve. Whoosh! Suddenly, the light in Gyarados' eyes flared brightly. Seeing this, Zhang Tingting's face lit up with joy. Within the Kunlun Mountains, no other lord's territory was found. Maybe because the mountains are dangerous, other players deliberately avoided this area. But once they left the mountains, Zhu Zhao saw a few territories. They were all level 1 or 2, still with invincibility gear. Zhu Zhao couldn't help but sneer. Not even a proper wall, so cheap and shabby. He completely forgot how he looked when he first entered the strategic map. The lords of these territories were busy fighting monsters, searching for treasure chests, and attacking resource points around their lands. But they didn't know that most of the treasure chests in this area had already been opened by an advanced skill. That's incredible. No way. Is Zhang Tingting this lucky? The chance to evolve twice is less than 1%, and she actually got both. This high-pressure Gatling water gun is so fast. Like shooting a machine gun, an advanced skill. Ordinary pets definitely can't withstand it. Only if they have a higher level skill to suppress it. Li Bo is done for. He met Zhang Tingting, the lucky one, who has an ordinary pet with an advanced skill. Strange. Why isn't this white dragon dodging all of a sudden? Everyone looked at Li Bo with confusion. He smirked slightly, a subtle smile on his face. I'm not playing with you anymore. Little White. Use hail to suppress. Little White flapped its wings quickly. Swish, swish, swish. In the fierce wind, fist-sized hailstones formed rapidly and rained down toward the ground. Since becoming a white spirit dragon, the power of hail has increased a lot. Li Bo smiled happily. This is advanced skill. Hail. Seeing this, Lu Jun's pupils shrank sharply, and he could no longer stay calm. If an ordinary pet learned an intermediate skill, it would be extraordinary. But if an ordinary pet could use an advanced skill, that would be unbelievable. The crowd below exploded in discussion, watching Little White's hail attack. Wow. As the saying goes, better to try than not at all. The march lasted nearly 36 hours. When hungry, Iris would find some food in the wild. When tired, she would rest on Louise for a while. This finally fulfilled Louise's wish to have Zhu Zhao ride her as a bed. As for the unicorns ridden by the women, they have been changed several times. When one unicorn's stamina drops to half, they switch to another. Zhu Zhao's ride, Louise, being a top-tier hero, recovers stamina quickly, so resting a bit is enough. Zhu Zhao doesn't want to switch because Louise prefers him to ride her whenever she's free. Zhang Tingting watched this scene with concern. In no time, Garridos was knocked out, and Li Bo immediately signaled Xiaobai to stop. After all, this was just a competition. The main goal was to spar. According to the rules, if the opponent falls unconscious or is pushed out of the arena, it counts as a defeat. 5, 4, 3. At this moment, the referee started the countdown. After 5 seconds, Garridos was still unconscious. The referee raised Li Bo's hand and shouted, "Garridos is defeated." Li Bo advances. Everyone watching below sighed in amazement. Although it was just a short match, Li Bo's white spirit dragon showed overwhelming strength. Such skill level might even make this guy a dark horse to win the championship. Come back, Xiaobai. Li Bo immediately recalled Xiaobai to rest in the pet space. The competition would continue until the top 8 were decided. So, the stamina and endurance of the pets were a double challenge. Li Bo found a quiet spot to sit and silently watched the upcoming matches. During this time, several girls approached Li Bo to chat, but exhausted from a long night, Li Bo's mind was as calm as a Buddha. He had no interest in women at all. Soon, it was the turn of Muau and her moonlight cat in the preliminary round. The appearance of the school beauty pushed the atmosphere of the arena to another high. But what surprised everyone was that Muau chose not to fight as the moonlight cat itself, but instead appeared in a beast girl form on the stage. Not transforming back into the moonlight cat. Li Bo looked at this scene with curiosity. Usually, except for beastmen like the night wolf, most pets in their half-human, half-beast form do not have stronger combat ability than their original form. Clearly, the spectators and beast tamers at the scene were shocked by this bold move. Muau letting the moonlight cat appear directly in beast girl form was a bit too daring. Meow's figure is very attractive and tall. Her appearance is just as beautiful as her school flower and beast master, Muau, drawing many boys' attention and admiration. However, Li Bo noticed that today, Meow was dressed differently from her fiery outfit last night at the nightclub. Today, she wore a white one-piece stocking, with a small apron covering her mysterious area. Her upper body was dressed in a cute maid outfit. It can be said that Meow is as obedient now as she was wild before. It seemed she noticed Li Bo's gaze. She looked at him with her eyes and playfully winked, showing she was very pleased with Li Bo's performance last night. Li Bo thought to himself, determined to teach Meow a lesson himself. Bad little fairy. How dare you flirt with my brother Li Bo? Suddenly, Ziyun, who had been lying on Li Bo's head, spoke. Since entering the competition, she had been hiding in disguise using illusionary colors. Seeing Muau's provocative look, Ziyun was furious. Brother Li Bo, if I meet Muao in the match, I will definitely go. I want to beat that girl up. Muau was fighting a normal 9th-rank cactus beast. Although her opponent performed well, Muau's skills were even more extraordinary. She first used hypnosis to put the cactus beast to sleep, then, right in front of everyone, kicked the cactus beast out of the arena. To the east, west, and north are high mountains and ridges, with only one entrance on the south side. Near the valley entrance, a tall city wall blocks the way. The wall is well equipped with defensive devices and guarded by monsters patrolling back and forth. It is more heavily guarded than the first fortress occupied by Zhu Zhao. Seeing this, Zhu Zhao couldn't help but complain. Even with strict defenses, your shortcoming is your limited range. He ordered Iris to lead her exclusive army of fire dragon mages to attack the city defenses and the monsters on the wall. After clearing the wall, they would focus their fire on breaking through the city wall. She lazily walked off the stage with her hands behind her head. The first round of elimination was quickly over. Half of the students were out, and the other half continued to compete. Soon, Li Bo had his second match. His opponent was still Xiao Bai, facing a normal 9th rank, an ice-type quick-freeze penguin. However, Xiao Bai didn't take the opponent seriously at all. Relying on its agility in the air, it used a dragon claw to quickly catch the rapid-freeze penguin and end the fight. As the number of contestants advancing kept halving, the level of beast tamers Li Bo faced also improved. But luckily, Xiao Bai was still one step ahead. Rain Tadpole defeated. Li Bo advances. Earth Lizard defeated. Li Bo advances. Thousand Vines Flower defeated. Li Bo advances. In each round of the competition, Li Bo advanced smoothly and successfully reached the top 16. At dusk, Li Bo entered his last match of the day, the quarterfinals. The next match is between Class 7's Tao Jian and Class 8's Li Bo. Please welcome them to the stage. With the referee's shout, thunderous applause suddenly erupted from the crowd. Those who made it to the top 16 were undoubtedly top contenders for the championship. This Tao Jian seemed very popular, with many people calling his name repeatedly. Amid the crowd's attention, a young boy dressed very simply slowly walked onto the stage. Li Bo, finally, I meet you. Tao Jian greeted him with a smile, exuding a strong, determined aura. Please give me your guidance. Tao Jian, Li Bo responded politely, then sent Xiao Bai into the battle again. Looking at the white spirit dragon, Tao Jian smiled softly. After all this training, I finally meet a worthy opponent we must give our all for. Then Tao Jian made a summoning gesture, looked serious, and shouted, Come out, fierce flame fighting rooster. Fierce flame fighting rooster. When Li Bo saw the pet beast, he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. The fierce flame fighting rooster is an evolved form of the fire chicken, standing about 2 meters tall. It stands on 2 legs, with its entire body burning with intense flames from head to toe, and it has fierce eagle-like eyes. Just standing there, the fierce flame fighting rooster radiates a powerful, intimidating aura. Li Bo initially wanted to contract a fire-type pet from the 3 main families, so seeing this fiery rooster, his feelings were very complicated. As one of the most famous commoners' divine pets, the flame chicken combines fierce attack and speed. Since it was given by the country, it has helped many talented but poor beast tamers get through the early stages. Iris saw that the wall defenses were destroyed and the guard monsters had run down. She then ordered the fire dragon mage to turn around and attack the wall. Zhu Zhao saw the right moment and ordered Alice to start the attack as well. Alice had been waiting for this moment. After hearing Zhu Zhao's order, she quickly led 12,500 blood knights to charge. In an instant, dust rose in the valley, and the ground trembled. They charged to the foot of the wall and began attacking, trying to break it. If they didn't break the wall soon and enter the fortress, they wouldn't even have time to eat or drink. Tao Jian said, I will do my best. Li Bo replied, Name, fierce flame fighting rooster, gender, male, attributes, fire, combat, level, elite first rank, potential, outstanding, skills, quick movement, beginner, fire blade, beginner, flame kick, beginner, flame wave, intermediate, arrow step, intermediate, Description: a battle-hardened fierce flame-fighting rooster with blazing flames on its body, symbolizing its unyielding will. 3 beginner skills. 2 intermediate. Li Bo was surprised when he opened the fierce flame-fighting roosters panel. With this setup, it's quite outstanding among peers. No wonder Tao Jian is so confident. He's raised this fierce flame-fighting rooster to such a level. I wonder how much hardship he's endured. Xiaobai, be careful, Li Bo warned the little white pet. I'm not afraid of its owner, Xiaobai said confidently. Though he said that, Li Bo couldn't help but feel tense. This was Xiaobai's first solo fight against an elite-level beast, and its attributes were completely countered. One mistake could turn the tide. Most importantly, he had a feeling that Tao Jian wasn't as simple as he seemed. Go, fierce flame-fighting rooster. The banner of victory is calling us. In an instant, Tao Jian issued the attack command. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The fierce flame rooster moved swiftly, like a phantom, rushing toward Xiaobai at high speed. Li Bo squinted and looked ahead, giving a quick command in his mind to Xiaobai. Keep flying. Use your advantage in the air. Swish. Xiaobai rapidly flapped his wings and took off from his spot. The fiery fighting chicken immediately missed its attack. Let's fly too, Tao Jian shouted. The fiery fighting chicken reacted very quickly. After missing its attack, it decisively stopped with a kick, spread its wings, and flew after Xiaobai. Li Bo wasn't very surprised. Some talented fiery fighting chickens can fly short distances, and Tao Jian's one is among them. Hail attack! Xiaobai's flying speed was even faster, quickly gaining control of the airspace. Clatter! Relentless hailstones fell quickly, covering the fiery chicken's head. I knew you'd use this move, Tao Jian smiled confidently. Quick move with a supportive step. Break through and go up. The fiery fighting chicken first dodged a huge hailstone by turning sideways, then used it as a stepping stone and kicked off. In a flash, the fiery fighting chicken soared 4 or 5 meters upward. Impressive, Li Bo saw how agile the fiery fighting chicken was, dodging and weaving through the hailstorm with ease. He immediately warned Xiaobai, stop using hail. Be careful of its surprise attack. Xiaobai quickly stopped the hail, but was surprised to feel a hot energy rushing toward him from below. Too late, Tao Jian looked confident, saying, use the flame kick. The fiery fighting chicken, relying on the last hailstone, suddenly shot toward Xiaobai. At the same time, flames on its feet suddenly flared up, and the intense heat made Xiaobai feel danger. Can't dodge anymore. Cover with your wings. Li Bo reacted quickly. Xiaobai hurriedly folded his wings in front of his body for protection. Bang! The fiery fighting chicken's feet kicked fiercely at Xiaobai's wings, with such force that Xiaobai was pushed back 10 meters. Careful! Don't cross the boundary, Li Bo warned. The boundary in the air arena is the same as on the ground. Once you cross it, you're considered eliminated. Xiaobai quickly spread his wings and stabilized himself just before crossing the boundary line. The fiery chicken then performed a backflip, landing gracefully and kneeling on one knee. Although it withstood this attack, Little White's pure white ice crystal wings now had 2 scorched burn marks, and a sharp pain pierced his heart. Wow, it actually blocked it. This white dragon is not so simple. Tao Jian's expression flashed with surprise. He had been observing and recording Li Bo's battles for several rounds. He was very familiar with Little White's skills, but in actual combat, it was much more difficult than he had imagined. Li Bo's face showed a rare serious look. If I had been careless, Little White might have been eliminated. I can't just sit and wait. Use ice fog to block the fierce flame fighting chicken's vision, Li Bo whispered to Little White. Little White nodded and quickly dove down at a tricky angle, releasing thick ice fog to cover the fierce flame fighting chicken. Facing the thick fog, Tao Jian was not worried at all. Ice fog, huh? Watch how I clear it away, he shouted loudly. Fierce flame fighting chicken. Use flame wave. The fierce flame fighting chicken's eyes spewed fire, then suddenly threw a heavy punch into the air. With a loud bang, centered on the fierce flame fighting chicken's fist, an invisible white heat wave burst out quickly, melting the attacking ice fog instantly. When the battlefield cleared, the fierce flame fighting chicken suddenly narrowed its eyes. Because not far ahead, that fierce white spirit dragon was clawing forward quickly, aiming at itself. Tao Jian's face changed. Not good. quickly use fire kicks to block. The fierce flame-fighting chicken quickly changed its stance. Just as the dragon's sharp claws were about to catch it, it used a precise fire kick to block the attack. Little White was pushed back by the force. That was close. Tao Jin just let out a breath of relief, but his face suddenly darkened. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. Before the fierce flame-fighting chicken could stabilize itself, it found a strong, white dragon tail tightly wrapped around it. Tao Jin immediately realized that the white spirit dragon had been pretending to be pushed back. While the fierce flame-fighting chicken was off balance, it launched a sneak attack with its tail. Fly up, death coil, Li Bo said coldly. Roar. The dragon's roar sounded again. Little White's tail swept up the fierce flame-fighting chicken, spinning rapidly into the air above. Because he could clearly feel that, as the white spiritual dragon's deathly entanglement intensified, the fierce flame-fighting chicken's body was suffering from the pain of being forcibly squeezed. Meanwhile, the white spiritual dragon continued to soar upward. From the spectator's view below, it was clear that the dragon's figure was getting smaller and smaller. Wow, Li Bo's move is really ruthless. Not to mention how long the fierce flame-fighting chicken can hold on under the deathly entanglement. If it falls from such a high place, it won't survive or will be badly injured. A normal-level opponent fighting an elite level 1 and still performing so impressively. Who is this white spiritual dragon? White spiritual dragon has already reached the 9th level. I can't believe how strong it can become after evolving into an elite form. Things are already like this. Is Tao Jin going to give up? If he doesn't admit defeat now, the fierce flame-fighting chicken will really die. The crowd below was talking excitedly, all eyes fixed on Tao Jin. Even the referee looked at him nervously, holding a whistle ready to at any moment. The pressure from public opinion and the struggle of the fierce flame-fighting chicken weighed heavily on Tao Jin's mind, causing his forehead to sweat uncontrollably. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in silence for a moment. Suddenly, Tao Jin shouted hysterically, "Me and the fierce flame-fighting chicken. How can we stop here?" He looked at the two pets in the sky, now as big as stars, with a determined expression. "Use all your strength and burn your body." Fierce flame-fighting chicken. Feeling his trainer's will, the desperate fierce flame-fighting chicken suddenly opened its eyes wide. Supported by strong belief, a loud bang was heard. The flames on the fierce flame-fighting chicken surged 3 meters high, making its entire body look like a fireball. Burned by the intense heat, Xiaobai let out a scream and reflexively loosened its tail. Like a burning meteorite, the fierce flame-fighting chicken rapidly descended toward the arena. Because it had just ignited its wings, when it landed, the fierce flame-fighting chicken uncontrollably rolled backward a few times before falling to the ground. 5, 4. The referee started counting down again. 3, 2. Just before reaching 1, the fierce flame-fighting chicken suddenly moved, staggering to its feet. It looked very pained, but managed to stand, showing a strong will to persevere. Can I still fight? Everyone, including the referee, was amazed and moved by the fierce fighting spirit of the flame-fighting rooster. They all burst into thunderous applause. The greatest charm of pet-beast battles is the deep bond and trust between the pet beast and the beast master, beyond life and death. The flame-fighting rooster trembled all over. Its feathers were scorched in many places, and it was covered with wounds. Still, it stubbornly stood upright and let out a weak but firm cry. Li Bo was also touched by this moment. No matter who wins or loses, this flame-fighting rooster is a worthy opponent. Li Bo, you are very strong. Stronger than I imagined. Tao Jin suddenly looked at Li Bo, but he changed his tone and gritted his teeth. Your white spirit dragon is powerful, but it's still an ice-type pet beast. Huh? Li Bo squinted at him. This move was supposed to be my secret weapon for the finals. But using it now on you is also worth it. What? A bad feeling suddenly rose in Li Bo's heart. At this moment, Xiaobai slowly flew back from the sky. Seeing this, Tao Jin shouted loudly, "Ignite! Ignite!" Tao Jin's beast mastery talent. Someone below was suddenly shocked and said, "Since awakening, Tao Jin has never used this talent before. This talent seems to be B-level, so not many people have paid attention to it." Ignite? Li Bo frowned. It should be some kind of fire attribute enhancement talent for pet beasts. Let me show you the strongest bond between me and the flame-fighting rooster. Tao Jian's face showed a pale smile. Then he heard the flame-fighting rooster let out a nearly hoarse cry to the sky. Boom! The entire arena suddenly surged with an endless wave of heat, and the temperature began to rise sharply. What? Feeling the temperature in the arena increase by more than 20 degrees instantly, Li Bo's face changed. At this moment, Lu Jun on the stand smiled appreciatively. The Ignite talent has a very high upper limit. When used in a fire-type pet beasts arena, it can forcibly raise the air temperature within the range, creating a high-temperature environment that benefits fire-type pet beasts. Although it is only a B-level talent, its effect is positively related to the belief in beast tamers and their pets. Tao Jian is taking the path of the king, and with this talent in his hands, its power might rival an S-level. Oh, in that case, Li Bo is in big trouble. Lin Fei'er curiously looked at Li Bo. How will you handle this now? All of this happened in an instant. The moment Little White returned to the battlefield, it found that the temperature had already risen by over 30 degrees. Master, it hurts so much. Little White looked at Li Bo with a pained expression. Li Bo saw that the ice crystals on its feathers were starting to melt. No, Little White. Quickly break through and in the fight. Li Bo made a quick decision. He couldn't wait any longer. Little White gritted its teeth and nodded, forcefully flapping its wings to attack the fierce flame-fighting rooster again. The opponent was already exhausted. A single dragon claw would be enough to finish it. I won't let you get through. Tao Jian immediately ordered, seeming to guess Li Bo's plan. Use Flame Wave. Stop it, boom. The fierce flame-fighting rooster unleashed another flame wave. Under the high-temperature environment, the wave expanded widely, like an invisible net covering Little White. Feeling the scorching heat wave, Little White's face changed in alarm. It reflexively sprayed out ice mist to block the attack. The heat wave surged forward, instantly melting all the ice mist. The remaining power of the flame wave directly engulfed Little White, knocking it back. A look of pain flashed across Little White's face. The power of the ice mist, still too weak. Li Bo's expression was grim. Both Flame Wave and Ice Mist are intermediate skills, but in terms of attributes, Flame Wave is a deadly counter to Ice Mist. Moreover, in this high-temperature environment, Little White's Ice Mist seemed quite fragile. To counter the opponent's Flame Wave, a more powerful skill is needed. It can't handle the current Flame Wave. Fierce flame-fighting rooster, keep attacking. Tao Jian's face lit up with joy, seeming to see a chance to win. Another powerful flame wave struck. Little White's face changed again, and it could only use Ice Mist to block. After several rounds, Little White was badly injured, with its ice crystals constantly melting. Most dangerously, the temperature on the field kept rising, nearly reaching 100 degrees Celsius. The heat waves distorted the arena. The situation suddenly turned around. Everyone was holding their breath, worried for Little White. Tao Jian was right. Xiaobai, no matter how strong, is still an ice-type pet beast. Within this fixed area, his ignition ability is almost unstoppable. Xiaobai. Li Bo looked at Xiaobai with concern. The other was very weak now, unable to even fly. Adding to the fiery waves from the fierce flame-fighting rooster, Xiaobai couldn't keep up and had to retreat step by step. Li Bo, are you still giving up? In this high temperature, your ice dragon will suffocate, Tao Jian warned. Xiaobai, come back. Let Ziyun go and finish the fight, Li Bo said seriously to Xiaobai. According to the rules, the battle isn't limited to just one pet beast on the field. Most beast tamers contract only one pet beast at this stage. Li Bo didn't plan to reveal the mysterious Ziyun so early, but Xiaobai was already in such a state that he couldn't hold back anymore. I can still hold on. Master, Xiaobai's stubborn reply echoed in Li Bo's mind. No, the battlefield temperature is already over 100 degrees. Persisting is pointless, Li Bo scolded. If something goes wrong, will you make your master regret forever? If Xiaobai can't hold on, how can I deal with Lin Fei'er, and how can I defeat the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon? Xiaobai, numb, released icy fog while trembling as she spoke. Xiaobai, hearing this, Li Bo felt a pang in his heart. Although Xiaobai was gentle on the outside, she was incredibly strong-willed. Li Bo knew very well that once she decided on something, No one could stop her. Just like at Sunset Beach, where she fought desperately to protect the dragon tortoise crystal core. Since that's the case, Xiao Bai, Li Bo's gaze became firm. Then give it your all. Keep using the ice fog. I want to see who can outlast whom. Li Bo stared fiercely at the fiery fighting rooster. Though Xiao Bai was in poor condition, the opponent was also gritting her teeth and holding on. Seeing Li Bo refuse to give up, Tao Jin felt unprecedented pressure. The fiery fighting rooster, injured and falling from the sky earlier, was in a very dangerous state. It had managed to hold on only by sheer willpower. Neither of the pet beasts wanted to give up first, so their battle turned into a test of endurance and willpower. Unknowingly, dozens of rounds had passed. White had been using ice mist repeatedly, reaching its limit. Its body was covered in ice, which melted like water and dripped onto the hot ground, sizzling and disappearing instantly. Foolish White. Just as Li Bo was debating whether to recall White to the pet space by force, a message suddenly popped up on the panel. Congratulations, host. White Spirit Dragon has used Ice Mist repeatedly, activating a hidden quest. Ice Mist Evolution. Quest requirement. Use Ice Mist 100 times in a row. Quest progress. 100/100. Rewarding quest items. Ice Mist Intermediate. Blizzard Advanced. What? Blizzard? Li Bo's eyes lit up when he saw the message on the panel. Blizzard, an advanced skill that creates a large area of snowstorm, causing frostbite to those hit. Li Bo was familiar with this skill. A snowstorm combines damage and control, making it a very powerful ice-type skill. Many beast tamers in this world specialize in one element, and there are quite a few who focus on ice. But if you want to build a pure ice team, Blizzard is an essential skill. However, in battles at the level of the new student competition, using Blizzard might seem a bit unfair. But White was in grave danger now, and Li Bo didn't care about that anymore. White, use Blizzard. In the fight, hearing Li Bo's reassuring voice, White suddenly became energized. A new skill. White's face lit up. She didn't know how her master was so amazing, always making her suddenly understand powerful new abilities. Thinking of this, her fondness for Li Bo grew even more. The casting action and the essence of Blizzard seemed to be instinctively engraved in White's mind. Suddenly, her deep blue dragon eyes flashed with light, and an extremely cold aura radiated from her gaze. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a fierce wind suddenly swept across the arena, and the once hot battlefield instantly turned icy cold. A cold wind blows fiercely, causing everyone to instinctively cover their eyes with their hands. Is this? Lu Jun's eyes widen as he quickly stands up from his seat, holding onto the railing, staring motionlessly at the movements of Bai Linglong. Brother Lu Jun, why are you so nervous? Lin Feng also stands up, looking puzzled. It's a snowstorm. A snowstorm. Lu Jun's eyelids tremble as he speaks. Genius. Truly a genius. Oh? A snowstorm? An advanced ice-type skill? Lin Feng calmly looks at Li Bo, a look of admiration flashing in his eyes. What is this? Tao Jian shields his eyes, watching the effect he ignited quickly fade away. His eyes flicker with disbelief. It's hard to imagine that such a big commotion was caused by an ordinary pet beast. Thinking of this, Tao Jian's usually firm heart suddenly wavers, a sense of disappointment rising. He had been working hard to shine, but in front of this genius, he seemed to fade into the background. Unknowingly, white snowflakes begin to fall from the sky. Look, it's snowing. A loud exclamation draws everyone's attention upward. Snowflakes drift down, landing on their shoulders, turning the arena into a beautiful white stage. Muau extends her hand to catch a snowflake, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she says, "So pretty." Oh, Lin Fei'er pauses, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth as she looks at Li Bo. Interesting. As Bai's wings flap rapidly, the swirling wind and snow gather together, forming a huge white cold current dozens of meters wide, sweeping toward the fierce fire rooster. The outcome is decided. The cold current crashes down like an avalanche, unstoppable. The fierce fire rooster is quickly enveloped by the snowstorm, swept off the stage. When Li Bo signals Bai to stop, the fierce fire rooster lies weakly on the ground, its flames nearly extinguished. It exhales cold air and continues to move. Fierce fire rooster, Tao Jin shouts loudly, rushing over to check on the rooster's condition. Fortunately, it still has vital signs. Tao Jin let out a sigh of relief and asked the medical staff to help carry the fierce flame rooster away for treatment. He turned to Li Bo and said, "What an amazing battle. I lost. Li Bo, thank you for holding back at the end." Tao Jin was truly grateful that the white spirit dragon had stopped in time. Otherwise, the power of that blizzard could have seriously harmed the fierce flame rooster. Li Bo smiled calmly. "It was just luck. Tao Jin, I must say, your fierce flame rooster is really strong. I'm impressed by how well you've trained it." Hearing the praise, Tao Jin was stunned for a moment, then smiled with relief. "Getting your recognition makes this battle worth it. I'll keep working hard." He turned and left, his back showing a hint of loneliness. Li Bo wins. He advances to the top 8. The referee's voice thundered through the arena, reigniting the crowd's excitement. "Li Bo! Li Bo!" The cheers rose and fell like waves. As the final match of the top 16 round, this was without a doubt the most thrilling battle since the tournament began. The toughness shown by Tao Jin and his fierce flame rooster, along with the white spirit dragon's sudden burst of strength in a desperate moment, deeply moved everyone present. This textbook-level battle of attack and defense benefited not only the two beast tamers, but also all the students watching from the stands. At that moment, Little White lay motionless on the ground. The moment she knocked the fierce flame rooster out of the ring, she had fainted from exhaustion. "You did great, Little White," Li Bo said softly, gently patting her head. After a sigh, he returned her to the beast space. "Facing an elite-level fire-type beast is still tough for us. Looks like we need to train harder and break through soon." After the match, Li Bo didn't leave right away. According to the schedule, the next step was to draw lots for the quarterfinal matchups. He was curious to see who his next opponent would be. Sure enough, after a short break, the referee cleared his throat and announced, "Everyone, after a full day of intense battles, the top 8 contestants have been decided. They are Li Bo, Lin Fei'er, Muau, Lin Xian. The quarterfinals will begin the day after tomorrow. All contestants will have 1 day to rest and train before the next round begins. Before this, we will randomly select the matchups for the quarterfinals today. Now, everyone, please look at the screen." As soon as the referee finished speaking, the names of the 8 contestants quickly scrolled across the screen on both sides. Everyone held their breath and watched carefully. When the scrolling stopped, the first round matchups were quickly confirmed. Muau versus Zhu Chun. I have seen Zhu Chun's previous match. Her main pet is an elite second-tier steel fist gorilla, which is very strong. Li Bo couldn't help but glance at Muau and Muau, thinking they probably also plan to break through to the elite level. After all, among the top 8, only Muau's main pet is still at the normal level and hasn't evolved yet. Great. Now, let's move on to the second round of draws. As the referee announced, the screen started scrolling again. When both names paused, everyone gasped in surprise. The big words on the screen read, "Li Bo versus Lin Fei'er." Wow. It's finally happening. Dragon versus dragon. How interesting. I didn't expect the two would meet in the top 8. A battle of fate. I really look forward to it. At first, I thought Li Bo would definitely lose, but with his strong performance, he might really have a chance to compete with Lin Fei'er. But I'm not so sure. Li Bo's white spirit dragon is powerful, but Lin Fei'er's crimson crystal dragon is higher level and stronger in strength. We can only see if Li Bo can quickly upgrade his white spirit dragon. I also want to see what it will evolve into. It seems that if Li Bo wins, he can get 1 million from Lin Fei'er, but if he loses, he has to be her boyfriend. No matter what, I won't lose out. Why can't I get such good luck? People are arguing about who is stronger, but the fight between these two is definitely the most talked about match, the most anticipated of the Jiangda martial arts competition. Li Bo let out a long breath. The moment we've been waiting for has finally arrived. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Fei'er standing across from him, noticing that she was also staring at him. When their eyes met, Lin Fei'er slightly smiled, and then gave a teasing grin before turning away from the fighting arena. So bold, Li Bo was furious, feeling like he had been bullied for a long time. Now he finally had a chance to get revenge. In the upcoming match, he was determined to fight hard. By the way, I need to go find Yang Fei to submit the mission. Li Bo suddenly remembered and quickly carried his bulging bag and left the school. After winding through several alleys, Li Bo arrived at the same narrow street again. As expected, as soon as he entered the alley, he saw Yang Fei waiting with his back turned. "You're finally here." It seemed Yang Fei had already guessed Li Bo would come. He spoke without turning around. "Minister Yang, I'm here to submit the mission. I hope I'm not late," Li Bo said uncertainly. "Didn't expect you to be quite efficient." Yang Fei turned around with a smile, looking at Li Bo with admiration in his eyes. "Stop talking. These days, I've been spending almost all my money at bars. By the way, why doesn't the Hunter Association pay us a basic salary?" Li Bo complained. "You're just a new hunter, already thinking about getting paid? Soon, you'll be doing dirty work for others outside, just like Scarface and the others," Yang Fei said sharply. Li Bo chuckled nervously. "I wouldn't dare, Minister Yang. As a hunter, I always remember my mission, to serve the people." "Smooth talker," Yang Fei rolled his eyes. "All right, give me the stuff." Hearing this, Li Bo immediately squatted down, opened his backpack, and unzipped it, revealing the fierce wolf head of the night wolf, covered in blood. Yang Fei's mouth opened wide. "You just shoved the wolf head into your bag like that? What else could I do? I'm just a poor kid. I can't afford special storage gear." Li Bo looked at Yang Fei pitifully. "Not that. What do you mean by looking at me like that?" Yang Fei asked. "Don't tell me you're pretending to be poor. There are storage items in the hunter shop, which you can exchange for with your contribution points. The night wolf's identity is confirmed, and 350 contribution points have been credited to your account. Check it yourself." "Hee hee, Minister Yang. Didn't I say I wanted to exchange for 3 cold spirit herbs? How can I have so many contribution points to exchange for storage gear?" Li Bo stared intently at Yang Fei, full of hope, like a hungry child waiting to be fed. Forget it. I really can't do anything about you." Yang Fei took out a storage ring from his bag. "Here, use it if you need." "A storage ring?" Li Bo's eyes lit up, but he hesitated a moment. "Won't this deduct from my contribution points?" "You really are stubborn," Yang Fei sighed helplessly. "Just take it and use it. I bought it with my own money as a reward for your first successful bounty task. It has about 10 cubic meters of space inside, enough for your current storage needs." Li Bo's face lit up with joy as he quickly took the storage ring. "Director? Oh, no. Brother Yang, you're such a kind person. From now on, just tell me what to do." "Of course, more contribution points would be even better." "Really?" Yang Fei raised an eyebrow. "There's a bounty from Jianghai University. Do you want to consider taking it? The sponsor is offering a high price." "Jianghai University's bounty?" Li Bo frowned, suddenly recalling overhearing Muau and Yang Fei talking about someone willing to pay a high price to buy Jianghai University's martial arts champion. Li Bo guessed Yang Fei already knew he made it to the top 8, which was why he issued this bounty. Whether he could win or not was still uncertain, but Li Bo felt uncomfortable about intentionally losing the match. His 2 pets were very proud. If they were to lose without fighting, Xiaobai and Ziyun wouldn't agree at all. Before Yang Fei could say more about the specific bounty, Li Bo shook his head first. "Haha, I think I'll pass. Not taking it for now." "That sneaky kid." Knowing Li Bo was pretending to be naive, Yang Fei sighed. "Since you and Xiao Shui don't want to take it, I guess I have to cancel this task. Sigh, I'll lose some performance points again." "Brother Yang, no need to sigh," Li Bo said seriously. "Now that you have me, a fierce warrior, our 4210 team will surely rise to fame." "You're quite the talker." Yang Fei rubbed Li Bo's head hard. "Let's not talk about it. You mentioned before about exchanging for cold spirit grass, right? Did you bring it?" Li Bo looked at him with bright eyes. "Of course," Yang Fei smiled, then took out 3 small, clear, and delicate grass plants from his pocket. "Handling grass." Li Bo's eyes lit up brightly. Handling grass is pure white all over. Under the sunlight, it glows with a gentle white light. Li Bo carefully held it in his hands, feeling a cold, piercing chill that went straight to his heart. "1 handling grass is worth 100 contribution points. I can exchange it for 3. You now have only 50 contribution points left," Yang Fei said. "Okay." Li Bo felt very happy. Joining the Hunter Association was definitely the right choice. The more tasks he completed, the more rewards he earned, including rare materials that are hard to buy outside. "No problem, I'll go now. Keep an eye on the news. I'll regularly send you bounty missions," Yang Fei said, then said goodbye to Li Bo. The next day, after returning home, Li Bo summoned Xiaobai. Master, as soon as Xiaobai saw Li Bo, the tired look on his face disappeared a lot. It seems you're recovering well in the beast space. After a night of rest, Xiaobai's wounds had healed completely. His wings were as white as before, and he radiated a chilling aura. Everything is ready. It's time for your evolution, Xiaobai. Hearing this, Xiaobai immediately became alert. Yes, I'm ready, Master. Li Bo nodded, then opened Xiaobai's evolution task panel. Evolution tasks. Task 1. White Spirit Dragon reaches level 9 of the normal stage. Completed. Task 2. Command the White Spirit Dragon to win a battle against an opponent with opposite attributes. Current progress. January 1st. Task 3. Collect 3 Hanlian grass plants. Current progress. Current progress. March 3rd. All conditions for White Spirit Dragon's evolution are met. Elite level evolution can now be initiated. Would you like to evolve the White Spirit Dragon into Frost Ice Dragon? Li Bo placed the Hanlian grass in front of him, then shouted, Evolution! As the evolution began, Xiaobai's body suddenly emitted a dazzling white light, forming a huge glowing sphere that illuminated Li Bo's entire house into a hazy scene. Xiaobai was completely enveloped in the white glow, as if pulled by gravity. The 3 Hanlian grass plants in Li Bo's hand flew uncontrollably towards Xiaobai, then disappeared entirely into the white light. Has the fusion started? Although the white thorn hurt Li Bo's eyes almost to the point of blindness, he endured the pain and carefully observed every movement of the evolution. I must succeed. Li Bo was sweating as he held his breath. After all, evolution has a certain chance of failure. If it fails, losing the materials is minor, but damaging the pet's foundation makes future evolutions much harder. Evolution successful. Please check your new pet, Frost Ice Dragon. A happy message from the system rang in his mind. Li Bo's eyes widened with excitement. It worked. However, as the light faded, Li Bo suddenly heard a loud boom. On the roof of the house, a big hole appeared right above the white dragon's head after the evolution. Wow! Li Bo felt a chill in his heart. This made his already poor family situation even worse. I'm sorry, Master. The white dragon's regretful voice sounded. I tried my best to control my size. She curled up on the ground, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Li Bo saw that after evolution, the white dragon was twice as big as before. It was too cramped inside the house. He gently stroked her perfect dragon horns, like carved sculptures. It's okay, White. It was expected. Originally, Li Bo planned to evolve White in a remote suburb. But then he thought, pet evolutions shouldn't be disturbed by outside interference. If something went wrong and disrupted White's evolution process, it would be too late to regret. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Bo decided to do the evolution in his small room, even if it meant sacrificing the roof. He calmed his mind and carefully examined White. The Frost Ice Dragon's length increased from 3 meters to 7 meters. White's overall shape remained a snow-white winged dragon covered in ice crystals, but it looked much more mature. Her horns forked into antler-like ice crystals, making her features more distinct. Additionally, 5 sharp ice spikes protruded along her long spine, giving off a dangerous aura. Her wings' edges sharpened into icy blades, shining with a chilling glow under the light, making people feel cold. Standing next to White, Li Bo immediately felt the temperature drop significantly. It seems, the power of the ice skills has increased quite a bit. Li Bo smiled happily and then opened the small white creature's panel. Name, Frost Ice Dragon. Gender, female. Attributes, Ice, Dragon. Level, Elite Level 1. Potential, Dominator Level. Status, Hungry. Skills, Dragon Claw, Beginner. Dragon Roar, Intermediate. Death Coil, Intermediate. Cold Blade Tail, Intermediate. Cold Spike, Intermediate. Blizzard, Advanced. Hail, Advanced. Ice Armor, Advanced. Description: a noble dragon soaring over icy plains. As the ruler of the Ice Age thousands of years ago, the Frost Ice Dragon clan's prosperity faded with the global warming, and they disappeared into the dust of history. Learn Dragon Roar. Looking at the new skill appearing in the skill list, Li Bo stroked his chin and thought. Dragon Roar is a common dragon-type skill. It uses a breath of aura from the eyes to intimidate opponents, causing fear. The strength of Dragon Roar depends on two things. One is the level. A higher-level dragon can often make lower-level enemies surrender without fighting when using Dragon Roar. The second is bloodline. Purebred dragons with noble bloodlines have even stronger Dragon Roar abilities. Even if they accidentally encounter a fierce beast much higher in level, the commanding aura of Dragon Roar can often force it to retreat. It seems that after evolution, Xiaobai's dragon traits are becoming more obvious. Li Bo curiously looked at the updated description of Xiaobai's information in the system. Ruler of the Ice Age. It seems Xiaobai's ancestors are quite remarkable. Li Bo suddenly remembered what the homeroom teacher Wu Gang had said before. Xiaobai was caught by teacher Jiang from the icy land and was later kept at the training base as a training pet. Xiaobai's original form was a white spirit snake. From this, it's clear that the system's previous description of a faint true dragon bloodline within it must belong to the Ling Frost Ice Dragon lineage. If Xiaobai evolves to the Dominator level, it might be able to restore the peak dominance of its ancestors during the Ice Age. Arctic Ice Dragon King. So Xiaobai, you are a royal descendant. Li Bo smiled as he looked at Xiaobai, but she was confused. Blinking her bright blue eyes curiously at Li Bo reached out and transformed Xiaobai back into a beast girl. In her human form, she looked exactly the same as before. Master, I am so hungry, Xiaobai said weakly. Huh. Li Bo suddenly looked at Xiaobai's information in the system. The status bar still showed hungry. Li Bo slapped his forehead. Wow, I got so excited I almost forgot about this. He wondered if Xiaobai's diet would change after evolving. When pet beasts are at the normal stage, they mainly eat simple supplements like nutrient liquids because they are still growing. Once they reach the elite level, their appetite increases a lot. Nutrient liquids can no longer satisfy them, so beast tamers prepare special meals based on their preferences. Xiaobai, what do you want to eat? Li Bo asked. I want to eat meat, Xiaobai said seriously. Meat? Li Bo was surprised. He thought the ice dragon liked meat, but he assumed Xiaobai grew up eating ice in the wild. It looks like he will need to spend more money in the future. But he thought, I can't let the kid go hungry, so he asked, what kind of meat do you want? I'll take you to buy some. Xiaobai shook her head lightly. I don't really understand. Yeah, I haven't taught you much about modern eating habits, Li Bo said, feeling a bit stuck. Xiaobai just physically wants to eat meat, but she can't even specify which kind. He wondered if the system had any good suggestions. Li Bo looked again at Xiaobai's panel. He hadn't checked her status information before. Maybe there was an answer there. Curious, he clicked on the hungry status. To his surprise, the system quickly popped up a message. The Frost Ice Dragon prefers meat, especially seafood. It is recommended that the host take the Frost Ice Dragon to enjoy a seafood feast to prevent her from getting too hungry and unwell. Li Bo was amazed. Wow, this feature really exists. No wonder you're so good. He felt happy and a bit proud. The status of a pet beast can change a lot. If it's in a negative state, does that mean the system's status bar also has solutions? Thinking of this, Li Bo felt more confident than ever. Huh? So Little White likes to eat seafood. Li Bo quickly checked his wallet, pulling out the few coins he had. Less than 200 yuan. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. A seafood feast. System, you really think highly of me. At night, Li Bo took two beast girls to a famous barbecue street in the lower city. He couldn't afford a seafood feast, but 200 yuan was enough for a nice street-side barbecue meal. Smells so good. Master, looking at the long rows of barbecue stalls, Little White's eyes nearly popped out. This is real human life? Li Bo smiled. Although the lower city is full of poor people, it is home to more than half the city's population. Most work low-paying jobs and quietly contribute to the city. At night, these street barbecue stalls attract many tired diners. The prices are cheap, but the food tastes just as good as some fancy restaurants. Li Bo chose a place that specialized in seafood, sat down skillfully, and called to the vendor, Boss, 200 yuan worth of barbecue. Hearing this, Little White looked a bit worried. Master, you've spent all your money. I can eat less? Silly Little White. Li Bo laughed. Money can be earned again. If I'm starving, I'll be heartbroken. Li Bo, didn't you say that if we beat Lin Fei'er tomorrow, we can get her 1 million? Ziyun spoke from beside them. Ziyun, you're really thinking about that 1 million, huh? Li Bo sighed. Whether we can beat Lin Fei'er is another matter. Even if we win, she didn't say she'd give us the money right away. Recently, his expenses have been rising sharply. His savings from allowances and scholarships are almost gone. He thought, if Lin Fei'er really makes excuses to avoid paying that 1 million, he might as well sell the dragon turtle essence blood on the black market to get some quick cash. Huh? Ziyun opened her mouth wide. I should have made her sign a contract back then. Humph. No matter what. Tomorrow, I will definitely defeat the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon. Little White gritted her teeth fiercely. We must crush her completely. Purple Cloud excitedly said. We can't let that evil woman get away. And let Brother Li Bo be her boyfriend. Time for some barbecue. At this moment, the barbecue shop owner brought 2 large plates of hot seafood barbecue and placed them on the table. You're starving, Little White. Eat up, Li Bo said affectionately. Little White nodded and focused on eating seriously. Li Bo looked at Purple Cloud. Purple Cloud, you should try some too. Okay, I'm going to start now. Purple Cloud picked up a big skewer of grilled squid and said while eating, this is so delicious. Brother Li Bo is so great. Even if you're poor, I still want to stay with you. Hee hee. Li Bo smiled faintly and sat quietly watching the two eat, feeling a wave of happiness. Suddenly, before Li Bo could enjoy this moment, a loud thump on the table nearby pulled his attention away. Idiot. We've been in the Great Xia Kingdom for so long, and not only do we not have any clues about the mastermind, but we don't even know how the dragon turtle died. The dragon turtle was brutally killed in Jianghai. Its precious blood was stolen. These people from Great Xia, so greedy. Huh? Fuso people? Li Bo's heart tightened. From their conversation, it seemed they were talking about the death of the dragon turtle. In the beast-taming world, human languages are generally understood, but different regions have noticeable accents. Looking at these 2 Fuso people with awkward accents, it seemed they were drunk and venting their emotions. Li Bo pretended to laugh and chat with Purple Cloud while carefully listening to their conversation. General Oda is very angry about this. He ordered that the person who killed the dragon turtle must be caught at all costs. But it's hard for us, far from home, in this strange place. Yamamoto, don't be so upset. The person who killed the dragon turtle must be very powerful, probably stronger than us 2 second-tier beast tamers. Let's just think of this as a trip. You're wrong. Besides catching the killer, General Oda also ordered us to find the dragon turtle's precious blood. If a pet beast drinks it, we must bring the pet beast back too, no matter what. More experts will come into Great Xia to pursue this. For now, let's enjoy this freshly served barbecue. Yamamoto, try some. Yes. They're here to catch me. Hearing this, Li Bo's heart was filled with a rush of wild horses galloping through his mind. White Liang and the others took a lot, and in the end, I have to carry all the blame myself. But from their conversation, it seemed that this person named Oda was very important to the dragon turtle, even to the extent of using a pet beast infused with dragon turtle blood. Oh yes. Huh? This grilled meat. Why does it taste so bad? Ugh. After a bout of dry heaving, a man named Yamamoto suddenly started to complain loudly at the vendor, grabbing his collar. Baka, how much chili did you put in this grilled meat? Are you trying to make us die from the heat? Hearing this, the vendor looked somewhat innocent and scratched his head. I didn't add much. Just the normal amount. I think you're deliberately targeting us too. Yamamoto's eyes widened, and he threw the vendor to the ground. Another person from Fusang angrily stomped on the vendor's head and clenched his fist. Tell me, are you doing this on purpose? Please, 2 gentlemen. Let me go. The vendor begged urgently. I didn't mean to. This barbecue. It's supposed to taste like this. Still trying to deny it. Yamamoto kicked the vendor hard. Loli Dasha person. I think you won't admit your mistake until you learn your lesson. Stop. The vendor kept crying out in pain. Although other vendors nearby wanted to help, seeing that these 2 Fusang people were second-tier beast tamers, they stopped, afraid to speak out. Not everyone has fighting talent. Most of them are just struggling at the edge of survival with meager incomes. Spare me, please. 2 gentlemen. I'll give you a free meal. Isn't that enough? Free meal? Haha. Yamamoto laughed loudly. Think you can get a free meal just like that? Do you think all Fusang people are as cheap as you Dasha folks? He kicked the vendor away. Get down on your knees now. Bow 100 times. The vendor's face was swollen and bruised, looking helpless. He had been honest and doing his business, never expecting to face such sudden disaster. Not willing to kneel, Yamamoto sneered. Then he said sinisterly, "Then I'll just have to break your legs." Watching the two approaching figures, the stall owner sat on the ground and kept retreating. "Enough!" Li Bo suddenly stood up. "Little trash from Fusong. You dare to cause trouble on my great Xia territory." Although he didn't want to interfere, Li Bo couldn't bear to see his fellow countrymen insulted. Oh, hearing this, Yamamoto turned his head, looked at Li Bo, and showed a look of disdain. Then he saw two beautiful beast girls standing beside Li Bo, and he sneered lecherously. Well, haven't tasted what these beast girls are like here. Idiot. If you look again, I'll gouge out your eyes." Ziyun's eyes burned with anger. "Li Bo, today I feel like having some fun, so let me teach these two arrogant fools a lesson." Yes. Yamamoto licked his lips. "I love these spirited beast girls. Playing with them is exciting." He nodded to his companion, and both of them made summoning gestures at the same time. A few flashes of light appeared, and 4 different-shaped pet beasts stood facing Li Bo. Li Bo squinted and quickly examined the information of these 4 pet beasts. Poison Shadow Python, Elite Tier 3. Thorn King Bee, Elite Tier 2. Melted Tail Lizard, Ordinary Tier 9. Iron Tooth Mouse, Ordinary Tier 8. Among these beasts, the most intimidating was the Poison Shadow Python summoned by Yamamoto. The Poison Shadow Python was 9 meters long, coiled there, giving a chilling feeling. It was covered in dark green scales that shimmered with a strange glow. Its triangular head was held high, and it occasionally flicked its tongue, hissing softly. The Thorn King Bee, though smaller, radiated a sharp aura, with its wings fluttering and faint stingers flashing. Once summoned, these beasts caused unavoidable damage to the surrounding stalls, and the vendors hurriedly ran away, covering their heads. The crowd's screams and the beasts' roars mixed together, turning the lively night market into chaos instantly. This lively night market. Now it's all destroyed. Li Bo sighed and looked at Yamamoto and the other person, whose eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. "Hey, kid, if you obediently hand over the 2 beast girls and bow to apologize, I might consider sparing your life," Yamamoto said arrogantly, smiling. "Do you really think having more pets makes you stronger than me?" Li Bo sneered slightly. Now that he was a 2nd-level beast tamer, and both of the other 2 were about his level, he didn't feel afraid. Haha, since you're looking for trouble, don't blame us for being rude," the man next to Yamamoto said with a fierce smile. Li Bo nodded to Xiaobai and Ziyun at the same time. The 2 pets immediately transformed into their true forms, one on each side, hovering in the air beside Li Bo. "Is that a dragon?" When they saw the true form of the Frost Ice Dragon, Yamamoto's pupils shrank sharply, and he took 2 steps back instinctively. Xiaobai flapped its huge wings in the air. Although it didn't attack, the 4 pets on the other side suddenly felt a deep fear from their souls. An uncommon dragon beast. I didn't expect this. Today is a lucky day. Yamamoto, even though we didn't find any clues about the turtle dragon, bringing back this ice dragon isn't a bad deal, said the man beside Yamamoto. Yamamoto narrowed his eyes and gave an order. Attack. The 4 pets rushed toward Li Bo from all directions. Perfect. I want to test the power of my new skill, Li Bo said calmly. Xiaobai? Use Dragon Might. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaobai's eyes shone brightly. An invisible aura of majesty burst out from it, like a powerful shockwave spreading instantly. The ordinary Iron Fang mouse, at level 8, was the first to be hit by the Dragon Might. Its limbs went limp, and it collapsed to the ground. The other 3 pets stopped their attack and froze in place. What are you doing? Yamamoto was confused. A mere dragon glaring? Is it that scary? But the 4 pets showed no reaction. The strong pressure from Xiaobai's eyes deeply shocked their spirits, leaving them no strength to move even an inch. Kingly aura. The man next to Yamamoto suddenly changed his expression. Not good. Yamamoto, this is a high-level dragon beast. Huh? The effect is surprisingly strong. Next to him, Li Bo blinked, clearly shocked by the power of the skill released by Little White. Normally, dragon power is a mid-level skill. With Little White's current level, just slowing down the enemy's attack would be considered a success. But unexpectedly, it caused all of them to stop in fear right on the spot. Even the fierce-looking poison shadow python couldn't help but tremble and looked at Little White with great caution. As a snake-type pet, the poison shadow python could clearly feel the pressure coming from its bloodline. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude, Li Bo smirked coldly. Little White. I spike. Swish. 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 Little White flapped its large wings quickly, shooting out long, sharp ice spikes at high speed. The few pets on the other side had no time to react and were hit by the ice spikes. In this fight, there was no need to hold back. Under Little White's swift attack, Li Bo saw the health of the opponent's pets drop rapidly. Iron Tooth Mouse, dead. Melted Tail Lizard, dead. Thorn King Bee, dead. In the blink of an eye, 3 pets were quickly defeated by Little White. How can this be? All my pets are gone. The man beside Yamamoto looked at the scene in shock, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. Only Yamamoto's poison shadow python, which was of a higher level, was still struggling wildly on the ground. But its huge body was covered with dense ice spikes, and dark green blood kept flowing out from its body. The poison shadow python let out a terrible, piercing scream. Yamamoto watched this scene with great pain. That poison shadow python was his entire investment, a pet he had raised with his life's effort. He thought he had the victory in hand, but it was crushed by this ice dragon, unable to even lift its head. Yamamoto's face changed rapidly, filled with regret. He thought to himself, I really shouldn't have caused trouble here and provoked this expert. Don't kill my poison shadow python. I beg you. Yamamoto fell to his knees in front of Li Bo. Young man. I was wrong. Please spare it. Li Bo looked coldly at this tragic scene, showing no emotion on his face. Even if you beg me, it won't help. Kill it. Little White. Cold words rang out, and Xiao Bai's attack became even more fierce. After struggling for less than a minute, the poison shadow python's condition changed to dead. No, I don't want to. Yamamoto was completely hopeless, with no trace of his earlier arrogance on his face. Big Sister Xiao Bai? I haven't even had a chance to fight back. You already took them all out. Purple Cloud, standing nearby, said resentfully. Xiao Bai smiled and replied, Purple Cloud. Isn't it because I was worried they'd run away? Wow. They really did run. Purple Cloud suddenly shouted. Not far away, Yamamoto and his companions no longer cared about their fallen pets. They hurriedly ran away, trying to escape. Wanna run? Did I agree to that? Xiao Bai snorted coldly and quickly flapped her wings, rushing toward the two. She suddenly extended her strong dragon claws and caught them mid-air. Ugh, I'm afraid of heights. Mom, let me go? You. Yamamoto struggled desperately, kicking his legs. But you said it yourself. Xiao Bai gave a strange smile and simply released her claws, letting the two fall from 10 meters high. Ah! The two shouted loudly as they fell, and there were 2 loud thuds as they hit the ground, smashing chairs and tables. Yamamoto, I have broken bones all over my body, his companion cried out, blood everywhere. Yamamoto wasn't much better. Falling from such a height, he was almost half paralyzed, and every movement caused intense pain. Seeing Li Bo walking slowly toward him, Yamamoto glared fiercely and asked, You, what do you want? Although he was very scared inside, Yamamoto tried to hide his fear and shouted, Kid, I advise you not to act rashly. You can't afford to provoke the power behind me. Threatening me? Li Bo smiled, then stomped heavily on Yamamoto's head. I think you still don't understand the current situation. Li Bo suddenly said to Xiao Bai, Go take out the crystal core. We can sell it for some money. Okay. Hearing that they could exchange it for money, Xiao Bai happily went to perform a brain surgery on the 4 pets. Stop. Yamamoto was furious and helpless, only able to watch as Little White used its tail to carefully open the heads of the pet beasts one by one. Brother Li Bo, what should we do with these 2 people? Let me think carefully. Li Bo rubbed his chin. He actually wanted to kill both of them immediately to silence them. In the world of beast taming, people die every day in battles. But this is still a city, bound by laws. Plus, he is still a student. If he gets involved in a murder case and the patrol team investigates, his secret might be exposed. Li Bo sighed. First, tie them up, all listening to you, Brother Li Bo. Finally, there was something to do. Ziyun excitedly found 2 thick ropes at the nearby stall, kicked the 2 men, and tied them up tightly. The crystal cores are here. Master, Little White was very efficient. quickly taking out 4 crystal cores and handing them over. Looking at the 4 pet beast crystal cores of different colors, Li Bo smiled with satisfaction. Made a little profit. Although not as big as the dragon turtle crystal core before, 2 elite pet beast crystal cores could still sell for a good price. After collecting the crystal cores, Li Bo saw that Ziyun was almost done on her side too. The 2 of them were wrapped from head to toe by Ziyun, looking like mummies, constantly making muffled sounds. Li Bo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Ziyun, who taught you to tie people like that? They need to learn a lesson. Detected that phantom shadow cloud completed a perfect binding. Skill learning task. Dark twisting chains completed. Congratulations, host. Phantom shadow cloud has successfully mastered dark twisting chains. Dark twisting chains, an intermediate dark type skill that releases sharp black chains to attack opponents. If the chains successfully pierce through the opponent's body, they deal double the amount of soul damage. Seeing the system messages pop up, Li Bo's eyes widened. Is this even possible? Patrol team investigating a case. Please stay where you are and do not move. Suddenly, a stern female voice sounded from ahead. Li Bo looked up and saw several patrol team members in blue uniforms rushing toward him quickly. Leading them was a young woman with a heroic appearance. She had an extraordinary aura and a very delicate face. She has neat, short hair, thick and long eyebrows, and deep, sharp eyes that shine brightly. She looks very brave and confident. Although she is dressed in uniform, the buttons almost burst open, showing how strong she is. Li Bo saw that the badge on the woman's arm was more complicated, so he guessed she was the leader of this group. When the woman arrived at the scene, she first looked around at the messy battlefield. Then she focused on the 2 people and looked at Li Bo with surprise. "Oh, did you do all this?" she asked. Her words sounded commanding without anger. From her strong presence, Li Bo guessed she was a 3rd-level beast tamer. "It was them who started it," Li Bo replied calmly. "Don't misunderstand. I didn't come to investigate you," she said with a smile. "We received a report from the public that 2 foreign beast tamers were causing trouble here. When we arrived, we found you, a young man about 18 or 19, had already taken them down. Just luck," Li Bo said with a faint smile. "Glad he hadn't killed them earlier, or he might have trouble now. Since that's the case, give them to me," she said. "Can you tell me the details when we go back to register?" Li Bo looked a bit uncomfortable and scratched his head. "Officer, I have classes tomorrow." The woman hesitated. "Then, leave me your contact information. My name is Li Bo," he said, showing her his ID card for verification. "Oh, an officer, they said they want revenge on me. There might be other accomplices hiding in Shanghai. Please protect me." Li Bo pretended to be scared as he spoke. "Really? That's serious," she said, quickly glancing at Yamamoto and the others. Then she handed Li Bo a business card and introduced herself seriously. "I'm Lu Wei, the captain of the 3rd patrol team in Shanghai. If you have any trouble, call me immediately. Thank you. Knowing you're here makes me feel safer," Li Bo said gratefully. "Goodbye, Captain Lu." After leaving the barbecue stall, Li Bo went to the nearest pet beast shop to sell some crystal cores. He traded 2 ordinary-level crystal cores for only 500 yuan. 2 elite-grade crystal cores earned him a total of 8,000 large sums of money. This was mainly because of the green poison shadow python crystal core. Poison-type cores are very useful and hard to find, so the poison shadow python core alone was worth 5,000. After receiving the money, Li Bo bought some nutritional supplements for Xiao Bai and Ziyun. He also bought each of them a set of beautiful new clothes. They were very happy and happily held on to Li Bo all the way. They then went to the hardware store to buy some tools and materials. Li Bo spent 2 hours repairing the damaged roof at home. After taking a shower, Li Bo lay on the bed, feeling extremely tired. Suddenly, Xiao Bai poked him and muttered, "Master, today Ziyun learned a new skill." "I haven't yet." "No. Xiao Bai, you just evolved recently. In terms of skills, you have about half as many as Ziyun." Xiao Bai blushed like a ripe apple, "But I want to learn Dragon Dance." "Dragon Dance? Oh right." Li Bo suddenly remembered he still had a Dragon Dance learning task unfinished. I've been so busy these past 2 days I almost forgot about this." "Hee." Li Bo gidge. "I've prepared everything." Ziyun looked excited and eager. "Tata? Look, what is this?" "Not Ziyun. Where did you get this thing?" Li Bo said with a strained face. "I found it in the cabinet." Li Bo Gij, your equipment is really impressive. Ziyan grinned mischievously. But Xiaobai, can you do pole dancing now? Li Bo's face turned even redder. It was so inappropriate for pure Xiaobai to do such things. This system was just too mean. Xiaobai shyly nodded and mumbled softly, Li Bo Gij. Let Xiaobai try it. Ziyan looked even more excited than Li Bo. After all, we're fighting Lin Fei'er tomorrow. The more skills, the better our chances. Though Ziyan was not very serious, her words made sense. After some hesitation, Li Bo nodded. All right, let's give it a try. For now, let's dance. What surprised Li Bo was that Xiaobai's dance moves were so perfect, yet the system didn't give any reminder of task success. Huh? That shouldn't be. Li Bo was very confused. The task was clear. The Beast Girl should dance around the Beast Master in a pole dance, and then she would learn the skill, Dragon Dance. So why does it seem off? What's wrong? Brother Li Bo, Ziyan asked curiously. It didn't succeed. Li Bo explained the learning requirements to the two of them. Could it be that I didn't dance well enough? Xiaobai felt a wave of frustration. Of course not. Xiaobai, you did very well. If it didn't succeed, there must be another reason. Li Bo comforted her immediately. Not successful? Congratulations, host. Frost Ice Dragon has successfully learned Dragon Dance. Dragon Dance, a high-level dragon-type skill that boosts all pet attributes by 1x. Finally learned Dragon Dance. Seeing the 3 lines of message floating by, Li Bo's face lit up with joy. The skill Dragon Dance isn't something all dragon-type pets can learn. Lin Fe'er's Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon is strong, but it's a sub-dragon, and its boost skill, Rage, only increases by 0.5 times and only boosts attack attributes. But Dragon Dance provides a full 1x boost, meaning Xiaobai's attack, defense, speed. All will double after using it. Sorry. Master, Xiaobai's face turned bright red from neck to cheeks. Brother Li Bo is so biased. Even if it's for Muau Muau, it's not fair to us. Ziyan turned her head away, angry. At this moment, Xiaobai slowly lifted her head, revealing her cold and stunning face. Master, I think Ziyan is right. Why not be kind to both of us today? No. Xiaobai, why are you like this too? Li Bo looked seriously into Xiaobai's eyes. Don't let Ziyan influence you. I didn't do anything, Xiaobai pouted. Why can Muau Muau be so close to you? We're always together all day. What's wrong with giving us a little bit? Upon hearing Xiaobai's shocking words, Li Bo nearly dropped his jaw to the ground. Xiaobai, you've changed. You're no longer my obedient little bai. Xiaobai has always listened to her owner. Xiaobai tugged on Li Bo's shoulder and pouted, acting cute. Please. Master, please. Brother Li Bo, the two immediately got excited, each grabbing Li Bo's arms tightly. No way. We have a match tomorrow. No intense activity today. Li Bo firmly refused their unreasonable requests. So, Brother Li Bo means, after the match, then, Ziyan rolled her eyes and said, That's not it. All right. Xiaobai will win this match no matter what. Before Li Bo could finish speaking, Xiaobai's firm tone drowned out his voice. Hey, Xiaobai, I haven't finished talking. Brother Li Bo, you've said it now, so no backing out, okay? Ziyan grinned mischievously. What did I say? Ziyan, you bad girl. Do I need to teach you a lesson to make you behave? Li Bo, I accept that you're bullying me. Only I can bully you. Li Bo sighed, feeling overwhelmed. This is too much. Let's go to sleep. Okay. We must win tomorrow. Zzz. Unconsciously, Xiaobai had fallen asleep leaning on his shoulder, and Ziyan was also resting her head on Li Bo's arm, pretending to sleep together, afraid he might call her back to the pet beast space. Really can't do anything with you guys. Li Bo turned off the light and covered the two with blankets. The next day, at the Jiangdewu competition arena, it was packed early in the morning. It could be said that, since the competition started, today had the most spectators ever, completely full seats, and a lively atmosphere. The main reason was that, besides everyone paying close attention to the top 8 matches, the first game today was a big highlight. Li Bo versus Lin Fei'er, which drew a lot of attention. As soon as Li Bo entered the arena, he heard the lively discussions around him. Did you hear? Lin Fei'er has already upgraded her Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon to the Elite 2nd stage. Wow. Only a few days and she's already at the Elite 2nd stage. Impressive. Upgrading to the elite level is no easy feat. Every upgrade requires actual combat and a lot of resources. This red crystal armored dragon grows so quickly, I wonder how much money Lin Fei'er has spent on it. Haha. His father is the president of the Beast Tamer Association in Shanghai, so he has access to top experts who teach him personally. Plus, the Lin family dominates the entire Shanghai power industry. Money comes to them faster than a printing press. Such a wealthy lady. If I could marry her, I'd even be willing to grow 20 centimeters taller. Why are you still taking and eating everything? You're drooling all over the ground. By the way, what do you think? Does Li Bo stand a chance? I think it's unlikely. There's a big gap between ordinary and elite. Lin Fe'er's red crystal armored dragon isn't just a pretty pet. It's not easy to deal with. Sigh. She's pretty and rich, and she works harder than us. It's really frustrating. I hope Li Bo wins. He's already dated a school beauty. If he becomes Lin Fe'er's boyfriend, I'd be even more upset than if I were hurt. How about a bet? Sure. I bet 500 Li Bo wins. I bet 2,000. Lin Fei'er wins. Before the match even started, people in the audience began to settle into their seats. The debate about who would win reached its peak. Most bets favored Lin Fei'er, and she had the most supporters. Li Bo. These people are so unfair. Our odds of winning are 5 times higher. They really look down on Little White. Ziyan said angrily. Li Bo smiled. Right now, no one at school knows about Little White's evolution. It's normal for them not to support us. Master, maybe we should also place a bet. Bet on ourselves winning. Little White suddenly said. Oh, Little White is confident we'll win. Li Bo teased. It's not just confidence. I have to win. Little White stared fiercely at Lin Fei'er on the opponent's battle platform, a fierce fighting spirit almost spilling from his eyes. All right, if that's the case, let's give it a try. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Yesterday, I had 6,000 left after selling some crystal cores. Li Bo took it all out and handed it to Ziyan. Ziyan, go all in. Bet on Little White winning. At this moment, the referee on stage saw that the time was almost up and began to announce. Now, we start the first round of the top 8 to the semifinals. Li Bo versus Lin Fei'er. As soon as the words were spoken, the audience suddenly erupted with cheers and shouts. Goddess, you must win. I support you. Li Bo, come on, fight hard. I've bet everything on you. Lin Feng and Lu Jun had already been waiting on the high platform, watching the scene below. Hehe. Lin Feng. Finally, Fei'er is facing Li Bo in a match. Lu Jun said with a smile. Lin Feng looked at Li Bo and said, I'm curious. How many rounds can this kid last against her? Oh, it seems you have a lot of confidence in your daughter, Lu Jun asked curiously. Lin Feng shook his head. I'm not overconfident. Fei'er cares a lot about this match. I've never seen her take anything this seriously, not even when competing with the Muau family's girl. She's never trained so crazily before. Lu Jun squinted and asked, So, do you think Fei'er really likes Li Bo? Lin Feng looked at him and said, Hehe, you're a clever guy. You want to know what I think about Li Bo, right? He sighed and said, This kid comes from a poor family. He's just good looking. I don't know what Fei'er sees in him. She's refused many handsome young men, but she's crazy about this poor boy. But if Fei'er truly likes him, well, as her father, I can only respect her choice. After all, I only have this one daughter, Lin Feng. You don't need to be so pessimistic, Lu Jun smiled. I know a bit about Li Bo. Besides coming from a humble background, his character is pretty good. He's clever, or he wouldn't be top of his class in arts. Now that he's awakened an S-rank space talent, his future looks bright. Lu Jun praised him openly, clearly admiring Li Bo, S-rank space talent. Lin Feng pondered and said, This kid also has a dragon-type pet beast. If Fei'er is willing to be with him, maybe they could go together to St. Dragon University for further studies. Hehe. Lin Feng once again focused his gaze on Li Bo below, as if inspecting a future son-in-law, constantly observing his every move. As Li Bo stepped onto the arena, Lin Fei'er confidently and seductively approached. Lin Fe'er's bold red hair flowed freely over her shoulders. She wore a tight black outfit that perfectly outlined her attractive figure. The neckline of her outfit was just right, revealing her delicate collarbones and fair skin. Her long, straight legs seemed to captivate everyone present. Lin Fei'er looked at Li Bo with a slightly mischievous smile. Finally, no one will disturb. Our private world, really? Our private world? Li Bo said with a darkened face. I'm here to fight, not to flirt with you, he added. After the fight, we can talk and get to know each other better, Lin Fei'er said in a charming voice. I've already booked a restaurant for tonight as our first date. I've decorated it very carefully, she said. Who wants to date you? Li Bo sweat profusely. Thinking of the humiliation he suffered before being bullied by this woman, Li Bo said fiercely, Today, I must defeat you badly. Lin Fei'er, I admire your courage. Li Bo, Lin Fei'er said confidently. Honestly, your performance in the martial competition was impressive. From a strength perspective, you've earned my recognition. But to defeat me, your white spirit dragon still needs to improve. Now come out. Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon. With Lin Fe'er's call, the tall figure of the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon appeared again in the arena. It looked around confidently, almost as if it wanted to show off its invincibility. Roar! The Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon roared loudly, its deep voice echoing across the arena, making the audience cover their ears. Such a fierce presence. The Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon is much stronger than before. No wonder Lin Fei'er is so confident. With such a tough Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon, how can anyone fight it? How about it? Lin Fei'er smiled charmingly at Li Bo, with a teasing look. Li Bo looked at the red crystal armored dragon calmly, with no sign of panic on his face, but a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your red crystal armored dragon is indeed strong. Maybe it's a big threat to the white spirit dragon. But if I summon this, how will you deal with it? Huh? Lin Fe'er's smile gradually froze. Suddenly, Li Bo shouted loudly, Come out! Frost Ice Dragon! What? Everyone's faces changed at his words. A loud, majestic dragon roar echoed across the arena, shaking the entire competition field. Before anyone could react, a white giant dragon suddenly burst out from the blue magic circle Li Bo summoned, soaring in the sky. Is that? Lin Fei'er, on the stage, widened his eyes in surprise, then a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, he's the man Fei'er likes. Good boy. You didn't let me down. Regarding the appearance of the Frost Ice Dragon, Lu Jun didn't seem too surprised. He muttered to himself, Lu Wei Chung didn't deceive me. This kid really defeated 2 second-tier beast tamers. Lu Jun turned to look at Lin Fei'er. Lin Fei'er, I feel like you're pretty excited seeing Li Bo get stronger. If Fei'er loses, she'll miss the chance to enter the secret realm. Brother Lu Jun, your view is too narrow. The opportunity in the secret realm is rare, but I care more about Fei'er's growth in the competition. And this kid actually evolved the White Spirit Dragon. He's a tough opponent. Lin Fei'er smiled warmly. Fei'er has been spoiled by me since she was a child. It's good to have a strong man to press her down a bit. Besides, my Lin family is big and powerful. To be my son-in-law, he must prove his strength first. Compared to Lu Jun and Lin Fei'er's relaxed attitude, the audience below were much less calm when they saw the Frost Ice Dragon. Wow, it evolved. White Spirit Dragon. What kind of pet is that? So white. So big. This size must be 7 or 8 meters. Bigger than the red crystal armored dragon. Such a cool ice dragon. Li Bo is really hiding his strength. I knew I wasn't wrong. Li Bo, my good buddy, whether you can get rich overnight depends on you now. Why are you so excited? In my opinion, even if Li Bo's white spirit dragon breaks through to become an elite, it would be a tie with the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon. Exactly. Who wins or loses is still uncertain. Little White flapped its wings and hovered in the air, making the surrounding air feel a few degrees cooler. Enemies see each other, and their anger grows even more. It looked down from above at the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon, its fighting spirit reaching an all-time high. It seemed to recognize that the giant dragon in front of it was the white spirit snake from the training ground, and the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon's eyes sparkled with disbelief. Suddenly, the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon's eyes became very firm, and a fierce expression appeared on its face. It was like it was telling Little White, if I can beat you once, I can beat you again. With a loud bang, the red crystal on the back of the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon suddenly ignited, and the hot energy quickly fought against the icy environment brought by Little White. Name, Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon. Gender, male. Attributes, dragon, fire, ground, level, elite second stage, potential, leader level, status, warlike, skills, dragon claw, basic, red crystal barrage, basic, dragon roar, intermediate, rage, intermediate, lava shield, intermediate, flame burst fist, intermediate, gravity, intermediate, lava cannon, advanced. Description: the evolved form of the red armor dragon. The crimson crystal armor dragon has gained a fire attribute, greatly increasing its strength. This is a resource-intensive, highly expensive pet. Civilian pet trainers, please be cautious. Lin Fei'er looked at Little White's figure, hesitated for a moment, then looked at Li Bo with a surprised expression. Oh, you really managed to evolve successfully. To deal with you, I will give it my all, Li Bo said coldly. Interesting. Very interesting. Lin Fei'er's gaze suddenly became sharp. Since that's the case, don't blame me. I'm not polite anymore. Roar. The crimson crystal armor dragon's eyes suddenly filled with fierce fighting spirit, and its aura surged wildly. Use dragon roar, Lin Fei'er shouted, and the crimson crystal armor dragon's scarlet eyes flickered with strange red light, staring directly at Little White in the air. Dragon roar. We have it too. Xiaobai didn't back down at all. Its bright blue eyes met the gaze of the crimson crystal armored dragon below, releasing its own dragon's aura in return. Although dragon's aura could cause real physical pressure on a beast, once it worked, it often made the opponent lose the will to fight before the battle even began. Both sides chose to use their dragon's aura to suppress the other, trying to gain an advantage for the coming fight. For a moment, a strange silence covered the entire arena. Everyone held their breath, watching the two creatures face off. Only the crimson crystal armored dragon could truly feel the powerful pressure coming from Xiaobai's bloodline. It was the presence of a king. Oh, it seems this ice dragon's bloodline is stronger than the crimson crystal armored dragon's, Lin Feng said in surprise. The crimson crystal armored dragon is a subdragon. Against a pure-blooded dragon with dragon's aura, it won't have any advantage, Lu Jun said with a laugh. What? Seeing that the Frost Ice Dragon had also mastered Dragon's aura, and that its pressure was even stronger, Lin Fei'er's eyes flickered in disbelief. How could it be a pure-blooded dragon? Wasn't it evolved from a white spirit serpent? Silence. Absolute silence. The battlefield was so quiet that even a falling needle could be heard clearly. Everyone was tense, and under the heavy atmosphere, some spectators even began to sweat. The two sides were locked in a standoff, waiting to see who would lose their nerve first. Look, it moved. A sudden shout broke the silence like thunder, snapping everyone out of their tension. It's the crimson crystal armored dragon. Following everyone's gaze, they saw Lin Fei'er's dragon take 2 steps back. Its once fierce eyes were now filled with fear. Xiaobai's sharp gaze remained cold as ice, making the crimson crystal armored dragon tremble from deep within its soul. This pressure came from bloodline. It could not be resisted. What's going on? Crimson crystal armored dragon. Losing the first clash so easily was something Lin Fei'er hadn't expected. She knew that if this continued, the opponent's dragon's aura would completely crush her dragon's fighting spirit. She quickly gave a command. Stop using dragon's aura. Use crimson crystal barrage now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of red crystal arrows quickly shot out from the red crystal armored dragon, blocking Xiaobai's entire view. All of this happened in just a moment. The red crystal arrows came fiercely, and Li Bo narrowed his eyes. Such quick reactions. The red crystal continuous shot is much stronger than before. When he first saw this skill, it was during a fierce battle between the red armored dragon and Xiaobai in the training arena. Back then, the red crystal continuous shot, in both number and speed, was nowhere near the power the red crystal armored dragon now displayed. But my Xiaobai has also changed a lot since then. He quickly issued a counterattack command to Xiaobai. Use the frost thorn. Swish, swish, swish. Xiaobai flapped its wings rapidly, and long, narrow ice spikes shot out from both sides of its wings. Bang, 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 bang. The ice spikes and crystal arrows collided quickly, exploding loudly one after another. A red and a white arrow array kept crossing in the air, like fireworks blooming, stunning everyone with their brilliant display. Although the red crystal armored dragon was very powerful, the The Frost Thorn was an intermediate skill, and its strength and size were not comparable to the beginner-level red crystal continuous shot. Soon, the Frost Thorn managed to suppress the crystal arrows. Whoosh whoosh. Two ice spikes pierced through the crystal arrows and hit the red crystal armored dragon's chest precisely, causing blood to flow from the wounds. Seeing this, the audience all gasped. Blood right away. That's brutal. How much hatred must there be to do this? The red crystal armored dragon was injured, but Lin Fei'er was unfazed, sneering. Just this much attack. It's like tickling. As she spoke, steam suddenly rose from the red crystal armored dragon, melting the two ice spikes away into the air. However, in the next second, the frozen ice dragon in the sky, like a hungry wolf, stretched out its fierce dragon claws, aiming straight at the red crystal armored dragon. Oh, dragon claw! Lin Fe'er's eyes flashed with surprise. Li Bo really didn't give her a moment to breathe, attacking one after another. Perfect timing. We'll use dragon claw too. Lin Fei'er became serious. Just as Xiao Bai was about to hit the red crystal armored dragon, the opponent suddenly extended its dragon claw to block. The two clashed with a loud bang. An invisible, circular wave of energy spread quickly around the arena, centered on two giant dragons, causing the surrounding hair to flutter loudly in the wind. The battle between the crimson crystal armor dragon and Little White was once again at a stalemate. Both dragons showed their teeth, eager to fight, refusing to back down. Their eyes were filled with the desire to win, with no sign of hesitation. Seeing this, Lin Fei'er was stunned. The power of the dragon claw is almost equal to that of the crimson crystal armor dragon. It's important to note that the crimson crystal armor dragon is known for its strength. Among dragons of the same level, it has never been outmatched. Unexpectedly, after just a few exchanges, the Frost Ice Dragon suddenly released such a strong pressure. Who is this Frost Ice Dragon? Its performance is even more impressive than some purebred dragons. Lin Fei'er couldn't help but feel curious. In the air, Little White's chest was filled with fiery anger. It spread its wings as hard as it could, fighting desperately to press down on the crimson crystal armor dragon. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, the crimson crystal armor dragon retreated 2 steps. Seeing that the dragon claw was actually being outperformed, Lin Fe'er's face changed slightly. She quickly gave an order. Throw it away. Upon hearing the command, the crimson crystal armor dragon quickly closed its claws, gripping Little White tightly. Then, it gathered all its strength and spun Little White around in place. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the crimson crystal armor dragon sped up, the two bodies merged into a powerful tornado of red and white. Suddenly, there was a loud swoosh. The crimson crystal armor dragon threw Little White far away, aiming to knock it out of the arena. However, since Little White was in its home territory, it suddenly spread its wings wide and stabilized itself in midair just before reaching the arena boundary. Now, Blizzard! Li Bo immediately ordered. Once again, a fierce snowstorm began to fall from the sky, with icy winds covering the entire arena. The snow and wind mixed together, greatly reducing visibility. The spectators could only see a blurry white haze. After evolving, Little White's blizzard attack became even more powerful. As Little White's wings fluttered continuously, the snowstorm quickly gathered into 2 thick, cold currents, rushing toward the standing crimson crystal armor dragon. Little White's attack was relentless. Its bright blue eyes flashed with a strange light. When the 2 cold currents were halfway to the target, they quickly converged and intertwined, blending into one another. A pure white dragon suddenly formed. The white dragon looked fierce and aggressive, rushing straight toward the red crystal-armored dragon with great force. Such a strong move. This is Li Bo's true strength. When everyone saw the white dragon, their eyes widened. They believed their pets couldn't resist such a powerful attack. It's becoming harder to understand him. Lin Fei'er showed fear for the first time. She didn't dare take this attack lightly and quickly told the red crystal-armored dragon, "Use the lava shield quickly." Whoosh! The deep red back of the red crystal-armored dragon suddenly ignited, shining brightly in the snowstorm. The bright fire quickly covered the dragon's body, forming a huge round fire shield. Bang! The white dragon struck the shield rapidly, causing a loud explosion. Snowflakes flew everywhere. Just when everyone thought the red crystal armored dragon had survived this deadly attack, they were surprised to see the white dragon's offensive still going strong. Centered on its fierce head, the temperature around dropped sharply, reaching an extreme cold. In an instant, the fiery red lava shield was covered with a layer of frost. Ice meets fire. Everyone present gasped in amazement, marveling at how incredible the ice dragon's power was. Blizzards are advanced skills. A small lava shield can't possibly withstand that, Li Bo sneered. The lava shield was quickly eroded by the frost. The red fire dimmed, replaced by a thick layer of sharp ice. It turned into an ice ball. Wow! Amazing! No one expected Li Bo's ice dragon to freeze the lava shield solid, trapping the red crystal-armored dragon inside. Suddenly, the white dragon let out a thunderous roar, filled with rage, and forcefully shattered the ice ball. Boom! The ice dragon crashed into the red crystal-armored dragon inside the ice ball. After flying several meters through the air, the armored dragon fell heavily to the ground, looking very pained. Red crystal-armored dragon, Lin Fe'er's face changed. Li Bo saw that the winning opportunity had arrived, so he immediately ordered, "Charge forward quickly. Dragon Claw, take it out of the arena." Whoosh. Xiaobai flapped its wings quickly, claws ready to catch, and swooped toward the ground-bound crimson crystal-armored dragon. Just 5 meters away from the crimson crystal-armored dragon, Li Bo suddenly saw Lin Fe'er's mouth curve into a smile. "Be careful, Xiaobai," Li Bo quickly warned. "Hee, I told you to fly." "Crimson crystal-armored dragon, use earth gravity," Lin Fei'er suddenly shouted. Then the crimson crystal-armored dragon's eyes widened, and it quickly spread its arms wide, letting out a loud roar. In an instant, a powerful downward gravity pulled Xiaobai rapidly downward. Earth gravity, intermediate ground-type skill. After use, the gravity within 5 meters of the pet increases to twice the normal for 2 seconds. Hit by the gravity, Xiaobai lost balance quickly and was slammed toward the ground. Although only 2 seconds, it was enough to give Lin Fei'er a chance to land a decisive. "Now's the time." "Flame burst punch," Lin Fei'er shouted loudly. The crimson crystal armored dragon's right hand suddenly ignited with fierce flames, aiming at Xiaobai's falling abdomen, and struck fiercely. Say good night to this world. The tide of the battle turned in an instant. The audience below covered their mouths in shock. This punch from the crimson crystal armored dragon was mighty, aimed directly at Xiaobai's vital point. If it hit, the match could be over immediately. No way to dodge now. Is there still a chance? Li Bo. It seems Lin Fe'er's combat experience is more seasoned. Just when everyone thought Li Bo was out of tricks and about to lose, he suddenly shouted loudly, "Ice armor!" Whoosh! Xiaobai's body was instantly covered in a layer of ice, forming a tight, white armor that wrapped around her completely. "This is ice armor." Lin Feng suddenly stood up and rubbed his eyes hard. Another advanced skill. This kid has used so many advanced skills in the match so far. Lu Jun's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. With each reversal of the situation, how many hidden cards does this kid have? Moao Shui stared intently at Li Bo's figure, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. "Maybe. He has already surpassed us completely. You're being too pessimistic, Xiao Shui. Don't forget, I am now an elite-level superpowered beast." Muau Muau, standing nearby, seemed completely unconcerned. After her evolution, although her appearance didn't change much, she carried a noble and mysterious aura. Ice armor, double defense. The moment she saw ice armor, Lin Fe'er's face turned pale. The flame explosion fist, which could counter the ice dragon, was a mid-level skill. For Xiaobai, who had enhanced defenses, it probably wouldn't do much. She looked at Li Bo and gritted her teeth. You're hiding too well." This was Xiaobai's first appearance of ice armor, since the fight with Wu Bai, naturally causing quite a bit of controversy. At this moment, the fierce strike of the crimson crystal armor dragon's flame explosion fist hit Xiaobai's abdomen with a loud bang, perfectly accurate. As Lin Fei'er predicted, under the unbreakable defense of ice armor, the flame explosion fist only left a black scorch mark and didn't cause real damage to Xiaobai. Fortunately, Lin Fei'er noticed that although this punch didn't hurt, it did push the ice dragon back. Taking advantage of Xiao Bai's body tilting, Lin Fei'er suddenly ordered, "Use Earth gravity again." A powerful gravitational pull dragged Xiao Bai down to the ground. This time, Li Bo looked very calm. "Do you think I'll fall for that again?" "What?" Lin Fei'er suddenly looked up. Although the ice dragon was restrained and fell heavily to the ground, what was falling with it were thousands of huge hailstones. "Look, under the effect of Earth gravity, the hailstones are falling faster." Someone with sharp eyes noticed that the hail Xiao Bai launched was falling much faster than before. Fist-sized hailstones surged like white meteors, falling vertically and relentlessly striking the crimson crystal armor dragon. Roar! The crimson crystal armor dragon howled in pain. Hail has a special damaging effect on high-defense beasts, especially when enhanced by Earth gravity. With a loud bang, the crimson crystal armor dragon knelt on one knee, overwhelmed and unable to lift its head. Lin Fei'er quietly watched the scene, her eyes flickering constantly. In that moment, she felt her pride was like the crimson armor dragon, being forcefully pressed to the ground and rubbed by Li Bo. "Can you really push me to this point?" "Li Bo, truly the man I trust." "But, Li Bo, you still can't escape my grasp." "Ha ha." Lin Fei'er suddenly let out a wild smile, her wandering gaze becoming firm again. "Use rage." The lava shield of the crimson armor dragon lit up again. With 50% power boost, this time, all the hail was melted outside the shield. As the hail disappeared, the crimson armor dragon slowly stood up. Lin Fei'er looked at Li Bo with a serious expression she had never shown before. "It seems I can only use this move against you." "Huh." Li Bo narrowed his eyes. "Here it comes." Below, Muau Shua frowned. "Level A talent, lock on." Lin Fei'er clasped her hands together, recited a few spells, and something strange happened. The crimson armor dragon suddenly seemed to understand a strange rule, its body glowing with bright red light, and its gaze became sharp enough to seem to pierce through space. "What is this?" Li Bo watched nervously, but in the next second, he was surprised to see that Xiao Bai also started glowing with this strange red light. Talent power. Li Bo suddenly realized that Lin Fei'er had activated her beast-taming talent. Xiao Bai. Li Bo quickly checked Xiao Bai's status. When he opened the panel, it showed two large words, "Lock on." Lock on. Level A beast-taming talent. The beast tamer selects a stand-in pet to lock onto a target opponent, gaining insight into their next moves and ensuring a hit. Note: this talent is ineffective against pets with space abilities. Guaranteed hit. Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. Being able to lock onto the opponent means that without space abilities, the enemy cannot avoid the next attack. In a one-on-one battle like this talent is truly extraordinary. At this moment, Little White and the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon seemed to be connected by an invisible chain, forcing them together. It was clear to Little White that no matter how he dodged, he couldn't escape the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon's pursuit. "Li Bo, your ice armor really surprised me." Lin Fei'er smiled slightly. "But if I'm not mistaken, the power of your ice dragon's armor is only doubled in defense now." Li Bo narrowed his eyes. "So, although intermediate skills can't damage your ice armor, and you only have high-level skills," as she spoke, Lin Fei'er's Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon's aura rose again. The red crystals on its back gathered energy continuously. Looking closely, it seemed like boiling lava, bubbling inside. Li Bo watched this scene coldly. "Are you finally going to use the lava cannon?" "Oh." Lin Fei'er paused, surprised that Li Bo guessed her Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon's skill, since she hadn't shown this skill in the competition before. "Smart. No wonder you're top of the arts." She smiled immediately. "Li Bo, you should know that, under the same power level, fire skills are twice as effective against ice. In other words, with the 50% power boost from Rage, the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon will now have triple effectiveness against your ice dragon." "Triple effectiveness. Seems about right." Li Bo looked very calm, a cold smile on his face. "Is this your trump card, Lin Fei'er?" Seeing Li Bo so composed, Lin Fei'er was momentarily stunned, then smiled instead of getting angry. "Li Bo, do you know what I like most about you? Could it be because I look quite handsome?" "Hee hee." Lin Fei'er laughed charmingly, her eyes full of flirtation. "That's one reason. But what I admire most is your courage. facing desperate situations today and never giving up. Hearing this, Li Bo suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha, Lin Fei'er, do you know why I've been resisting you all this time? Oh? Why? Lin Fei'er looked curious. Because you're so full of yourself. Always thinking you're the best. Mysteriously proud. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei'er raised her eyebrows in anger, and her smile instantly froze. All right. So you think I've always been like this in your eyes? Today, I will show you that the reason I am proud is because I have the right to be proud. Lin Fei'er looked serious, then shouted loudly, "Use the lava cannon." The crimson crystal armored dragon quickly locked onto the small white figure in the sky. It seemed to have the ability to see the future, as the next flight path of the small white was clearly visible in its eyes. Not only that, every move of the small white seemed to be broken down frame by frame, appearing very slow in the eyes of the crimson crystal armored dragon. Double ice armor. This definitely can't block Feier's triple weakness lava cannon. Lin Fei'er looked at Li Bo and asked, "Kid, what will you do next?" Such a strong aura. Everyone present was stunned by the powerful pressure of the crimson crystal armored dragon. Many timid spectators covered their mouths, worried that Li Bo's ice dragon might fall because of it. The red glow on the ice dragon is so bright, it must be completely targeted. A guaranteed move. It's over. Bankruptcy. It looks like the match is over. Some spectators couldn't help but turn away from their seats, not wanting to see this fierce scene. Is there any way? Muau Xue's eyes flickered, feeling very complicated inside. She hoped Li Bo would win, but also feared that after advancing, they would inevitably meet again in the arena. Just as the lava cannon was about to fire, everyone thought Li Bo would give up, but he suddenly showed a mysterious and confident smile. "Use Dragon Dance," Li Bo shouted. "What?" Lin Fei'er widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at this scene. Roar! The small white let out a deafening dragon cry. Her gaze was sharp, and her white wings spun rapidly, transforming into a streak of white light that shot straight into the sky. Under the sunlight, the small white danced freely, and her attributes quickly increased. At this moment, she looked pure white, like a divine being, as if she was the ruler of the sky. "Look, it's Dragon Dance." Someone stood up excitedly. "Wow, the Dragon Dance is a full-range, double-strength skill. I can't believe I saw this skill among elite-level pet beasts. This Li Bo, what kind of monster is he? Unbelievable. He even learned Dragon Dance." While Lin Fei'er was surprised, he couldn't help but worry as he looked at Lin Fei'er. Wow, that's his fourth advanced skill. Principal Lu Jun's eyelids kept trembling. To be able to raise a pet beast to such a level and teach it a difficult skill like Dragon Dance, Li Bo truly deserves the title of genius, even among top universities for beast taming nationwide. Dragon-type beast tamers are highly sought after by many powerful groups. Their future prospects are limitless. Suddenly, a loud explosion. A pillar of blood-red lava erupted fiercely from the back of the crimson crystal armor dragon, aiming swiftly and precisely at Xiaobai's flight path. The lava cannon was mighty, with such high temperature that the surrounding air twisted and shimmered. Xiaobai didn't have a space skill, so Li Bo knew he had to endure this attack head-on. He smiled coldly. "It's time to end your show." Lin Fei'er, ice armor, swish. Xiaobai's body surface once again formed a layer of ice armor. This time, under the boost of Dragon Dance, the armor's thickness increased significantly, as hard as diamond, with no flaws. She quickly merged her wings to form a huge shield in front of her. At the same time, a loud boom sounded like a volcanic eruption. The lava cannon spewed out intense flames and thick smoke, directly hitting Xiaobai's wings. This attack was as powerful as a thunderbolt, unstoppable, with incredible impact, smashing forcefully onto Xiaobai's wings. In an instant, a dazzling red light streaked across the sky like a giant meteor, shining with mesmerizing brilliance. Xiaobai's wings trembled violently under this powerful force. Everyone looked up, squinting at this dazzling scene. This level of battle had already exceeded their expectations. Many young beast tamers marveled at the huge gap between the two. Seeing Xiaobai still stubbornly resisting the lava cannon, everyone was amazed. She actually blocked it. Dragon Dance plus ice armor, which provides 4 times the defense, As the effect of the crimson crystal ankylosaurus's rage disappeared, Xiaobai could clearly feel the power of the lava cannon decreasing rapidly. When the red glow on his body completely faded, whoosh, Xiaobai suddenly spread his huge wings, shot away the flames, and quickly flew away from the spot. At this moment, the crimson crystal ankylosaurus was already at its limit, and with Xiaobai's Dragon Dance buff, the outcome was already decided. In the battle with cold-edged thorns, Li Bo said coldly. Xiaobai suddenly swung out long spikes, too many for the crimson crystal ankylosaurus to dodge. The enhanced cold-edged thorns were about 50 centimeters long, like sharp icy blades, carrying a biting cold, shooting toward the dinosaur at high speed. The ankylosaurus tried to struggle and dodge, but it had already used too much energy in the previous fight. Its movements were slow, and it lacked the spirit to fight back. The spikes pierced into its body one after another, turning it into a giant hedgehog. Boom! The crimson crystal ankylosaurus lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Xiaobai, still full of anger, kept attacking the dinosaur, venting his revenge. Stop! The referee suddenly shouted at Xiaobai. Fighting is for competition. If anyone causes a life-threatening situation, they will be disqualified. Although Xiaobai was unwilling, he retracted his wings and flew back to Li Bo. The crimson crystal ankylosaurus is unconscious. Li Bo advances to the semifinals. As the referee announced, Lin Fei'er clenched her fists and trembled constantly, her eyes hollow. She never expected that even with her talents and strongest skills, she still couldn't beat Li Bo. Feeling frustrated and incredulous, her emotions tangled, and Lin Fei'er fell silent. Xiaobai transformed back into a beast girl, hugged Li Bo tightly. Master, I finally avenged myself. Boo-hoo. It's okay, Xiaobai. Li Bo gently stroked her head to comfort her. He knew Xiaobai had defeated the crimson crystal ankylosaurus, which also helped her overcome a mental barrier, so she could fight more confidently in the future. At this moment, Lin Fei'er suddenly looked up at Li Bo. I lost. Her beautiful face showed less of its usual sharpness, as if she had let go of something. Although her expression looked a bit sad, Li Bo didn't really try to comfort her. He said, Hey, Lin Fei'er, don't forget our bet. Hearing this, Lin Fei'er looked surprised for a moment, and then said angrily, What do you think I am, Lin Fei'er? $1 million is just a small amount. Of course I won't cheat you. She casually handed a black card to Li Bo. There's exactly 1 million inside. The password is your birthday. Li Bo took the black card, stunned, and said, Did you prepare this long ago? Li Bo was very confused. Usually, with Lin Feier's personality, she should have believed she could beat Wu Baizhong. So, what was this pre-prepared black card about? Lin Fei'er crossed her arms and said, I was planning to beat you, make you my boyfriend, and give you this 1 million as my first gift. I didn't expect that I, Lin Fei'er, am not good enough. Li Bo was surprised and looked at her expression. It didn't seem like she was joking. He wondered if he had missed out on $1 billion. Seeing Li Bo hesitate, Lin Fei'er raised an eyebrow and smiled. How about it? Are you really not considering it? Considering what? Don't you need money? Being my boyfriend is no big deal. No way. Before Li Bo could reply, Xiaobai was the first to refuse. Lin Fei'er looked at Xiaobai and said, Oh, you better think carefully. As a dragon beast, you spend a lot of money. With your current financial situation, raising you might be difficult. It's none of your business. Xiaobai still looked annoyed. No matter how poor my owner is, I won't sell myself to you. Hearing this, Li Bo's face darkened. He quickly stepped in front of Xiaobai and said to Lin Fei'er, No need to bother. Lin Fei'er, according to our previous agreement, I won the match. Please don't make things difficult for me anymore. The martial arts exam is coming soon. I suggest you focus more on training. Do you think I care about that? Lin Fei'er smiled. If that's the case, I will train even harder to surpass you. But, is today's bet still valid? Huh? Li Bo was surprised. Are you trying to challenge me again? Lin Fei'er said. Rules are rules. If you win me once, I'll give you 1 million. If you lose, you'll be my boyfriend, hee. Li Bo replied casually. If you like money so much, I don't mind. That's settled then. Lin Feier's face lit up with a smile, and she said, Tonight, I've booked a room at Jianghai Grand Hotel. Want to have dinner together? No, thanks. Before she finished speaking, Li Bo immediately refused. That's too fancy. I'm just a poor guy. I can't handle that. Lin Fei'er paused for a moment, then forced a smile. No matter what, I'll be waiting for you in the top floor suite. Come or not, it's up to you. After saying that, Lin Fei'er turned and left the martial arts arena. Compared to her lively past, her departure now seemed a bit dull. Li Bo returned to his seat and saw Ziyun's excited face. We've made a fortune. A big one. Li Bo, brother. Ziyun pulled out a stack of money and waved it in front of Li Bo. 5 times the odds. 300,000 in my hand. Li Bo smiled and looked seriously at the two girls. Now I can buy you both nice new clothes. Xiaobai shook her head like a rattle. I don't want clothes. I want to save money to buy a new house for my owner. A new house? Looking at Xiaobai, Li Bo showed a surprised expression. Yes. Last time, Xiaobai broke her place. We're saving up to buy a big new house, okay? Master, so you still feel guilty about that? Seeing her serious face, Li Bo felt a twinge of sadness. Xiaobai was always so thoughtful and kind. Hee, I don't want to buy dresses anymore. I want to save money to buy a big house in the city for Li Bo, brother. Ziyun also chimed in. Silly Ziyun. Li Bo laughed. Since you both say that, once I save enough money, I'll take you to a beautiful big house. Yes, once I save enough, I'll take you both to a lovely big house. By the way, Master, Little White gently tugged at Li Bo's sleeve. Seeing Little White hesitating and her neck turning bright red, Li Bo became curious and asked, What's wrong, Little White? Isn't it true that if I beat Lin Fei'er, I can? That? Little White whispered softly, like a mosquito. Huh? Li Bo was confused. Which one, Little White? It's that one. Little White buried her head as low as possible, her fair face turning as red as a ripe apple. Oh no. Ziyun suddenly got anxious. Li Bo, it's that thing you did with Muau. Little White slowly lifted her head to look at Li Bo, biting her lip and saying softly, Huh. Li Bo's face flushed red. Well, about that. Master, you can't go back on your word, Little White quickly said. Exactly. We agreed that if I won the match, I would get the benefit. Ziyun crossed her arms and snorted. As a beast tamer, if you don't keep your promises, your reputation with your pets will drop a lot. Li Bo heard this and suddenly felt overwhelmed. Little White was obedient and easy to deal with, but Ziyun was not so easy to brush off. Little White, I meant winning the match by taking the championship in the martial arts contest, not just beating Lin Fei'er. That, Little White's expression fell into deep thought. It seemed her master had a point. Li Bo then smiled and looked at Ziyun. And Ziyun, it seems Little White has mostly won the matches, right? You cheering her on doesn't seem quite fair. Humph. Li Bo is biased. Ziyun immediately became unhappy. You didn't let me fight, always making Little White compete. It makes me look useless. Ziyun looked very wronged, then buried her face in Little White's soft chest. Sniff, sniff. Little White, Li Bo is bullying me. Ziyun kept her head tightly buried. Occasionally glancing at Li Bo, Little White stroked Ziyun's long hair to comfort her. Ziyun, don't be sad. You're not useless at all. Then, Little White, tell me, what am I good for? Ziyun suddenly looked up at Little White. Purple Cloud cried even louder. I'm such a useless little waste. Boo-hoo, Master. You made Purple Cloud cry. Hurry and explain to her. Xiaobai was so anxious he was about to lose his mind. All right. Li Bo comforted her. My Purple Cloud is not a useless little waste at all. Then why haven't you let me go on stage? I finally understand. Brother Li Bo just likes Xiaobai more. Purple Cloud stubbornly said. You're talking nonsense, Li Bo explained. The reason I didn't let you go out so early is because Purple Cloud is my last trump card. Trump card? Really? Truly? Purple Cloud blinked her big eyes, confused by Li Bo's words. Of course. Have you ever seen anyone casually reveal their trump card? No, right? Purple Cloud's body stiffened, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She hugged Li Bo tightly. So touching. Brother Li Bo, I knew you cared about me. All right. There are many people around. Don't reveal your identity. What's there to worry about? Their eyes are all on that flashy cat anyway. Purple Cloud muttered. Oh, it's Muau Xue's match now. Li Bo squinted and focused his gaze on the stage. Muau Xue's battle had already begun. Her opponent was a boy named Zhu Chun, whose pet beast was an elite level 1 Icehorn steed. The ice-horn steed was pure white all over, about the size of a normal horse, with a sharp, icy blue horn on its forehead, faintly emanating cold air. Seeing that the opponent was also an ice-type beast tamer, Li Bo couldn't help but pay more attention to the arena. Muau still chose to stand confidently in her beast girl form. In her beast girl form, Muau confidently stepped onto the stage. Huh, has she evolved? Although her appearance hadn't changed much, Li Bo saw her true form after evolution through the system. It's a phantom moon spirit cat. It must be said, fighting in beast girl form is very confusing for opponents. Zhu Chen clearly didn't realize that his opponent was an elite psychic-type pet beast. Use quick steps to circle around the arena. Dodge her hypnotic gaze. Good. She should be dizzy by now. Now, use Ice Beam. Zhu Chen gave one attack command after another. It had to be said that anyone who made it to the top 8 truly had great skill. Zhu Chen's Icehorn Charger had pushed its speed to the limit, so fast that the human eye could barely follow its movements. In just a split second, the Icehorn Charger launched a fierce strike toward Muau in the center of the arena from a tricky angle. A freezing beam gathered at the tip of its horn, and in the blink of an eye, a thick white ray shot straight toward Muau. However, facing this powerful attack, Muau remained calm. Use the Psychic Mirror. Following the command, Muau pressed her hands together and smiled mysteriously. A transparent mirror instantly appeared beside her. The mirror shone brightly under the sunlight, dazzling everyone's eyes. Whoosh! The freezing beam hit the mirror directly but was instantly reflected back, shooting toward the Icehorn Charger at even greater speed. What? Zhu Chen's face changed dramatically. He never expected Muau to have such a move. Even more shocking, the reflected beam was nearly twice as fast as the original. The Icehorn Charger had no time to react and was struck head-on by its own full-powered attack. Bang! The creature was knocked down and slid several meters across the ground, letting out a pained cry. Although ice-type beasts were immune to freezing, the freezing beam, as a mid-level skill, still carried significant damage. Get up, Icehorn Charger! Zhu Chen shouted. It's too late, Li Bo said, frowning as he carefully observed Muau's movements. It was clear that after her evolution, her strength had risen to a whole new level. Sure enough, the next moment, Muau gave her final command. Over-the-shoulder throw. Whoosh! Muau's figure vanished like a shadow. So fast. Zhu Chen was stunned. This burst of speed was no weaker than that of his Icehorn Charger. Before anyone could react, Muau's tall figure had already appeared right in front of the Icehorn Charger. Before the Icehorn steed could stabilize itself, Muau quickly and accurately grabbed its front leg. With a swift over-the-shoulder throw, she directly threw the Icehorn steed out of the arena. Zhu Chen stood still, looking as if he were dreaming, hardly believing what just happened. After a moment of silence, the referee's voice broke the quiet again. The Icehorn steed is eliminated. Muau advances to the top 4. The audience below cheered loudly. Wow, so strong. That was a very simple and fierce fight. Compared to Li Bo and Lin Fei'er, Muau's advance to the top 4 seems much easier. Superpower-type pets. Are they really that incredible? Hearing the continuous discussions around him, Li Bo also fell into deep thought. Although he was confident that Xiaobai, his ice-type pet, was much stronger than this ice-horned steed, if he really faced Muau, Xiaobai wouldn't gain much advantage in this limited arena. If Muau's skills controlled him and pushed him out of the arena, it would happen in the blink of an eye. Thinking of the last time with hypnosis, Li Bo still felt uneasy. Meanwhile, after winning the match, Muau immediately looked back at Li Bo. It seemed she guessed what he was thinking, and she gave him a meaningful smile. Ziyun immediately stepped in front of Li Bo, ready to face Muau's gaze. Keep looking. I'll dig your eyes out. Muau withdrew her gaze and challenged Ziyun with a smile. The tension between them was so strong that even from dozens of meters away, you could feel the hostility. All you can do is use these sneaky skills, Ziyun said disdainfully. Thinking about how Li Bo was taken advantage of by Muau, she felt furious and wanted to slap Muau right now. Li Bo, I told you before, I should be the one to fight this sneaky cat. Huh? Li Bo looked at Ziyun, his mind racing. Suddenly, he clapped his hands excitedly. Yeah, Ziyun, as a spiritual body, is immune to superpower mental attacks. Maybe Xiaobai wasn't as good against Muau, but if Ziyun took the field, she might surprise her. It's also important for Ziyun to level up and evolve quickly. Although Dark-type Pokemon have some advantage over superpower types, Ziyun is now only at level 7. Compared to the evolved Xiaobai, there is a noticeable gap in strength. Since Xiaobai has now become a Frost-Ice Dragon, Li Bo needs to focus his energy and resources on training Ziyun. After the top 4 competition ends, the finals are near. He must train quickly. After watching Muao's match, Li Bo quickly left the arena with his 2 pets. The remaining 2 quarterfinal matches are scheduled for the afternoon. Li Bo doesn't want to waste time here. Instead of guessing his opponent's strategies, he prefers to improve himself. He then looks at Xiaobai. After fighting the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon, Xiaobai's status bar shows, tired. Li Bo opens the status and sees a message. Frost Ice Dragon is not in good condition. Needs to rest in the Pokemon space as soon as possible. Xiaobai? Return to the Pokemon space. Li Bo speaks seriously. Xiaobai wants to argue but doesn't say anything. After a moment, it obediently returns to the Pokemon space to rest. After leaving the school gate with Ziyun, Li Bo suddenly says, soon, transform back to your original form. Use illusory color mimicry to follow me in the air. Report any movement immediately. Okay. Big brother Li Bo. Ziyun transforms into illusory cloud again, quickly changing color and blending into the air. An hour later, Li Bo arrives back in the lower city area. Just a few steps away, he hears Ziyun alerting him. Be careful. Big brother Li Bo. There are people behind and in front, like they are coming for us. Li Bo stops and frowns, scanning the surroundings carefully. They are in a trash dump area. The hot summer makes the already foul air even more pungent. Although it's daytime, few people are around. Setting an ambush here isn't a bad idea. While Li Bo is thinking, 2 figures emerge slowly from behind 3 green trash bins. They are wearing black stockings over their heads. Hee. Li Bo, right? I've been waiting for you. Suddenly, a sharp voice comes from behind Li Bo. He turns and sees a thin man. Both are wearing black stockings over their heads. Li Bo guesses these people came here on a whim to intercept him. Li Bo sneered calmly and said, Are you 3 here to stop me from playing cards? Or just here to find trouble? A bunch of nonsense. It's so hot today, making me wait so long. A man shouted angrily. Be smart and hand over all your money, or you'll face some rough treatment. Oh? So you're here to rob me? Li Bo's sharp eyes quickly scanned the 3 men and then said, Since we're classmates, why not be honest? Hiding and sneaking around isn't very sincere. Hearing this, the 2 in front froze suddenly, looking at each other with a hint of fear. You're scared? The skinny man behind them shouted loudly. Things are so chaotic in the city now. Robbing someone is as common as eating. No one will bother to check. Hearing this, the other 2 finally dropped their doubts and stared at Li Bo with fierce looks. You're really a student from Jianghai University, Li Bo said coldly, smiling as if he expected everything. His fight with Lin Fei'er was well known at school. The 1 million yuan wasn't much for the rich in the upper city, but for students like him living in the lower city, it was a big amount. It seemed these 3 had been waiting here since he defeated Lin Fei'er. So what if you guessed right? The skinny man suddenly said, Li Bo, I admit you're strong. But your Ice Dragon and Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon just fought, and you're already exhausted. If you're smart, I might forgive you for being a classmate and spare you some pain. And what if I'm not smart? Li Bo looked at the 3 with a cold glint in his eyes. The man glared at Li Bo fiercely and then called out to the other 2, Attack. After we succeed, we'll split the 1 million equally. As he spoke, yellow magic circles flickered on the ground, and 3 pet beasts appeared before Li Bo. Chopping Wing Duck, Green Poison Sparrow, Blue Silvergrass. Li Bo quickly examined the 3 pet beasts. They were all around level 8 or 9. He shook his head in disappointment and sighed. These aren't enough to impress me. What did you say? 3 people were all angered by Li Bo. They thought they could scare him, but Li Bo's words were too sharp, and they were all caught off guard. Who can't talk big? If you dare, bring out your Frost Ice Dragon, one of them shouted. Who said I only have the Frost Ice Dragon? Li Bo's mouth curled into a strange smile. Let's use them to practice. Purple Cloud, can't wait. Brotherly Bo, Purple Cloud's voice suddenly came. What? You've contracted a second pet beast. Following Purple Cloud's voice, the three of them looked up at the sky. In the air, a strange purple cloud quickly appeared. Clearly, none of them knew what Purple Cloud was. But what shocked them even more was that Li Bo had contracted a second pet beast, and it was quite strong. You've become a second-level beast tamer. One of them pointed at Li Bo, unable to believe it. Now you know? It's too late, Li Bo said coldly. Who cares? It's a 3-on-1 fight. I have the advantage, the leading man suddenly said. Then, the others nodded in agreement and gave commands to their pet beasts. Flying Wing Combo, Poison Mist, Blue Silver Wrap. In an instant, white wings, black poison gas, and blue vines all shot toward the purple cloud in the sky. But to their surprise, the strange purple cloud disappeared mysteriously just before the attack hit. What? Stealth skill. The others realized something was wrong. Next, the purple cloud suddenly appeared behind the pet beasts, and 3 extremely sharp black chains shot toward them. Dark-type skill. It's a dark-type pet beast. Oh no! Their faces changed drastically. By the time they reacted, the dark chains had pierced through the bodies of the 3 pet beasts. The chains struck their souls. When the pet beasts were attacked, they didn't die immediately but endured the torment of their spirits. Stop! Feeling the pain of their pet beasts deeply, the leading man suddenly shouted, losing his previous confidence. Don't kill my winged duck. Li Bo, we are all classmates. There's no need to be so extreme. The other 2 begged for mercy, hoping Li Bo would spare their pets. When you tried to steal my money, you should have prepared for death. Li Bo remained calm and then ordered, kill them all. This wasn't a school, so the fight wouldn't stop at a certain point. Li Bo didn't plan to hold back. Ziyun nodded in response. The chains instantly turned dark and swirling with black energy, quickly wrapping around the pets' bodies. The 3 beast tamers could only watch helplessly as their pets' life signs rapidly disappeared until they died completely. The 3 felt hopeless. They never expected that. Not only would they fail to steal the money, but they would also lose the pets they had worked hard to raise. Run! The leading man reacted first, and the 3 of them scrambled and ran in different directions. Seeing Li Bo not move, Ziyun anxiously said, Brother Li Bo, aren't you going to chase them? If we hand them over to the school, they should be punished. Li Bo just shook his head with a smile. These 3 split up and ran in different directions. We can't catch them. Don't worry, Ziyun. The school records every student's pet information. As long as we find their pet corpses, we won't have trouble locating them. All right then. They got off easy. Ziyun looked a bit disappointed. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she said, but before handing the pet corpses to the school, I need to take out their crystal cores. I want to sell them to buy a house for Brother Li Bo. Watching Ziyun busy working on the corpses, Li Bo shook his head lightly. You really are a little money-minded. Illusory Dark Cloud Upgrade. Level 8 Ordinary. Detected that Illusory Dark Cloud has reached Level 8 Ordinary. You can receive an evolution quest. Confirm to accept? The system panel flashed quickly with the evolution quest, making Li Bo suddenly brighten. Finally, I can prepare to evolve Ziyun. With a hint of excitement, Li Bo immediately clicked Confirm. Illusory Dark Cloud Evolution Quest successfully received. Detected that the evolution direction for Illusory Dark Cloud is Dark Electric Sequence. Distributing Illusory Dark Cloud Evolution Quest. Quest requirement. Illusory Dark Cloud must train in the Level 3 Thunderpool for 5 hours. Current progress, 0/5. What? Level 3 Thunderpool. Seeing this task, Li Buntao's eyes widened in surprise. No? System. Are you kidding me? There is only one Level 3 Thunderpool in all of Jianghai City. And the controller of this Thunderpool, it's the Lin family. A Thunderpool, as the name suggests, is a dangerous area covered by lightning and thunder. In the beast training world, Thunderpools are not only important places for training and leveling up electric-type pets, but also essential power sources for each city. Based on the strength and amount of current, Thunderpools are divided into first, second, and third levels, and so on. A first-level Thunderpool has relatively weak currents, with power enough to supply a single street's electricity, suitable for training ordinary electric-type pets. A second-level Thunder Pool has much stronger currents, with enough stored energy to power a county, suitable for elite and outstanding electric-type pets. A third-level Thunder Pool is extremely intense and wild, and anyone who enters without strong defenses will be torn apart by the powerful lightning inside. In terms of electricity storage, a third-level Thunder Pool can supply power to a medium-sized city, making it as important as a city's main military base. To train in a third-level Thunder Pool, a pet must be at least at the outstanding level. Without life-saving measures, even outstanding pets would be risking death if they go in. Seeing the system's assigned evolution task, Lin Fe'er couldn't help but gasp. Purple Cloud is only an ordinary level 8, so can it really enter a third-level Thunder Pool? At this moment, Purple Cloud had just finished dealing with a few pet corpses. Excited, it carried a crystal core to Lin Fe'er, but found that his master looked confused and deep in thought. Brotherly, what's wrong? Purple Cloud tilted its head and looked at Lin Fe'er. Purple Cloud, I want to ask you, when you were struck by lightning at Sunset Beach, how did it feel? Lin Fe'er suddenly asked. Feelings? Purple Cloud touched its lips with its index finger and thought carefully. If I had to describe it, I think it was like eating the ice smoothie made by Little White, sweet and tasty. Tasty? Lin Fe'er couldn't help but laugh and cry. Purple Cloud actually used such words to describe how it felt being struck by lightning. However, he thought carefully about that day. The lightning bird attacked twice with thunder, but it caused no harm at all. Usually, intermediate skills are deadly for normal pets, so Lin Fe'er wondered how Purple Cloud was unharmed. He guessed that Purple Cloud might have a special ability to absorb lightning, which is why it saw lightning as food. Lin Fe'er looked at Purple Cloud and asked, since you can eat lightning, do you know how much you can absorb at most? Although Purple Cloud is immune to lightning attacks, the third-level Thunder Pool is not a joke. Before doing anything, he needed to understand Purple Cloud's limit for absorbing lightning. How much can I absorb? Purple Cloud blinked her big eyes, trying to remember. Suddenly, she shook her head. I can't say for sure, Lin Fe'er, but I can tell you, the lightning from that day's lightning bird wasn't enough to fill my teeth. It was so weak. What? Weak. Lin Fe'er was speechless. The lightning bird was a high-level elite pet, just one step away from being an outstanding level. For such a strong opponent to be called weak by Purple Cloud was surprising. Lin Fe'er stroked his chin and thought deeply. Seeing Purple Cloud so relaxed, he smiled slightly. It seemed that maybe Purple Cloud could really stand in the third-level Thunder Pool. Third-level Thunder Pool? Purple Cloud's eyes lit up, excited. Lin Fe'er, what is that? It sounds delicious, she asked. The third-level Thunder Pool is not something to eat. It's a dangerous place where lightning strikes wildly. Purple Cloud, if you go into the third-level Thunder Pool, I'm really worried you might get hurt. Then, can I go? Lin Fe'er, I want to try. Purple Cloud said eagerly. You really are brave for a young one, Lin Fe'er said with a bitter smile. The third-level Thunder Pool isn't something we can just visit. The first and second levels are easier. Many wealthy private owners run the pools commercially. If you have enough money, you can go in. But the third level isn't that simple. He sighed and continued. In the vast city of Shanghai, there's only one third-level Thunder Pool, and it's controlled by the Lin family. Although the third-level Thunder Pool is very valuable, it requires a lot of effort and resources to maintain. Without strong financial support, it's impossible to control this money-making resource. Only a powerful family like the Lin family can operate the third-level Thunder Pool. Thanks to its huge energy output, the Lin family monopolizes the entire Shanghai power industry. That's why Lin Fe'er's father, can dominate Shanghai. Huh, the Lin family. Ziyan suddenly sounded disappointed. Maybe we should forget it. Brother Lin Fe'er going to the first or second level Thunder Pool is the same. Lin Fe'er shook his head. The electricity from the first and second level Thunder Pools can't compare to the third level. Lin Fe'er knew very well that since Ziyan chose to evolve her power with an electric attribute, going through the Thunder Pool for training was necessary. The system set this evolution task, and its importance is clear. If she chose a lower-level Thunder Pool and delayed her evolution, it would be too late to fix the mistake later. But going to the third-level Thunder Pool means asking the Lin family for help. I don't want Brother Lin Fe'er to have more contact with Lin Fei'er. I don't want Xiaobai to see that either. Ziyan's tone was very firm. Ziyan, Some things in the world can't always go our way. Li Bo looked seriously at Ziyun and said, getting into the third-level Thunderpool inevitably involves Lin Fei'er. I don't want to ask her either, but to make you stronger, I have to do this. Xiaobai has already become an elite, and I need to treat everyone fairly. So I must also help you evolve. Brother Li Bo Ziyun was moved to tears. She suddenly cried and threw herself into Li Bo's arms. I knew it. I know I also matter to you. Foolish Ziyun. Li Bo gently stroked her hair. To me, you are just as important as Xiaobai. Wah, this is so touching. Ziyun cried loudly. Since I was a child, I lost my parents and wandered for so many years. I've never felt what it's like to be truly valued. Brother Li Bo, you are the most important person to me. I will work hard to become stronger and repay you. All right, don't cry anymore. Li Bo comforted her. Let's think about how to enter the Thunderpool in a good way. After thinking it over, we still need to find Lin Fei'er. Since the past conflicts are resolved and everyone is classmates, she probably won't just stand by and do nothing. Suddenly, Ziyun raised her head. Brother Li Bo, didn't Lin Fei'er say that no matter if you go or not, she will wait for you at the Jianghai Grand Hotel for dinner? Well, Li Bo hesitated for a moment. He remembered how decisively he had refused Lin Fei'er's invitation earlier, and now he was shamelessly going to find her again. Fate really plays tricks on people. After some inner struggle, Li Bo clenched his fists and looked toward the upper city area. It's just attending a banquet. What is there to fear? In the evening, Li Bo arrived at the busiest restaurant in the center of Jianghai City. The Jianghai Grand Hotel, known as a gathering place for the city's elites, looked unusually quiet at the entrance today, unlike its usual lively scene. At the hotel entrance, two tall, well-dressed beast tamers stood straight on either side. A strong, intimidating aura radiated from them, warning passers-by not to approach easily. Li Bo felt a chill in his heart. This aura must be from a third-rank beast tamer. Using a third-rank beast tamer for security, only the Lin family could afford such a thing. Li Bo took a deep breath, tidied his clothes, and strode toward the hotel entrance. In the next moment, the two beast tamers fixed their sharp gazes on him and immediately blocked his way. Sorry, the hotel has already been reserved. Please leave quickly, one of them said coldly. Li Bo was stunned for a moment, then said, Lin Fei'er booked it, right? I'm here to see her. Huh? You know the young lady? Hearing this, the two security guards looked surprised. They examined Li Bo carefully, noticing his simple clothes and a flicker of disdain in their eyes. They then said unfriendly, there are many people trying to see the young lady. Kid, our young lady has a date today. We advise you not to disturb her. If you do, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Li Bo forced a smile and shook his head. I'm the person your young lady invited. What? You. The two guards almost dropped their jaws in shock. They looked at each other, then carefully scrutinized Li Bo again. This young man doesn't have a high rank and looks quite poor. Besides being handsome, he has no other notable qualities. Why would the young lady invite him to dinner? Although suspicious, the two guards didn't dare to relax. They cautiously asked, could it be? You are Li Bo? Exactly. Do you have proof? Li Bo showed his student ID to confirm his identity. Immediately, the two beast tamers changed their attitude completely, bowing deeply and apologizing. Sorry, we didn't recognize your importance and were careless. Since the young lady invited you, Mr. Li Bo, please follow us. The two guards protected Li Bo from both sides and led him into the restaurant hall. As soon as they entered, Li Bo was amazed by the luxurious decorations inside. Every brick and tile showed wealth. The place was grand and shining with gold, full of high-class atmosphere. It truly was the top hotel in Jianghai. But before Li Bo could look around carefully, a neat greeting made him jump. Welcome, Mr. Li Bo. He looked around and saw two rows of young waitresses dressed uniformly, all energetic and calling out in unison. There were about 200 or 300 waitresses, all beautiful and elegant. Li Bo was stunned by this display. He thought to himself, do wealthy people really live so simply? If he hadn't come today, he wouldn't have known that Lin Fei'er had prepared such a grand scene for him. Soon, two security guards led him straight toward a corridor. Curious, Li Bo asked, aren't the young ladies' private rooms upstairs? Where are you taking me? Don't worry, Mr. Li Bo, one of them quickly replied with a smile. The young lady instructed us that after you arrive, First you should change into new clothes, then go upstairs to have dinner with her. What? Change clothes too? Li Bo was surprised. It seemed Lin Fei'er was quite particular about details. Reluctantly, he followed them to a fitting room. As soon as they entered, he saw two maids standing with their arms crossed, waiting as if they had been there for a long time. Let's begin. After saying this, the security guard stepped outside and closed the door. Mr. Li Bo, take off your clothes. A maid covered her mouth and giggled. Li Bo felt a bit nervous. The clothes your young lady prepared for me, are they proper? Haha. Both women laughed at Li Bo's words. Sir, what are you thinking? The outfit our young lady prepared is a proper suit. Oh, a suit? Li Bo suddenly looked at the clothing rack ahead. A luxurious black suit was neatly hanging there. Although he hadn't worn it yet, Li Bo could clearly feel that this suit size matched his body perfectly. It was impressive that they even knew his clothing size so precisely. Lin Huiling seemed quite attentive. Sure enough, with the help of the maids, Li Bo put on the suit and spun around twice. It fit just right, neither too tight nor too loose. Then Li Bo sat down, and another maid, responsible for his appearance, started working on his hair. Trimming, waxing, styling, all done smoothly. The whole process took about 10 minutes. Li Bo stood up and looked at his face in the mirror. For a moment, he felt a bit dazed. His life had been turned upside down, and the only thing he had was his face. But because he usually didn't pay much attention to grooming, his looks had been hidden away. Today, after the maid's careful work, his appearance was completely refreshed. His hair was neat and shiny, his face sharp and defined, and his bright, lively eyes made him look like a handsome young man. The high-quality suit made his broad shoulders look even more impressive, full of confident energy. With a height of about 1.8 meters, his image could rival those star celebrities on TV. The two maids looked at Li Bo with satisfaction, their eyes shining with admiration. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "See? The young lady's taste never disappoints." "Now, can I go?" Li Bo asked. "Go ahead. The young lady is waiting for you on the 10th floor." The maid smiled. Soon, Li Bo took the elevator up to the 10th floor. As the most luxurious reception area in the Jianghai Grand Hotel, the entire 10th floor had no partitions. It was made of transparent glass, forming a curved, panoramic viewing lounge. As I stepped into the room, I saw a delicate table nearby, beautifully set with carefully prepared dishes that looked like works of art. Candles burned quietly in the center of the table, accompanied by two tall glasses and an old bottle of red wine. Next to the table, a graceful figure dressed in a deep red gown stood silently by the glass window, gazing thoughtfully at the shimmering night view of the river and sea. The reflection in the glass showed the girl's stunning face, like a natural masterpiece painting, also capturing my figure as I entered. When she saw my reflection, Lin Fe'er's eyes sparkled like stars. She suddenly turned around in her red dress and said, "You're here." Lin Fe'er's face was less arrogant and proud than before. Under the candlelight, her cheeks looked rosy, and she seemed a little shy. Seeing her charming side, I felt a bit uncomfortable at first and almost said something, but I held back. I took a few steps forward and asked, "Am I late?" Lin Fei'er smiled and looked at the half-burned candle, then said casually, "I thought you really wouldn't come." "Well, I suddenly got hungry and thought there was free dinner here, so I came to join in," I said awkwardly. Thinking about how we had fought fiercely on the arena earlier that day, exchanging harsh words without holding back, I didn't expect us to have a camel at dinner tonight. Even with my thick skin, I couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy. "That's a pretty weak excuse," Lin Fei'er said, walking slowly toward me in her red high heels. She gently adjusted my collar and smiled charmingly. "You actually look a bit like a person now." Her rich perfume filled the air. Her deep V-neck dress looked down from above, and I was momentarily dazzled by her fair skin. With such a figure, she must have at least a 36D. I didn't expect Lin Fei'er to have such a deep, alluring cleavage. "Do you like it?" Her voice suddenly snapped me out of my daze. I chuckled softly, casually shifting my gaze away. Having been teased by Lin Fei'er for so long, I thought it was only fair to take a little advantage now. "Sit down." Lin Fei'er was not at all angry. "Are you hungry? I'll ask the waiter to bring the food right away." Li Bo was not polite and pulled out a chair to sit down. Lin Fei'er skillfully opened a bottle of red wine and poured about 70% into each of their glasses. She lazily said, "Who would have thought we'd have a chance to sit down and have a good talk? There's plenty of time." Plenty of time, Li Bo chuckled. But in his mind, he was thinking about how to mention the matter of the third-level Thunderpool without seeming too obvious. Lin Fei'er, eat first. Before he could finish, Lin Fei'er suddenly interrupted him. She raised her glass in an inviting gesture. "Let's talk after we've eaten and drunk enough." Seeing her meaningful look, Li Bo knew she probably guessed he had a request. But he didn't expect that the usually bossy and unreasonable Lin Fei'er wouldn't make things difficult for him this time. Though confused, Li Bo still raised his glass, clinked it with hers, and drank the red wine in one gulp. Then he picked up a piece of steak and chewed it. "Hee, your drinking capacity is pretty good," Lin Fei'er smiled and suddenly said, "No wonder you hang out at bars. You're really good at hiding your true skills." Hearing this, Li Bo's chewing stopped abruptly, and he looked at Lin Fei'er in disbelief. "You knew about that?" "Of course I do." Lin Fei'er looked as if it was obvious. "All the information in Shanghai, whether black or white, is handled by my Lin family. You've been frequenting nightclubs and bars recently. Don't tell me it's just to see Muau's pet cat," Li Bo gasped. Wow, not only was Lin Fei'er watching him, but she was also tracking Muau's pet beast. "I'm curious. Why do you keep going after Muau?" Li Bo asked with confusion. Normally, Lin Fei'er and Muau weren't even in the same circle, and they had no reason to compete. He really couldn't understand why she kept challenging Muau. If it weren't for Muau, Lin Fei'er wouldn't be targeting him so much. Lin Fei'er placed her wine glass on the table and looked at Li Bo before slowly speaking. "Li Bo, do you think that in your mind, I am always seen as a spoiled, bossy young lady who causes trouble?" Li Bo was silent. He wanted to reply, "Isn't that true?" But he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Lin Fei'er's serious face, as if there was something else going on. "Never mind. Since we have a chance to sit down and talk today, I want to tell you about this connection." Lin Fei'er said, "Li Bo, my rivalry with Muau isn't because I am vain, but because I want to stand up for my teacher." Her tone was firm, but a hint of sadness appeared on her face, which Li Bo had never seen before. To stand up for your teacher, Li Bo was confused. He knew most of the teachers at Shanghai University and didn't see any big conflicts between anyone. "I think you misunderstood me." Lin Fei'er shook her head and looked at Li Bo. "How do you mean?" She sighed and looked out the glass window, her thoughts drifting far away. "Muau and I have had a mentor who trained us in beast taming since we were young. Although I am not related to her by blood, our teacher is from the same school. Both of us are talented beast tamers, very close like sisters." "Really?" Li Bo pondered. "Most people only awaken their beast-taming talent at 18, but children from wealthy families like Lin Fei'er and Muau are often taught by excellent teachers from a young age. They learn about beast-taming and fighting skills early, preparing for their future. That's why Lin Fei'er's performance in battles is more experienced than others her age." Lin Fei'er continued, "I lost my mother when I was young, and my father was busy with his career, so he paid little attention to my growth. To me, my teacher was like a second mother. Her position in my heart is unmatched." "So, did your teacher and Muau's teacher have a conflict later?" Li Bo guessed. Lin Fei'er softly said, Then continued, "My teacher is the younger sister of one of the two. Since breaking up with teacher Muau, she has changed completely. She becomes very quiet every day. The only thing that hasn't changed is her strict training. She repeatedly told me to always surpass Muau." Hearing this, Lin Fei'er sighed. "I only reached the top 8, but Muau made it to the top 4. My teacher is very proud and ambitious. If she knew I lost the match, she would be very disappointed." Lin Fei'er's eyes looked empty, and she said nothing more. The atmosphere fell into silence again. "It won't happen." Li Bo's voice broke the silence. He said, "No one cares whether you're in the top 8 or top 4. The only one who will be remembered forever is the champion." Hearing this, Lin Fei'er looked up, her beautiful eyes shining as she stared at Li Bo in surprise. "If I defeat Muau and win the championship, you'll still be on the same starting line as her. There will be no more talk of winning or losing between us." Li Bo said confidently. "Are you sure you can beat Muau?" Lin Fei'er asked with some doubt. "You saw her spirit moon cat strength. Ice-type pets can't really hurt her. Who said I plan to use an ice-type pet against her? Li Bo smiled mysteriously. Hearing this, Lin Fei'er looked at Li Bo with an expression of disbelief. You've become a second-level beast tamer. Li Bo nodded, openly admitting it. After all, to enter the Thunderpool area, it was impossible for Lin Fei'er not to find out about Ziyun. Lin Fei'er withdrew her gaze, feeling a bit emotional, and said, I was naive enough to think I could compete with you using all my talent. I didn't expect you had already contracted a second pet. Your growth speed is really enviable. At this moment, Lin Fei'er realized that Li Bo hadn't used his full strength in the duel. If the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon had won against his little Bai, then it would have to face Li Bo's mysterious second pet, which had never been revealed. Based on his experience raising the White Spirit Snake, this second pet must be even more incredible. But soon, Lin Fei'er relaxed and smiled. Only a man like you deserves my admiration, Lin Fei'er. Li Bo forced a smile and said, Honestly, Lin Fei'er, I still don't understand. Even though I broke up with Muau before, you still keep causing trouble for me. What? Do you think I chase after you just because I'm upset with Muau? Lin Fei'er smirked lazily. Isn't that the case? Do you believe me if I say I truly like you? Lin Fei'er looked up directly into Li Bo's eyes, showing a rare, serious expression. Li Bo felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze and quickly looked away. Stop joking, You really don't understand women, Lin Fei'er said casually. Li Bo, women are always strong-willed. Most women like to hide their feelings. I, Lin Fei'er, dare to love and hate. Once I decide on something, I will do whatever it takes to get it. Hearing this, Li Bo shivered inwardly. You should know, forcing something rarely works, but it satisfies my needs, Lin Fei'er said with a charming smile. So, do you think I am inferior to Muau in any way? Appearance-wise, we are quite evenly matched. She has a slim waist and big hips, and I have a good figure too. Although she has a powerful grandfather, her family background is not as wealthy as my Lin family. Li Bo broke out in sweat. How could she keep comparing herself like this? Do you like to mention your rivals during dates? Li Bo said helplessly. Lin Fei'er giggled, her whole body shaking. I liked the word date. After calming down, Lin Fei'er said happily, Tonight's dinner was very enjoyable. Li Bo, weren't you here for something? Now, you can tell me. She guessed right after all. Looking at Lin Fei'er's playful expression, Li Bo felt a bit guilty. After organizing his thoughts, he said seriously, Honestly, Lin Fei'er, my second pet beast needs to evolve. Only you can help me with this. Lin Fei'er crossed her legs and lazily raised her glass. Oh, go ahead and tell me. I need to enter the level 3 Thunderpool. What? Level 3 Thunderpool? Lin Fei'er hesitated, then put her glass down. You're acting crazy. Your second pet beast should only be of the normal level. Entering the 3rd level Thunderpool could be deadly. Li Bo smiled and said, I know the power of the 3rd level Thunderpool very well. It's a long story, but only by entering the 3rd level Thunderpool can Ziyun have a chance to evolve. Ziyun is your second pet beast. Lin Fei'er fell into thought, then said disappointedly, Entering the 3rd level Thunderpool. I probably don't have the permission. What? Even you don't have permission? Li Bo was a bit surprised. Lin Fei'er shook her head. You don't understand. Although the 3rd level Thunderpool is operated by my Lin family for business, the actual control lies with the Jiang Hai Beast Tamer Association, because maintaining the 3rd level Thunderpool requires many electric-type beast tamers, and only the association can coordinate so many tamers. So, to enter the Thunderpool, I can't decide alone. I need their approval. Then I have to go to the Beast Tamer Association. Li Bo sighed. Such a huge organization. How would they care about a young man who hasn't graduated yet? Seeing Li Bo disappointment, Lin Fei'er suddenly smiled. But, it's not impossible. You have a way? Li Bo eyes lit up excitedly. Lin Fei'er, if you can find a way for me to enter the 3rd level Thunderpool, I will definitely reward you greatly. Li Bo knew very well that with Lin Fei'er's strength, ordinary treasures wouldn't catch her interest. Luckily, he still had a dragon turtle blood, which could be used as a bargaining chip when needed. Reward you? Hearing this, Lin Fei'er raised an eyebrow and smiled. Li Bo, you know I'm not interested in anything else besides you. Li Bo was caught in a dilemma. So this girl was waiting for him here. He clenched his teeth. Did he really have to sacrifice his appearance just to get into the Thunderpool? Forget it. I won't tease you anymore. Lin Fei'er put away her joke and said seriously, getting into the third-level Thunderpool is both difficult and easy. It all depends on one thing. If you can find the president of the Shanghai Beast Tamer Association, everything will be simple. Could it be? You know their president? Of course. My dad, Lin Fei'er. Wow. Li Bo almost spat out the wine he just drank. Your dad is the president of the Beast Tamer Association, and you didn't tell me earlier? All this back and forth, isn't it just a matter of your one word? Don't celebrate too early, Lin Fei'er said with a smile. Although my dad is the president, the association isn't run by his orders alone. The Shanghai Beast Tamer Association has many rules and restrictions for entering the Level 3 Thunderpool. Don't think my dad will let an outsider casually enter just because he favors me. Restrictions? Li Bo asked suspiciously. Are there specific requirements? Feel free to tell me. I'm not really sure about that. Lin Fei'er shook her head. I'm not very interested in the association's affairs. But I can take you to see my dad and ask. Since you insist on entering the Level 3 Thunderpool, my dad will have to let you in sooner or later. Meet Lin Fei'er. Li Bo felt a bit nervous. He had only heard bits and pieces about this big figure from newspapers and news reports. He didn't expect that Lin Fei'er, besides being a business tycoon, was also the president of the Beast Tamer Association. No wonder the Lin family could dominate both black and white. With that status, many people would want to cozy up to Lin Fei'er. Li Bo looked determined. All right. Please, take me to see your father. My father probably isn't free right now, Lin Fei'er said with a smile. Not free, Li Bo stroked his chin. That makes sense. With the size of the Lin family, your father must be extremely busy every day. That's not the reason, Lin Fei'er said happily. Looking at the time, my teacher should be returning to Shanghai soon. At this moment, your dad is probably still consulting her on important matters. Oh, Li Bo suddenly became interested. Someone your father respects so much? I'm curious about who your teacher is. Hee. Lin Fei'er looked at Li Bo and smiled. It's okay to tell you. Her eyes shone with admiration as she said, my teacher is unpredictable. The martial world has many titles for her, but one name makes many people fear her. Her. What is her name? Night Rose. Lin Family Hall. A charming woman dressed entirely in black leather sat as a guest in the hall. She looked relaxed, lifting her teacup and taking a gentle sip. Oh, are you saying that Fei only reached the top 8 in the martial competition? Lin Fei'er sat at the main seat, looking a bit nervous. Yes, I watched the match. Fei did her best. I hope you won't blame her too much. It's hard to imagine, but as the current head of the Lin family, Lin Fei'er was surprisingly cautious in front of this woman in black. She put down her teacup and smiled mysteriously. Let me guess, is it the Muau girl? Lin Fei'er shook his head gently. No, it's not her. Oh, the woman in black looked surprised. Fei has a special talent for precision, and with her crimson crystal armor dragon going into a rage, I really can't think of anyone else who could beat her besides the Muau girl. This young man is truly a dark horse. His performance in the entire competition was outstanding. It's no wonder Fei lost to him. She looked at him. You don't seem to care much about your daughter losing, Lin Fei'er chuckled. There are always some geniuses in this world that are beyond our expectations. Fei's loss can help her realize that there are always better people and higher mountains. Plus, this young man is her true love. Even at such a young age, he's already showing great talent. His future is probably limitless. Lin Fei'er appeared calm, with a hint of admiration in his words. Fei's true love? The woman in black became curious. I've watched Fei grow up. She's always been very proud. The person she admires must be extraordinary, but then she changed the subject. Since you're so relaxed about Fei's loss and called me here so late, there must be something else going on. Lin Fei'er laughed heartily. As expected of an S-class hunter, not only are you decisive in battle, but your judgment is sharp too. Night Rose. Fei is lucky to have you as her teacher. It's a blessing she earned in her past life. Night Rose's lips curl into a gentle smile. Lin Fei'er, we've known each other for so many years, so there's no need to be so formal. I helped you with the dragon turtle bounty purely out of my respect as Fei'er's teacher. Plus, the reward you offered is quite high, so I had no reason to refuse. Soon I will leave Shanghai. If you have any difficult enemies lately, just tell me, and I can find time to help you deal with them. Hehe. Night Rose, you are a well-known figure among hunters, and you're also Feier's teacher. I can't keep asking you to do dirty work for me. Sigh. Lin Feng sighed. If only my pet beast could break through to the leader level, I would be able to rest easy in Jianghai. But, seeing that he hesitated to speak, Night Rose looked at Lin Feng with a sharp glint in her eyes. You've already used the dragon turtle's blood. Lin Feng chuckled and nodded in agreement. Honestly, I didn't bring you here late at night just to ask for help in killing someone. I used some of the dragon turtle's blood you brought last time, but something went terribly wrong. So, did the flame-burning eagle fail to evolve after using the blood? Night Rose's calm face showed a hint of shock. Lin Feng remained silent, sighed, and made a summoning gesture. A blue light flashed, and suddenly, a strange-looking fire eagle appeared in the living room. Even Night Rose couldn't help but widen her eyes at this sight. The flame-burning eagle was half engulfed in fierce flames, burning brightly, while the other half was charred down to just bones, as if it had gone through a terrible disaster. Its appearance was extremely frightening. Staring at the white bones, Night Rose hesitated before speaking. How could this be? I thought the dragon turtle's blood could help pets break through their evolution limits. Lin Feng forced a smile. I used to believe that too. He sighed softly. As my first pet, the flame-burning eagle holds a special place in my heart, second only to Fei'er and her mother. But all pets have a limited lifespan. The flame-burning eagle has been stuck at the excellent level for many years. If it doesn't evolve soon, it will only have a year or two left. He looked at the dying creature with sadness. I couldn't bear to see it grow old and die, so I searched everywhere for a way to help my pet break through its evolution. After years of searching, a friend from overseas finally told me about the dragon turtle's blood. It can push a pet to reach new heights. I have spent a lot of money tracking any information about the dragon turtle. Maybe it was fate that a top expert appeared in the Great Summer Kingdom and managed to destroy the Sakura Nation's Bashi fortress. I also paid a heavy price to have detectives follow the scattered directions of the dragon turtle. Later, I officially posted a bounty through the Hunter Association. The journey has been very difficult. Lin Feng took a deep breath and continued. I thought everything was going well. After obtaining the dragon turtle's blood, I immediately used it on the flame-burning eagle. But I never expected it would lead to today's situation. He looked at the badly injured flame-burning eagle with concern. I'm sorry for the flame-burning eagle. I was too eager to succeed. Night Rose was silent for a moment and said, although the dragon turtle's blood is very effective, I heard that the dragon turtle contains the true dragon's bloodline. For ordinary pets, it might be too much for them to handle. Night Rose, Lin Feng suddenly begged, you have traveled all over the world as a hunter and seen many things. Is there any way to save the flame-burning eagle now? Night Rose shook her head. I'm good at killing and bloodshed, but when it comes to difficult problems in pet breeding, I might disappoint you. Then, Lin Feng hesitated. Can I ask you to post another bounty through the Hunter Association? Maybe there are masters among hunters who are good at breeding. Lin Feng frowned, looking a bit anxious. Night Rose looked at him, thought for a moment, and said, yes, I can do that. As an S rank, I have the authority to issue a full-level bounty once a year, but the problem caused by the dragon turtle's blood is very special. Whether a solution can be found is another matter. The key is that the flame-burning eagle doesn't have much time. Now it's in this condition, it will be hard to hold on until someone takes the bounty. No matter what, as long as the problem is solved, I am willing to pay any price. Lin Feng looked at her expectantly. Night Rose paused for a moment and suddenly said, for the sake of cheer, I will help you one more time, she said to Lin Feng. How much beast coins can you pay? I will immediately use my full S-rank authority. Once the bounty is posted, it will appear on all hunters' chips right away. Lin Feng looked serious and then said 3 words. 100 million. A few hours later, Li Bo was taken by Lin Fei'er to a huge estate. Although it was nighttime, the estate was brightly lit. The luxurious decorations shimmered under the lights, making the whole place look like a shining jewel set in the dark city. Li Bo had heard about Lin Feier's family's wealth before, but walking into this palace-like building, he was still amazed by the luxury around him. Lin Fei'er smiled and looked at Li Bo. What do you think of this place? Li Bo forced a smile. It's a nice place, but it's far out in the suburbs. Don't you get tired of commuting to school every day? I don't live here all the time, Lin Fei'er snorted. My dad likes to work here, but I usually stay in the upper city. Li Bo paused for a moment, thinking that made sense. With a family as big as the Lin family, they probably owned properties everywhere. Lin Fei'er could live wherever she wanted. While they were talking, Li Bo's hunter chip suddenly beeped with a message. Level E Hunter Li Bo, you have a new full-level bounty. Please check it promptly to catch the best opportunity. Huh? A full-level bounty? What's that? Li Bo was confused. Normally, bounty information was issued by a contact person, so why was this different? Soon, he saw small text below the message explaining what a full-level bounty meant. Full-level bounty, issued directly by hunters above S rank. After approval by the Hunter Association, the information is sent to each hunter's chip. Hunters can decide whether to accept the full-level bounty based on their own abilities. Note, full-level bounties are a special privilege for S-rank hunters and do not earn any contribution points. Li Bo thought to himself, surprised. He wondered who had issued this full-level bounty. Curious, he quietly clicked to view the message. This is a full-level bounty. The person offering the reward is a top-tier hunter known as Night Rose. The reward amount is 50 million. The location of the bounty is Jianghai City, at the Lin family manor. The target is to treat a pet beast called Flame-Burning Eagle, rank 9. Although the message is only a few lines long, it contains a lot of important information that immediately caught Li Bo off guard. Is it her? Seeing the name Night Rose, Li Bo's nerves suddenly tensed. She's actually at the Lin family manor. Li Bo remembered what Lin Fei'er had just said, that Night Rose is his teacher. Based on this, the bounty must be closely related to Lin Feng. But looking at such a huge reward amount, Li Bo couldn't help but gasp. 50 million, this is a huge sum for him. The Lin family really doesn't care about money. However, Li Bo quickly calmed down and thought carefully. Such a large reward must mean the task is extremely difficult. As a small E-rank hunter, he probably couldn't even consider taking it. But as he got closer to the Lin family gate, his heart started to feel nervous. Will I still be able to see her? The memories of the romantic sunset beach with Night Rose, especially how she once saved him from Bailiang, are still vivid. Whenever he thinks of this mysterious big sister, a strange complex feeling rises in Li Bo's heart. Seeing Li Bo's increasingly complicated expressions, Lin Fei'er asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing. Hee. You don't need to be too nervous. My father might seem strict, but he's actually quite easy to talk to." Li Bo chuckled silently. "Hopefully so. I just hope you can say a few good words for me when it counts." "Hee. I didn't expect you'd become so shy just because you're asking for help," Lin Fei'er teased, then pushed open the living room door. "We're here." As the door opened, the scene of Lin Feng sitting upright and talking with Night Rose came into view. Seeing the terrifying appearance of Flame-Burning Eagle beside them, Li Bo's pupils suddenly shrank. "So this is Lin Feng's bounty." "Oh? Fei'er is back?" Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Night Rose," then looked toward the main gate. He noticed Li Bo's familiar face next to Lin Fei'er. Night Rose's body trembled slightly. "It's him, Night Rose." Li Bo's attention shifted from the blazing eagle to her. He didn't expect to meet Night Rose again, and in this way, Lin Fei'er led Li Bo forward. "Dad, let me introduce him. This is Li Bo, right?" "Haha." Before Lin Fei'er finished speaking, Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at Li Bo. "How does my dad know him?" "You two must be meeting for the first time." Lin Fei'er looked confused. "Haha. Silly girl, this kid forced you into the top 8. How could I forget him?" He then looked at Li Bo, who was dressed in a suit and looked quite noble after dressing up. Satisfied, he nodded. "Not bad. Not bad. Truly a hero among young people." "Uncle." "Hello." Li Bo nodded politely. "Oh, you defeated Fei'er? Impressive. Little brother." Night Rose smiled at Li Bo, with a deep meaning only Li Bo could understand. He gave an awkward smile and said nothing more. "Haha, it's definitely this kid." Lin Feng laughed loudly. "You haven't seen how outstanding he was in the martial arts competition. Every time he appeared, he was the focus. Too bad you didn't witness their fight. You'd find it incredible too." "I've already seen his skills," Night Rose whispered. "Sorry, teacher, I embarrassed you." Lin Fei'er suddenly spoke, lowering her head unconsciously. She glanced at Night Rose with a cautious look, already preparing for punishment in her mind. Unexpectedly, Night Rose replied, Your loss to him isn't unfair. Huh? Lin Fei'er looked up at her teacher's face, full of disbelief. Usually, when she performed poorly, she would be strictly scolded. But this time, her teacher not only didn't criticize, but said she wasn't wrong to lose. Seeing her face full of happiness and her usual serious expression gone, Lin Fei'er wondered if her teacher had fallen in love recently. Hee. Let's not talk about that. Lin Fei'er changed the subject. Fei'er, it's so late. You brought your boyfriend to see me. Is there something important? Hearing this, Li Bo wobbled slightly and almost lost his balance. Huh? Yi Rose looked at Li Bo with suspicion, a strange expression in her eyes. Dad? Lin Fei'er blushed and explained, it's not. What you think? Huh? Have you two not confirmed your relationship? Lin Fei'er looked at them confused. From your outfits, you just went on a date and came home. Dad, I'll explain everything to you later, Lin Fei'er quickly said. Li Bo wants to enter the third level of the Thunderpool. What? The third level of the Thunderpool. Hearing this, Lin Fei'er's face changed slightly. He looked at Li Bo with interest, then pulled Lin Fei'er aside and whispered. While Lin Fei'er and his daughter discussed important matters, Yi Rose stepped closer to Li Bo and casually twisted his arm. Little brother, you're quite charming. You even managed to attract my good disciple. That hurts. Li Bo looked pained. Big sister, be gentle. Yi Rose glared at him and slowly loosened her grip. Li Bo rubbed his shoulder, annoyed, and said, Big sister, we haven't seen each other in a while. I missed you so much. Oh? Missed me? And you got my disciple to fall for you. Yi Rose crossed her arms and snorted. I didn't expect Fei'er to have such high standards, to be tricked away by you. Big sister, you're wrong. I didn't trick her away. Li Bo looked innocent. Fei'er and I are completely innocent. We haven't even touched hands, unlike with you. Oh? Unlike with me. Yi Rose's face changed slightly. Thinking back to the beach days, when she hid in this guy's arms to escape the patrol team and was taken advantage of, a wave of shame rose in her heart. She smiled warmly at Li Bo and raised an eyebrow, saying, Go ahead, tell me what happened. Seeing the other person's half-smile, Li Bo felt nervous and quickly chuckled. Hee. I said something that made my sister upset, so I won't say it anymore. Smooth talker. Night Rose spat lightly, and then calmly asked Li Bo, Have you become a hunter? At this, Li Bo was momentarily stunned. It made sense that hunters could sense each other's presence, so he nodded in agreement. Why? Hunters are often stuck in muddy, dark places. It's not a profession that sees the light, Night Rose asked curiously. Oh, Li Bo was a bit surprised. From what I hear, it seems like you don't really like being a hunter. You're an S rank, yet you talk like that. Aren't you looking down on yourself? Night Rose smiled meaningfully, but didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked, I'm actually curious. What made you become a hunter? Curious? Li Bo stroked his chin and said, That's a long story. If you want to hear, we can set a time tonight and talk more. Talk by candlelight? Night Rose glanced at Lin Fei'er and teased, Little brother, Fei'er is still here. If you keep teasing her teacher like that, you might be a bit too bold. How bold? You should know best, sister. Hee. Li Bo grinned mischievously. Ow. Li Bo's face changed as he turned to see Night Rose's elegant hand twisting his arm again, this time a full 180 degrees. He whispered, Sister, can we talk nicely? You keep twisting my arm, and I can't take it. See? Still talking back? Night Rose glared at Li Bo and then said, Fei'er just mentioned you're about to enter the third level of the Thunderpool. Yes, Li Bo nodded in agreement. Is it for the illusory shadow cloud? Night Rose's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Li Bo was momentarily stunned, smiling faintly. As expected, sister, you're very clever. You guessed it. Indeed, Night Rose analyzed. At Sunset Beach, when your illusory shadow cloud absorbed the lightning strikes from Bai Liang's Thunderbird and remained unharmed, I suspected that your cloud could absorb lightning elements. I guess you visited Fei'er's father today, probably to help with the evolution of the illusion mysterious cloud. As expected of an S rank, sister can't hide anything from her. Li Bo looked a bit embarrassed. Haha, that's a good idea. Yi Meiguei smiled. So far, only the dark plus water and pure dark sequences have been used to evolve the illusion mysterious cloud. No beast master has tried other methods. Using a nurturing electric-type pet to break through evolution might actually work. But Yi Meiguei turned her gaze to Lin Fei'er. This third-level Thunderpool isn't something you can just enter whenever you want. Li Bo sighed softly. He knew how hard it was to enter the Thunderpool, but for Ziyun, as long as there was a tiny hope, he wouldn't give up. He looked at Lin Fei'er and his daughter, who were still arguing fiercely. His heart tightened without him realizing. Huh, the flame-burning eagle? Li Bo's eyes suddenly focused on the flame-burning eagle nearby, and said to Yi Meiguei, "Sister, did you issue the full-level bounty for this flame-burning eagle?" Oh, Yi Meiguei raised an eyebrow lightly. It sounds like, little brother, you're interested in this bounty? Feier's father offered 100 million to treat this flame-burning eagle. What, 100 million? Li Bo's mouth opened wide as he looked at Yi Meiguei. The bounty clearly said 50 million. That's a huge difference. Why are you looking at me like that? Yi Meiguei shot a glance at Li Bo. The extra money goes to the Hunters Association. I only handle the information. Fei'er is my disciple. Even if I'm greedy, I wouldn't do something so unfair. No wonder it's so easy to get into the Hunters Association. Li Bo suddenly understood. It turns out the dirty work is all done by the Hunters, and the association just makes money sitting back. Little brother, Yi Meiguei teased. You're quite capable, aren't you? Just let me help you confirm. If you treat the flame-burning eagle, 50 million will be transferred to your account immediately. Li Bo tugged at the corner of his mouth. Good sister, you really think too highly of me. You have so many tricks, even able to kill boss-level fierce beasts. Treating a mere 9th-rank flame-burning eagle is no problem at all. Although it was a joke, Yi Meiguei's tone carried a hint of genuine admiration. You are overthinking it. Li Bo smiled bitterly and turned to look at the blazing eagle, carefully observing it. Name, flame-burning eagle. Gender, male. Attributes, fire, flight. Level, outstanding 9th rank. Potential, excellent level. Skills, fireblade, intermediate. Flame strike, intermediate. Wind surge, advanced. Feather slayer, advanced. Status, critical condition. Description, a very fierce and rare pet beast. When using dragon turtle blood, the intense flames cause the fire attributes to become chaotic, making the eagle unable to control the raging flames, which burn half of its body. So, it was using dragon turtle blood. Li Bo looked at Yi Meiguei with a meaningful gaze. It turns out that the benefactor he mentioned before was probably Lin Fei'er. He never expected that the dragon turtle blood, which is believed to help pets evolve beyond their limits, almost caused the death of this flame-burning eagle. While Li Bo was observing the eagle's condition, Lin Fei'er and the others slowly approached. Lin Fei'er smiled warmly at Li Bo and then spoke. Li Bo, Sheer has already explained everything to me. Using a level 3 Thunderpool to temper a normal pet beast is quite crazy, but from another perspective, I admire your courage. Hearing this, Li Bo's eyes lit up with excitement, and he said eagerly, So, Uncle, can I enter the Thunderpool now? Lin Fei'er gently shook his head. You probably know that the real control of the Thunderpool lies with the Jianghai Beast Tamer Association. I really want to help you, but the association has its rules. As the president, I must set an example. There are some strict conditions for entering the Thunderpool, and I need to explain them clearly to you. Strict conditions? Li Bo's face slightly changed. Please, Uncle, just tell me directly. Lin Fei'er smiled slightly and said, The Level 3 Thunderpool was built jointly by the Jianghai Beast Tamer General Association. Electric-type beast tamers support its daily operation. Before I became president, I personally swore to abide by 3 strict rules for entering the Thunderpool. 3 strict rules. Li Bo looked confused. Yes, as long as you can meet one of the 3 strict rules, you can enter the Thunderpool. Lin Fei'er slowly explained. The first is that someone who has made outstanding contributions to the Beast Tamer Association can enter the Thunderpool. Outstanding contributions? Li Bo stroked his chin, thinking that he had never interacted with the Jianghai Beast Tamer Association. So how could he have contributed? He shook his head and asked, And the second? The second is that you can bring out something the association recognizes as valuable to enter the Thunderpool. Something valuable? Li Bo touched his chin, thinking that this seems like an indirect entrance fee. However, Lin Fei'er didn't specify what counts as valuable. For such a large organization as the Jianghai Beast Tamer Association, what exactly is considered valuable? Li Bo couldn't help but wonder if the remaining dragon turtle blood in his bottle was considered valuable. But he didn't reveal this thought and continued to ask, "And what is the third rule?" Hee. Lin Feng looked at Li Bo with a sly smile. The third is that core members of the association can have a chance once a year to let their relatives directly enter the Thunderpool. Core members of the association? Li Bo looked at Lin Feng, thinking that the president of the association should count as a core member. But regarding relatives, Lin Feng, this old fox, probably. Thinking of this, Li Bo shifted his gaze to Lin Fei'er, only to find her eyes dodging and not daring to look directly at him. Hee. Li Bo, Lin Feng suddenly said, "Because of Fei'er, I pay more attention to you. You live alone in the lower district, relying solely on scholarships and financial aid to get by. Naturally, you don't have the important items the association needs. So, these first two conditions can be directly ruled out. And what does uncle mean?" Li Bo narrowed his eyes. "Haha." Lin Feng burst into laughter. "Let me be straightforward. According to the third strict rule of the association, I can arrange for one relative to enter the Thunderpool each year. The conditions now are simple. If you marry Fei'er and make her your wife, entering the Thunderpool will be natural. The other members won't say much." "What?" When he heard this, Li Bo almost dropped his jaw in shock. The knight Rose beside her looked very surprised. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so direct. She quietly watched Lin Feng and Li Bo, waiting to see how they would react. "Dad, no way." Lin Fei'er frowned and quickly tugged on Lin Feng's sleeve. "Haha. Fei'er, don't you like this guy?" Lin Feng smiled affectionately at her. "After watching for a while, I see that although this guy is a bit poor, his character and talent are good. He's a promising young man. Today, since I and your teacher are here, I decided to make this decision for you." "Hey, how can you decide for me? Shouldn't you ask for my opinion?" Li Bo looked annoyed. "Oh." Lin Feng looked at Li Bo with surprise. "It sounds like you're not very happy about this." "It's not about being happy or not. Marriage is a serious matter. Uncle, Fei'er and I haven't even started dating yet. You're rushing to arrange a marriage. This is too hasty." Li Bo tried to explain, holding back his frustration. "I understand. We can get engaged first and marry after graduation," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Li Bo, you need to think carefully. I only have one daughter, Fei'er. Our Lin family has big plans, and in the future, she will inherit everything. If you marry her, the whole Zhanghai region will respect you." Hearing Lin Feng's big plans, Li Bo felt speechless. He forced a smile and said, "Uncle, honestly, my main focus now is practicing beast taming. I have no plans for marriage. Forcing this on me makes me think that Fei'er and I might have some issues too." He looked at Lin Fei'er and quickly blinked at her, asking for help. Well," Lin Fei'er hesitated, speechless. "Dad, it's just about entering the third level of the Thunderpool. You're making it too hard for Li Bo," she said. Then she added, "I admit I like Li Bo, but if you pressure him like this, he might not even look at me in the future. I have to use my strength to win him over." "Win him over?" Did I hear that right? Li Bo felt a chill, but he was grateful that Lin Fei'er didn't just go along with Lin Feng. "Fei'er, you." Lin Feng looked at his daughter with some confusion and pulled her aside quietly, saying, "Dad is doing this for your good. I've watched every match of this young man. He's a rare genius. A golden-scaled fish in a pond. If we don't secure him now, your gap will only grow. No matter how hard you try, it might be hard to catch his eye later." Lin Fei'er shook her head and said seriously, "Dad, I understand everything you're saying. That's why I'm so determined about Li Bo. When you like something, whether it's strong or gentle, it's meaningful only if you earn it with your own skills. I like challenging things. You're the best person to understand that." At this moment, Yi Rose, who had been silent, stepped closer to Li Bo and said, "So, you still don't like Fei'er? What does my disciple lack that you wouldn't want her?" Seeing Yi Rose still making sarcastic remarks, Li Bo just slightly curled his lips and casually asked, "Do you want me to marry Lin Fei'er?" Yi Rose wanted to argue but couldn't find the words. "Sigh." A long sigh came from Lin Feng. He stepped closer to Li Bo and said, "To be honest, Li Bo, anyone who wants to be my son-in-law can go to the neighboring city. I really don't understand why you refuse such an attractive offer. Besides, I didn't ask you to marry into my family. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" Li Bo shook his head seriously and said, "My mind is made up, Uncle. I hope you respect my decision and Fei'er's." All right, Lin Feng said disappointedly. Since that's the case, let's get back to the main point. To enter the Thunderpool, you must meet one of the conditions. Li Bo rolled his eyes and said, Uncle, could you be a little more flexible? Lin Feng looked at him with a much colder tone. What do you mean by flexible? Li Bo chuckled and said, hee hee, I can pretend to be your relative. After all, you're the president, and no one dares to check. Oh, Lin Feng sneered. Do you think this association is run by me alone? I'm the president, and I must set an example. Besides, you won't even marry my daughter. Why should I ruin my reputation for you? Li Bo confidently smiled and said, what if I can save your fiery eagle? Lin Feng's face changed, and he stared at Li Bo with wide eyes, unable to believe it. You say, you can cure the flame-burning eagle. Not only him, but even Yimei Gue next to him looked at Li Bo with surprise. Just now, he was only joking, but he didn't expect this kid to take it seriously. Lin Fei'er tugged on Li Bo's arm and whispered, isn't that too bold? Dad's flame-burning eagle has been treated by many top trainers and still can't be cured. You just looked at it and say you can fix it. Li Bo didn't mind their doubts. He smiled calmly at Lin Feng and said, Uncle, what do you think of this? Stop joking. You little brat. Lin Feng looked suspicious. If you want to enter the Thunderpool, why do you need to use such tricks to fool me? The symptoms of the flame-burning eagle are very rare. It's not something you can cure just by looking. It would be easier if you just honestly become my son-in-law. Have you tried? How do you know I can't do it? Li Bo continued. Uncle, just answer me. If I cure your flame-burning eagle, can I enter the Thunderpool without being forced to marry you? Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He looked at Li Bo thinking for a moment. Seeing his confident and calm expression, as if he wasn't lying, he couldn't help but wonder if this kid really had some secret method. He turned around, cleared his throat, and said, if you really can cure the flame-burning eagle, I will agree to let you enter the Thunderpool and stop forcing you to marry Fei'er. But, Lin Feng's tone changed. If you can't do it, then you will obediently become my son-in-law. Hearing this, Li Bo's face slightly changed. This old fox, he cursed silently in his heart. He looked again at the flame-burning eagle and showed a confident smile. Deal. I hope Uncle won't go back on his word. Li Bo turned his head and gave Yimei Gue a mysterious smile. Then Yimei Gue suddenly saw a message pop up on her retina in front of her. Your full-level bounty has been accepted by Hunter, Li Bo. Please track the bounty progress promptly. Yimei Gue blinked her long eyelashes at Li Bo and said to herself, you really dare to promise. Don't mess up and ruin yourself later. In front of a few people, Li Bo walked straight toward the Blazing Eagle and then opened the Status tab for the Blazing Eagle. After several experiments, Li Bo was sure that this panel system had a hidden feature. When a pet's condition is negative, the system provides suggestions for recovery. Fading life. Although the Blazing Eagle has very little life left, there is still a chance to save it. Because it is partially paralyzed, its condition is very chaotic. You can remove excess flesh from the Blazing Eagle to unify its state. It is recommended to continue using the Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood. Note: since the Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood enhances the Blazing Eagle's flames too much, there is a risk of self-destruction. Please control the flame intensity within its absorption capacity when using. Removing excess flesh, Li Bo stroked his chin and thought. In summary, there are two key points to treat the Blazing Eagle. The first is the Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood, and the second is controlling the flames that rage on its body afterward. Seeing Li Bo's furrowed brow, Yi Rose asked curiously, what's wrong? Do you have any concerns? Li Bo took a deep breath and said to Lin Feng, the Blazing Eagle became like this because it used the Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood. He then addressed everyone. To treat the Blazing Eagle, we must continue using the Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood. What? Still using the Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood? Lin Feng was first surprised, then looked at Li Bo with doubt. Wait, how do you know the Blazing Eagle used the Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood? Normally, whether it's hunting for the Dragon Tortoise or using the Treasure Blood on the Blazing Eagle, he kept it very secretive. Only Yi Rose knew about it, and even Fei'er hadn't told her. Yi Rose turned her head in surprise and looked at Li Bo. Although she didn't know how this kid figured it out, her confidence in Li Bo grew a little. Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood. Lin Fei'er slightly parted her lips, clearly touched on a topic she couldn't understand. She didn't expect Li Bo to be able to discuss this with her father and master to such an extent. A faint smile of happiness appeared on her lips. Li Bo smiled faintly. Since I can treat the blazing eagle, I naturally have full confidence. If I couldn't even see the symptoms, how could my uncle trust me? Lin Fei'er suspiciously looked at Li Bo, recalling what Fei'er had said earlier. She mentioned that Li Bo entered Jianghai University as the top arts student in the city's college entrance exam. It makes sense that he knows about rare items like the dragon turtle blood. You just said, you want to keep using the dragon turtle blood? Lin Fei'er asked, a bit confused. I believe you also know that the flaming eagle was burned by the pressure of the dragon turtle blood, causing it to self-destruct. Now, it has lost half of its body. If we keep using the blood, it might lose everything, just bones left. Then it will be completely lost, Li Bo said. To restore the flaming eagle, we need to remove all the extra flesh and blood, so its condition is balanced. Remove all the flesh and blood. Not only Lin Fei'er, but the other two looked at Li Bo in shock. This method sounded too crazy. Could we be making a mistake? Lin Fei'er's face darkened. Li Bo, it's not that my uncle doesn't trust your skills. It's just that this method is too extreme. Is there a gentler way? Li Bo shook his head. It's a do-or-die situation. Only then is there a chance for hope. Do or die. Lin Fei'er muttered a few words, still worried. Rest assured, Uncle, Li Bo said. Continuing to use the dragon turtle blood will cause the flaming eagle great pain, but I will control the flames so that it stays within what it can handle. Hearing this, Lin Fei'er frowned deeply, uncertain. Finally, he looked at Yi-Rose. Yi-Rose, you are Feier's teacher and very experienced. Do you think Li Bo's plan will work? Yi-Rose smiled slightly. Honestly, I'm not sure either. But I think you can try trusting this young man. Maybe, at a critical moment, he can create a miracle. Yi-Rose looked at Li Bo with a meaningful gaze. His mind replayed the scene of him forcefully defeating the leader, the dragon turtle, in his ordinary appearance. It still felt like a dream. Hearing Yi-Rose say this, Lin Fei'er thought for a moment, then clenched his teeth. All right, the flaming eagle can't last many more days in this state. Instead of waiting to die, we might as well take a chance. Let's give this a try, kid. Upon hearing Lin Fei'er's confident reply, Li Bo's face lit up with joy. He then asked, Uncle, do you still have extra dragon tortoise treasure blood? Well, Lin Fei'er glanced at Yi-Rose and said regretfully, I should have asked you to take more earlier. I've already used up all the dragon tortoise treasure blood I had. Really? All gone. Li Bo felt speechless. He thought to himself, I came to treat your pet, not to give away my own bottle of dragon tortoise treasure blood. He began to consider what conditions he could set to persuade Lin Fei'er to buy his own bottle of treasure blood. Suddenly, Lin Fei'er clapped his hands excitedly. I just remembered. There was a hunter before who traded some dragon tortoise treasure blood for a chance to enter the Thunderpool. Huh? Someone else wants to enter the Thunderpool, and they also have dragon tortoise treasure blood. Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. He thought about the battle at Sunset Beach, where only 5 of them, including Yi-Rose, were involved. I haven't seen Scar and Huang Yan's other pets, but Bai Liang has a lightning bird. Could it be that guy? Thinking back to past humiliations, Li Bo unconsciously clenched his fists. If Yi-Rose hadn't stepped in just in time, he and Xiao Baiziun might have lost their lives at Sunset Beach. Since dragon tortoise treasure blood is a valuable item that meets the second condition for entering the Thunderpool, the association approved that person's qualification at the time. But Lin Fei'er hesitated as he spoke. This treasure blood was handed over to the association. It's not my personal property. Using it without permission might be a bit inappropriate. What's wrong with that? Li Bo said firmly, Uncle, I believe that with the Lin family's wealth, offering something of equal value to a bottle of dragon tortoise treasure blood isn't difficult. Since this treasure blood is key to saving the burning flame eagle, even if you use it, I believe other members of the association will understand. Later, you can offer something of equal value to the association, and no one will say anything. Hearing this, Lin Fei'er looked at Li Bo with sharp eyes. You little brat. Your mind is quite clever. He suddenly burst into hearty laughter. That's a good compromise. When I explain the reason to the association, I'll also contribute double the value of the dragon tortoise treasure blood. That will be fair to the association. That's settled then. Lin Fei'er's gaze shifted as he looked at Lin Fei'er. Fei'er, you will handle this matter. Okay, Dad. I'll go to the association and request the blood of treasure. Lin Feier's face lit up with joy, and she hurried toward the main gate of the Lin family. About half an hour later, Lin Fei'er returned home, holding a delicate blood vial in her hand. Lin Feng took it, shook the vial, and said thoughtfully, I thought I was well informed. But I didn't expect that at Sunset Beach, 3 more assassins appeared. I really don't know where they got their information. To be precise, there were 4. Night Rose casually glanced at Li Bo as she spoke. This crisis with the dragon tortoise blood is bigger than I thought. I received news that many experts from Sakura country have been sent to investigate this secretly along the river and sea. Night Rose, you need to be careful. You don't need to worry about me. Those who should be careful are others. Night Rose deliberately raised her voice slightly, as if warning Li Bo cough. Li Bo cleared his throat and said, since we have the blood of treasure, let's start treating the burning flame eagle. Lin Feng nodded. Li Bo, as you said before, we need to feed the blood of treasure to the burning flame eagle, right? Yes. The burning flame eagle is fierce and aggressive. Only I can get close to it. I'll handle this, Lin Feng said as he stepped forward to the burning flame eagle, unscrewing the cap of the blood vial. He spoke in a friendly tone, old buddy. We've been together for so many years, through countless battles and adventures. I can't bear to see you fade away. I don't know what the outcome will be, but rather than keep struggling, let's burn brightly one last time. Feeling his beast master's will, the burning flame eagle's eyes instantly became firm and resolute, filled with determination. It forced itself to stand up and slowly opened its beak. Lin Feng brought the blood vial close, and the dragon tortoise blood flowed from the bottle into the burning flame eagle's mouth. Boom! In an instant, the dull flames on the right side of the burning flame eagle's body suddenly surged and intensified. The flames flickered like burning red lotuses, dancing and shimmering, so mesmerizing that no one could look away. The blazing eagle's body also began to shake, enduring the intense pain brought by the true dragon's bloodline. As Li Bo predicted, after using the dragon turtle's precious blood, the blazing eagle couldn't withstand the nearly destructive flames. As its body temperature rapidly increased, the remaining half of its body started to be burned by the flames. Crash! The eagle's bright red feathers crackled as they burned, filling the room with a strong smell of burnt flesh. Lin Huiling looked away with tears in her eyes, unable to bear witnessing such a cruel scene. To her, the blazing eagle had grown up with her and was more like a family member than a pet. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly. Seeing his pet suffer so much was a great mental challenge for him. He knew that no matter how painful it was, he had to stay calm. Can it really work? Yi Meigui's lips parted slightly as she looked at Li Bo. She noticed the sweat on his forehead and saw that he was staring intently at the blazing eagle. As the fiery flames on the eagle grew stronger, its feathers and flesh were quickly being consumed. Just like when Lin Feng first used the dragon turtle's blood, soon the other half of the blazing eagle's body was reduced to white bones. The flames seemed to have no end. The flames haven't stopped yet. Li Bo, is it too soon? Lin Huiling watched the flames on the half-burned body, which looked like maggots crawling on the bones, still burning fiercely. Her face was full of worry. Li Bo remained focused and said decisively, wait a little longer. The situation is still unstable. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the flames on the skeletal half suddenly ignited the entire body, including the head of the blazing eagle. The fire blazed fiercely, destroying several chandeliers in the Lin family hall. Unbelievably, the eagle still had some life force. Feeling that the blazing eagle hadn't died yet, Lin Feng was surprised and excited. The situation is stable now. Seeing the flames on the eagle burn continuously, Li Bo's eyes suddenly shone brightly. This meant that as long as they could control the high flames caused by the dragon turtle's blood, they would succeed. Now is the time, Li Bo shouted loudly and made a summoning gesture. Huh? Are we summoning the frost ice dragon now? Lin Fei'er looked at this scene in surprise. Lin Feng and Yi Rose also turned their attention, carefully watching every move Li Bo made. However, what surprised everyone was that the magic circle summoned by Li Bo was not the usual green color typical of elite level. Instead, it was a yellow magic circle. Come out. Soon, a flash of light appeared, and a dark purple cloud floated in front of everyone. When Lin Fei'er first saw Ziyun's form, she was stunned. Is this your second pet beast? Feeling the mysterious and powerful aura from Ziyun, Lin Fei'er felt her heart tighten. As expected, this guy was hiding more than she thought. Brotherly Bo, I'm ready. Ziyun sent a mental message. Li Bo nodded. Use curse. Lower the temperature. Ziyun's eyes flickered with strange movements. Then everyone heard a cry like a ghostly wail around them. When they looked again at the blazing fire eagle, it had changed in an incredible way. The bright red flames, which were burning fiercely, suddenly dimmed and then quickly turned blue. Oh, blue flames? Yi Rose looked surprised, then focused her gaze on Li Bo. Seeing the determined and serious expression on his chiseled face, she was momentarily distracted, as if she understood why Lin Fei'er was so fascinated with him. It's so cold. Lin Fei'er instinctively hugged her arms, suddenly realizing that the temperature around her was dropping rapidly. Lin Feng was excited because, with the red flames gone, he could clearly feel the fire eagle's injuries healing. Even more astonishing, the aura of the fire eagle was rising sharply. Lin Feng's eyelids trembled as a bold idea appeared in his mind. Fire eagle. Could it be? Seeing the skeleton of the fire eagle wrapped in shimmering blue flames, Yi Rose's eyes widened. This aura is leader level. At this moment, Li Bo's tense face finally showed a relieved smile. I think you should call it the blue bone devouring eagle now. Is this evolution? Lin Fei'er asked uncertainly. The strange pet beast before her was clearly the skeleton of the previous blazing eagle burned by flames. But the cold, piercing blue flames attached to the skeleton emitted a terrifying aura that seemed to shake the soul. Next to her, Lin Feng's eyes kept flickering. Unbelievable. Not only did you save my blazing eagle, but it also broke its limit and evolved. The blue nether bone-devouring eagle. Who would have thought that one day I, Lin Feng, could own a leader-level pet beast? Haha, Lin Feng's face was full of excitement. Looking at the young man with a gentle face in front of him, he felt a mix of emotions, amazed at Li Bo's talent and regretful that he couldn't win this promising partner for himself. How? How did you do it? Yi Rose looked at Li Bo with surprise. Although he was only a second-level beast tamer, he kept surprising her every time. As a beast tamer of a leader-level pet beast, she knew how difficult it was for a pet to go from an excellent level to a leader level. This blue nether bone-devouring eagle was a huge leap in strength compared to the previous blazing eagle. In Jianghai, owning a leader-level pet beast could easily make someone a top-tier powerhouse. If Jianghai still had a few forces controlling the Lin family before, after today, because of Lin Feng's blue nether bone-devouring eagle, the power structure of Jianghai would be completely changed. Li Bo, who would have thought you were also skilled in healing and nurturing techniques? Lin Fei'er praised sincerely, her eyes shining with surprise and joy as she looked at Li Bo. Li Bo. Fei'er was right. You didn't let us down. Lin Feng patted Li Bo heavily on the shoulder, finding this young man more and more likable. Haha, you don't have to praise me so much. The reason the blazing eagle could evolve was mainly because of the dragon turtle's bloodline. Li Bo explained, I just used the right method to help the blazing eagle absorb the power of the bloodline properly. It seemed that this blue nether bone-devouring eagle had gained an evil attribute. At this moment, Yi Rose frowned and said, You're not wrong. This blue nether bone-devouring eagle now combines evil, fire, and flying attributes, making it a three-element pet beast. Li Bo looked at the blue flame emanating from his body. Unlike the fierce, hot flames of the blazing eagle, the blue bone-consuming eagle's fire is extremely cold. It seems more restrained, but its power is not to be underestimated. Extremely cold flames? Hearing this, everyone looked at Li Bo with confusion, clearly not understanding this seemingly contradictory term. Li Bo continued, This extremely cold flame can burn the soul of a pet beast. When combined with the strange power of the evil attribute, the Qingming bone-devouring eagle has limitless potential. With time, its fame will spread throughout Jianghai. Hearing this, Lin Feng was so excited that his hands trembled slightly, and his eyes were full of anticipation. With the Qingming bone-devouring eagle, I won't need to trouble Teacher Qi anymore when facing tough opponents. Yi Rose smiled slightly, her gaze fixed on Ziyun. Now I am sure. You have the ability to reverse and enhance with your illusory darkness cloud. What? Reverse and enhance. Lin Fei'er was stunned. I remember that this kind of rule-based skill is usually only understood by high-level pet beasts with very high ranks. Ziyun doesn't even look like an elite level. He looked at Li Bo in amazement. I didn't expect such a talented beast tamer to come from such a small place like Jianghai. Old Lu Jun must be dreaming if he thinks he can compete with you. Just luck, Li Bo said modestly with a faint smile. Uncle, as I said before, I am entering the level 3 Thunderpool to help Ziyun evolve. Now that I've successfully cured your pet beast, please don't go back on your word. Huh? What do you think I am, Lin Fei'er? Lin Fei'er said cheerfully. You saved the life of the blazing fire eagle and helped it break through its evolution limit. No matter what, I will let you enter the level 3 Thunderpool. When do you want to go? I'll arrange it immediately. Li Bo's face lit up with joy. The sooner, the better. Tonight would be perfect if possible. Tonight? So urgent? It's already so late. Why not rest and go to the Thunderpool tomorrow? Lin Fei'er asked in surprise. Dad, you don't understand this, Lin Fei'er said with a strange smile. Muau's martial arts are at their peak, and Li Bo doesn't want to lose to his old lover at this critical moment. The Mu family girl? I see. Lin Fei'er thought for a moment and then said, All right. Since you insist, I will immediately notify the association to arrange it for you. Thank you very much, Uncle. Li Bo felt relieved. After all this trouble, he could finally enter the Thunderpool. At this moment, Lin Fei'er said, Li Bo, from now on, your dad will take you to the Thunderpool. I can't help much. My teacher just returned, and I have some training questions to ask her. All right then. Li Bo waved goodbye to the two and deliberately made a 5 sign with his hand, waving it at Yume Gue. Knowing that Li Bo was reminding himself not to forget about the reward, Yume Gue softly said, Sneaky kid. The Thunderpool is located in the central part of Jianghai. When Lin Fei'er and Li Bo arrived at the entrance, it was already late at night. Outside the Thunderpool, several well-equipped beast tamers were patrolling. Lin Fei'er nodded to them and led Li Bo straight inside. They reached an elevator, and Lin Fei'er stopped. Li Bo was surprised to see that on the elevator panel in front of them, there was only a button for going down. He asked curiously, Is the Thunderpool underground? Lin Fei'er pressed the down button and smiled. The third-level Thunderpool in Jianghai is built 10 kilometers underground. What? 10 kilometers underground? Li Bo was stunned by this distance. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened with a ding. Lin Fei'er made an inviting gesture. Come on. I'll explain everything to you slowly. The elevator was slowly descending into the depths of the underground. Lin Fei'er began to speak. Li Bo, you might be wondering why the Thunderpool is built so deep underground. Li Bo nodded thoughtfully. Shouldn't building the Thunderpool on the surface be cheaper? Building underground not only makes it inconvenient to go back and forth, but also probably makes it much harder to operate. Lin Fei'er chuckled. We all know how expensive it is to build the Thunderpool underground. When Grandpa Fei'er insisted on investing in this third-level Thunderpool, many members of the Lin family opposed it. From what Uncle said, it seems this third-level Thunderpool has some secrets. Li Bo asked curiously. Yes, unlike the first and second-level Thunderpools, each third-level or higher Thunderpool has a different construction. Do you know this? Oh, Li Bo immediately became interested. Please, Uncle, explain. Lin Fei'er paused and said, for the first and second-level Thunderpools, generally, as long as there are enough top-tier electric-type pets, they can keep generating power to run the pool. But for the large-capacity third-level Thunderpools, what is more important is a stable and strong power source. A stable and strong power source? That means a material that can continuously emit electricity. Li Bo stroked his chin and thought, I've heard that in ancient times, some high-level electric-type pets fell in battle, and parts of their bodies were buried underground as fossils. These fossils stored powerful electric energy. Could it be? Li Bo suddenly looked at Lin Fei'er with wide eyes. Clever boy. Lin Fei'er chuckled appreciatively and continued. Back then, in the underground, we found the two-tooth bones of an ancient electric beast. Grandpa Fei also considered moving them to the surface, but the electric power within those teeth was so wild that just approaching could endanger many beast tamers, not to mention moving them. So they decided to tunnel directly and use those teeth as the power core, building this third-level Thunderpool underground. 2 teeth bones. Li Bo looked puzzled. I'm very curious. What kind of fierce beast's teeth could keep a third-level Thunderpool running for so many years? Haha. Lin Fei'er smiled mysteriously at Li Bo. The Thunder Sword Tooth Tiger. These years, the Thunder Saber Tiger's tooth bones have been used as the main energy source to power the entire Zhanghai city. Lin Fei'er nodded and said, yes. When we first built this third-level Thunderpool, its expected lifespan was only about 20 years. But since the Lin family has been operating it, 50 years have passed, and the electricity it supplies is still as strong as ever. It has brought us great benefits. I see. Hearing Lin Fei'er's story, Li Bo felt very emotional. Just 2 tooth bones contain such powerful lightning energy. At the peak of the Thunder Saber Tiger, how strong must it have been? Here we are. The elevator doors opened, and Lin Fei'er led Li Bo to a blue light barrier. In front of the barrier, 2 skilled beast tamers stood. They first bowed respectfully to Lin Fei'er, then looked at Li Bo with curiosity. Chairman Lin? Who is this? This is my son-in-law, Lin Fei'er casually replied. What? Li Bo almost dropped his eyes in shock. Uncle, didn't we agree? Before he finished speaking, Li Bo saw Lin Fei'er wink at him. He suddenly understood that Lin Fei'er had made up this identity so he could enter the Thunderpool. Although Lin Fei'er could have said he was his nephew or cousin to fool these two, he chose to say he was his son-in-law. This made Li Bo secretly curse Lin Fei'er for being clever and sneaky again. Though helpless, Li Bo didn't say anything. He just smiled and pretended to agree. Son-in-law, that means the young ladies. The 2 guards looked at each other, unable to hide their envy. They carefully examined Li Bo, and their faces showed a hint of jealousy. To become the son-in-law of Chairman Lin, what extraordinary qualities must this young man have? But of course, they didn't dare to verify Li Bo's identity with the chairman. After taking the permit letter from Lin Fei'er, they stepped aside. Lin Fei'er instructed the 2, go get a set of insulating clothes for Li Bo. Yes, Chairman Lin. From time to time, a guard brought over a special white hooded cloak. Lin Fei'er handed it to Li Bo and warned him. Although there are lightning beast tamers inside, this Thunderpool can sometimes be unstable. Wearing this insulating suit will ensure safety. Li Bo was a bit surprised but still obediently put on the insulating suit. Lin Fei'er looked at him with satisfaction. Yes, this way is much safer. He then said seriously, Li Bo, entering the third-level Thunderpool is not a game. If your pet beast shows any discomfort inside, you must withdraw immediately. Lin Fei'er's tone was sincere, showing concern in his words. Li Bo nodded solemnly. I will be very careful, uncle. Good. I have some urgent matters, so I won't delay your training anymore. After Lin Fei'er left, the 2 guards stopped in front of Li Bo again. What are you doing? Li Bo couldn't help squinting. Don't misunderstand. We're not here to make things difficult for you, one guard said. Since it's your first time entering the Thunderpool, I need to tell you some precautions in advance. Li Bo sighed in relief. There's no harm in explaining. First, inside the Thunderpool, there are electric-type beast tamers from the association working. Try not to disturb them during your training. I understand that, Li Bo nodded. Second, there are other beast tamers also training in the Thunderpool. Do not fight or cause conflicts. Got it. Anything else? Third, and most importantly, do not summon any pets other than electric types in the Thunderpool. Otherwise, disappear completely, the guard said seriously. Hearing this, Li Bo's expression changed slightly. Really? Is it that serious? There is an unknown red lightning in the bone marrow, which can attack pets of other types indiscriminately. This lightning is very powerful and has seriously injured many exceptional-level beasts, the guard explained. Red lightning? Is that true? Li Bo gasped. How strong must that be to seriously injure an exceptional level? Yes. This lightning has existed since the Thunderpool was established. As long as you follow the rules, nothing will happen. Li Bo looked seriously at the blue barrier. After hesitating for a moment, he clenched his teeth and stepped inside. As soon as he entered the barrier, he was stunned by the scene inside. It was a giant circular thunder pool about 50 meters in diameter, filled with constantly flickering blue currents. The currents were as thick as a baby's arm, twisting and colliding like long snakes. The crackling thunder made Li Bo feel dizzy and dazzled. At the center of the thunder pool, 2 thick, 10-meter-long white sword teeth stood upright, enclosed within a large cylindrical glass cover. When Li Bo first saw these objects, he felt a strong, fierce energy hit him. Are these the teeth bones of the Thunderfang tiger? Li Bo's eyes showed surprise. Just these two sword teeth are so tall. How big must the actual Thunderfang tiger be? With such a terrifying size, this Thunderfang tiger must be at least a dominant level creature. What puzzled Li Bo even more was that the tooth bone inside the glass cover on the right had faint red arcs of electricity jumping across its surface. Although not very clear, in the middle of the lightning-filled Thunderpool, this red glow was especially eye-catching. Red electric currents? That's unusual. Li Bo looked up and saw around the Thunderpool 18 large steel pillars standing tall and firm. Above each pillar, there was a separate space enclosed with glass, and inside each space, beast tamers and their pets stood. Arc jellyfish, silver-horned thunder horse, electric glint kite, thunderlight bat. Carefully examining, all these pets had electric attributes. It seemed these tamers were the electric-type beast tamers responsible for operating the Thunderpool in the Jianghai Beast Tamer Association. Li Bo was also surprised to notice that behind each pillar, countless cables of various sizes were connected. Only then did he understand how the Thunderpool was powered. The two sword teeth continuously supplied electricity to the pool. The beast tamers used their electric pets to keep the electric current flowing into special devices inside the cylinders. The lightning then traveled through these cables, delivering power to different parts of Jianghai and powering the city. Li Bo looked back at the Thunderpool and saw a few beast tamers scattered around its edges, all focused and staring motionlessly at the blurry area beneath the pool. They seemed to be here to train their pets. When a second-level beast tamer suddenly appeared in the pool, everyone looked at Li Bo with surprised eyes. Li Bo could only force a helpless, awkward smile. Just as he was looking around, he saw a familiar figure across the pool, grinning fiercely at him. Li Bo's expression froze, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Bai Liang, huh? Kid, I didn't expect to meet you here. White Liang's voice remained sharp and high-pitched. Although not loud, it clearly reached Li Bo's ears. Li Bo still felt uneasy about the Sunset Beach incident, but he tried to suppress his anger. He smiled faintly and said, "Blame me for being unlucky lately." You. Seeing that Li Bo was not afraid at all, White Liang's face darkened with annoyance. After glancing at Li Bo, he smirked playfully and said, "Oh? You've become a hunter? No wonder. Your words sound more confident. But in my eyes, you're still just a bug I can step on any time." Haha. What's the use of just talking pretty words? Li Bo sneered. If you have the guts, fight me like last time. You arrogant kid. White Liang looked disdainful. You think I'd be stupid enough to fight you here in the Thunderpool? You're lucky today. I have no interest in playing with you. After saying that, White Liang ignored Li Bo and focused on the Thunderpool, muttering, "Why is my luck so bad? It's the third day, and I still haven't seen any red lightning." At this moment, Li Bo looked into the depths of the Thunderpool. A golden bird was constantly sharpening its wings with lightning. Without a doubt, this was White Liang's lightning bird. However, in the Thunderpool, Li Bo noticed that the lightning bird's golden wings were covered with dark, mottled patches, and it seemed to be struggling a bit. Haha, still at the 6th level of the elite stage. Looks like it hasn't made much progress lately. Li Bo smiled coldly. Normally, for a bloodline like the lightning bird, which isn't very advanced, it would be better to train in a 2nd-level Thunderpool. The 3rd-level Thunderpool is too much for it. Li Bo couldn't help but feel curious. Even though Night Rose had taken most of the dragon turtle's blood, White Liang and the others didn't get much. He didn't keep the blood for the 3rd-stage straw man to break through and evolve. Instead, he took out a bottle to exchange for a chance to enter the Thunderpool. That was quite strange. Plus, this lightning bird hadn't even reached the level to evolve. Entering a 3rd-level Thunderpool now seemed overly extravagant. Haha, little guy, don't mind him. He's a strange one. At this moment, a bearded middle-aged man next to Li Bo spoke kindly. Uncle, what do you mean? Li Bo asked. The smell on him was so strong that no one wanted to get close. The man pinched his nose and said, What? 3 days and nights? Li Bo was very surprised and looked unconsciously at Bai Liang. Seeing his focused gaze, he became curious. What exactly is this guy up to? Forget about that. What's important is making Ziyun evolve. After summoning, Ziyun appeared again in front of them. Seeing the powerful currents in the Thunderpool, Ziyun's eyes almost widened with excitement. He said, "Brother Li Bo, is this a level 3 Thunderpool?" "Yes. After all our hard work, we finally made it here." Li Bo smiled. "Ziyun, next you need to train in the Thunderpool for 5 hours. Do you think you can hold on?" "I can't wait." "Brother Li Bo," Ziyun was very excited. Li Bo nodded. "Then go ahead. Level 3 Thunderpools are very powerful. If you feel unwell, come back immediately." "No problem, Brother Li Bo." With a whoosh, Ziyun dove straight into the Thunderpool. The man next to them looked shocked and watched this scene. "The cloud you summoned just now, was it an ordinary level pet beast?" Li Bo smiled and nodded. "Actually, it's an 8th tier pet beast." "What? 8th tier? Little guy? Are you crazy? You haven't even reached the 9th tier, and you're daring to enter the Thunderpool? And how can an ordinary pet beast withstand such pressure? Be careful. Your dark-type pet might end up losing its soul inside." However, as soon as the man finished speaking, he noticed that the strange cloud Li Bo summoned in the center of the Thunderpool was calmly drifting around, completely unbothered by the danger he described. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? This is a level 3 Thunderpool. Bai Liang also noticed what was happening. Seeing Ziyun stayed inside the pool, he looked both shocked and confused. This illusory shadow cloud is really strange. Last time, it absorbed lightning from the Thunderbird without any damage. Now, it's so relaxed in the Thunderpool. Could it be that this kid is training it to be an electric type? "Brother Li Bo, these lightning bolts smell so good. Can I eat them?" Ziyun's voice echoed in Li Bo's mind. "Eat?" Li Bo looked at the 2 large tooth bones and stroked his chin, saying, "With so much electricity, eating a little shouldn't be a problem. Then I won't hold back." Whoosh. Purple Cloud performed a rainbow siphon. In an instant, around her body, the lightning in the Thunderpool rapidly gathered toward her. The lightning looked like long blue and white snakes, crazily flowing from all directions into Purple Cloud's body. In that moment, Purple Cloud's body flickered with light and darkness, like storm clouds before a thunderstorm, filled with powerful lightning. Everyone present was stunned by this scene. They realized that the lightning in the Thunderpool seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, constantly pulled toward Purple Cloud. Most importantly, Purple Cloud's body was like a bottomless pit. These lightning bolts could never fill her up. The Thunderpool, which was 10 meters deep, almost dried up instantly, revealing the pets of several beast tamers standing nearby. Absorbed, completely drained, Bai Liang on the opposite side widened his eyes, his expression uncertain. His lightning bird couldn't withstand the power of the 3rd-level Thunderpool's lightning and kept dodging. But as Li Bo's illusory nether cloud arrived, it almost absorbed all the lightning. The 18 beast tamers on the high platform noticed the movement in the Thunderpool and looked at Purple Cloud with amazed expressions. Li Bo felt a bit guilty as he looked at the Thunderpool, worried that Purple Cloud might absorb all the lightning, making it hard to explain later. Fortunately, just as the Thunderpool was about to dry up, the 2 huge tooth bones seemed to sense it and started pouring lightning back into the pool. At this moment, a line of information floated past, making Li Bo's face light up with joy. Illusory Nether Cloud Upgrade, Normal 9th level. It's upgraded. Li Bo never expected that simply swallowing lightning could directly raise Purple Cloud to the 9th level of the normal stage. If she kept absorbing lightning from the pool like this, she might even evolve directly. But Li Bo was worried because the system task required Purple Cloud to temper herself in the Thunderpool for 5 hours. With her current lightning absorption speed, the lightning in those tooth bones might not last that long. This kid's pet beast is really strange. Suddenly, all the lightning in the Thunderpool was absorbed. In response to this phenomenon, the electric-type beast tamers on the stage began to discuss intensely. "Look at this. It's probably a rare pet beast called Illusion Shadow Cloud. I didn't expect it to come to the Thunderpool for training." "Illusion Shadow Cloud? I remember that this pet isn't an electric type. A non-electric pet here could trigger the red lightning attacks in the teeth bones." "I don't think so. Although this Illusion Shadow Cloud is only an ordinary level, its ability to absorb lightning is far beyond our imagination. Maybe it really can absorb all this red lightning and bring peace to our 3rd-level Thunderpool." Sigh. "It's easy to say, But this red lightning has been around for so many years. Its power is fierce and very tricky, almost like it has a mind of its own. When facing tough opponents, it hides inside the teeth bones. Many powerful grass-type beast tamers have tried to catch it, but none succeeded. With how fast this illusion shadow cloud absorbs lightning, it might drain our Thunderpool completely. What are you thinking? The power of ancient lightning is so mighty. Two teeth bones have supplied electricity for the river and sea for many years without damage. This illusion shadow cloud probably can't eat it all, maybe. We should warn this kid. Although the teeth bones constantly supply power, shortly after entering the Thunderpool, the illusion shadow cloud absorbed a lot of it. Now, the current flowing through the 18 electric pillars has decreased, which could affect the city's power supply. Forget it. Let's pretend we didn't see anything. I heard from security outside that this kid is Chairman Lin's son-in-law. When the chairman first used his authority to let a relative enter the Thunderpool, we should give him some face. What? The Lin family's daughter was taken by this kid. I was planning to introduce my son to her, but this nasty kid beat me to it. Old man, forget it. Don't you know what kind of person your son is? He wouldn't catch the eye of Fei'er. But look at this kid, though not high level. He exudes a confident and unyielding aura. Entering the third-level Thunderpool shows he's brave and skilled. Focus on power supply. It's late at night now, a low electricity demand period. We just need to keep the city's basic power running. Li Bo kept his eyes fixed on the movements of Ziyun below. Although he felt a series of electric shocks running through his body, his device showed no signs of malfunction. Moreover, Li Bo noticed that Ziyun's appetite seemed to be growing, and her ability to absorb lightning was much faster than when she first entered the lightning pool. Suddenly, an unusual scene occurred in the lightning pool. Whenever Ziyun was about to drain the lightning, her teeth-like bones seemed to react and kept drawing lightning from the bottom of the pool. The lightning she absorbed didn't spread around, but was quickly pulled into her body. Some beast trainers practicing nearby saw this and felt helpless. Most of the electric current was destroyed by the illusion cloud, so their pets had no chance to train. The leading electric-type beast trainer on the tall pole suddenly spoke into the loudspeaker on the roof. Because the lightning pool is currently overloaded, you can leave now, but your qualification to re-enter is reserved. Once the illusion cloud finishes refining and the lightning pool is fully charged again, you may enter again. Hearing this, several trainers looked at each other with disbelief. Bai Liang looked suspicious and asked, "Strange. How did this kid manage to get into the lightning pool? Even the Beast Trainer Association is willing to vouch for him. Could it be that he used the Dragon Turtle Crystal Core from that day as a bargaining chip?" Next to Li Bo, a middle-aged man summoned his pet and gave Li Bo a meaningful smile. "Didn't expect you, little guy, to have some background." Li Bo awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Sorry, sir. Sorry to delay your training." The man shook his head and smiled. "No need to apologize, little one. It's so late, I was about to rest too. Anyway, your qualification to stay is reserved, so you get another free try." 2 hours passed quickly. As the beast trainers who came to train left one after another, fewer and fewer pets remained in the lightning pool. Li Bo was surprised to see that Bai Liang's lightning bird was still in the pool. Seeing the lightning decrease, the bird quietly hid in a corner to recover. "Is this guy still not leaving?" Li Bo squinted and wondered silently. What is Bai Liang really after here? Curious, he opened the lightning bird's panel again and carefully checked. Name: lightning bird. Gender: male. Attribute: flying, electric, level, elite level 6, potential, excellent, status, injured, skills, wind wings, beginner, thunderstrike, intermediate, slash, intermediate, fusion thunder, intermediate, feather spin attack, advanced. Description: although the lightning bird has average bloodline, some talented ones can learn the skill, fusion thunder, which offers a chance to merge with lightning and boost their strength. Since lower-level pets are more adaptable, lightning bird tamers often seek to fuse with higher-level lightning immediately after mastering fusion thunder. Fusion thunder, seeing that the lightning bird had gained an extra skill since last time, Li Bo's pupils shrank. It seems this creature is still staying in the Thunderpool, probably to use the fusion thunder skill on itself. As an elite-level pet, the lightning bird's evolution sequence is already set, and its body development is halfway to maturity. If it doesn't fuse with lightning now, the chances of success will decrease once it fully matures. No wonder this creature is willing to spend a bottle of dragon turtle's treasured blood to stay in the Thunderpool. If the fusion succeeds, Bai Liang's combat power will rise even further. But Li Bo was curious. Why was Bai Liang willing to wait 3 days and nights for the lightning in the Thunderpool? His gaze fell on the 2 red arcs of electricity jumping fiercely from the tooth bones, recalling what the guards had said about the red lightning ravaging the area. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Could it be? Bai Liang came for the red lightning in the Thunderpool. Noticing Li Bo's suspicion, Bai Liang smiled confidently at him. Stop looking, kid. As a senior, I advise you kindly. Better leave the Thunderpool with your illusory shadow clouds soon. Otherwise, you might regret it later. Haha. Li Bo replied coldly. Bai Liang, I think you're worried that the red lightning might come out and you'll lose it to me. You. Bai Liang's smile suddenly froze on his face, his expression uncertain as he looked at Li Bo. Good kid. You've guessed it. But what does it matter if I know? The red lightning was the first to attack, but it was actually a non-electric pet beast. When it appeared, the first to die was your illusionary dark cloud. White Liang said with a gloomy look. You don't need to worry about that. Li Bo replied. I'm curious, what exactly is this red lightning? It's so patient, waiting for 3 days and nights. Such patience doesn't seem like your personality. White Liang. You smooth talker. You think I'll tell you just because you try to provoke me? Haha. If you're smart, get out of the Thunderpool quickly. You're wasting my time, and I'll settle all accounts with you. White Liang said disdainfully, then turned his gaze to the tooth bones and ignored Li Bo. Li Bo looked at the Thunderpool, watching the continuous flashes of lightning within the purple cloud, and a faint worry grew in his heart. Will this method really work? He carefully calculated the time. If he stayed in the Thunderpool for another half hour, the purple cloud could complete its elite evolution task. Although he knew he just needed to wait patiently, Li Bo couldn't help but occasionally glance at the 2 thick tooth bones in the center of the Thunderpool. Suddenly, he frowned and muttered to himself, why do I feel like the red light is getting stronger? Earlier, only faint arcs of electricity flickered on the 2 tooth bones, but now, the crackling sounds inside could be heard even through the glass cover. The current was as thick as the blue lightning in the Thunderpool. What made Li Bo more alert was that the red lightning was gathering at the bottom of the right tooth bone, emitting a dazzling red glow. Purple cloud. Be careful. Li Bo's brow furrowed as he quickly sent a warning to Purple Cloud. But in the next second, Li Bo suddenly saw that the red lightning rapidly converged into a thick pillar of powerful current, shooting out from the bottom of the tooth bone and darting straight toward Purple Cloud's back. Finally, it's out. White Liang's eyes shot with excitement. Fortunately, Li Bo's timely warning allowed Purple Cloud to reflexively dodge just as the dangerous aura behind her appeared. The red lightning brushed past her. When her gaze fixed on this thick, snake-like red lightning, Purple Cloud's eyes suddenly became extremely intense. It looked like it smelled very good. While Ziyun was speaking, Li Bo quickly received a message in his mind. Detected primordial lightning. Red Cloud Thunder. Red Cloud Thunder. Ranked 39th on the lightning list. Forged from a dominant level thunder, sword-toothed tiger. This thunder has slept in underground fossilized bones for 10,000 years and has developed a small amount of self-awareness. It will attack non-electric pets indiscriminately. Absorbing Red Cloud Thunder can grant permanent control of the primordial lightning power. Please, host, quickly command the illusory shadow cloud to tame the Red Cloud Thunder. Primordial lightning? Such a familiar term. Li Bo quickly recalled in his mind that he had read a very rare book about electric-type pets in the library, which mentioned primordial lightning. As a very rare type of lightning, primordial lightning possesses powerful and special abilities. Because of its nature, it has transcended many natural laws and can exist forever, hence the name primordial. There are many kinds of primordial lightning. Some, like Red Cloud Thunder, are the result of multiple evolutions and battles of electric-type pets. Others are naturally born in the world. Some are artificially created by humans. But no matter what kind of primordial lightning it is, it was far from Li Bo's reach. The pets holding primordial lightning are all led by their trainers, who are top experts known across the entire continent. In places like Jianghai, It's rare even to hear about primordial lightning, let alone see it. Some powerful beings have even compiled a list ranking these primordial lightning by strength and characteristics. No wonder Bai Liang was so fascinated by this red lightning. It was Red Cloud Thunder, ranked 39th. Who would have thought that in Jianghai's third-level Thunderpool, there was actually a primordial lightning like Red Cloud Thunder? Kid, be careful. This red lightning is extremely powerful. Watch out. A loudspeaker on the roof sounded a warning from the trainer above. Obviously, they didn't know that the strange lightning bothering them for years was actually the legendary primordial lightning. Don't worry, Senior, I have my own plans. Seeing Li Bo still chose to stay in the Thunderpool, Bai Liang sneered. Oh? Still not running? You really don't know your limits, kid. He looked at the crimson thunder still chasing the purple cloud, and a greedy expression appeared in Bai Liang's eyes. Good. Let your illusory darkness cloud drain this crimson thunder. When the time is right, the lightning bird will take over and merge it. The crimson thunder's shape resembled a giant red snake, tightly biting onto the purple cloud's form. After another evasive dodge by Purple Cloud, the crimson thunder used the terrain at the edge of the Thunderpool to quickly refract its body, persistently attacking Purple Cloud again. You're really relentless, Purple Cloud said angrily. If you keep this up, I might really eat you. Purple Cloud, don't be impulsive. This crimson thunder is very powerful. With your current level, you probably can't absorb it, Li Bo quickly warned. How will I know if I don't try? Purple Cloud replied stubbornly. This time, she no longer dodged. Instead, she floated motionless in the air, directly facing the frantic attack of the crimson thunder. Next moment, the crimson thunder rapidly struck Purple Cloud's cloud layer. Purple Cloud's body shimmered with red light as she desperately tried to absorb the crimson thunder into herself. Wow, so spicy, she exclaimed after a while. Li Bo, this thunder, it's really hot, she cried out. What? Li Bo's face changed when he saw Purple Cloud trembling, with the crimson thunder reflecting red light inside her body. Worry appeared in his eyes. Indeed, was I too reckless, he thought. Watching this scene, Bai Liang's face flashed with a fierce expression. Trying to absorb the crimson thunder? Not that easy. Use slash. Bai Liang decisively ordered the lightning bird to attack. In the next moment, the lightning bird, hiding in the corner, quickly vibrated its wings. With a whoosh, a narrow, transparent white wind blade shot straight toward Purple Cloud's back. Seeing this, Li Bo's face changed dramatically. He didn't expect Bai Liang to be so bold, openly attacking in the Thunderpool. Purple Cloud, watch out. However, Purple Cloud was still struggling fiercely with the crimson thunder inside her, desperately trying to merge it into her body, with no time to notice the attack from behind. Bang! Lightning Bird's precise strike hit Ziyun's body, causing a few cloud flowers to burst out. With a loud pop, Ziyun was badly hurt and had no choice but to spit out the red lightning that hadn't been fully swallowed. Ouch! That hurts. Ziyun wobbled and was pushed to the edge of the Thunderpool. Ziyun, are you okay? Brotherly Bo, I'm fine. Ziyun gritted her teeth. But this red lightning doesn't taste as good as before, like it's expired. Expired? Li Bo couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Ziyun was hurt, yet she still cared about whether the lightning tasted good. He quickly checked her condition. Luckily, because Ziyun is a spiritual being, this strike didn't cause fatal injuries. He glared fiercely at Bai Liang. How dare you attack in the Thunderpool? Haha, Bai Liang sneered grimly. Kid, looks like you haven't learned your lesson from last time. Without real strength, don't touch what doesn't belong to you. If you want to blame someone, blame your greed. At this moment, the beast tamers on the platform looked at each other in shock. Hey, that person attacked in the Thunderpool. Should we stop him? I think it's better not to rush. That guy is from the Hunter Association, and he seems to be an A-level hunter, a third-tier beast tamer. We probably can't afford to offend him, but he's the son-in-law of President Lin. Should we just watch him get bullied by this hunter? That illusory dark cloud doesn't seem too badly hurt. Looks like a minor fight. Let's wait and see. After all, the Hunter Association is a huge global organization. We should be cautious. That makes sense. The Thunderpool is unstable now. We need to focus on maintaining it. Let's turn a blind eye to the rest for now. Li Bo looked up at the tall pillar and saw that the 18 electric-type beast tamers above the Thunderpool remained indifferent to Bai Liang's open attack. At this moment, the coldness of human nature was fully displayed. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Since you all accept his actions, don't blame me for breaking the rules now. He looked at Bai Liang, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. Bai Liang was startled by Li Bo's fierce, wolf-like gaze, but he quickly pretended to be calm and said, "Huh? Boy, what's the use of glaring at me? You should focus on how to deal with the Red Sky Thunder." At this moment, after being spit out by the purple cloud, the Red Sky Thunder turned around and once again stared fiercely at Purple Cloud's body. It almost got swallowed. The Red Sky Thunder seemed a bit angry, its red glow intensifying, transforming instantly into a giant lightning bolt as thick as a millstone. Everyone was frightened by the huge commotion in the Thunderpool. Since the pool was created, no one had seen such a powerful display of red lightning before. Red Sky Thunder. Now that's real Red Sky Thunder. Bai Liang's face was lit up with red light, showing a nearly twisted look of madness. The 39th ranked primal lightning is truly powerful. If I merge with it, I wouldn't need to do the 4 transformations on the scarecrow. Just with the lightning bird, I could become an S rank. He greedily looked at the illusory dark cloud. Good kid. I should thank you. If the lightning bird had absorbed this lightning directly, it probably couldn't handle its power. But now, you've angered it. When the illusory dark cloud is destroyed in the Thunderpool, that will be the moment for the lightning bird to transform. Haha. Who said I was going to absorb the Red Sky Thunder first? Li Bo's lips curled into a smile. Purple Cloud. Use illusory color mimicry. Then, something incredible happened that left Bai Liang stunned. Just as the huge red lightning was about to strike the illusory dark cloud, it mysteriously disappeared inside the Thunderpool. Bai Liang hurriedly rubbed his eyes. It's gone. How is that possible? Suddenly, a frightening thought appeared in his mind. Could it be? This illusory dark cloud has learned some kind of invisibility skill, but in the next second, he saw the illusory dark cloud reappear in the Thunderpool. Not good, he shouted loudly, because the illusory dark cloud was now right behind the lightning bird. Following closely was the enormous Red Sky Thunder. Quick, get away. Lightning bird. Bai Liang's face changed drastically. He had lost his composure. However, Purple Cloud's trick of causing trouble for others made the lightning bird unprepared. It only paused for less than a second behind the lightning bird. Then Purple Cloud vanished again into the air with illusory color mimicry. Boom! A giant, snake-like red lightning strike hit the lightning bird with a heavy, almost overwhelming its form. Although it naturally resisted some of the electricity, under the powerful impact of the Crimson Thunder, the lightning bird let out a painful cry. Indeed, this Crimson Thunder has some awareness, but it can't detect the hidden purple cloud in the sky. Li Bo smiled calmly. Only 10 minutes remained before the Thunderpool training task. The purple cloud just needed to hide in the Thunderpool, and after it evolves, he would find a way to reclaim the Crimson Thunder. Looking at the badly injured lightning bird, Bai Liang shouted angrily at Li Bo, "You wicked kid! I will kill you!" After enduring 3 days and nights, he finally saw the Crimson Thunder appear. Before he could merge with it, the lightning bird had already fallen into a negative state. How could he not be angry? "Kill me," Li Bo sneered. "What do you have to kill me with? If you dare, summon your 3-turn scarecrow. I think this Crimson Thunder wouldn't mind taking it away along with your lightning bird as a sacrifice." When he mentioned sacrifice, Li Bo's tone carried a cold, deadly intent. Since Bai Liang attacked Purple Cloud just now, Li Bo had made up his mind. He must make the lightning bird pay a heavy price. After an attack failed, the Crimson Thunder turned again to look at the Thunderpool, searching for Purple Cloud's trace. But every time Purple Cloud appeared, it was along the lightning bird's path, sometimes in front, sometimes behind, sometimes above or below. Its form was unpredictable, making it impossible for Bai Liang to guess. Boom! Once again, guided by Purple Cloud, the Crimson Thunder struck the lightning bird precisely, this time directly injuring its vital organs. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the lightning bird. No! Bai Liang looked panicked, clearly feeling the lightning bird's injuries worsening rapidly. Defense was already its weakness, and these successive attacks were too much to handle. You bird. You dared to seriously injure Sister Xiaobai back then. Today, I must avenge her. Purple cloud kept shifting its form, moving like a ghost across the battlefield. It moved with ease, but each time, it only intensified the Crimson Thunder's anger. Having existed for over 10,000 years, following the Thunder Sword-Toothed Tiger, it had destroyed countless powerful beasts. Yet now, it was being toyed with by a small, ordinary-level pet beast. After several failed attacks, Akashio Thunder had no choice but to vent all its fury on the lightning bird in its path. In an instant, the light around it swelled to the limit, forming a crimson dragon coiled at the center of the Thunder Pool. This is the true power of Akashio Thunder. Even Li Bo couldn't help but widen his eyes. I can't imagine how powerful the Thunderfang tiger must have been in its prime. Suddenly, Li Bo's gaze shifted back to the two massive fangs in the Thunder Pool. Before, every time Akashio Thunder grew stronger, the fang on the right would glow red, as if supplying it with energy. But this time, Li Bo noticed that the right fang had dimmed completely, while the left one, previously silent, was now glowing faintly red, with tiny red lightning arcs dancing across its surface. How strange. I think I just saw a flicker of red lightning on that fang, Li Bo muttered suspiciously. Then, as if realizing something, he quickly sent a message to Ziyun. Ziyun, you said earlier that Akashio Thunder's energy felt stale. What did you mean? Brother Li Bo, Ziyun replied. When I absorbed some of Akashio Thunder's energy, it looked strong, but it didn't feel like real lightning at all. It had no vitality, nothing compared to the blue lightning in the pool. No vitality. Li Bo looked at the nearly frenzied Akashio Thunder, then at the glowing fang in the pool. His brows furrowed tightly. Could it be that this Akashio Thunder is just a fake? The real one might be hidden inside that left fang. While Li Bo stayed calm, Bai Liang's expression grew tense. Seeing Akashio Thunder grow larger than ever, Bai Liang's eyes flickered rapidly. Even a third-tier scarecrow might not be able to stand against that lightning. He hesitated, wondering if he should recall the lightning bird while Akashio Thunder was still focused on the phantom cloud. But then he thought, after paying such a high price to enter the Thunder Pool, giving up now would mean all their efforts were wasted. When Bai Liang saw the lightning bird covered in blood and looking so battered that it struggled to fly, he realized he couldn't use the Thunder Fusion technique to absorb the Crimson Sky Thunder today. Although he was very unwilling, he clenched his teeth and quickly made a summoning gesture. However, before Bai Liang's green magic circle was fully formed, he saw it strangely disappear. What? Bai Liang looked up in shock, but what he saw made him almost want to cry out in anger. Because just moments ago, the illusory darkness cloud suddenly appeared behind the lightning bird, summoning three strange, dark chains that pierced straight through its chest. Haha, trying to run? Did you ask for my permission? Li Bo looked at the scene with a calm expression. The dark chains struck the soul, and now the lightning bird was firmly controlled by the purple cloud. Bai Liang knew he couldn't summon it back. Kid, how dare you? Bai Liang shouted almost madly. The Sunset Beach. You injured my little white with your lightning bird. I remember it clearly. Li Bo's eyes were cold. Today, I will use the death of the lightning bird to avenge the wrongs little white suffered. You. Bai Liang was completely panicked. He never expected that today, not only would he fail to absorb the Crimson Sky Thunder, but he would also have to sacrifice the lightning bird here. Moreover, the opponent was a young kid of a much lower rank than him. Humiliation, unwillingness, fear, these complex feelings tangled in his heart. Bai Liang's expression was very grim. Kid, release the lightning bird. I will forgive the past. Forgive the past? Haha. Do you really think I'm a child? Li Bo sneered. Bai Liang, I think you still don't understand our relationship. What did you say? Hearing this, Bai Liang's eyes widened. Our relationship has long been destined to be a fight to the death. Li Bo coldly spat these words. As he spoke, the hidden purple cloud suddenly appeared in front of the lightning bird, which was tightly bound by the dark chains. Feeling the purple cloud reappear in the thunder pool, the red giant thunder suddenly turned around, emanating a fierce, violent aura. Come and fight me. Fool! Purple Cloud shook his head and stood in front of the lightning bird, constantly provoking the Crimson Sky Thunder. The Red Thunder couldn't bear such humiliation, being teased repeatedly. Its anger had already filled its heart. Boom. In an instant, the huge red lightning body shone with a blinding light, and a fierce aura spread throughout the lightning pool. White Liang's face showed extreme fear. Under everyone's watch, the crimson lightning suddenly struck towards Purple Cloud. Where it passed, the space seemed to twist and warp. At this moment, Li Bo suddenly noticed that on the left side of the lightning pool's teeth bone, a very bright red electric arc was secretly emerging beneath the glass cover. Is this? Li Bo squinted his eyes. Seeing that the Red Thunder was completely fooled and rushing straight at her, Purple Cloud's lips curled into a clever smile. Perfect timing. Just as the Red Thunder was about to hit her, Purple Cloud used her illusionary disguise to disappear again. After the attack missed, the Red Thunder directly struck the lightning bird, which was trapped and unable to move by dark tendrils. No, White Liang shouted in despair. Boom. The Red Thunder hit the lightning bird precisely, engulfing it completely. In a hazy state, the figure of the lightning bird gradually vanished, finally turning into tiny stars and dispersing completely. Lightning bird. The death of a pet beast was undoubtedly a deadly to a beast tamer's mental strength. All their efforts had been for nothing at this moment, and White Liang, who hadn't slept for 3 days, completely broke down inside. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes hollow. Purple Cloud. Now, sneak under the teeth bone. At this moment, Li Bo suddenly whispered to Purple Cloud. Under the teeth bone, Purple Cloud, hidden in the air, looked suspiciously at the 2 teeth bones in the center of the lightning pool. Suddenly, beneath the left teeth bone, a jumping bright red electric arc caught her eye. Purple Cloud licked her lips. So this is the real delicacy. Right here. The Red Thunder was searching around for the location of the Purple Cloud. When the figure of the Purple Cloud appeared again, it suddenly panicked. Hee, I caught you. Purple Cloud suddenly appeared in front of the red arc beneath the teeth bones, like a ghost shadow. A deep fear rose from the core of the red arc reflexively. The arc turned and desperately tried to burrow into the teeth bones. At the same time, the Red Thunder used all its strength and rushed toward Purple Cloud. Trying to escape? Too late. Purple Cloud smiled mischievously. Dark constricting ropes appeared again, trapping the arc tightly. It forcibly pulled out the half of its body buried in the teeth bones. Behind, the Red Thunder followed closely. Just as it was about to hit Purple Cloud, she decisively swallowed the arc, swallowing the arc with a gulp. The Red Thunder instantly disintegrated and disappeared completely into the Thunder Pool. The Red Thunder is gone. The beast tamers on the stage opened their mouths in shock, staring at this scene. The red lightning that had troubled them for years was just eaten by this illusionary cloud. Did it succeed? Li Bo wiped his sweaty palms and watched Purple Cloud closely. After the red arc was swallowed, Purple Cloud's body began to tremble violently. Red lightning flickered and changed inside her, shining together with her Purple Cloud glow. It seemed she was still fighting with the red lightning. The red lightning desperately tried to break free from her body, splashing bright sparks on her cloud surface. But its struggle was futile. Purple Cloud's body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how the lightning discharged, it hit her without causing any harm, like fists hitting cotton. Helpless, the lightning could only watch as it was swallowed by Purple Cloud, its consciousness gradually being taken over. Finally, Purple Cloud's body calmed down. Congratulations, host. The illusionary cloud has successfully merged with the original thunder, gaining the eternal power to control the red sky thunder. Great job, Purple Cloud. Seeing the system message flash, Li Bo's face lit up with joy. He was right. The tiny arc hidden in the left teeth bones was the true form of the red sky thunder. I didn't expect to find such a surprise in the thunder pool. You should know that Ziyun absorbed the third-ranked origin thunder, something that top electric-type beast tamers dream of. How dare you steal my red cloud thunder? Bai Liang's face twisted with anger. He had come to his senses from his grief and saw Ziyun merging the red cloud thunder. He looked at Li Bo with a fierce and threatening expression. Kill my lightning bird. Steal my red cloud thunder. Kid, you're asking for death. Bai Liang shouted loudly. 3-turn scarecrow. Kill him. A blue light appeared again, and the 3-turn scarecrow floated into the thunder pool. Now that the giant red thunder was gone, Bai Liang had no more worries. Not a chance. Li Bo reached out with one hand, and a green glow flashed. A white dragon floated above the Thunderpool, glaring fiercely at Bai Liang. After resting in the beast space for most of the day, Xiao Bai's condition was fully restored. When old enemies met again, Xiao Bai immediately radiated a fierce fighting spirit. Seeing Xiao Bai's huge figure, Bai Liang's face changed unpredictably. No way. He looked at Li Bo in disbelief. You actually evolved an elite-level dragon-type pet beast. Feeling the familiar aura on Xiao Bai, a terrifying thought crossed Bai Liang's mind. This white ice dragon, it's the evolution of the white spirit snake. So what if you guessed right? Li Bo sneered coldly. If you want to attack here, today, I will fight to the end. Good, good, good. Bai Liang clenched his teeth tightly and said 3 times, all right, all right, all right, brave enough. Challenging the outstanding 9 stages with an elite-level beast. Kid, I admire your courage. Today, I will use these 2 pets of yours to bury my lightning bird. Xiao Bai flapped his wings and let out a deafening dragon roar. The thunder pool was tense, and the atmosphere reached its peak. Stop! Just as the 2 were about to start the battle, 18 beast tamers on the stage opened their glass covers. Several electric-type pets leapt down and quickly stood between the 3-turned scarecrow and the frost ice dragon. What are you doing? Bai Liang looked up and stared directly at a thin, old man on the stage. Old Tang Hong, come down and give me an explanation. This elderly man named Tang Hong is the leader of this group of electric-type beast tamers, and he is also at the 3rd level. Although he is wearing an insulating suit, it's clear that most of his hair has turned white. Tang Hong's pet beast is an excellent grade thunder crane. He steps lightly onto the back of the thunder crane, and the bird carries him as it dives toward the ground. The white thunder crane floats in the air with a few people. Suddenly, the old man speaks. Thunderpool restricted area. Fighting is forbidden. Fighting is forbidden. Bai Liang sneers angrily. Tang Hong, you're quite biased. Just now, when this kid killed my lightning bird, why didn't you come out to stop him? If I remember correctly, it was you who attacked this young man first. Tang Hong remains calm and doesn't say that he didn't come down earlier. He was just watching to see if you 2 could handle that red lightning. Now that the danger in the thunder pool has been cleared and the 2 are still arguing, as a core member of the Jianghai Beast Tamer Association, he naturally has to step in and stop them. You old thing. Bai Liang grits his teeth fiercely. Don't forget, I only entered the thunder pool after drinking a bottle of Dragon Turtle's precious blood. You better give me an explanation today. Everyone is equal when entering the thunder pool. The thing this young man is holding might not be worth less than your precious blood. Tang Hong said firmly. Haha. So, you're trying to favor this kid. Bai Liang looks at the thunder crane and sneers. Do you think this old, weak thunder crane can stop my 3rd-level scarecrow? You're an A-grade hunter, confident enough to face this old bones of mine. But this 3rd-level thunder pool concerns the stability of the entire city. I will risk my life to stop a big fight here. Since you know I'm a hunter, why don't you get out of the way? An association of city-level beast tamers dares to shout in front of my hunter association? Bai Liang boasts proudly. Bai Liang, you're quite arrogant. People who don't know better might think we hunters can really dominate Jianghai. A magnetic female voice suddenly sounds. Seeing the figure of Night Rose, Bai Liang nearly squinted his eyes into a slit. Along with Night Rose, there were also Lin Fei'er and Lin Fei'er, father and daughter. Uncle, why are you here? The moment he saw their figures, Li Bo's eyes lit up. Hee. I heard from the association that there was a fight in the thunder pool. I was worried something might happen to you, so I dropped everything to come quickly. Then Lin Fei'er looked at Bai Liang with a cold, sharp gaze. From his tone just now, it seemed that our Jianghai Beast Tamer Association could be destroyed with just a word from him. Hearing this, Bai Liang's body tensed up. He had met Lin Fei'er a few times, but the president of the Jianghai Beast Tamer Association was only a 3rd-level expert, right? Why does he now emit such a powerful aura that even he can't fully understand? Could it be, has he evolved into a leader-level beast? A terrifying thought flashed through Bai Liang's mind, but he still forced himself to stay calm and said, President Lin, this is a personal grudge between me and this kid. Please don't interfere. Although their levels were vastly different, Bai Liang, relying on his status as a hunter, still looked confident. Oh, personal grudge? Lin Feng's tone shifted. Li Bo is my future son-in-law. If you have a grudge with him, then you have a grudge with me, Lin Feng. At this point, Lin Feng's eyes turned very cold. What? This? Bai Liang seemed unable to believe his ears, looking at Li Bo in disbelief. How did this kid suddenly become Lin Feng's son-in-law? He muttered to himself, feeling uneasy. Clearly, he was very wary of Lin Feng's current strength. Plus, Night Rose didn't know her relationship with the Lin family, yet she openly came to support him. This made his A-level hunter status instantly less effective. So, do you still want to fight now? Lin Feng's tone suddenly turned cold, carrying an undeniable threat. Bai Liang's face turned pale and then green, speechless for a moment. Get out of here quickly, Night Rose coldly said, with a commanding tone that left no room for refusal. You? This completely broke Bai Liang's confidence. He had always been bossy to others, but today, being publicly humiliated by Yi Mei, he couldn't hide his embarrassment anymore. He clenched his fists, his face turning very grim. Although he wanted to lash out, he forced himself to hold back his anger. Bai Liang glared fiercely at Li Bo, then finally, with a reluctant wave of his hand, he left, feeling very unhappy, heading toward the Thunderpool exit. As he passed through the blue barrier, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and shot a fierce look at the others. Just an S rank. One day, I will crush all of you under my feet. Li Bo, how did you get involved with such a tricky person? After Bai Liang left, Lin Fei'er asked suddenly. This matter, it's a bit complicated. Li Bo scratched his head and looked at Yi Mei with a meaningful gaze. No matter what, you shouldn't have impulsively fought him. That guy's beast has reached the outstanding 9th rank, and he's a very tough psychic type. Psychic type? Huh? Li Bo looked toward Bai Liang's retreating figure, a faint murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Next time we meet, it won't be just about killing a beast. Thanks to the president for coming to help, Tang Hong said, looking at Lin Feng with some relief. Otherwise, with our strength, we probably couldn't stop that hunter. Humph, Lin Feng said angrily. Now that I've broken through to the outstanding level, I will soon become a tier 4 beast tamer. In the future, if I encounter someone like this who causes trouble at the Thunderpool, I will act immediately. No hesitation. Outstanding level. Tier 4 beast tamer, Tang Hong said excitedly. That's fantastic. With the president leading us, the Zhanghai Beast Tamer Association will surely reach the top. By the way, I have good news to tell you, President, Tang Hong said with a smile, turning to Li Bo. This kid has tamed the red lightning that has been bothering the Thunderpool for years. What? Lin Feng suddenly looked at Li Bo, his eyes flickering with surprise, then burst into a bright, cheerful laugh. Good job. You really are capable, he then said. For this red lightning, the Zhanghai Beast Tamer Association tried many methods but couldn't drive it out of the Thunderpool. Now, you've tamed it, and the Thunderpool is completely stable. I think not only the Beast Tamer Association but the whole Zhanghai region should be grateful to you. Since Li Bo arrived at the Lin family, good things kept happening, making Lin Feng very pleased with him. That must be the phantom dark cloud that was tamed. Yu Rose smiled charmingly, then looked at the Thunderpool and said in surprise, it seems. It's starting to evolve. Evolving? Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to the purple cloud in the Thunderpool. Li Bo checked the time. It had been exactly 5 hours since the purple cloud entered the Thunderpool for training. He didn't dare make a sound, carefully watching the changes in the purple cloud. As the evolution began, the phantom dark cloud in the Thunderpool flickered with red lightning, and the purple glow on the cloud's surface grew brighter and more dazzling, reflecting the surrounding Thunderpool in a beautiful, vibrant light. The purple cloud kept expanding and contracting, seeming to undergo strange changes. With each cycle, the cloud grew larger. It's already 3 meters. Li Bo squinted, watching the purple cloud expand from a single cloud into a mass of mist, with red lightning patterns appearing on the surface. The growth is still continuing. Lin Fei'er looked at this scene with surprise. In the blink of an eye, the purple cloud had expanded to about 5 meters in diameter. Bright lightning shot out from the red clouds, crackling on the surface of the purple cloud. As the lightning grew more intense, the purple cloud was soon covered in a dazzling red light, blinding everyone. Li Bo endured the pain, watching every change in the purple cloud through his fingers. Until the light faded, everyone opened their eyes and was completely stunned by what they saw. It was a dark purple cloud of about 10 meters in diameter, thick and with red arcs jumping inside. In the faint light, they could see a mysterious purple crystal core hidden deep within the cloud. The dark purple cloud hovered above the Thunderpool, giving off a powerful, oppressive feeling like covering the sky and blocking the sun. Everyone held their breath, unable to speak, completely awestruck by this mysterious and powerful beast. Libo looked excited. It's a success. The Shadow Thunder Cloud. Name: Shadow Thunder Cloud. Gender: female. Attributes: dark, electric level, elite level 1 potential, dominator grade. Skills: illusion, color mimicry, innate, shadow sphere, intermediate, dark constriction, intermediate, thunder strike, intermediate, thunder roar, intermediate, curse of resentment, advanced, arrow rain, advanced, crimson sky, thunder prison, advanced. Status: excited evolution sequence. 1 stage description: a guardian controlling lightning. Within the clouds, a creature embodying shadow and thunder. When darkness completely covers the sky, it signals its declaration of dominance. Shadow Thunder Cloud. Looking at the evolved purple cloud, Libo was so excited he couldn't speak for a moment. Brother Libo, why are you staring at me like that? Has the purple cloud become ugly? Purple Cloud muttered to Libo, seeming very unhappy with its current appearance. How could that be? Purple Cloud, Libo said with a mix of laughter and tears. You don't realize how strong you are now. After reaching the elite level, Purple Cloud suddenly learned 3 new electric skills. One of them is even an advanced skill. Crimson Sky Thunder Prison releases a lightning array to trap opponents. When caught in the lightning array, they not only suffer lightning attacks, but also cannot use teleportation skills during that time. Wow, I didn't expect that after absorbing Crimson Sky Thunder, Purple Cloud would fuse such a powerful control skill. Libo was very happy. Now that both Little White and Purple Cloud have reached the elite level, his overall strength has improved again. Even if a martial arts competition involves Moao Shue's illusory moon spirit cat, he now has a way to counter it. Seeing Libo's satisfied expression, Purple Cloud happily said, So, does that mean Brother Libo doesn't mind if I look ugly? Bah, bah, bah. Purple Cloud, how could you be ugly? Humph. I'm obviously very ugly. I used to be so cute when I was small. Now I look so terrifying. Look, everyone around is scared of me. Maybe it's their problem. In my heart, I will always like Purple Cloud. Hee hee. Knowing that Brother Libo thinks that makes me feel better. Purple Cloud cheered up and added, but growing bigger also has some benefits. Oh, what benefits? Libo looked curious. After becoming a beast girl, my chest will also grow bigger. Really? Libo almost dropped his jaw in surprise. Yes. Don't you like Libo? Zian asked curiously. Cough, cough. Libo looked a bit annoyed. Whether I like it or not is another matter. But how do you know that? Zian. Hee hee. Zian grinned mischievously and whispered, after Xiaobai evolved, I secretly touched her. At this moment, Yimei approached. I didn't expect that this illusion shadow cloud has gained an electric attribute after evolution. She smiled at Libo. Your new evolution path. You're always surprising us. Good job. I don't know what kind of strange cloud this is, but it doesn't seem weaker than the ice dragon next to it. Haha. Lin Feng laughed heartily, looking very happy. You helped the Beast Tamer Association deal with that red lightning. I really don't know how to thank you. Hearing this, Tang Hong rolled his eyes and had an idea. President Lin, my talented son-in-law is truly outstanding. I think it's best to let him join the Jiang High Beast Tamer Association directly. With his help, our association will reach new heights. Oh, Tang Hong, after knowing you for so many years, this is the first time I've heard you praise a junior like this. Lin Feng was surprised, but also a little proud. He looked at Libo and asked Libo, what do you think? This is a great opportunity. Our Jiang High Beast Tamer Association isn't open to just anyone. Join the Beast Tamer Association? Libo thought for a moment and then shook his head to refuse. Sorry, seniors, but right now, my main goal is to raise my pets and become stronger. The association is a good platform, but I probably don't have the extra energy to help with affairs. Hearing this, Lin Feng was a bit surprised. Libo, You should think carefully. Many seniors from your school have graduated and are eager to join the association, and our benefits are quite good. Joining won't be a bad choice. Li Bo chuckled softly but still shook his head to decline Lin Feng's kindness. If it had been before, he might have eagerly worked for the association out of poverty. Just now, his Hunter account suddenly received a notification. E-level Hunter Li Bo. Congratulations on completing all level bounties. The 50 million reward has been sent to your personal account. Please check it promptly. When he emerged from the level 3 Thunderpool, it was already dawn, and the morning sun was rising in the east. After a whole night of trouble at the Lin family, Li Bo felt extremely tired and sleepy. So, after saying goodbye to Lin Feng and the others, he rode on Little White and hurried toward the lower city district, planning to get a good rest. Looking at the time, tomorrow is the day of the school's martial arts competition's quarterfinals. I wonder who I will be paired against. To ensure fairness, the matchups for the semifinals are drawn on the day of the competition. Although Li Bo has watched the other 3 matches, it's clear that Muau is the strongest among them. What piqued his curiosity was a boy named Lin Xian among the top 4. His fighting performance was always average, with nothing special about him. In terms of strength, he couldn't compare to Muau or Lin Fei'er, and even Tao Jian, who was eliminated by Li Bo, was much stronger. Reaching the top 4 was probably due to luck or some secret method. But Li Bo wasn't thinking about that now. As a second-level beast tamer with 2 elite-level pets, no one among his peers at Zhonghai University could really pressure him. Even some second-year students rarely train 2 elite-level pets at the same time. With his strength, he's considered outstanding among national universities. At the same time, Li Bo noticed that as his level increased, his beast-taming skills also became more refined. In simple terms, in the past, when riding Little White, he might have had to hold on to 2 dragon horns to stay steady. Through repeated battles and adventures with Little White, they've developed a kind of mutual understanding. Now, Li Bo can stand on the dragon's back without being blown away by the wind. Besides their good coordination, it's also because, once a beast tamer reaches a certain level, they can achieve a state of unity with their pet. In some top-tier battles, it's very common for pets to perform high-level skills like extraordinary or destructive levels. These skills are very powerful and destructive. Even if beast tamers stand fully armed outside, it is hard not to be affected. Some beast tamers can train their pets to have space abilities, allowing them to fight together as one during battles. This space ability is similar to the pet's own space, but for a pet to understand this skill, it requires not only special talent, but also strong mental strength and training from the beast tamer. Standing straight on Xiaobai, Li Bo crossed his arms and looked into the sky ahead. His hair was blown by the strong wind, making a loud noise, giving him the aura of a master beast tamer. Meanwhile, Ziyun was left in the beast tamer's space by Li Bo to carefully learn the new skills he had just gained. At first, Li Bo was worried that Ziyun's current size might make the space crowded. But after Ziyun evolved into an elite, Li Bo found that his beast tamer's space had grown quite a lot. It expanded from 1,000 cubic meters to 5,000 cubic meters. Li Bo was very happy with this divine space talent given by the system. It not only helps quickly restore his pet's condition, but also has incredible growth potential. As Wu Gang mentioned before, many beast tamers spend their whole lives unable to expand their beast tamer's space further, limiting the maximum size of their pets. But now, with this growing divine space, Li Bo no longer worries about Xiaobai and Ziyun reaching the master level and outgrowing the space. Xiaobai's current flying speed means it takes only about 40 minutes to travel from the upper city to the lower city. Soon, Li Bo arrived at the boundary of the lower city. Looking down from the sky, he saw rows of dilapidated, low buildings crowded together, forming a dark, oppressive scene, a stark contrast to the bustling, luxurious upper city. Although Li Bo was used to the environment here, he had once vowed to move Xiaobai and Ziyun into a beautiful new house. Now, with the 50 million reward he earned, buying a good house in the upper city was no longer a problem. Before Li Bo could decide where to buy, Xiaobai suddenly issued a warning. Master, enemies, enemies. Li Bo squinted his eyes. Ahead, a dark mass was rushing toward them rapidly. Bzzz. As the dark mass approached, Li Bo saw clearly who was coming. an enormous swarm of flying insect-like pets. These black flying insects shimmered with a metallic dark color, gathering together and creating a powerful, sky-covering presence. Seeing these disgusting-looking black bugs, Li Bo felt a chill in his heart. These are iron-eating ants. Li Bo's eyes widened suddenly. Zhang Hai, how could such a strange pet appear here? Iron-eating ants are a dual-type pet with insect and steel attributes. Normally, within the Daxiao territory, there are no iron-eating ants, and such a large swarm shouldn't appear in a city like Jianghai. Iron-eating ants have very sharp senses, not only keen smell, but also strong reproduction ability. Once they appear, they are hard to eliminate. Although they are just ordinary pets, their double jaws are extremely sharp, capable of chewing through metal. When they gather, they can destroy everything in their path, making them very destructive to the environment. Realizing that this swarm of iron-eating ants is coming straight for him, Li Bo instantly snapped out of his daze, losing all sleepiness. As the ants drew closer, a new task suddenly popped up in his system. Upgrade task: eliminate the iron-eating ant swarm. Just in time. Looking at the overwhelming swarm of ants rushing toward him, Li Bo didn't dare to be careless. Without hesitation, he quickly summoned Ziyun from his beast space. This tens of thousands of iron-eating ants had already reached elite combat strength. Li Bo didn't want to risk his life. Xiaobai, use blizzard to suppress them. Xiaobai roared to the sky, flapping her wings rapidly to unleash a fierce snowstorm that swept toward the ant swarm. However, the moment the cold snow froze the iron-eating ants, their bodies suddenly heated up to a red glow, like a giant red-hot iron, melting the snowstorm instantly. Huh? Metal heating up? Li Bo's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Although the blizzard skill didn't freeze the entire swarm, it still forced many of the iron-eating ants to slow down significantly. The ants on the edges, under the cold wind, scattered and broke apart. Li Bo quickly seized the opportunity. Ziyun, now is the time. Use arrow rain. During the recent battle, Purple Cloud was already floating above the swarm of iron-eating ants. Swish, swish, swish. A dense rain of arrows shot toward the ant swarm like sharp arrows. Li Bo was excited to find that as Purple Cloud evolved and grew larger, the range of the arrow rain also expanded greatly. The sharp arrows quickly pierced the wings of the lone iron-eating ants, causing many to fall from the sky. The large group of iron-eating ants gathered together looked quite disorganized. Under the pressure of the arrow rain, their formation almost broke apart. Seeming to have intelligence, this swarm of ants quickly judged that Li Bo's two pet beasts had area attack skills. They immediately dispersed and spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the ant swarm formed a huge spherical cage, surrounding Li Bo so tightly that he couldn't escape. Clatter, clatter. The ants vibrated their wings rapidly and rushed toward Li Bo from all sides. Cunning bugs. Li Bo's face darkened. These ants clearly wanted to break through from all directions. Once they bit their prey, they would never let go, even in death. Unable to help, Li Bo crouched on Xiaobai, commanding her to keep dodging while continuously launching icy spikes to kill the ants. Even though Xiaobai was extremely powerful, she still looked a bit overwhelmed by the constant harassment from these tiny bugs. On the other hand, Purple Cloud, being a spiritual entity, was unaffected by the ants' attacks. When they rushed toward her, they couldn't harm her at all. Instead, they were burned black by the crackling red lightning on Purple Cloud's body. Seeing this, Li Bo had a quick idea. Xiaobai, use Dragon Might, he ordered. Hearing this, Xiaobai spun rapidly, breaking through the surrounding ant swarm, then let out a loud roar toward the battlefield. The dragon's roar was deafening. The enormous pressure emanating from Xiaobai's bloodline made the ants feel a terrifying fear deep in their souls. In an instant, all the ants in the air froze in place. Purple Cloud, Crimson Thunder Prison. No problem, Li Bo brother, she replied. As she spoke, purple lightning arcs jumped rapidly across Purple Cloud's body. Then, from her dark, shadowy form, thick crimson lightning bolts continuously fell, resembling the shape of the crimson thunder in the Thunderpool. Thick red lightning constantly struck from around Ziyun's body, surrounding all the Iron Eater ants. Although Ziyun, at his current level, could only release 5 bolts of red lightning. When all 5 strikes landed, they connected with crackling sounds, forming a dense lightning field that completely enclosed all the Iron Eater ants. When these ants woke up from the dragon might, they found themselves trapped inside a lightning prison, unable to escape. As ordinary pet beasts, dying under the red lightning is your honor, Li Bo said with a murderous look. The lightning prison was like a hellish place, shooting out bright red lightning that quickly killed the trapped Iron Eater ants. The ants were already in chaos, desperately trying to escape, but all were wiped out by the connected lightning grid. Li Bo, standing on Xiaobai, watched this scene coldly, feeling confused. He wondered how these ants appeared and what their purpose was in coming to Zhanghai. Congratulations, host. You have successfully eliminated the Iron Eater ant swarm. Frost Ice Dragon upgraded to Elite Level 3. Shadow Thunder Cloud upgraded to Elite Level 2. Oh, you finished them so quickly. Li Bo was a bit surprised when he saw the system's upgrade message. Indeed, with the disappearance of the red lightning prison, there was no sign of the Iron Eater ants in the sky anymore. No wonder its primal lightning, Xiun, at just an elite level, can show such powerful destructive force. Li Bo felt excited. Xiun, at this level, absorbed the red lightning and grew stronger. When it evolves to the Overlord level, it might once again display the mighty power of the Thunder Sword Tiger. After destroying the ant swarm, Li Bo, along with his 2 pet beasts, swooped toward his home. To his surprise, the area where his dilapidated house used to be had transformed into a plain when viewed from the air. Li Bo looked around but couldn't find his little house anywhere. "Where am I home?" he exclaimed. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes, thinking he hadn't gone to the wrong place. He flew back down in confusion, but what he saw made his heart instantly sink. The area was vast and empty, with only one house remaining. The entire neighborhood had turned into ruins. Only the few lonely ruins of my small wooden house remain on the ground. Could these be caused by the iron-eating ants? Li Bo suddenly had this frightening thought. Looking around, he saw many men, women, and children gathered nearby. They stood helplessly in front of the ruins of their homes, crying loudly, as if they had just experienced a disaster. "My home, the house I worked all my life to buy," a tall man was crying loudly, while 2 small, thin girls beside him kept wiping their tears. Li Bo recognized this man. He was his neighbor named Yo. He usually made a living doing odd jobs and took care of his 2 daughters. Seeing this scene, Li Bo felt a pang of sadness. "Brother, what happened just now?" When Yong saw Li Bo, he wiped his tears and said, "Li Bo, you didn't come back last night. You don't know. Those terrible bugs destroyed all our houses." Li Bo's heart sank. "I knew it, Li Bo. Luckily, you weren't home last night. You escaped this disaster," Yong said, sounding a bit scared. "These bugs eat everything. Last night, they cleared out the streets of the lower city and hurt many people. Some elderly folks were bitten a few times and didn't make it. Grandma Lu next door was bitten to death by those bugs." "What? Grandma Lu was killed by the bugs?" Li Bo felt like something was pulling at his heart. Grandma Lu was his landlord. Since her son had died early, she rented out her house. Li Bo had always been well cared for by her. The rent was only 300 yuan a month, and it hadn't increased in over 10 years. Hearing about Grandma Lu's death, Li Bo suddenly felt a wave of regret. If he had come back earlier, maybe he could have stopped this terrible event. Thinking of this, Li Bo clenched his fists tightly. "Li Bo, you don't need to be too sad," Yong comforted him. "Grandma Lu was already old. She wouldn't have lived much longer anyway. But you, look at you. You've become a dragon-type beast tamer. That's incredible. With your ability, you don't need to struggle in our lower city. You saw how bad the security is here. If you go out and come back, you might even lose your home." Looking at Li Bo's icy dragon, Yong felt a deep sense of envy. "Master, what should we do? We have no home anymore." Xiaobai looked very downhearted. Staring at the ruins, Li Bo felt many mixed emotions. This was the place where he had struggled and grown. Every brick and tile he remembered clearly. Now, it had disappeared completely, and he felt a wave of sadness. After feeling sad for a long time, he looked toward the upper city and muttered, "Xiaobai, maybe we need to find a new place to live." At this moment, in a rundown house on the outskirts of Zhanghai, A middle-aged man dressed as a warrior sat quietly at a table, drinking tea with a calm expression. "Oh, Yazzie, you say you found clues about the dragon turtle's death?" The man exuded a powerful aura, and his voice was commanding without anger. "Yes, General Woshin. The iron-eating ant senses are very accurate." The speaker was a charming woman in a red kimono, with a golden ant insect fluttering on her shoulder. Besides its color, this insect looked just like the iron-eating ant Li Bo encountered. The woman confidently said, based on the message from the iron-eating ant after its death, it sensed the aura of the dragon turtle's core in a certain ice dragon. What? An ice dragon? The man slammed his teacup onto the table, his eyes furious. Those greedy people from Daxia. They devoured the dragon turtle's core. "What level is this person?" he asked. "Second level beast tamer." "Second level beast tamer? No way." A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he fell into thought. An ice dragon. It seemed he suddenly remembered something, and his eyes widened. Could it be? He was the one who harmed Yamamoto and the others. "That's possible," Yazzie said. "I can go check." Woshin snorted angrily. "Humph. Yamamoto and his group are useless. They can't accomplish anything and only cause trouble. We should have kept a low profile when infiltrating Daxia. Instead, this fool was caught by the patrol team. Now our plans are hindered, and we have to hide deep in these mountains." He looked at Yazzie with a strange smile. "Yazzie, I trust your work. That makes me feel much more at ease." "I will not disappoint you, General," Yako replied. "Heh, I'm sure you won't, Yako. After all, if you fail the mission, your sick father won't be saved." As he spoke, Oda's face showed a sly smile. He suddenly reached out, trying to touch Yako's hand, but she quickly stepped back. "Please behave yourself, General," Yako said angrily. Oda froze for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. "Very well. Once the task is done, I'll make sure you're well rewarded. Go now. Let the beast masters of Zhanghai see what a true insect swarm disaster looks like." Shanshui No. 1. As one of Zhanghai City's most popular real estate projects in recent years, it has attracted many wealthy buyers. Shanshui No. 1 is located by a lake, backed by mountains, and facing the water. The scenery is beautiful, peaceful yet close to the bustling city. At this moment, a simply dressed young man walked into the sales office. After researching many properties, Li Bo chose Shanshui No. 1 because he heard they offered large apartments. At the reception area, more than a dozen beast girls in matching professional outfits, black stockings and white shirts, looked curiously at Li Bo. These beast girls had different animal traits: fox ears, cat ears, dog ears, rabbit ears. Each had a delicate face and graceful figure, their uniforms neat and well-fitted. When they saw a visitor enter, they didn't rush to greet him. Instead, they quietly discussed among themselves. "Hey Hui, it's your turn. Why aren't you going to greet the guest?" "I don't want to. People who come alone like this usually just look around. And that guy's clothes are so plain. He doesn't look like someone rich. No wonder you're the top seller. You've got sharp eyes. By the way, Hui, others who joined with you have already been chosen by clients. You've sold so many houses already. Haven't you found anyone you like?" "Haha, someone rich. Don't joke with me. I've earned plenty of commission already. I don't need to rely on anyone. But you all, your sales are terrible. If you find a good client, you'd better work hard. After all, our group of beast girls has no fighting ability. We are looked down upon and excluded by others. All we have is our good looks, barely surviving in this materialistic society. By the way, speaking of performance, I remember that Bunny has been at the sales office for almost 3 months and hasn't closed a single deal." All the beast girls then turned their eyes to a shy-looking bunny girl standing behind. The bunny girl has long pink ears and big, watery eyes. She blinks her long eyelashes and nervously asks, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" "Speaking of which, Bunny, your 3-month probation is almost over. If you don't sell any houses soon, you'll really be fired." "Exactly. Bunny, you've been unable to close a deal all this time. I bet after yesterday's meeting, the manager, Miss Ma, scolded you again, right?" "But I really can't sell houses. I get nervous whenever I introduce a project," Bunny said timidly. "You don't lack the ability to sell. You're just too nervous to relax." The fox girl, stepped forward to comfort her. "Bunny, in this line of work, You have to learn to relax. You always keep yourself covered up tightly. Do you think clients feel comfortable when you introduce yourself like that? Actually, the reason our Shanshui #1 is so popular is because many clients come for the unspoken rules. Unspoken rules? What unspoken rules? Bunny asked, confused. Oh my, you've been here so long, and you still don't know. Bunny, you're so naive. E was shocked. Can you tell me, E? Bunny blinked her big eyes and looked at her. Of course, it's buying a house and giving a beast girl as a gift, E explained. At Shanshui #1, on average, every 2 houses sold, one beast girl voluntarily resigns and leaves with the buyer. This project is so expensive that the buyers usually have some power or influence. Smarter beast girls know how to flirt with the buyers to get them to take them away. Bunny, I remember Miss Ma brought you back from the Misty Forest, right? If you can't close a deal again, you'll be fired from the sales office and have to go back and forth from where you came. Go back and forth from where? Bunny's face changed as she seemed to realize something scary. She shook her head repeatedly. I don't want to go back to the Misty Forest. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Rabbit somewhat awkwardly introduced. Currently, only a 1,000 square meter flat remains. Smaller units have all been sold. 1,000 square meters. Li Bo stroked his chin. This size isn't too bad. Usually, Xiaobai and Ziyun stay at home in beast girl forms. With 1,000 square meters, even if they transform into their true forms, there's no need to worry about damaging the house. How much does it cost? Li Bo asked again. The price varies depending on the floor and location, generally between 20,000 and 30,000 per square meter. The middle building facing the lake costs up to 31,000 per square meter. 20,000 to 30,000? Li Bo calculated, the most expensive would be about 30 million, which he could afford. Is there a ready-to-move-in unit? Take me to see the one you just mentioned in the middle of the lake, Li Bo said. Rabbit paused. Sir, do you want me to give a quick introduction of the model units, or the project? No need. Li Bo shook his head with a smile. I flew over Mountain Water #1 just now and took a good look. Overall, I am quite satisfied. Flew over. Rabbit's lips parted slightly. Are you a beast tamer who can fly? Is that such a rare thing? Li Bo looked at her with confusion. No, nothing. I just think flying pets are very impressive. Rabbit hesitated, then couldn't help but glance at Li Bo with her peripheral vision. For some reason, just after a brief contact with Li Bo, Rabbit felt an unprecedented sense of nervousness, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She felt that there was a unique aura about this beast tamer that made her unable to resist wanting to get closer. Soon, Rabbit led Li Bo to a large flat on the 20th floor. Young master, this is the crown jewel of Mountain Water #1. Facing the giant lake, with a 2-elevator, 2-unit layout, fully decorated, with top-brand furniture and appliances, ready for move-in. Rabbit explained carefully. 2 elevators, 2 units? So there's another neighbor? Yes, Rabbit nodded. The unit next door has been occupied for 2 years. I see. Li Bo smiled faintly. He was used to living in the busy lower city area, but standing in this luxurious apartment made him feel a bit dizzy. Through the large floor-to-ceiling window, a mirror-like lake reflected in Li Bo's eyes. Under the sunlight, the water sparkled like it was sprinkled with tiny gold pieces. Beautiful. Seeing this lovely scene, a smile appeared on Li Bo's face. He thought that Xiao Bai and Ziyun would surely like this place too. Yes, I'll take this one, Li Bo said to Tuesday. Tu was surprised at first, then looked at Li Bo with disbelief, wondering if she had heard him right just now. Young master? Did you just say you're going to buy this apartment? She asked uncertainly. Of course. Let's check the price. Tu. Hearing Li Bo's confident reply, Tu's face lit up with joy. She never expected that this young customer, whom all the beast girls looked down on, not only had the strength, but also was so quick to decide. He looked like a college student, yet he was willing to buy a multi-million-dollar house on a whim. His wealth was so impressive that Tu wondered which wealthy family he belonged to. But she quickly suppressed her excitement and started writing on the price list. Soon, she handed the calculated price sheet to Li Bo. Young master, you're buying the top building. The original price per square meter was 30,000, but since you're so straightforward, I'll give you all the discounts. The total price is 28.88 million. 28.88 million. That's still acceptable, Li Bo said after a quick estimate. Buying this apartment cost him just over half of his savings, so it wasn't too extravagant. Pay up. He took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Tutu. Huh? This? Tutu looked like she was dreaming. Is there a problem? Li Bo asked. No, nothing, Tutu said nervously. Tutu, I was just surprised. You see, the young master bought this place in less than half an hour after entering the sales office, without even thinking. It's quite astonishing. When conditions allow, you don't need to think twice about what you like, Li Bo said calmly with a smile. Young master, your generous spirit truly impresses me, Tutu replied sincerely. Rabbit looked at Li Bo with shining eyes, but when swiping the card, her gaze turned sad and longing. I wonder what kind of pet is so happy to be contracted by the young master. While Rabbit was handling the house purchase procedures for him, Li Bo walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly watching the scenery outside and enjoying this rare moment of peace. Young master, all done. After about 10 minutes, Rabbit handed the keys to Li Bo. Congratulations, young master. From now on, this will be your home, Li Bo nodded. I want to stay here a little longer. Rabbit, since everything is settled, you can go back now. Rabbit wanted to say something, but seeing Li Bo turn his back and look back at the lake, she swallowed her words. With a soft, "Oh," Rabbit turned and headed for the door. Strange? I didn't hear the door close. Li Bo felt puzzled. He remembered that when Rabbit left earlier, her high heels suddenly stopped. He guessed she might not have left yet. He turned around in confusion, but what he saw made his blood run cold. Rabbit was bowing her head shyly, reaching out to unbutton her white shirt one by one. Then she slowly placed her hand on her back skirt, pulling down the zipper. Suddenly, Li Bo heard a snap, and her black pencil skirt fell to the ground. Seeing Rabbit about to bend over and remove her black thigh-high stockings, Li Bo was at a loss and tried to stop her. Wait, Rabbit, what are you doing? Hey, what's the scar on your back? At that moment, as Rabbit bent over, Li Bo suddenly saw that on her snow-white skin, there were old, uneven scars intertwined, looking like they had been whipped, which was very shocking. When Li Bo's gaze fixed on her, Rabbit froze, a flash of panic and sadness in her eyes. She slowly straightened up, instinctively trying to cover the scars with her hands. Suddenly, with a thud, Rabbit knelt in front of Li Bo, tears in her eyes, and said, "Young master, please take me away. Let me leave this suffering. Rabbit is willing to serve you for a lifetime." What? Serve me? Li Bo was caught off guard by this sudden situation. Is this buying a house and getting a cute animal companion as a gift? But seeing how sad the little rabbit looked, it seemed there was more to the story. Little rabbit. Look, we can talk nicely. There's no need to take off your clothes. The air conditioning is so cold in here. What if you catch a cold? Li Bo reached out to help the rabbit up, but she stubbornly shook her head. Young master, if you don't take me away, I will keep kneeling here forever. Take you away? Li Bo was confused. Why would you want to follow me? Just because I bought your house? Little rabbit, you're being a bit too casual. I'm not a casual person. It seemed her words hurt her feelings, and she shook her head even more, crying as she spoke. I've been at the sales office for a long time. They keep telling me I should learn to please customers, but I just can't act cute in front of strangers. That's why I haven't sold any houses and get scolded every day. But, young master, you're different. Her tone changed, and she looked enchanted. Today, as soon as I came near you, I was drawn by your unique charm. I couldn't help but want to get closer to you. My instincts tell me that you are my destined beast master. I must not miss this chance. So, no matter what, please take me with you. If you think I'm not good enough to be your pet, I am willing to serve you as your loyal companion for life, like a servant, working hard for you. This, Li Bo hesitated. Although, for someone with naturally high spiritual power like him, summoning a pet wouldn't be too difficult. But the wood spirit rabbit in front of him had very poor talent. Even a normal 9th rank was considered the limit. Remember, the original white, who hadn't yet experienced a rebirth, had at least elite potential. Moreover, the wood spirit rabbit's battle talent was extremely weak. It only had one basic skill, wood fragrance, which had no attack power. Young master, please take me. I beg you. The rabbit looked up and begged, tears slipping down her face onto her pure white chest. Seeing this, Li Bo's breath caught, and he felt a little soft-hearted. I think that creatures like the wood spirit rabbit are usually at the bottom of the food chain in the wild. It's hard enough for them to survive in human society, and they have to rely on showing off their appearance to get by. In front of Li Bo, the rabbit looks tempting, but its face is very pure and cute, unlike the common, dull-looking women at the real estate office. He paused for a moment, sighed, and worriedly said, "Rabbit, I don't dislike you because of your mediocre talent. It's just that my two pets are both very gifted and proud. If you join them, I'm afraid you won't get along well with them." Gifted, comma. Hearing this, the rabbit's eyes dimmed. "Yes, I am just a low bloodline with Spirit Rabbit. The prince's pets can fly, and their strength must be extraordinary. Compared to them, I probably shine like a firefly compared to the sun and moon. But thinking that if I don't seize this chance, I will be banished to the wild or forced to follow other men." The rabbit mustered her courage and continued to beg. "I will get along well with my two big sisters. Please, Prince, summon them. If they all dislike me, I am willing to serve as a forever, serving the prince and the sisters." Sigh. Li Bo said helplessly, "Since you insist, Xiaobai, Ziyun, come out now." The rabbit stared fixedly at the two shining green magic arrays on the ground. When she saw Xiaobai and Ziyun's figures, she was suddenly stunned speechless. One was a tall, majestic white ice dragon, emanating a bone-chilling cold aura that made her shiver. The dragon also radiated an invisible pressure that constantly pulled at her soul. The other was a mysterious purple cloud, which made the room darker when she appeared, and a huge sense of oppression pressed down on her. Is this the prince's two pets? Truly extraordinary. Although she was mentally prepared, seeing Xiaobai and Ziyun in person broke her mental defenses. A strong sense of inferiority flooded her heart. If it weren't for the prince, she probably wouldn't have any contact with such noble-blooded pets in her entire life. Great. Li Bo, you secretly took Xiaobai and Ziyun without telling me. Go away. Ziyun, am I really that kind of person? I was just joking. According to the order, we should eat first. Both of us. Ziyun tugged on Li Bo's hand and pouted. I heard your conversation earlier, Xiaobai and I. Brother Li Bo, are you planning to adopt this wooden spirit rabbit as a pet? Li Bo smiled lightly. Well, I'm just asking for your opinions. Ziyun, what do you think? I don't have any problem with it. Ziyun acted indifferent, hugging herself. But, according to the rules, the one who arrives first is the older sister, and the one who comes later is the younger sister. The rabbit looks pretty nice, and I think she looks good. If Brother Li Bo wants to keep her, I have no objections. You're not serious. Li Bo shook his head helplessly, then looked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai, what do you think? Xiaobai stroked her chin and thought. Compared to Ziyun, she was more mature mentally. When considering new pets, Xiaobai would think about whether they could bring better benefits to the team. At this moment, Ziyun also widened her eyes, staring at Xiaobai. As the first pet contracted by Li Bo, and the future big sister among all new pets, Xiaobai's words carried the most weight. Feeling the commanding presence from Xiaobai, the rabbit looked at her with a helpless gaze. Big sister Xiaobai, please, let the young master take me in. Although I can't fight, I am willing to work hard. I can handle logistics, cleaning the battlefield, laundry, cooking, and all the tough jobs. Xiaobai was first stunned, then sighed deeply with some sympathy. Rabbit, you've said so much. What reason do I have to refuse now? Oh, so, Xiaobai, you agree. Li Bo was a bit surprised. Usually, Xiaobai was the most proud and independent. He thought she would look down on a low-quality pet like the wooden spirit rabbit, but unexpectedly, she also had a compassionate heart. Xiaobai looked at the scars on the rabbit's back, which were shocking, and lowered her eyes. Master, seeing the rabbit reminds me of the days at the training base, hiding all the time, living in fear. If it weren't for my master forcibly taking me away, I fear that little white would have long ago disappeared silently like others of my kind in this world, and no one would care. I think Bunny must have suffered a lot before meeting my master. Please take her with you. Even if she can't fight, that's okay. Purple Cloud, and I will protect her from everything. Big sister Little White. Hearing Little White's heartfelt words, Bunny was so touched that tears welled up in her eyes. She couldn't help but throw herself onto Little White and burst into loud crying. Little White gently stroked Bunny's back, which was scarred. Look at these wounds on you. You must have suffered a lot. Since you sincerely want to join us, I won't refuse. Follow the master well in the future. With me and Purple Cloud here, no one will bully you. A look of surprise and gratitude appeared in Bunny's eyes. She quickly nodded. Big sister Little White, your great kindness and grace. Bunny will never forget it. Little White shook her head. You should be grateful not just to me. Even if I agree, whether you can join depends on what the master decides. Then, all three women looked at Li Bo. Bunny's eyes were filled with nervousness. Why are you all looking at me? Li Bo smiled wryly. Since Little White and Purple Cloud have no objections, then let's make a contract. A contract? Bunny looked at Li Bo in disbelief, as if she couldn't believe what she heard. Could it be that the young master wants to contract her? Does that mean she can become his pet beast? Before she could react, she saw Li Bo extend his hand toward her. A gentle light flashed, and a contract ritual was forcibly completed between them. What just happened? Li Bo and Bunny both looked at each other in disbelief. She could clearly feel that they had established a mental connection, allowing them to communicate silently across distances. I've become the young master's pet beast. Bunny suddenly realized. Although she was very surprised by Li Bo's ability, she was now completely immersed in the joy of the contract. Li Bo then said, Bunny, since I've chosen you as my pet beast, I will do my best to nurture you just like Little White and Purple Cloud. Summoners and their pet beasts are partners, family, equals, so don't ever say you're a servant again. I don't like hearing that, young master. Tutu's eyes were misty with tears. For the first time, she truly felt what it was like to be valued, and she was full of gratitude. Tutu nodded firmly. Yes, Tutu remembers. I will work hard to become stronger and repay you, young master. But I hope you won't think Tutu is foolish. Tutu might stay at the ordinary 9-dan level for her whole life. There was a strong sense of self-doubt in Tutu's words. She knew very well that the Muling Rabbit clan was destined not to break through to the elite level like Xiao Bai and Ziyun. Seeing Tutu so humble, Ziyun's eyes kept flickering as she suddenly said, Hey, Brother Li Bo, don't you still have a bottle of Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood? Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood? Li Bo was surprised. Ziyun, do you mean giving Tutu the Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood? Yes. The Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood can help pets break their limits. Even Lin Feng's flame-burning eagle can evolve again. Maybe if Tutu uses it, she can also successfully evolve. But Li Bo stroked his chin, lost in thought. What's wrong, Brother Li Bo? Is it that Tutu isn't worthy of using the Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood? Ziyun looked a bit confused. Ziyun, a little Bai hurriedly pulled her back. Seeing Ziyun speak so freely, Xiao Bai softly scolded her. Master has his own reasons. Don't talk nonsense. Although they didn't know exactly what the Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood was, Tutu could tell from their words that it was something valuable. Seeing Li Bo hesitate, she quickly shook her head. Young master, Tutu doesn't want to use the Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood. As long as I can stay with you, I am happy. Hearing their argument, Li Bo sighed helplessly. Where are you imagining things? Tutu, like you too, is my pet beast. If I have good treasures, I will definitely let her use them. He looked a bit worried and said, It's not that I don't want to use the Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood. It's just that this thing's properties are very unstable. You saw Lin Feng's flame-burning eagle. Blindly using the Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood could only leave it half disabled. I barely managed to save it after great effort. I haven't let you two use this hot potato before, not only because of its instability, but also because both of you are already at the Overlord level, surpassing the level of the Dragon Tortoise itself. So I really don't want to take that risk. I also considered using the Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood on Bunny earlier, but I was worried she couldn't handle its power. Hearing Li Bo's patient explanation, Ziyun and Xiao Bai fell silent. Yes, even fierce beasts like the flame-burning eagle couldn't withstand the pressure of the Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood, let alone a defenseless wooden spirit rabbit. Dominant level. Bunny softly muttered these words after hearing Li Bo mention them. She had guessed that Xiao Bai and Ziyun could evolve to higher levels, but the dominance level was still too heavy for her right now. Thinking about how, many years later, Xiao Bai and Ziyun would become famous top fierce beasts across the continent, while she remained stuck in place, a strong sense of gap and frustration filled her heart again. Suddenly, she looked at Li Bo with firm eyes and said, young master. If possible, please let me use the dragon tortoise treasure blood. No matter the cost, I want to become stronger. Bunny can endure any pain. Bunny. You. Li Bo looked at her in disbelief. Seeing Bunny's determined expression, he was moved. After a moment of hesitation, Li Bo said seriously, Bunny, you must think carefully. The dragon tortoise treasure blood is very fierce. As a grass-type pet, using it will be much riskier. If something goes wrong, I might not be able to help much. Hearing that Li Bo was willing to let her use the dragon tortoise treasure blood, Bunny's face lit up with joy. Young master, Bunny has made up her mind. I want to catch up with my 2 older sisters. I don't want to be a burden to you all. So, please let me try? Go for it, Bunny. Your sister will be here to support you. Ziyin cheered her on. Since that's the case, Li Bo took out the only bottle of dragon tortoise treasure blood from his storage ring. Bunny, you must hold on. Bunny nodded seriously. I'm ready. Young master. Good. Li Bo reached out his hand and transformed Bunny into a pet beast state. The wooden spirit rabbit was pink, with long fluffy ears. On the left ear, a green 3-leaf clover was perched. The rabbit emitted a natural fragrance. It was small, and Li Bo could hold it in his hands. As Li Bo opened the bottle of dragon tortoise treasure blood, a strong, bloody smell instantly filled the air. Despite the sharp odor, Tutu still endured the discomfort and confidently moved closer to Li Bo. Come on, young master. Tutu communicated to Li Bo. Li Bo nodded, his face serious. Carefully, he slowly poured the treasure blood into Tutu's mouth. In an instant, the blood, like hot lava, seeped into Tutu's body. Her face changed color, and she trembled in pain. Xiao Bai and Ziyin nervously watched nearby. They knew that the next challenge was something Tutu had to face alone. They couldn't help much. Suddenly, they saw Tutu's body begin to emit strange light, sometimes bright, sometimes dim. Li Bo kept his eyes fixed on Tutu's status panel. Luckily, her health bar showed no negative effects, and her pain was gradually easing. This was very different from when Blaze Eagle used treasure blood yesterday, which caused a different state. After about 10 minutes, Tutu fell into a strange calm. She showed no pain and no glow. Li Bo quietly watched this scene, a faint smile appearing on his face. It looks like Tutu has absorbed the dragon tortoise treasure blood. Already absorbed so quickly? Ziyin asked, puzzled. Isn't this process a bit too simple? After all, Tutu is only at the ordinary level. Li Bo smiled lightly. I guess, maybe because Tutu hasn't evolved yet, so her potential is quite strong. That's probably why the treasure blood could merge with her so fast. Congratulations, host. Wood Spirit Rabbit has successfully absorbed the dragon tortoise treasure blood. Evolution sequence has begun. Name, Wood Spirit Rabbit. Gender, female. Attribute, grass. Level, ordinary 9th rank. Potential, excellent. Status, tired. Skills, grass fragrance. Beginner, flying leaf blade. Beginner, photosynthesis. Intermediate. Evolution sequence. 1. Wood Spirit Rabbit, Flower Spirit Rabbit, Forest Language Rabbit. Oh? It has simultaneously learned flying leaf blade and photosynthesis. Looking at Tutu's updated panel, Li Bo was quite surprised. I didn't expect that the dragon tortoise's treasure blood could not only help pets break through to higher evolution stages, but also greatly improve their skill understanding. Li Bo watched Bunny with interest. He saw a faint green glow on the 3-leaf clover on its ear, as if it could shoot flying leaf blades at any moment. However, the scar on Bunny's back was still very noticeable. Li Bo said to her, Bunny, try using photosynthesis. Photosynthesis? Bunny blinked at Li Bo, about to say she had never learned that skill before, when suddenly she felt as if she already knew how to do it. Very naturally, Bunny's body began to emit a warm, sunlight-like glow. Soon after, Li Bo saw the scar on her back healing at a visible speed. Bunny's condition also changed from tired to full of energy. Sure enough, photosynthesis not only helps with basic healing but also restores the pet's energy. Li Bo's lips curved into a smile. However, he quickly noticed that although some of Bunny's injuries were healing, some deeper scars stubbornly remained. It seemed that the effect of photosynthesis was limited. Bunny needed to go back to her pet space to rest and recover. Li Bo was not discouraged. As an intermediate healing skill, achieving this level was already quite good. This also made him think, Since Bunny had this healing talent, there was a chance to upgrade photosynthesis to a higher level in the future. Currently, photosynthesis could only be used by the pet itself and couldn't perform group healing. At this moment, Bunny felt the wonderful change within her and was very excited. Most obviously, she knew she now had fighting ability, all thanks to Li Bo using the dragon tortoise's treasure blood on her. Bunny leapt up, jumped onto Li Bo's chest, and was caught by him, rubbing her head against his chest. "Young master, thank you. From now on, I can fight for you too." Bunny spoke with great gratitude. Li Bo gently stroked Bunny's fur and smiled. "Bunny, after tomorrow's martial arts competition, I will find a way to help you evolve." "Evolve?" Bunny looked at Li Bo with wide, surprised eyes. "Can I also evolve into an elite level?" "Of course," Li Bo chuckled. "Next, I will focus on the rabbit's evolution task. Wood Spirit Rabbit Evolution Task, Spring Awakening. Please, Beast Tamer, gather the following materials to complete the Spring Awakening and make the Wood Spirit Rabbit bloom. 1. Find the foundation of life, spring-rich soil, and absorb spiritual energy for 10 minutes. Task progress, 0/10. Li Bo thought about these two materials. The first one is not too difficult. Spring-rich soil is very fertile soil. From what Li Bo knows, it can often be found beneath lush spiritual plants. As for the second material, life dew, Li Bo couldn't understand it at all. He had read many books on beast cultivation and was familiar with many rare materials, but he had never heard of life dew before. It puzzled him. Wait a minute. Based on how this system usually behaves, this task seems too normal. Li Bo suspiciously asked the system, "Isn't it? What exactly is this life dew?" Replied a host. "Life dew is simply life dew. You can understand it with your heart." "Understand it with my heart?" Nonsense. Although he didn't know what the system was hinting at, Li Bo felt that this sneaky system was giving off a shady vibe. Forget it. I should ask a cultivation teacher at school for advice. Li Bo decided to ignore the system and looked at the rabbit. "Rabbit, your wounds haven't healed yet. You should rest in my pet space." "Can I really get better just by going back to the master's pet space?" The rabbit was very surprised. "Of course, Rabbit, you just need to sleep peacefully, and all your scars will disappear." "Great." The rabbit believed Li Bo completely. After its recent transformation, the rabbit was more confident that it had chosen the right beast tamer. It was glad it had fought bravely for the contract. Removing some clothes didn't matter. As long as the master wanted, the rabbit would give him anything. Li Bo smiled slightly and recalled the rabbit to the pet space. In the room, only Xiao Bai and Zi Yun remained. Zi Yun looked around curiously, her face full of wonder at the new environment. "Brother Li Bo, is this our new home? It's so big." Compared to the crowded houses in the lower city district, Zi Yun was very happy with the spacious apartment Li Bo bought. "Master, could this be a bit too luxurious?" Xiao Bai said hesitantly. "Not at all, Xiao Bai," Li Bo said, placing his hands on Xiao Bai's shoulders to comfort her. "Master promised you that he would take you to live in a new big house. We won't have to squeeze into small rooms anymore. Plus, the security here is strict, so you don't have to worry about losing the house when you go out. Then, Xiao Bai will work harder to earn money for the master." Xiao Bai happily snuggled her head into Li Bo's arms. "Wow, such a big bed. It can fit us 3. No, 4, no problem at all." Zi Yun's excited voice came from the room. Li Bo and Xiao Bai looked at each other and smiled. Then they both went inside. They saw Zi Yun standing in front of the brand-new bathtub, looking eager. She filled the tub with water, then took off her clothes, feeling very cool. She invited the two of them. "I want to take a bubble bath. Do you want to join me?" Xiao Bai looked at Li Bo with anticipation and a shy smile on her face. Li Bo chuckled helplessly. Seeing Xiao Bai and Zi Yun having so much fun in the new house warmed Li Bo's heart. He suddenly felt that all his efforts were worth it. Before he could admire their charming figures further, a system notification suddenly popped up, indicating a task completion. "Congratulations, host. Frost Ice Dragon has completed the skill evolution task. Seize. Dragon Claw Beginner, Cracked Dragon Claw, Intermediate, Cracked Dragon Claw, and Intermediate Dragon Type skill. Building on the basic Dragon Claw for close combat, 2 Dragon Claws can unleash 3 intersecting claw attacks on the opponent." Wait, if I had known this, I would have said so earlier. Li Bo couldn't help but laugh and cry. The dragon claw, as Xiao Bai's only beginner skill, was starting to fall behind her growth. Unexpectedly, it evolved in this way, which really caught Li Bo off guard. Claw of the Dragon. It makes up for my weakness of only being able to fight up close. Li Bo looked pleased, then let out a big yawn. Since leaving the Lin family, he hadn't closed his eyes once. Li Bo was lying on the bed, sprawling comfortably, his eyes involuntarily squinting, and soon he drifted into sleep. After a few hours, Li Bo was awakened by hunger from his stomach. He groggily opened his eyes and looked outside the window, which was already dark, indicating it was late at night. I've slept for so long. Just as he was about to get up, he noticed Xiao Bai and Ziyun, each holding his arms, sleeping beside him. Their long, white legs lazily rested on Li Bo. They were only wearing thin nightgowns, revealing tempting white skin that was faintly visible, and the scent of their fresh, clean bodies filled the air. It seemed Xiao Bai and Ziyun saw that he was asleep and didn't want to disturb him, so they fell asleep nearby. The two beast girls breathed evenly, their delicate and beautiful faces forming a peaceful, lovely scene. Li Bo stared at them for a moment, captivated, but decided not to get up for fear of waking them. Suddenly, the doorbell rang continuously. Li Bo felt a bit puzzled. Strange. It's this late. Who could be at the door? Xiao Bai, with her sharp senses, immediately opened her sleepy eyes upon hearing the doorbell, and looked at Li Bo happily. Hee. Master, you're awake. Oh, this bed is so soft, I really like it. Zian also woke up, sat up, and stretched lazily. The doorbell kept ringing intermittently. Li Bo smiled faintly. Let's see who it is. He led the two beast girls out of the room and opened the front door. When he saw the elegant figure standing there, Li Bo was momentarily stunned. Why is it her? Because the familiar figure before him was none other than the former patrol captain, Lu Wei. Hello, huh? It's you? Lu Wei looked surprised when she recognized Li Bo. She stared at him in shock. You moved here? Li Bo smiled faintly. No. Lu Wei shook her head, and her sleepwear fluttered like waves. I just think it's too much of a coincidence. Because I live right across. What? So, that means we're neighbors. A strange feeling suddenly rose in Li Bo's heart. Being neighbors with a strict patrol captain made him a bit uncomfortable. There are only 2 units on this floor, so it means every day he might run into her when he opens the door. Why? You don't seem very happy, Lu Wei chuckled softly, her face showing a charming smile, completely relaxed and not the serious person at work. Of course not. No one would mind having a beautiful neighbor, Li Bo laughed and then changed the subject. By the way, Captain Lu Wei, it's so late. Are you here to check my water meter? Hearing this, Lu Wei giggled. You little guy? What are you thinking? Are you that afraid I'll check? She explained. Just now I finished my shower and hadn't dried my hair when suddenly the power went out. The neighborhood lights are still on, so it doesn't seem like a power outage. I saw a new neighbor move in nearby, so I thought I'd see if you had a screwdriver to open the electrical box and check if it was broken. Open the electrical box? Li Bo looked at Lu Wei skeptically. Can you fix it? No, I can't. Lu Wei looked a bit embarrassed. It's late, and I can't find a worker to fix it. Since I live alone, I had to handle the electrical problem myself. Checking the electrical box is a technical job. Captain Lu Wei, without practical experience, it can be very dangerous to try fixing it blindly, Li Bo kindly reminded her. He had some basic electrical knowledge because he used to tinker with broken appliances when he lived in the lower city district. Oh, sounds like you know quite a bit. Lu Wei raised an eyebrow and smiled at Li Bo. How about this? Good neighbor, could you help me check? I'll pay you a small fee if it works. Looking at the dark room behind Lu Wei, Li Bo hesitated and said, This, a man and a woman alone. It might not look good if people find out. You're such a clever little guy. Lu Wei shot him a quick look. Let's not talk about the fact that only the 2 of us are in this building. No one will know. Besides, so what if we're alone? Do you really think you can take advantage of me? Lu Wei raised her eyebrows sharply, showing a fierce attitude like a detective ready to catch a criminal. I don't dare. I don't dare. Hee, Li Bo said reluctantly. Since Captain Lu Wei doesn't mind, I'll give it a try, just as a neighborly gesture. But remember, if I can't fix it, don't blame me. Come on, follow me inside. After saying that, Lu Wei turned on her flashlight and led the way. But just as she turned around, Li Bo noticed some red spots of different sizes on Lu Wei's white back. Li Bo felt a bit puzzled. Huh? It looks like insect bites. In a high-end neighborhood like this, there should be property staff to handle bugs, right? He muttered to himself, then followed Lu Wei into a dark room. Suddenly, a unique, faint fragrance filled the air. Although the room was hard to see into, Li Bo could vaguely see various small and large dolls scattered around. Who would have thought that the mighty Captain Lu Wei also has a soft side? A girl's heart hidden inside, Li Bo teased. Lu Wei paused for a moment, then smiled softly. Living alone can be lonely, so I bought some dolls. Talking to them helps me feel less lonely. Lonely? Li Bo stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I'm guessing right, you're a third-level beast tamer, right? You probably have a few pets with you. You're right. I do have 3 pets, Lu Wei said meaningfully. But for me, life is life, work is work. Pets are tools for catching criminals, so they usually only appear in battles. I rarely summon them at home. I see. Li Bo nodded without arguing. After all, each beast master has different views and attitudes toward their pets. Some see their pets as emotionless fighting tools, some treat them as money-making machines, while others, like him, see their pets as family members. For Lu Wei, who has a high-pressure job, she is probably used to violence and fighting. It makes sense that she enjoys the peace and quiet at home and doesn't want to see her pet, which symbolizes killing, either. Lu Wei took Li Bo to a room and stopped. She pointed to a box high on the wall and smiled brightly, saying, "This is my home's electrical box. Could you help check if there's a problem, my good neighbor?" The electrical box was installed high up, so Li Bo took a small stool, tested it, and then started to check carefully. After a few minutes of fiddling, Li Bo jumped down and shook his head at Lu Wei. "The electrical box isn't broken." "Not broken?" Lu Wei looked thoughtful. "Strange. Then where could the problem be? It might be a circuit fault." "You could check the wiring at home," Li Bo suggested thoughtfully. "You can check circuits too?" Lu Wei looked at Li Bo with surprise and praised. "This college student is really something." "It's just practice makes perfect," Li Bo smiled. "As an experienced electrician, I can tell where there's a leak just by touch." "Huh?" Lu Wei's mouth opened wide in shock, and she looked at Li Bo nervously. "Hey, don't joke around. Touching wires is very dangerous." "I never said I would touch the wires myself." Li Bo grinned, and then turned to Ziyun, saying, "Ziyun, transform back into your original form and check the wires to see what's going on." "Wow. So you have an electric-type pet?" Lu Wei exclaimed in relief, giving Li Bo a side glance. "Brother Li Bo, no need to transform back. I can discharge electricity right now," Ziyun replied proudly. "Huh? Can you use electric skills in your beast girl form too?" Li Bo asked curiously. "Then Ziyun, go try it." "Okay. Brother Li Bo," Ziyun said playfully. She then walked to the nearest switch and reached out her delicate hand to touch it. In an instant, tiny currents of electricity flowed from her fingertips and spread along the wires. Li Bo's eyes showed surprise. Such precise control. It's just as good as the main form. It seems that Ziyun and Muau, like the little cat, can still have good fighting ability after becoming beast girls. As Ziyun input electric power, the faint light in the room changed slightly as the current moved, and some bulbs started to flicker. Ziyun focused on controlling the current. Suddenly, her body trembled slightly. She withdrew her hand and looked at her room with a small frown. "Brother Li Bo, it seems the wires in the living room are cut somewhere, and the current can't pass through," Ziyun said with a worried look. Lu Wei and Li Bo exchanged a glance, then used a flashlight to walk over. Following Ziyun's directions, Li Bo found some old wires with a short circuit in a hidden corner of the living room. The wire's outer insulation was damaged, exposing the copper inside, and faint sparks flickered. "It looks like this is where the problem is," Li Bo frowned, then told Ziyun to turn off the circuit breaker. He then cut off the damaged part with scissors, rewired it, and sealed it tightly with insulating tape. The whole process was smooth and quick. Lu Wei watched this scene in amazement. Then her face lit up with joy. "Wow, you're quite professional." Li Bo clapped his hands and smiled. "This should be fine now, Ziyun. Turn on the breaker." With a click, the living room and all the rooms instantly lit up brightly, and the circuit was restored. "Finally, we're back in the light," Lu Wei said happily. "Wow, nice decoration." Li Bo looked around the living room, noticing it was decorated in a very pink, girly style, full of cute elements. Suddenly, Li Bo's gaze shifted to the balcony. He saw many clothes hanging to dry, mostly close-fitting garments. Tight shorts, triangle underwear, lace, low-cut bras. Everything you can think of. And all these close-fitting clothes were in bright red. Li Bo's face instantly turned red. He quickly looked away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Noticing Li Bo's reaction, Lu Wei was first stunned, then her face flushed with a warm blush. She sighed with a helpless smile and said, "Don't laugh at me. In our line of work, we often risk our lives, and danger is always around. Buying these red underwear is really just for good luck and safety." Lu Wei spoke sincerely, which made Li Bo feel a bit embarrassed. It made sense. Guardians mainly work to keep the city safe and often deal with criminals. Many guards lose their lives each year on duty. Lu Wei, as a patrol captain, must have faced death many times. Thinking of this, Li Bo felt genuine respect from deep inside. "Sorry, I was rude," Li Bo sincerely apologized. "It's okay," Lu Wei smiled generously. "Today, we were lucky to catch a few hunters, probably thanks to my lucky color." "Huh? Hunters?" Li Bo immediately lost his smile. Captain Lu Wei, did these hunters break any laws?" Li Bo asked cautiously. Lu Wei shook her head. "No, they didn't break any laws." "Then why did you catch them?" Noticing a hint of excitement in Li Bo's voice, Lu Wei looked at him suspiciously. "Why are you asking so many questions? Do you have some connection with hunters?" "Oh no, I was careless." Li Bo's heart tightened under Lu Wei's gaze. He didn't expect her to be so alert. No wonder she was a patrol captain. Li Bo quickly smoothed his expression and said innocently, "As a college student, what could I possibly have to do with hunters? I just heard that hunter organizations often do good deeds, fighting evil and helping society." "Helping society," Lu Wei sneered coldly. "If this was a few years ago, your words wouldn't be wrong. Although hunter organizations operate on the edge of the law, they generally do good. The government turned a blind eye, and that was fine. But in recent years, with the sharp rise in crimes committed by members of hunter groups, killing innocents and looting, it seriously affected social stability. The government's attitude toward hunter organizations has completely changed, so now, whenever hunters are spotted, the patrol team will do everything they can to catch them." Li Bo suddenly felt guilty. If Lu Wei found out he was a hunter, she would immediately arrest him. "You don't look very well." Lu Wei smiled warmly at her, and Li Bo felt a chill run down his back. He kept avoiding her gaze and quickly thought of how to change the subject. When he accidentally glanced at the clothes hanging on Lu Wei's balcony, he suddenly saw a tiny white moth fluttering up from a piece of underwear and flying out toward the balcony. Although the moth was very small, about the size of a grain of rice, it was still precisely tracked by Li Bo's system. Name: Hidden Wing Moth. Gender: female. Attributes: flying, poison. Level: common level 1. Potential: elite grade. Status: newly hatched. Skill: red rash powder. Basic. Description: a moth that can briefly hide in the air. Its wings contain dust that causes skin itching and can eventually cause skin ulcers. This dust is very hard to clean and only dissolves in environments below 0 degrees Celsius. That's strange. Our country doesn't have anything called hidden wing moths. Why are so many invasive species appearing lately? Thinking of the iron-eating ants encountered in the lower city, Li Bo's expression grew serious. Could it be? Suddenly remembering something, Li Bo looked at Lu Wei. "Captain Lu Wei, what's going on with those red spots on your body?" "Red spots?" Lu Wei couldn't help but gently touch her back, then looked down at her chest and sighed softly. "Sigh. I don't know what illness I caught. I've seen many doctors recently and taken all kinds of medicine, but nothing works." "You've encountered a hidden wing moth before?" Li Bo asked directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Wei's eyes widened in shock, and she looked at Li Bo with surprise. "How do you know about the hidden wing moth?" Lu Wei's pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be that during the fight that woman's hidden wing insect was lurking on me? Seeing Lu Wei looking a bit lost, Li Bo squinted and said, "A fight? So, that hidden wing moth is not without an owner. More than just that one." Lu Wei's face darkened, as if she thought of something bad. "Behind it is a very powerful insect-type beastmaster, who can control hundreds of thousands of insect pets to fight. That day, I fought that woman for a long time, and the most troublesome was this hidden wing moth. If support hadn't arrived, I might have been overwhelmed by those stubborn bugs. Lu Wei spoke with a bit of fear. Insect-type Beastmaster? Li Bo stroked his chin. Could it be that the destruction in the lower city today was caused by her? Oh, you also know about what happened in the lower city? Lu Wei looked surprised. How could I not know? My house was chewed clean by those things. Li Bo said angrily. All right. The iron-devouring ants caused a lot of damage in the lower city, leaving many people homeless. This matter is spreading quickly, and the news probably can't be kept quiet. Lu Wei continued, you're right. Those iron-devouring ants are also her pets. This person is very dangerous and has already attracted high-level attention. The patrol team has received strict orders to catch her. What is this person really up to in Shanghai? Li Bo couldn't help but his chin. No matter what her purpose is, as long as she's still at large, she will continue to threaten society. I will definitely catch her. Lu Wei said seriously. At this point, her expression suddenly became gloomy. I didn't expect this woman's methods to be so ruthless. She infected my body, and I've been unable to return to work. But from what I observed during the fight, although this hidden wing moth has invisibility, it can't last long. I don't know what she used, but she managed to let this poison lurk on me for so long without being discovered. Hearing this, Li Bo paused for a moment, then looked thoughtfully at the clothes on Lu Wei's balcony. Maybe what's lurking on your clothes isn't a living hidden wing moth. Then, according to you, Lu Wei looked at Li Bo curiously. Under her watchful gaze, Li Bo slowly walked toward the clothesline, casually picking up a red piece of clothing. Seeing how impressive her size was, Li Bo joked casually. Wow, Captain Lu Wei, you're quite open-minded. Why you? What are you doing? Lu Wei's neck turned red instantly, but judging by Li Bo's confident look, it didn't seem like he was intentionally teasing her. Li Bo smiled silently and handed the clothing to Ziyun beside him, giving a small nod. Got it, Brother Li Bo. Ziyun smiled mysteriously and gathered lightning again in her hand. In an instant, the clothing crackled loudly, flashing with sparks. Then Lu Wei was surprised to see tiny black particles, about sesame seed size, falling from her clothes as if they had been scorched by electricity. Lu Wei's eyes widened in shock. Are those insect eggs? If I'm not mistaken, when you fought that insect beast tamer, that hidden wing moth secretly laid many eggs on you. These moth eggs are very clingy and hard to see with the eye, so you didn't notice them all this time. Li Bo explained. What? Lu Wei's face turned very pale, a cold chill rushing from her feet to her head. This wicked woman. She gritted her teeth angrily. If she hadn't met Li Bo today, she wouldn't know how long those hidden wing moth eggs had been lurking on her. Furious, she tore all the clothes off the clothesline and said, Looks like I have to burn all the clothes at home. Better to include the one you're wearing now, Li Bo said, looking at her slip dress. This. Lu Wei hesitated. If she burned all her clothes, she really wouldn't have anything to wear. She hesitated and said awkwardly, Could you lend me a few pieces of clothing to wear? Clothes? Li Bo looked at Ziyun and Xiaobai beside him. Maybe you. No. Before Li Bo could finish, Xiaobai shook her head decisively. The clothes my owner bought for me can't be touched by other women. Helpless, Li Bo could only turn his gaze to Ziyun. Ziyun pouted her lips and turned her head to the side. Beast tamers and clothing are not to be borrowed. Such a headache, Li Bo sighed with a wry smile. Seeing that both of Li Bo's beast girls refused to lend their clothes, Lu Wei bit her lip and spoke again. Li Bo, if you don't mind, could you lend me 2 pieces of your clothing? I promise to buy new clothes tomorrow and return yours. Huh? Me? Li Bo hesitated for a moment. But thinking that Lu Wei also had a hard time, and since he was her only neighbor, he believed in helping others if he could. So, he nodded. All right then. Can I also borrow 2 pairs of underwear? Lu Wei's face turned red as if it was about to drip with blush. What? Li Bo almost spat out blood. This was the first time he heard such an outrageous request. Cough, cough. Just 1 pair, okay? Li Bo said firmly. My home was destroyed by iron-eating ants, and I only have 1 pair of underwear with me in my storage ring. 1 pair is fine too. Lu Wei's face lit up with happiness. Then Li Bo handed her a set of clothes he carried casually. Here, these are my favorite Happy Sheep underwear. You must take good care of them. Seeing the cartoon-themed underwear in front of him, Lu Wei was first stunned, then burst out laughing. You're really a funny little guy. seeing Li Bo standing there, not planning to leave. Lu Wei bit her lip and asked, "Are you trying to see me change clothes?" "Ah, well, I'm just worried about bad people. If someone hurts Captain Lu Wei, I would feel very guilty." Smooth talker. Lu Wei rolled her eyes at him. "I'm the patrol captain. Do I need your protection? But, since you're here, help me apply some ointment too," Lu Wei suddenly said. "Huh? Apply ointment?" Just as Li Bo was puzzled, Lu Wei turned her back and took out a bottle of ointment, handing it to Li Bo, and said shyly, "Please, don't look around." Li Bo finally understood what Lu Wei meant. She wanted him to help apply ointment to her skin infection caused by the hidden wing moth. "But, does this stuff work?" Li Bo asked curiously. "Sai, if it doesn't work, what can we do? We can only try our best and hope for the best. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. If you lie, I might have to gouge out your eyes." Seeing Lu Wei's intense stare, a cold feeling rose in Li Bo's heart. "Hee, I would never lie to you, Captain Lu Wei," Li Bo said reluctantly, "but I heard that in cold environments, the dust structure of the hidden wing moth can be broken down. The infection on you might be caused by stubborn dust that can't be washed away. Maybe my little Bai can help you." Little Bai? Hearing this, Lu Wei looked at the blue-haired, silver-horned beast girl beside Li Bo, an ice-type pet. "Can it really work? If Captain Lu Wei doesn't mind, I can have Little Bai freeze the infection on you with snow mist. The temperature will be a bit low, so I'm worried you might not handle it well," Li Bo said with some concern. Unexpectedly, Lu Wei smiled calmly. "Since I graduated, I joined the patrol team. Over more than 10 years, I've faced many life-and-death situations. I'm not afraid of a little snow mist." After speaking, she moved her hands away from her face and took off her slip dress, revealing her stunning figure. This scene caught Li Bo off guard. He didn't expect Captain Lu Wei to be so straightforward and fearless in such a dangerous moment. Although she appeared very calm, it was her first time showing her body completely in front of a man. Lu Wei felt extremely shy, and her face turned very red. She bit her lip tightly, almost bleeding. "Li Bo, I trust you completely now. Don't let me down." "Don't worry. I won't let you down, Captain Lu Wei." Li Bo chuckled and quickly looked away, his expression turning serious. "Little Bai, it's all up to you now." Li Bo reached out and placed his hand on Little Bai's head, transforming her into a frost dragon that appeared in Lu Wei's room. Although he knew Little Bai was a dragon-type pet, seeing her true form still made his eyes flash with surprise. "I'm ready, Master," Little Bai said to Li Bo. "Good." Li Bo nodded and reminded her. "Little Bai, remember how to use snow mist. Don't use a blizzard. That's too dangerous for advanced skills." Little Bai remembers. Although snow mist has evolved twice and is now very powerful, Xiaobai still tries to remember the skill level she used when making smoothies with Li Bo in the past. Her bright blue eyes sparkle as she aims at Lu Wei's body and exhales a faint, white mist. Very cold, Lu Wei's body is quickly covered by the cold snow mist, causing her to shiver. She grits her teeth and clenches her fists, trying to hold on. Soon, her short hair is covered with white snowflakes. Her smooth skin's temperature drops sharply, and a faint chill begins to form. Really cold, her breath instantly freezes in the cold air nearby. Her face turns pale, and she trembles constantly. Li Bo stares intently at the red infection on Lu Wei's body, feeling anxious. Although snow mist is a beginner skill, Lu Wei is still a living person. In such cold conditions, she can't hold on for long. As the snow mist continues to cover her, her body begins to be wrapped in a thin layer of ice. She is so cold that she loses feeling, with only a faint awareness fighting against the cold. "Captain Lu Wei." Li Bo's eyes show concern. Suddenly, he notices that the red infection on Lu Wei's body is changing. The infection, which was deep in her skin, seems to be stimulated by the snow mist and slowly emerges from her skin, forming small red spots on her icy surface. As the surrounding cold disappears, Lu Wei finally feels a little warmth. Her face from her eyebrows to her nose is covered with tiny, transparent ice crystals, and her body is frozen and immobile. She struggles to open her lips and shakily says, "Hold me tight." Hearing this, Li Bo is surprised and looks at Lu Wei's pure white body, hesitating. "That's not very good," he says. He looks at Ziyun and asks, "Ziyun, why don't you go?" "Not me. I'm not like Muau Muau," who likes to act weird and eat tofu. Ziyun immediately refuses. I'm a straight girl and won't hug any woman, except Sister Xiaobai. Hee. After saying that, Ziyun playfully turned around and hid behind Xiaobai. Feeling helpless, Li Bo had no choice but to focus on Xiaobai in front of him. Xiaobai innocently said, Master, you know, I am cooler in temperature. Holding her doesn't help. Li Bo, Xiaobai is lying to you. She's actually hot inside and cold outside. You can try it and see. Ziyun, what are you talking about? It's so annoying. Looking at the two unreliable girls, Li Bo sighed. Forget it. I'll just suffer a little. He then confidently stepped closer to Lu Wei, holding her tightly as her body was frozen like an ice sculpture. So warm, Lu Wei was already unconscious, leaning her head on Li Bo's shoulder. Seeing this intimate scene, Xiaobai and Ziyun, feeling jealous, immediately pouted. They both turned their heads away, one on each side, crossing their arms. While the thin layer of ice on Lu Wei hadn't melted yet, Li Bo quickly removed the red ice crystals from her body. Soon, the infection on her back and arms was completely cleared by Li Bo, and Lu Wei's skin became white and smooth again. In a short while, Li Bo finished removing all the infections from Lu Wei. Lu Wei put on her clothes, still blushing, and said seriously to Li Bo, Thank you for helping me heal. If I hadn't met you, I don't know how long I would have been tormented by those hidden wing moths. Captain Lu Wei, when it comes to money, we try not to say thank you too much, Li Bo said with a smile. You little rascal. Always flattering and trying to take advantage. You're already living in mountain water now. So you shouldn't need that little bit of money, right? After a good night's sleep in the new house, Li Bo rode his dragon back to school early the next morning to start today's quarterfinals. The audience was already packed with people. Since the finals were approaching, many second and third-year beast tamers were in the stands. After all, a first-year student who made it into the top 4 in the tournament already had the strength to compete with higher-year beast tamers. Generally, most second-year students were at the second-rank beast tamer level. Having one elite level and one normal level beast was quite common. As for the third-year students, although a few gifted students can successfully contract 3 pets, very few can reach the level of excellence. By the 4th year, most students are busy with internships and jobs since they have finished their main courses, so you rarely see 4th-year students on campus. However, if a student manages to advance to the 3rd level of beast tamer within 4 years, they will definitely be highly sought after during graduation by many groups. In the stands, 2 well-dressed senior students are watching the competition with interest. Hey, Chun, your brother Lin Chuan's match is coming up. Those 4 finalists are all tough opponents. Oh? Chen Hao, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on my brother? Chen's expression shows arrogance typical of a wealthy kid. He wears an expensive beast tamer uniform with shiny accessories, clearly from a rich family. He says, Xian is now a 2nd-level beast tamer. Making it into the top 4 in such a fierce competition is all thanks to his own strength. Strength? Not necessarily. Chen Hao laughs. I've been following this year's competition. Your brother Lin Xian has won every match, but his performance is a bit ordinary. Honestly, he's just lucky. If we talk about real strength, I think the guy who was eliminated by Li Bo, Tao Jian, is much stronger than him. Chen doesn't argue but just smiles politely. Lucky is also part of strength. Hearing this, Chen Hao gives a strange smile. You know, the Chun families are old friends. Be honest with me. Have you bribed the little rookies who are fighting against your brother? Chen remains silent with a smile, giving Chun Hao a knowing look. Haha, I thought so, Chun Hao says lazily. But Chun, even if you've bribed your opponents, Muau might be hard to deal with. Though I don't know her background, my dad warned me repeatedly. No matter how unruly she is at school, don't mess with her. Muau is very strong. Xian really can't match her, and I can't arrange anything against her. But, Chun grins slyly. If someone can push her into 2nd place, everything will be much easier after that. Press the 2nd button? Are you talking about Li Bo? Suddenly thinking of something. Chun Hao's eyes widened as he said, Wow, I didn't realize you not only bribed the contestants, but also arranged the school draw. If I do something, I make sure it's perfect, Chen said proudly. By the way, I really have to thank that guy Li Bo. If he hadn't forced out Lin Huili, my family might have had to go beg Lin Fei'er. That old guy? That's true. The Lin family is a big power in Shanghai Electric, but your family controls all the mines in Shanghai. If Lin Feng hadn't used his status as the Beast Tamer Association president to hold your father back, Shanghai wouldn't be so easy for him to dominate, Chen Hao said. Hehe. If Xiao Xian can get into a national secret realm and find that treasure, the situation in Shanghai will change completely. Chen gritted his teeth fiercely. Treasure? Chen Hao stroked his chin. Normally, the winners of the martial arts competition enter a national secret realm, but they are usually well-developed, mature realms. There are many good things inside, but with your family's wealth, it probably isn't anything special. Hehe. You don't understand. Some things can't be bought with money, Chen said mysteriously with a smile. At the teacher's viewing platform, Principal Lu Jun still looked cheerful. Mr. Lin, the Huali's match is over, and you're still taking time out of your busy schedule to come here. Honestly, is it because of that Li Bo kid? Hehe. You old guy, your mouth is really quick to talk, Lin Feng said as he looked at the arena. Li Bo is my future son-in-law. What's wrong with paying more attention to him? If this kid can match up with the Muau family girl, that would be exciting. TSK. So you're calling him son-in-law now? Lu Jun chuckled. Ever since your fiery eagle evolved, you've been looking much happier. Your wrinkles have even lessened. Hehe. You're right. After the fiery eagle evolved, I felt young again, and my fighting spirit is back. Too bad I can't find a worthy opponent. By the way, old Lu, after the martial arts competition, how about we find a place to spar? No. Lu Jun's face turned pale as he hurriedly waved his hands. I'm no match for you now. You're already a 4th-rank beast tamer. Don't mention me. The entire Shanghai region probably can't find many people who can match your skills. Sighing, Lin Feng looked up at the sky and said, Invincible. How lonely it must be. As the 4 finalists arrived one after another, the judges on stage blew their whistles to start organizing today's quarterfinals. Everyone, now, we will draw lots to determine the match order, announced the judge loudly. Then, the big screen below began scrolling, with the names of Li Bo and the others moving quickly across the top. As the names slowed down, 2 matchups appeared on the screen, Muau versus Li Bo, Lin Xian versus Lu Meng. Seeing this, Chen Hao on stage widened his eyes in surprise. Wow, you must have already fixed this match. Haha, the good show is about to begin. Chen smiled proudly. Once the matchups were announced, the audience erupted into lively discussion. Most talked about the fight between Li Bo and Muau. Reuniting on the competition stage with an old love makes the topic even more exciting. Plus, both have the strength to win the championship. Meeting at this moment makes people feel how harsh the competition can be. Next, we will start today's first match, Muau versus Li Bo. The referee's voice rang out again. When Muau heard her name, she was momentarily stunned. She looked at Li Bo from afar. Then her eyes sharpened with determination as she confidently stepped onto the stage. Finally here, putting aside all distractions, Li Bo took a deep breath and calmly walked onto the stage. Don't tell me you deliberately dressed like that to distract me during the match by reminiscing about the past, Li Bo sneered. Of course not, Muau shook her head calmly. I had a feeling before today's match that I would face you as my opponent. After you left, I woke up countless nights feeling guilty. Wearing this outfit today is just to make a clean break from the past and settle my own worries. Settle your worries? Li Bo looked confused. I really don't understand your way of thinking. But Muau, if you think I will be soft-hearted during the match, you're very wrong. On the contrary, I hope you give it your all, Muau smiled. It's a bit sad to think that in just a few days since you awakened your beast-taming talent, you've risen to the same level as me. From someone who knew you best, to someone who can't figure you out anymore. Li Bo, I'm really curious about how high your limit is. I don't know how high my limit is, but I can be sure of one thing. I will eliminate you today. Li Bo looked at her with determination. Accept my challenge. Muau. Level E Hunter Li Bo challenges you to a promotion battle. If you win, both of your levels will switch, and the other will inherit your level D status. What? A promotion battle? Muau's mouth opened slightly as she sensed the unique hunter identity message transmitted from Li Bo's chip. She looked at Li Bo in disbelief. You have become a hunter? Exactly as you guessed, we are now in the same division. Yang Fei is also my contact. Li Bo said calmly. So, the new member of Division 4210 is you. Muau Xue's eyes flickered, unable to accept the fact that Li Bo had become a hunter. Why? Why? To become stronger, Li Bo's tone was firm. Summon your beast companion. Muau Xue. Muau Xue took a deep breath, gradually coming back to herself. She looked seriously at Li Bo. All right, since you're so confident, I won't hold back either. As she finished speaking, a white shadow suddenly darted out from below the stage, leaping onto the tall arena. By the time everyone realized what was happening, a tall white-eared cat girl was already standing on the stage. It was Miao Miao, a familiar face of Li Bo. Hello? Nice to see you again. Miao Miao wore a short skirt, her figure very attractive. She smiled with her eyes almost closed and waved enthusiastically at Li Bo. Her small tiger teeth looked very cute. Are you still choosing the Illusion Moon Spirit Cat for the fight? Hearing Miao Miao's voice, Li Bo narrowed his eyes slightly because she had become much stronger since the last time. Name, Illusion Moon Spirit Cat. Gender, female. Attribute, psychic. Level, elite 2nd rank. Potential, leader level. Status, infatuated. Skills, torn claw, intermediate. Telekinesis, intermediate. Hypnosis, intermediate. Psychic mirror, intermediate. Soul wave, intermediate. Spirit arrow, intermediate. Space swap, advanced. Crescent / advanced. Description: evolved from Moonlight Cat. After absorbing a large amount of moonlight into its body, the Illusion Moon Spirit Cat now has the ability to solidify moonlight into combat power. After Miao Miao appeared, she didn't forget to give Li Bo a flirtatious wink, showing a seductive expression. Thinking back to how she drained people dry without mercy, a cold shiver ran through Li Bo's heart. How? Still planning to fight me in Beast Girl form? Li Bo spoke now. Hee. Miao Miao smiled charmingly. Compared to my wild beast-like true form, I prefer to show this graceful figure to the world, just a shameless cat showing off. Brother Li Bo, let me out now. I want to teach her a good lesson. At this moment, a furious voice came from Li Bo's beast space. All right, it seems Ziyun hasn't officially fought in the tournament yet. Let them see your true power. Come out. Ziyun, Li Bo made a summoning gesture. Swish, Ziyun's figure suddenly appeared from the green magic circle. Boom. Along with Ziyun's massive 10-meter-tall body, there was also a red lightning crackling all over her body. What? An elite level. The moment Ziyun's figure appeared, Muau Xue's eyes widened immediately. She wasn't surprised that Li Bo had contracted a second pet beast. I didn't expect that this strange cloud, which has never appeared in the martial competition arena before, would reach the elite level. When the Shadow Thunder Cloud appeared, the audience immediately started discussing its identity. Is this Li Bo's second pet beast? It's also an elite. Wow. Such a strong sense of pressure. This is a dark-type pet beast. No, it has lightning and thunder attributes. Red lightning. First time seeing that. TSK. It seems not to be as simple as his Frost Ice Dragon. This thundercloud looks strange. I don't know what kind of pet beast it is. Li Bo has 2 rare pets, which really makes people jealous. 2 elite-level beasts. Even among third-year students, he's outstanding. Some seniors in their 3rd year still can't raise 2 elite pets. What's even more incredible is that Li Bo only awakened his beast-taming talent shortly before the martial competition. In that case, all other geniuses probably looked dull compared to him. Hearing the crackling sound of lightning, Lu Jun on the high platform suddenly stood up, staring intently at the dark cloud on the arena, excitedly saying, "Could this be a transformed illusion shadow cloud? Huh? Principal Lu, stay calm, stay calm," Lin Fei'er explained proudly. This is indeed a transformed illusion shadow cloud. Its name is Shadow Thunder Cloud. Shadow Thunder Cloud. A brand new evolution sequence. Lu Jun looked at Lin Fei'er in shock. Seeing his calm expression, Lu Jun suddenly seemed to realize something. It looks like you found a treasure, Mr. Lin. Compared to his own amazement as a beast tamer, Miao Miao's expression didn't seem so surprised. After all, she was quite familiar with Li Bo's pet beasts. Oh, little purple cloud. It evolved into an elite too. Miao Miao looked up and smiled at the purple cloud. You mischievous cat. Still have time to laugh. You'll be crying later, Purple Cloud said fiercely. Then she lowered her body closer to Li Bo. Brother Li Bo? I want to fight in a beast mom form too. Purple Cloud. Are you sure you want to turn into a beast mom too? Li Bo said with some worry. Although the pet beast can take human form and has some fighting ability, it cannot use its full strength in this form. Don't worry, big brother Li Bo. I will make her admit defeat willingly, Ziyun confidently said. Since you insist. All right then, Li Bo reached out and touched Ziyun's head, transforming her back into her clever little girl form. Be careful, everyone, Li Bo warned. Looking at the purple-haired girl dressed in a fancy outfit, Muau Muau's eyes showed surprise. Oh, you dare to fight me in beast girl form? Little Ziyun, you're the first. Muau Muau leisurely swung her white cat tail behind her, showing no sign of nervousness. Haha, you dirty cat. Trying to take advantage of my big brother Li Bo. Today, I will make you understand that stealing from others has consequences. Ziyun said angrily. Then let me see how much you've grown these days. Little Ziyun, unintentionally, Muau Muau's pupils glowed with a mysterious green light. Using that sneaky hypnotic spell again. Too bad. It doesn't work on me. Ziyun looked disdainful. Then her graceful figure suddenly disappeared from the arena. What is this? Muau Shui squinted her eyes. Invisibility skill? Oh? She's vanished. Seeing that the hypnotic spell couldn't lock onto Ziyun, Muau Muau's glow gradually faded. She looked confusedly at the arena, her eyes showing fear. Next second, with a loud bang, a bright red lightning bolt struck down from the sky, heading straight for Muau Muau's head. Watch out, Muau Muau. Muau Shui's face changed in shock. She didn't expect Ziyun's attack to be so sharp. Just after using invisibility, lightning struck. Muau Muau reflexively dodged. Though her body was quick, Ziyun's attack caught her off guard. While jumping away, her tail was grazed by the lightning, causing her to scream. When Muau Muau turned to look, she saw a black scorch mark on her pure white tail. How dare you dirty my tail? Muau Muau was instantly annoyed by Ziyun. At this moment, Ziyun's body reappeared a short distance in front of Muau Muau. She crossed her arms, looking indifferent. This is just the beginning. Accept my punishment. After saying that, Ziyun's body transformed again and disappeared instantly without a trace. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, Muau Shui quickly gave a command. Meow? The invisibility skill can hide the body, but it can't hide your aura. Use the soul sensing wave to find her position. Immediately, Meow's eyes shone with green light. She let out a sharp cat cry, and a circle of invisible waves spread out from her as the center. Boom. Ziyun struck again with lightning, but this time, Muau cleverly dodged it. Suddenly, Meow's eyes quickly locked onto a direction. Found you. Little Ziyun. Without hesitation, Muau took a quick step forward and rushed toward that spot. At the same time, sharp claws appeared on her fingertips, shining brightly under the sunlight. Whoosh. Muau swung her claws and reached Ziyun's location in an instant. Just as she thought she had the upper hand, a dark, spherical cloud of mist shot straight toward her. Is that all you've got, little Ziyun? Muau sneered, then crossed her claws and used her skill. Tearing claw. Swish. A few streaks of cold light flashed, and Muau instantly shattered the shadowy energy ball Ziyun had created. Just when she was confident she had won. Whoosh. Whoosh. Behind the shattered shadow ball, four strange black chains suddenly shot out. It was the dark-type skill, Dark Shackles. After evolving, Ziyun's chains increased from 3 to 4. Not good. We've fallen into a trap. The black chains were right in front of her. Meow's expression changed, and she quickly moved her body skillfully to dodge the attack of the 4 chains. Seeing this, Li Bo was also a bit surprised. Such quick reactions. No wonder she's a moon spirit cat. Ordinary pets probably wouldn't even get past the shadow ball. But you're underestimating Ziyun too much. Li Bo smiled mysteriously. Sure enough, after the dark shackles failed to hit Muau repeatedly, they didn't disappear. Instead, the 4 chains suddenly turned around and, with incredible speed, tightly bound Meow's limbs. What? Muau Shui looked at the scene in disbelief. The control over the skill is so precise. We're too careless. After controlling Muau's body, Ziyun's body reappeared. Only then did the audience see that the 4 chains had been launched from both sides of Ziyun's waist. Hee. Ziyun grinned mischievously and, in front of everyone, slowly lifted Muau with the chains. Little Ziyun, let me go? If you do this, I'll be exposed. Muau looked angry and kept struggling. Humph. Are you afraid of being exposed? Ziyun looked up and said, Oh, you're wearing safety shorts. When you're showing off at the bar, I didn't see you have any shame, Ziyun sneered. Ziyun, if you keep doing this, I'll really get angry. Muau's mouth suddenly curved into a strange smile, and her mesmerizing eyes deepened like a dark pond. Space, exchange, Moa Shue softly said. Then, strange things happened. Muau, who was previously bound tightly by chains in the air, suddenly appeared to stand in Ziyun's position. Meanwhile, Ziyun on the ground was instantly swapped to the air and caught in her own chains. Seeing this, the audience couldn't believe their eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. Wow, it can do that too. Exciting. The situation has suddenly turned around. It actually has the effect of exchanging spaces. It must be a high-level skill. Psychic-type pets are really over the top. Now I want to buy one for myself? Come on. Moonlight cats are rare pets, not something you can buy just because you want to. Oomph. You're still too inexperienced to fight me. Little Ziyun. Muau looked proud as she gazed at Ziyun in the air, her offensive stance unrelenting. She narrowed her eyes, and countless transparent light arrows appeared around her. Arrow of the mind. Go whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense barrage of mental arrows shot straight at Ziyun in the air. After hitting, the arrow of the mind can directly reduce the combat will of the pet, making it unable to fight, Li Bo said cautiously. Ziyun, use a rain of arrows to block. Yes, I will take this seriously. Brother Li Bo, Ziyun's elegant eyebrows furrowed slightly as she quickly retracted all the dark bindings on her body. While falling freely, Ziyun spun quickly, throwing out countless sharp arrows to meet the mental arrow. Advanced skill, arrow rain. How is this possible? Muau Shue's face changed slightly. After observing just now, she was sure that Li Bo Ziyun had both dark electric attributes. She didn't expect him to suddenly use an advanced water-type skill. She stared blankly at Li Bo on the opposite side of the arena, her face full of disbelief. Li Bo looked unconcerned. Why are you staring at me? Isn't it normal for clouds to bring rain? At this moment, the arrow rain quickly clashed with the mental arrow, producing loud, crackling sounds. After a brief exchange, the mental arrow, a mid-level skill, quickly fell below. Suddenly, a thick arrow from the rain pierced through Muau's arrow swarm, heading straight for her face. Ah, Muau exclaimed, reflexively turning her face aside, but the arrow rain still left a red scratch on her face. At the same time, Ziyun landed gracefully, and the battlefield quickly returned to calm. Like in a dream, Muau couldn't believe it and reached out gently to touch her beautiful face. Staring at the fresh bloodstain in her hand, Muau's eyes widened instantly, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Unforgivable, unforgivable, she slowly raised her head, her previous composure gone, replaced by a fierce, wildcat-like glare. Ziyun, how dare you hurt my face? I won't let this go. With a flash, in Muau's hand, a transparent, moonlit sword suddenly appeared. The sword shimmered with a faint glow like the moonlight of midnight, giving off a chilling aura that seemed to the bone from afar. This is moonlight materialization. Li Bo looked surprised. He didn't expect Muau to have mastered the ability to shapeshift moonlight. Ziyun, why not turn back into your original form? Li Bo asked worriedly. Unexpectedly, Ziyun smiled calmly. Brother Li Bo, she has moonlight, but I have the crimson thunder. As they spoke, Ziyun extended his right arm, sparks of red lightning crackling loudly. Suddenly, the red lightning spread out instantly, transforming into a crimson lightning whip. The whip was wrapped with red lightning, crackling and giving off a frightening aura. What? She also has a weapon. Muau Shue's eyes flickered with surprise as she kept watching Ziyun wield the lightning whip, her expression full of amazement. It was already shocking enough that Li Bo Ziyun could sustain a high-level beast girl fight, but now she could control lightning to such an extent. Transforming elements into shapes is very difficult for pet beasts. Because Muau is a superpower-type pet beast, Its mental strength is much stronger than other types, which is why it can solidify moonlight. Unexpectedly, Ziyun also has the ability to turn lightning into a weapon. For some reason, Muau always felt that Ziyun's lightning was completely different from ordinary lightning-type pet beasts. A bad feeling rose from her heart. Ziyun held the lightning whip, struck the ground twice, making cracking sounds. He smiled with satisfaction. Quite handy, oh? You also have a weapon. Seeing this, Muau's eyes sharpened. But, Xiao Ziyun, I won't be afraid of you. She then clenched the moonlight sword with both hands, the blade shining even brighter. She shouted softly, her figure flickering like a ghost, rushing toward Ziyun. The moonlight sword carried a sharp sword aura, aiming straight at Ziyun's throat. Ziyun remained calm. He swung the lightning whip, which coiled like a snake, toward the moonlight sword. With the lightning whip and the sword collided, sparks flying everywhere. Ziyun spun his body using the force, sweeping the lightning whip toward Muau. Muau let out a surprised cry, quickly reacting by dodging sideways, then swinging her sword to cut at the whip. With a clang, the two weapons clashed, and the lightning arc on the whip spread instantly onto the sword, causing Muau's arm to tingle. Muau stepped back 2 steps, feeling she had underestimated Ziyun's power, but she still gritted her teeth and, despite the numb arm, attacked Ziyun again. The two exchanged blows, and the fight grew more intense. On the arena, sparks flickered, and the moonlight filled the air. This battle between a dual-attribute dark electric pet beast and a superpower-type pet beast drew loud exclamations from the audience below. Both beast girls have outstanding looks and top-tier figures. Their battle stance, one attacking and one defending, creates a beautiful scene that is a feast for the eyes, leaving everyone amazed. Although Muau's moonlight sword is very sharp, it cannot compare to the power of the Origin Thunder Red Sky Thunder. Every time they exchange blows, Muau feels a numbness in her arm, which weakens her control over the moonlight sword. After a few rounds, Ziyun quickly seizes the opportunity. When Muau thrusts her sword, Ziyun swiftly strikes with a lightning whip, wrapping her tightly. Then, her electric whip crackles with bright sparks, and the arcs jump onto the moonlight sword, rushing toward Muau's arm. Hit by the red sky thunder, Muau trembles and reflexively releases her sword. Ziyun flicks her lightning whip, causing Muau's sword to fly out of the arena. Oh no! Without her weapon, Muau feels something is wrong. But Ziyun doesn't miss this perfect chance to win. With a sharp, the lightning whip hits Muau mercilessly. Before she can react, she stumbles and falls to the ground. Muau watches this scene with concern. Muau grits her teeth and tries hard to stand up. Another fierce lightning whip strikes her, hitting her behind and knocking her down again. Ziyun, how dare you hit my... Muau glares fiercely at Ziyun and lets out a sharp cat cry. Today, I want to settle the score with little white sister. Brother Li Bo hasn't even taken advantage of us yet, and you beat me to it. Ziyun's lightning whip strikes again. Letting you steal our master. Letting you steal our master. One after another, Muau lies on the ground, crying out painfully. Bloodstains stain her short skirt. Under the intense pain of the red sky thunder, she can't focus on using her skills. She can only hold onto the ground tightly, enduring Ziyun's whipping. Muau, seeing this, Muau feels heartbroken. To her, Muau is not just a pet, but also a loved one. Ziyun's whip hits Muau, but the pain cuts deep into Muau's heart. Li Bo, because of past feelings, don't be so cruel to Muau. Li Bo curled his lips and said, I can't help it. Ziyun doesn't like listening to me. If you're not willing, just admit defeat. Admit defeat. Muau's body trembled, and her expression became dazed. She never expected that Li Bo would push her to such a point. Li Bo, I didn't expect. You're so strong that even I can't catch up. Muau clenched her fists and said self-deprecatingly. Suddenly, Muau looked up, her eyes showing unprecedented determination. But, if you think I will stop here, you're very wrong. Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? You're going to use your talent? Finally coming, Principal Lu Jun on stage stood up excitedly, staring intently at Muau. Level S Beast Taming Talent. Thought Tide. Muau Xue's eyes suddenly became very deep, sharp enough to see through everything, and she stared fixedly at Ziyun on the stage. Is this activating her talent? Li Bo frowned. He was familiar with Muau Xue's S-level talent, Thought Tide. It is a very powerful mental ability. When Muau Xue's pet beast on stage is a superpower type, using Thought Tide can forcibly invade and take over the opponent's pet beast's consciousness. With this talent, even if she faces opponents much stronger than herself, Muau Xue can still fight. But Li Bo knew clearly that Muau Xue was using her talent because she was pushed to the brink. When they were dating, Muau Xue secretly told him that although her S-level talent was very strong, it also had side effects. Simply put, using this talent drains the beast tamer's future mental strength. After use, the tamer becomes extremely weak and their emotions can become unstable. If not properly managed during recovery, it can cause irreversible mental trauma. And if something upsetting happens again, they are very likely to become depressed. Other students and teachers in the academy did not know about the side effects of Muau Xue's talent, because she was a very proud person who would never reveal her weaknesses in front of others. It was only when Li Bo won Muau Xue's heart that he was honest with himself, both emotionally and physically. Seeing Muau Xue send a wave of longing, Li Bo felt mixed emotions, shock at her determination, and a faint worry about Ziyun rising. Suddenly, as if something had entered his mind, Ziyun's body froze completely. She stood there holding her lightning whip, staring blankly with empty eyes, as if her consciousness was no longer under her control. The audience below looked on confused, unaware that Muau Xue had already invaded Ziyun's mind. When Muau Xue sensed Ziyun is suddenly stopping her attack, Miao Miao slowly lowered her hand, blocking her view, and looked up in confusion. Seeing Ziyun standing still with a vacant expression, Miao Miao immediately understood what was happening. Xiao Shui, boo-hoo. Knowing how much Muau Xue had sacrificed to help her win, Miao Miao was deeply moved. From now on, I won't goof off outside. I will train hard so I don't hold Xiao Shui back. Tears welled up in Miao Miao's eyes, and a wave of guilt flooded her heart. If she hadn't been so overconfident and neglected training, she wouldn't have been defeated so badly by Ziyun today, forcing Muau Xue to use her beast-taming talent. Half Moon Slash. In the fight, Miao Miao, Muau Xue whispered softly, trying to control Ziyun's mind so she wouldn't move randomly. With her current mental strength, she could only keep the beast still for a while, not directly control her actions. Okay. Miao Miao nodded firmly, wiped the blood from her lips, then looked at Ziyun. Ziyun, I have to admit you're very strong. Although defeating you this way feels a bit unfair, this secret realm. Xiao Shui and I must go. She lay half on the ground, her claws shining with energy as she gathered power. A sharp, crescent-shaped blade of light gradually formed. Oh no. Half Moon Slash. Li Bo looked on nervously at this scene. The Crescent Slash is a high-level skill with great power. Although it requires some time to charge before releasing, the current Purple Cloud has no way to resist it at all. If her main body were okay, Purple Cloud, as a spiritual form, could fully withstand this attack. But in her Beast Girl form, once hit, she would definitely suffer serious damage. Purple Cloud, wake up quickly. Li Bo hurriedly tried to communicate with her mentally. However, at this moment, Purple Cloud couldn't control her own mind. In her dark, hazy subconscious, whenever she tried to take control of her body, she saw a golden figure in her mind, constantly pushing her away. Ouch, that hurts so much. This holy-like body made it extremely painful for Purple Cloud, who has dark attributes, to get close even a little. This is Muau Xue's consciousness. Purple Cloud just realized that the figure in the glowing sphere was actually Muau Xue's shadow. She invaded my mind. That's so mean. Purple Cloud was puzzled, but seeing the rapidly forming Crescent Slash in Miao Miao's hands, she felt something was very wrong. No, I can't lose here. Li Bo was waiting for me to fight for him. Purple Cloud desperately tried to get closer to the glowing sphere, but no matter how she struggled, Muau Xue's pure light kept pushing her away. Is there really no way out? A feeling of helplessness overwhelmed Purple Cloud. Muau Xue. No, isn't she Li Bo's ex-girlfriend? Suddenly, Purple Cloud had an idea. Since you like invading my mind so much, let me show you what your pet beast has done to Li Bo. Although she couldn't regain control of her body, Purple Cloud could recall her past memories. Through her efforts, the experience at the backstreet bar that night turned into a slideshow, quickly playing scene after scene around Muau's glowing sphere. Is this Purple Cloud's experience? The bar? What is Li Bo doing here? Seeing Li Bo sitting closely with Xiao Bai in the private room, an inexplicable sour feeling rose in Muau's heart. Although the two had already broken up, Muau still felt a bit uncomfortable seeing Li Bo so close to another woman. However, before she could fully process her feelings, the scene suddenly changed, and she saw Muau make an entrance from the dance floor. What? Muau.